because he refused to buy a marital home for his brother-in-law. His pregnant wife, in a rage, jumped into a well and drowned. Lin Feng looked at his wife's corpse, overwhelmed with guilt. He transferred the property under his name to his brother-in-law as a bridal home. He provided for his father and mother-in-law in their old age and bought wedding homes for his other two brothers-in-law. To earn money, he delivered food after work, but was struck and thrown by a drunk driver. Just before death, he saw his wife believed dead for years appear. Only then did Lin Feng realize his wife had faked her death all along. Ex-husband, even if you survived, you be disabled. The driver said they'd give me 1 million yuan if you died, and my brother needs the money to buy a car, his wife said tearfully, using a pillow to smother Lin Feng to death. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Feng had returned to the moment before his wife jumped into the well. At the very instant his wife faked her suicide, he sent the pretending woman directly to the crematorium. Chapter 1. Reborn on the eve of my wife's suicide. Lin Feng, I'm begging you, help my younger brother buy a house for his wedding, came the voice of his wife, Wang Meiling. Hearing his wife's words, Lin Feng's body trembled violently. Looking up at his wife before him, Lin Feng realized had been reborn. Reborn to the very day his wife jumped into a well and took her own life. That day, his brother-in-law, Wang Yaozu, was getting married but couldn't afford a house. His wife begged Lin Feng to buy an apartment for her brother. But Lin Feng was just an ordinary office worker. How could he afford a bridal home for his brother-in-law? So his wife turned her sights to Lin Feng's parents. His parents owned a house in their name, and she wanted that house transferred to her younger brother. How could Lin Feng agree? This house was the life's work of his parents, the sanctuary for their later years. A fierce argument erupted between Lin Feng and his wife, Wang Meiling. In a rage, Wang Meiling ran to the well in the park by the apartment complex and threw herself into it, drowning. Before she died, she hurled an ultrasound report at Lin Feng. It showed she was 5 months pregnant and carrying twins. Seeing his wife's corpse, then the ultrasound, Lin Feng felt as if struck by lightning. In that moment, all hope vanished, replaced by overwhelming regret. He even wished he could die. To allow his wife to rest in peace, he sold his own home and used the money to buy a marital home for his brother-in-law. Not only that, he provided for his in-laws in their old age. He raised 2 other brothers-in-law, buying homes for them, paying their wedding dowries, funding their marriages. To earn money, he delivered food after work and ended up in a traffic accident. As he lay dying in the hospital, he saw his long-dead wife appear. Not only his wife, but her former boyfriend arrived too. His wife held her ex-boyfriend's arm, the two looking lovingly at each other. Ex-husband, I'm sorry for deceiving you for so long, his wife said to Lin Feng with a hint of guilt. I didn't want to do this, but back then my brother Wang Yaozu was in trouble. As his sister, I had to help him. Only then did Lin Feng realize he had been deceived. Deceived for 20 whole years. It turned out his wife had faked her death, using his kindness and guilt to force him to hand over his assets, draining him dry like a parasite. At that moment, fury overwhelmed Lin Feng, spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then he watched as his wife pulled the oxygen tube from his nose. I'm sorry, but the driver who hit you says they'll only pay compensation if you die. Otherwise, we get nothing. And my current husband needs the money to start a business, so I have to ask for your forgiveness, sob. His wife spoke with a tearful voice. She pressed a pillow over Lin Feng's nose and mouth. He struggled wildly, but his feet were pinned down by his father and mother-in-law. He died, filled with hatred and injustice, shaking off memories of his past life. Lin Feng looked up at his wife, Wang Meiling, his heart filled with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to tear her apart with his bare hands. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Yet Lin Feng suppressed his anger. If he killed Wang Meiling now, wouldn't that be letting her off too easily? Besides, he had suffered enough in his previous life. Not just him, his parents had suffered immensely because of him. The debt of blood must be repaid, but life must go on. Honey, please, I'm Yaozu's sister. I have to help him buy a house. If we really can't manage, just transfer your parents' house to my brother. After all, that house will be yours eventually anyway. Wang Meiling cooed, clinging to Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng looked at Wang Meiling and still shook his head. No, where will my parents live? He rejected her just as he had in his past life. He wanted Wang Meiling to continue pretending to commit suicide as she had done before. Since you're going to fake jumping into a well, then I'll play along. Wang Meiling smiled at Lin Feng. Honey, I've thought of something. There's a massage parlor nearby, hiring staff. They provide room and board. Your mom can give massages to elderly men, and your dad can go to construction sites to carry bricks. Good exercise for them. Hearing Wang Meiling's words, Lin Feng felt like tearing her limb from limb. Lin Feng's parents were retired workers who had toiled their entire lives. Now in their 60s, they deserved rest. And Wang Meiling wanted the elderly couple to work at a massage parlor and a construction site. Son-in-law, Meiling has a good idea. Especially the massage parlor pays really well. Together, they should earn several hundred yuan a day, said mother-in-law Lu Yufan, walking over while cracking sunflower seeds. Lu Yufan wore a nightgown, plump, with narrow eyes and a sharp mouth, her gaze radiating meanness. Seeing Lu Yufan, Lin Feng's killing intent surged. In his past life, out of guilt, he served Lu Yufan, even helping her empty her urine bucket. Recalling this made Lin Feng feel sick to his stomach. Moreover, Lu Yufan was a loose woman who often went out partying. Once, late at night, she even made a disgusting request of him. Lin Feng shook his head and refused. Mom, I can't agree to this. My parents are already old. If Yaozu wants to get married, he should buy his own house. Don't try to use me. Slap. Wife Wang Meiling stepped forward and slapped Lin Feng across the face. Lin Feng touched his cheek, glaring at Wang Meiling. Wang Meiling pointed at Lin Feng and screamed, Lin Feng, what's your problem? Isn't my brother your brother too? What's wrong with us helping him out? Mother-in-law Lu Yufan, hands on hips, shouted at Lin Feng. I was blind to let Meiling marry you. You useless piece of trash. Can't even help with one thing. Hearing these words from mother and daughter, Lin Feng burned with rage. He had been married to his wife for 7 years. During those 7 years, brother-in-law Wang Yaozu spent 4 years in university. His tuition and living expenses totaled 180,000 yuan, all paid by Lin Feng. After graduation, for 3 years, he partied at nightclubs every day, never working, constantly taking money from Lin Feng, totaling another 400,000 yuan. And Wang Meiling wasn't just Wang Yaozu's sister, she had 2 other brothers, Wang Guangzong and Wang Outyin, both of whom also went to university, their tuition and living expenses also paid by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was just an ordinary office worker. How could he afford such endless demands? Thankfully, his parents had retirement pensions to help support him. He was utterly done with his wife's family. Recalling all this, Lin Feng took a deep, calming breath. He remembered the scene from his past life. Following the same script as before, he looked at mother-in-law Lu Yufan. Mom, I understand. I'll figure something out. Get lost, you useless waste. By the time you figure something out, it'll be too late. I'm giving you 7 days. If you don't come up with a solution by then, you'll face the consequences. Mother-in-law Lu Yufan jabbed her finger into Lin Feng's chest. Hearing the threat, Lin Feng knew that in 7 days, his wife would likely fake her suicide again to manipulate him. Slap. Seeing Lin Feng still standing there stunned, mother-in-law raised her hand and slapped him again. Lin Feng covered his cheek, suppressing his fury as he whispered, Mom, don't be angry. I'll go figure something out right away. Satisfied, Lu Yufan nodded. Lin Feng turned and left the house. Downstairs, he glared up at the sky with a vicious expression. Bitch, since you want to fake your death to toy with me, I'll indulge you. He gritted his teeth. This life, he planned to make arrangements with the crematorium for his dear wife. But for now, the most important thing was to make money. His salary card was under Wang Meiling's control. His wallet contained only a few dozen yuan. Wang Meiling controlled him tightly. Even going out to drink with friends was forbidden unless someone else paid. But he couldn't unbind the salary card, now that would alert her. Thinking about making money, Lin Feng closed his eyes briefly, then suddenly had an idea. He worked as an editor at a new media company, writing social news stories, so he knew many things. He remembered that inside the walls of apartment 205, building 13, in the nearby Left Bank community, a bag of cash totaling 3 million yuan was sealed away. Chapter 2. The Revenge Plan. First, make money. A landlord renovating his home demolished a wall and directly uncovered a fortune of 3 million yuan. A story that once went viral online. Lin Feng had personally interviewed the landlord on site. The landlord showed him a bag of moldy banknotes, and there was original video evidence so the story was true. Thinking of this, Lin Feng walked to the entrance of the Left Bank community. This neighborhood was a 30-year-old complex, small in size, with apartments around 70 square meters. Prices were around 300,000 yuan. The person who bought this apartment intended to renovate it, and during demolition, discovered the 3 million yuan fortune. Thinking this through, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't have the money to buy the house. If he rented it, any money found during demolition wouldn't belong to him. If someone discovered the cash during demolition, the landlord would claim it. To safely claim this money, he had to buy the house outright and include a clause in the contract stating that all property within the apartment belonged to him. Don't underestimate this clause. With it, he could legally claim the entire 3 million yuan. Images of his parents flashed through Lin Feng's mind. If they pooled their resources, they might scrape together the money. But in his past life, his parents had suffered too much. Now reborn, how could he possibly burden them again? Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. He looked at it was Jingdong Finance. Seeing Jingdong Finance, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Right? He could use the loan from Jingdong Finance. Normally, no one would take out an online loan to buy a rundown old apartment. But Lin Feng knew there was 3 million yuan hidden in the wall she could easily repay the loan. With that thought, Lin Feng answered the call, chatted briefly with the finance customer service, and quickly activated the loan. Because his regular salary was decent and his credit was good, his loan limit was actually 320,000 yuan. Lin Feng scheduled a bank withdrawal, taking out the full 320,000 yuan, then immediately deposited it into another bank this way. Financial institutions generally couldn't trace the money's movement. Looking at the 320,000 yuan in his account, Lin Feng finally felt somewhat secure. He immediately went to a nearby real estate agency. The agent who greeted him was a young woman. "Sir, are you looking to rent or buy?" The girl was beautiful, with a ponytail, tall and slender, with fair skin. Her name was Song Qian. Lin Feng pointed toward the left bank community and smiled. "I want to buy a house here." Hearing this, Song Qian covered her pink lips, seemingly unable to believe anyone would actually buy a house in Left Bank. This neighborhood was old and run down. Its only value used to be the elementary school, but the school had already relocated to the new district. Left Bank had become one of the lowest priced neighborhoods in the old city, with price drops failing to attract buyers. And with the recent downturn in real estate, no one was interested. Still, Song Qian maintained a professional smile. "Sir, you truly have excellent taste. This neighborhood has very mature, supporting facilities, convenient transportation, and is slated for demolition. Plus, there's a metro line planned." Song Qian chirped on about the neighborhood's advantages. Looking at Song Qian's pretty face, Lin Feng felt a surge of desire. After his wife's suicide in his past life, consumed by guilt, Lin Feng cared for his in-laws and brothers-in-law. He dared not touch another woman because relationships cost money. But Lin Feng was a normal man. His needs were bottled up, repressed endlessly. So Lin Feng was parched. "Mr. Lin, did you hear what I said?" Song Qian asked with a smile. "I heard. I know this neighborhood. Well, you don't need to explain," Lin Feng replied bluntly. "It's old, run down, many units leak water. The only advantage is its proximity to the market. As for the so-called demolition and metro plans, they won't happen in 20 years. Lin Feng ruthlessly pointed out the neighborhood's flaws. He wasn't exaggerating. Even 20 years later, this neighborhood would see no metro plans, no demolition, just smoke and mirrors from realtors. "Mr. Lin, you're joking. Which unit caught your eye?" Song Qian asked, her face slightly embarrassed. Lin Feng glanced at the listings and indeed found Unit 205, Building 13, listed at 350,000 yuan. But Lin Feng knew the actual final sale price would be 280,000 yuan. "I'll take this one. Show me around." Lin Feng pointed at Unit 205. Song Qian nodded slightly and led Lin Feng into the Left Bank community with the keys. Left Bank was an old complex with no elevators. Song Qian walked ahead. She wore a black dress, black lace stockings, and black boots. Walking behind her, Lin Feng caught a faint, intoxicating scent of her skin. Perhaps due to his long abstinence, Lin Feng kept fantasizing about Song Qian, imagining peeling off her lace dress, picturing various ways to release himself. Lin Feng forcefully suppressed these thoughts, silently cursing himself. Indeed, he'd been starved too long. He licked his lips and followed Song Qian to Unit 205. Lin Feng looked around. The walls were extremely dilapidated, a few old pieces of furniture inside. It was a small 3-bedroom layout, 2 rooms facing south. He examined the wall near the kitchen. He remembered the buyer in his past life had discovered the money by demolishing this very wall. Now seeing the wall intact, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Lin, this layout is a golden floor plan," Song Qian said softly, leaning close to Lin Feng, detailing the unit's advantages. "I'll take it. 280,000 yuan, all cash. Plus an extra 30,000 yuan as your hardship fee," Lin Feng said with a suggestive look at Song Qian. "But how will you thank me? An extra 30,000 yuan hardship fee?" Song Qian's eyes sparkled at the number. With commission added, she'd earn over 30,000 yuan. "Are you married? Do you have kids?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. "Married, then divorced. No kids," Song Qian blushed slightly. As an adult, she naturally understood the implication in Lin Feng's words. "Call the landlord now. If they're willing to sell, we'll sign the contract today," Lin Feng told Song Qian. "Regardless of whether the deal goes through, I'll definitely pay your hardship fee for showing me the house. But that depends on you." Blushing, Song Qian bit her lip. She immediately called the original landlord. Soon, the landlord agreed to sell for 280,000 yuan. However, the landlord didn't appear in person, instead authorizing the agent to sign on their behalf. The remaining step was property transfer, which would take some time. For this reason, Lin Feng added supplementary clauses to the contract such as all rights to property and belongings within the apartment during the transfer period belonging to Lin Feng. The landlord naturally didn't care about the junk in the old house and had no objections to this addition. Also, Lin Feng had the right to renovate the house early. The landlord had even fewer objections after all. The aging house would certainly need renovation. After signing the agreement, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though the house wasn't fully his yet, he now had legal authority over all its contents and the right to renovate. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, Song Qian smiled, offering her congratulations. Even Song Qian hadn't expected such a smooth transaction. Lin Feng looked at her with a half smile. Don't forget our little agreement. Come on, let's go have a quiet drink together. Chapter 3. The Exquisite Young Woman. Song Qian. Upon hearing his words, Song Qian's cheeks flushed, especially as she found the man before her quite handsome. Lin Feng promptly led Song Qian to a nearby hot pot restaurant, where they shared a bottle of red wine, sipping leisurely. After finishing their drinks, they ventured to a nearby hotel to enjoy some tea, to awaken their senses and engage in conversation. During their chat, Lin Feng learned that Song Qian had been cast aside by her husband, who had secured a government position. Perhaps due to their shared experience of betrayal, their connection deepened as their conversation flowed effortlessly. The following morning, Lin Feng awoke with a sore back. As he bid farewell, he smiled gently at Song Qian, expressing his hope that they might each find suitable partners. Lin Feng, having lost faith in love, placed his trust solely in the beauty of women and their enchanting forms. His aspirations extended beyond mere revenge. He sought wealth and the pleasures of life, wishing to indulge in its fleeting splendors. Mr. Lin, meeting you is a stroke of fortune for me. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to call, Song Qian said softly, gazing at him with warmth. Allow me to serenade you with a song, she added. Taken aback by her invitation, Lin Feng felt it would be impolite to refuse. With a gentle rinse of her mouth, Song Qian began to sing a sweet melody. As the morning wore on, Lin Feng reluctantly rose to leave. Mr. Lin, what should I do if I wish to find you again? Song Qian asked, her beautiful eyes blinking playfully at him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng replied, Little Song. I am a man wounded by love, and my scars may never heal. Henceforth, I can only wander through the blossoms as a carefree rogue. Scoundrel! Song Qian retorted with a playful spit. You are a rogue too. Lin Feng could not help but respond, feeling as though this enchanting woman had nearly depleted his resources. He promptly transferred 30,000 yuan to Song Qian, only for her to return it, instead sending him a mere 99 yuan. Lin Feng stared at the paltry sum, bemused. Mr. Lin, you have brought me joy, so consider this 99 as my token of appreciation, Song Qian smiled, playfully pointing at his chest. Lin Feng felt a surge of irritation, pondering how to instruct Song Qian on her behavior. Did she truly regard him in such a manner? And to offer only 99 yuan. Mr. Lin, would you like to teach me a lesson? Song Qian teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Lin Feng chose to ignore her, seeing the lack of monetary exchange as an opportunity. With this 40,000 yuan, he could visit a nightclub in a few days and perhaps find another beauty to share drinks with. Mr. Lin, how shall we handle this property? Do you need recommendations for a renovation company? Song Qian inquired, looking at him intently. Lin Feng shook his head, stating, No need, I can handle the renovations myself. He preferred to keep the matter of wealth hidden within the walls to avoid unnecessary troubles. You seem quite eager to purchase this property. Is there a hidden business opportunity? Song Qian regarded the surroundings with suspicion. What are you thinking? It's merely for my parents to reside in, Lin Feng firmly denied, dismissing her speculation. You're a liar, Song Qian said, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Lin Feng wrapped his arm around her waist, chuckling. What if I told you that the walls conceal immense wealth? Would you believe me? Only a fool would believe that. If there were true wealth, the former owner wouldn't be in such a hurry to sell, Song Qian replied, shaking her head. Very well, let us wager. If you lose, you shall become mine. But you must not interfere with my private life. Lin Feng regarded Song Qian with amusement, finding no objection to accepting this spirited girl into his life. To live again in this world is to indulge in all its exquisite pleasures. Ah, Mr. Lin, Do you wish for me to be your little companion? To keep me? Song Qian gazed at Lin Feng with alluring eyes and a charming smile. I stood with my hands behind my back, observing Song Qian. Dare to wager? Humph. What is there to fear? With your physique, I have nothing to lose. I only dread that you may perish in a woman's embrace. Song Qian responded with a light scoff. Lin Feng turned to descend the stairs to fetch some medicine, thoughtfully applying it to Song Qian before setting off to the building materials market. This demolition was not to be entrusted to a renovation company. He intended to partake personally. Soon, he arrived at the market and acquired a wall-cutting machine, with the shopkeeper personally demonstrating its use. Lin Feng practiced for over half an hour before mastering it. Returning to room 205 in the left bank community, he noticed the lights were on and saw Song Qian standing within. Your agency has kept a spare key, I see. Lin Feng teased, unable to resist. I came to deliver the key to you, Song Qian pouted. Are you no longer in pain? Can you still walk? Lin Feng's gaze unexpectedly fell upon Song Qian's long, graceful legs. Get lost, Song Qian exclaimed shyly, rushing towards Lin Feng and delivering 2 playful punches to his chest. What? Do you wish to engage in a battle here? Lin Feng cheekily grasped Song Qian's fists. Who wants to battle with you? Dream on. I came to witness your wall demolition. I am curious about what extraordinary things lie within the walls. Song Qian had developed a curiosity after hearing Lin Feng mention this earlier, and coupled with the fact that he was indeed unforgettable. She found herself inexplicably drawn to the community. Put on a mask, Lin Feng instructed, handing her one. Song Qian donned the mask and followed closely behind him. Lin Feng approached the wall adjacent to the kitchen with the cutting machine in hand. He tapped the wall with a hammer, and it emitted a hollow sound. Oh, this wall is hollow. Upon hearing this, Song Qian recognized its emptiness. You possess a bit of professional knowledge. I thought you only understood the art of seduction. Lin Feng couldn't help but jest. You insufferable man. Song Qian retorted playfully. I have worked as a real estate salesperson for 3 months. I possess at least this foundational knowledge. With that, she picked up a hammer and began to pound the wall, which revealed a significant hollow area. This only heightened Lin Feng's excitement, confirming his belief that money was hidden within. Lin Feng seized the cutting machine, aligning it with the wall. The screeching sound of metal echoed as dust billowed into the air. He continued to carve openings in the wall, creating approximately 3 sizable holes. Once the holes were made, all he needed was to strike the wall with a hammer to break through. He handed the hammer to Song Qian. Song Qian hesitated, asking, Brother, could there be a corpse inside? You guessed correctly. There is a female corpse concealed within, hidden there by her husband. However, the family of the deceased is unaware. They are offering 3 million in reward for the recovery of her body, so finding it equates to discovering 30 million. Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he spun this little tale. Song Qian, upon hearing this, paled and took a few steps back. The thought of a body hidden within the wall was truly terrifying. Go ahead, Lin Feng urged, passing the hammer to her. Song Qian's lips quivered, not daring to accept the iron hammer Lin Feng extended to her. Lin Feng took out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and exhaled a puff of smoke before swinging the hammer forcefully against the wall. Chapter 4. Breaking the wall to uncover 3 million in cash. The wife's calculated plan with a resounding thud, Lin Feng struck the wall, producing a deafening sound. The wall crumbled instantly, debris cascading to the floor. Ah! Song Qian screamed in fright, covering her eyes and crouching down, her mind already conjuring images of the skeletal remains sealed within the wall. Stop screaming. Open your eyes and take a look at the wall, or else the evil spirits inside will come for you, Lin Feng teased with a grin. I won't, Song Qian protested, her voice tinged with tears as she kept her eyes shut. If you don't open your eyes, the ghost will truly catch you, Lin Feng mockingly threatened. Only then did Song Qian cautiously lower her hands, but what lay before her made her eyes widen in astonishment. Inside the wall were plastic bags, each filled with red bills. The entire wall was lined with these bags, all containing currency. Realization dawned upon her. Lin Feng had merely been scaring her. You scoundrel! Scaring me, she exclaimed, hitting Lin Feng in frustration. Lin Feng remained silent as he retrieved the money from the wall, totaling 6 bags, each containing approximately 50 bundles, with each bundle worth 10,000, amounting to 3 million in total. The bills appeared quite old, all outdated versions of currency, their age unknown. Alongside the money was a piece of parchment, densely inscribed with incomprehensible text. Here's 200,000. Use it to renovate the house. Consider it my landing pad. Lin Feng tossed the money to Song Qian. Biting her pink lip, Song Qian glanced at Lin Feng, her cheeks flushing as she accepted the cash. Remember our wager. Lin Feng turned around, teasingly eyeing her. Humph, you can't afford me. I'm quite extravagant, Song Qian huffed, looking at Lin Feng. Then playfully tracing her finger along his thigh with a flirtatious smile. And you must ensure I have enough provisions. Lin Feng, uninterested in her banter, pushed her against the wall. What are you doing? Song Qian's voice pierced the air. Don't fool around. It's dark, and the lights are broken. I'm merely fulfilling your request. And don't you find this environment more exhilarating? Lin Feng said, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Song Qian kicked Lin Feng in a frenzy, emitting muffled sounds of protest. It was not until deep into the night that Song Qian kicked Lin Feng once more before she steadied herself against the wall and left to hail a cab. Satisfied, Lin Feng descended the stairs, glancing back at the piece of parchment, pondering if it might be an artifact, potentially another source of profit. Upon returning to the hotel, his wife, Wang Meiling, messaged him, inquiring if he had made up his mind. Seeing her message, Lin Feng responded as he had in his previous life. Wife, please don't pressure me. Wang Meiling replied, Husband, I am not pressuring you. My younger brother needs a marital home for his wedding. If I don't help him, who will? You are also considered his brother. Suppressing his anger, Lin Feng retorted, What about our parents? Wang Meiling replied, I've told you countless times. Your parents are still young. They're currently working at my cousin's construction site to stay fit. I'm doing this for their benefit. Lin Feng responded, I will think it over. Wang Meiling pressed, You're pressuring me. Husband, I truly can't hold on any longer. Lin Feng abruptly shut off his phone. His gaze directed toward home growing increasingly frigid, anticipating his wife's fateful leap into the well in a few days to feign death. Meanwhile, within the confines of their home, Wang Meiling, in a fit of rage, hurled her phone onto the bed. Did that good-for-nothing agree? She demanded, her frustration palpable. Lu Yufan, her mother, observed Wang Meiling with a smirk. This heartless man is utterly selfish. Wang Meiling exploded in a torrent of curses. I even pleaded with him, yet he still refused. Lu Yufan trembled with indignation. I have never encountered such a self-serving man. He is too miserly to even give his brother-in-law a house. I told you from the start. This brother-in-law of ours is utterly inadequate. At that moment, her brother Wang Yaozu entered, sporting dyed hair and a cigarette, adorned with earrings. Honestly, you might as well divorce him. I remember your high school classmate returned. He is quite dashing and wealthy. Lu Yufan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Indeed. I have also seen Ji Chao. He drives a Ferrari and is rumored to be a billionaire now. Sister, you should marry Ji Chao. Wang Yaozu chuckled. Ji Chao is incredibly generous, 1,000 times better than that good-for-nothing Lin Feng, who is just a pauper. Wang Meiling hesitated at his words. Dear daughter, if you refuse to comply, I might as well jump into the well. Lu Yufan cried, collapsing onto the floor in despair. Wang Meiling nodded. Mother, I will certainly seek a divorce, but what about the years of my youth wasted? Indeed, hasn't my sister been taken advantage of by that Lin? He must compensate for the loss of youth. Wang Yaozu asserted fiercely. Lu Yufan's eyes glinted as she devised a plan. I have an idea. Not only can we secure a divorce, but we can also compel him to relinquish all his assets and serve our family for a lifetime. Mother, do tell. Wang Meiling and Wang Yaozu exclaimed eagerly. Lu Yufan, with a cunning glint in her eye, continued, We will arrange for a false ultrasound at the hospital, showing that you are carrying twins. Then, you can feign death after jumping into the well. Given his character, he will surely be consumed by regret, subsequently surrendering his fortune and serving us. No, I cannot die. Wang Meiling shook her head in alarm. How could we allow that? Wang Yaozu remained silent. Lu Yufan reassured her. Of course, we won't truly let you die. We will ensure you are rescued swiftly, and you will merely pretend to be dead. Then we can bribe the hospital staff to issue a death certificate, allowing you to escape this home and marry Ji Chao. Wang Meiling's eyes sparkled at the brilliance of the idea. Mother, you are truly a strategist among women. Wang Yaozu praised Lu Yufan with a thumbs up. Naturally, the deceased will need to be sent to the crematorium, and we will pay for a cremation certificate, Lu Yufan continued with a sinister smile. Then we will morally condemn that good-for-nothing, compelling him to hand over his assets and serve us dutifully. If that good-for-nothing refuses to yield his fortune, I will take the opportunity to beat him half to death. Wang Yaozu grinned coldly. Moreover, my sister will escape her suffering. The three of them continued to conspire. oblivious to the fact that Lin Feng had already set up listening devices in the room. Lin Feng lay in the hotel, listening to the conversation of the three individuals, his gaze growing increasingly cold. What an audacious family they were. Fortunately, he had been reborn and would not repeat the mistakes of his past life. At that moment, Lin Feng reached for the tea on the table, but suddenly felt a twinge in his wrist, causing the tea to spill across the surface. Damn it. That woman Song Qian has drained me completely. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter with a wry smile. He promptly grabbed a roll of paper towels to clean the table. But then something on the parchment caught his eye. Originally, it bore only text, yet now a bizarre image had emerged, leaving Lin Feng dumbfounded. Chapter 5. The Parchment Scroll and the Joyful Yoga Technique. In a hurry, Lin Feng took the parchment to the bathroom, rinsing it under running water. The images began to multiply, totaling 18, some depicting intertwined male and female figures, reminiscent of ancient erotic art. Each illustration was accompanied by annotations, rendering Lin Feng utterly astonished. He immediately took out his phone and searched for ancient characters online, discovering they were from the Eastern Han Dynasty. By comparing them, he managed to glean some meaning. This was a secret technique passed down from the Eastern Han era, a form of ancient Indian yoga that required both a man and a woman to practice in order to attain supreme bliss. The monks of ancient India believed this yoga was a legacy of the joyful Buddha, hence it was also referred to as the joyful yoga technique. Upon realizing the significance of the parchment, Lin Feng's expression turned serious. Without a doubt, it was a cultural relic with nearly 2,000 years of history. Perhaps its value exceeded 3 million. Yet Lin Feng was skeptical about the yoga technique itself. Working in a media company, he had heard all sorts of news and was not easily convinced. He tossed the parchment onto the bed. Exhausted from the day's events, he fell into a deep sleep. He awoke the next morning at 11, feeling rejuvenated, yet his mind wandered to matters of intimacy. Without hesitation, Lin Feng called Song Qian. Half an hour later, she arrived at the hotel. Lin Feng said nothing and simply instructed Song Qian to pose as he desired. "You scoundrel, thankfully I have studied dance." Song Qian bit her pink lips. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at Lin Feng. "Have you eaten something strange?" Lin Feng chuckled. "Your beauty and figure are the finest remedies. Which man could resist?" Upon hearing this, Song Qian shot him a playful glare, acknowledging his charming words. 6 hours later, both Lin Feng and Song Qian sat on the bed, drenched in sweat. "What kind of yoga was that? I won't do it again. It's too exhausting." Song Qian panted, her face glowing, looking as if one could squeeze water from it. Lin Feng laughed heartily. "Did you not notice my transformation?" At his words, Song Qian's eyes widened. Glancing at her phone, she realized 6 hours had passed. How absurd. Is that man a beast? Lin Feng, disinclined to explain further, decided the extraordinary image was too fascinating to sell. He would keep it close for further study. "I need that money to get out," Lin Feng suddenly remarked. Glancing at Song Qian, "Are you concerned about being investigated for the crime of possessing unaccounted wealth?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Song Qian immediately understood his meaning. Lin Feng nodded. The country's laws are exceedingly stringent, and unaccounted assets are subject to confiscation. One might consider visiting the stone garden, where gambling stones are prevalent. And one establishment specializes in such matters, albeit with a rather steep service fee of 15. Song Qian promptly provided an explanation. "I shall give you 20. Here are my father's identification and bank card." Lin Feng directly handed over his father's identification and bank card to Song Qian. He had not yet divorced Wang Meiling, and even the property he had recently purchased was under his mother's name. His parents' identification and several bank cards were in his possession, and whenever he needed to conduct business, he would have his parents fax some proxy agreements. "Aren't you afraid I might abscond with the money?" Song Qian remarked, half smiling, half serious. As she regarded Lin Feng, he playfully lifted her chin with his hand, grinning mischievously. "I have already conquered your sweet lips. Why would I fear your departure? Get lost, you disgusting man." Song Qian scolded Lin Feng in a mix of embarrassment and anger. It must be said that she had genuinely developed feelings for the man before her, especially during their yoga session earlier, where he exuded a certain charm that enchanted her. She found it hard to let go of him. "Besides, I have never lacked opportunities to earn money. Should you dare to abscond with my funds, I would undoubtedly track you down within 2 to 3 months, making you wish for death." Lin Feng cast a teasing glance at Song Qian, his gaze cold and piercing, sending a shiver down her spine. "Get lost. I wouldn't run away, you foul man. You can turn on me at any moment, like a dog. Song Qian felt a twinge of fear in response to Lin Feng's intense stare. This man inspired a sense of dread. Without hesitation, she departed with the bank card, identification, and 260,000 cash. Lin Feng checked his phone to find a message from the beautiful CEO of the company inquiring about his absence from work. The image of her stunning visage flashed through his mind. An exquisite beauty, daughter of a leader in Jiang City. Having been reborn, why would he return to work? Lin Feng murmured to himself, promptly sending a message to the beautiful CEO to request leave, intending to resign from the company in a few days. He then logged into the Hong Kong stock market. 3 million was merely his seed capital, while the real opportunities lay within the stock exchange. At that time, the Hong Kong market was bustling with activity, and Lin Feng recalled that the most astounding rise that year was from Tianhe Entertainment, which controlled a significant portion of the gambling industry. The financial report for Tianhe Entertainment was set to be released tomorrow afternoon, with profits expected to vastly exceed market predictions. Within half an hour, Tianhe Entertainment's stock surged by 45. Over the next 13 trading days, it skyrocketed tenfold, becoming the highest gaining stock worldwide that year. Lin Feng had deliberately penned an article about Tianhe Entertainment, which garnered over 10 million views. Thus, he was exceptionally well acquainted with the company. With a market capitalization of 2.3 billion, no one anticipated it would increase nearly 11-fold within a week. Moreover, the Hong Kong stock market allowed for leverage, ranging from 2 to 33 times, with entertainment stocks eligible for 33 times leverage. This realization stirred excitement within Lin Feng. He quickly rose from his bed and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Oh! Lin Feng gazed at his reflection in the mirror, taken aback by the subtle radiance adorning his face. Could this transformation be attributed to the joyful yoga technique? Even more intriguingly, he felt remarkably unburdened by fatigue. In times past, he would have found himself utterly drained, unable to rise from his bed. Moreover, Lin Feng sensed a significant lightness in his body. Upon inspecting his beer belly, he noticed it had shrunk slightly. This revelation filled him with immense joy. It is common knowledge that men of his age often develop a paunch that proves difficult to shed, yet here he was, witnessing a reduction in just one afternoon. Behold my formidable prowess. Lin Feng could not resist twisting his body before the mirror, his spirit soaring with exuberance. He proceeded to the gym located on the first floor of the hotel, which offered a discount for guests. Stepping onto the scale, he was delighted to find he had lost a kilogram. Additionally, he had gained considerable strength. What once felt arduous, lifting a 50-kilogram dumbbell, now seemed effortless. Just then, as Lin Feng hoisted the weights, a soft chuckle caught his attention. He looked up to find a tall, enchanting girl clad in white stockings, her fair skin radiant. Most astonishingly, her proportions were extraordinary, far surpassing the typical 30-60 measurements, and she was not wearing a bra. The girl was jogging on the treadmill, sipping a creamy yogurt drink, while her impressive figure swayed rhythmically. Lin Feng was momentarily captivated, his gaze drawn to her stunning curves. In colloquial terms, she appeared to be the ideal candidate for motherhood, yet he perceived her voluptuous form as possessing even more delightful potential. The girl cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng's groin. Goodness, could it be that I have caught her eye? He thought, suppressing an inner critique. Was it possible that the joyful yoga technique had bestowed him with an irresistible charm? Excuse me, sir, are you the most despicable man? The girl inquired with a playful smile, halting her run to address Lin Feng. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, genuinely perplexed by her sudden accusation. She pointed at his trousers, drawing his attention downward, and he was mortified to discover a palm-sized sticker affixed to his pants, emblazoned with the words, "I am the most despicable man," in 6 elegant characters. Chapter 6, Tricked by Song Qian, encountering the peach-like woman Song Qian. Lin Feng seethed. Gritting his teeth, it was undoubtedly her handiwork. He had been outwitted by this woman, mistakenly believing that his allure had drawn the girl toward him. He yanked at the sticker in frustration, only to find it steadfastly adhered. The 30-60 girl could not contain her laughter at his predicament. Mortified, Lin Feng hastily retreated, taking the fire escape to avoid further embarrassment. Fortunately, he encountered no one on his way up. Otherwise, his face would have been thoroughly humiliated. After changing into a fresh outfit, he returned to the gym, only to find the 30-60 girl still jogging. As she approached him, her sultry smile disarmed him. I thought you might be a pervert. Are you staying in the hotel upstairs? Apologies for the prank, Lin Feng said with a hint of remorse as he gazed at the young woman. Could we exchange WeChat? I shall treat you to a meal in return." The strikingly beautiful woman, with alluring 36D curves, cast a playful glance at him and smiled. "Are you suggesting that you wish to sleep with me?" "One might say so." Lin Feng replied candidly, unabashed in his desire. After all, who wouldn't want to win the heart of such an exquisite beauty? "If you are unafraid of a little scuffle, then pursue me," she declared boldly. The woman then pulled out her phone and scanned it, revealing her WeChat name, Peach. "Peach happens to be my nickname. My surname is Shui," she revealed, introducing herself fully. Lin Feng found himself momentarily bewildered. Indeed, there was a girl in the world named Shui Mitao. Yet, she was aptly named. Her figure, especially her remarkably alluring posterior, was a rare sight. Lin Feng had previously encountered such beauty in videos, assuming them to be enhanced by special effects. Yet here was the genuine article before him. As Shui Mitao turned to leave, she playfully pointed at Lin Feng's chest and abdomen. "Do some more exercise. I fancy men with well-defined pectorals and abs. You, however, do not quite fit the bill," she teased, her soft lips brushing against his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Her warm breath ignited a fire within him, leaving him longing to pluck this enticing peach. "While my pectorals and abdomen may not hinder my performance, they certainly affect my appearance," Lin Feng thought, his gaze unabashedly fixed on Shui Mitao's form, lingering with a hint of desire. "I shall await your efforts," she said, her hips swaying as she departed. Truly a captivating enchantress. Lin Feng did not linger long at the gym. Instead, he ascended to contemplate future financial endeavors. While money may not be omnipotent, it has the capacity to alleviate 99 of life's troubles. A man's worth is often gauged through his financial standing. For his quest for vengeance, he required funds, such as for a grand funeral for his supposedly deceased wife, an endeavor that would demand considerable resources. Ding! His phone chimed, and he glanced at a text notifying him of a deposit of 2.5 million yuan. Accompanying this were 2 contracts. The first indicated the purchase of an uncut stone for 1,000 yuan, while the second detailed the sale of a cut stone for 2.56 million yuan, with a commission of 60,000 yuan included. Thus, the entire sum of 2.5 million had been seamlessly credited to his account, leaving no trace of wrongdoing. Additionally, there was a video of the stone being cut, revealing a crystal-clear gem, albeit with an oddity about it. Lin Feng dismissed any concerns. As long as there were no flaws to uncover, he was content. He attempted to call Song Qian, planning to give her a stern talking to, only to have her abruptly hang up. She later messaged to inform him that she was at the hospital recuperating and would visit the hotel once healed. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, astonished at her fragility. He then made his way to the dining hall, suddenly recalling a saying from a text about the benefits of consuming lamb for those practicing joyful yoga, particularly lamb testicles, paired with ginseng and deer antler. The results would be even more remarkable. At present, Lin Feng instructed the hotel's chef to prepare soup according to his specifications. However, the establishment lacked deer antler, possessing only some cultivated ginseng, while sheep testicles were abundant. 2 hours later, the waiter served a fragrant bowl of sheep testicle soup, generously infused with 10 pieces of ginseng and 18 testicles. Lin Feng, feeling ravenous, relished the dish with remarkable speed, finishing the entire bowl with ease due to the chef's exceptional skills. At that moment, warmth enveloped him, particularly a comforting flow in his lower abdomen, and he sensed an increase in strength compared to before his meal. Lin Feng proceeded to the hotel's gym, opting for a weight of 100 kilograms, which he lifted effortlessly. He then selected 160 kilograms, managing it with equal ease and sustaining the lift for 30 seconds. He recalled that a past weightlifting champion's record was 160 kilograms. Astonishingly, this former overweight man now possessed strength comparable to that of a champion, leaving him with a dreamlike sensation. Subsequently, Lin Feng approached the punching bag. With a powerful kick, he sent the bag flying, striking the ceiling with a force that shook it. He was utterly astonished. The remarkable efficacy of the joyous yoga technique surpassed his expectations. Lin Feng felt confident that he could easily defeat a dozen ruffians with his bare hands. Yet, he still bore a slight belly and lacked muscle on his chest, indicating the need for continued training. Beyond these transformations, he felt a pervasive heat coursing through his body, akin to having a small furnace within. Was it due to the sheep testicles? Lin Feng cursed silently. He attempted to call Song Qian, only to discover her phone was turned off. Reluctantly, he abandoned the search. It was impractical to check every hospital. He returned to the hotel and took a cold shower, which subdued the fiery sensation. After his bath, night had fallen, and feeling bored, Lin Feng ventured to stroll by the nearby lake. Upon arrival, he spotted a stunning woman with a 36D figure jogging, her movements fluid and enticing. She wore a pink lace dress, her long, beautiful legs adorned with fashionable white lace stockings. As Lin Feng approached to greet her, a group of blonde thugs encircled the woman, effectively trapping her. "Hey, darling, come join us for a drink." One tattooed thug, with a snake inked on his back, leered at her. The woman furrowed her brow. "Leave me alone. I have no time for you." "Come on, sweetheart, don't be rude." The tattooed thug lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke directly in her face. Choking, the woman coughed violently. She hurriedly turned to flee but was intercepted by the thug, who reached for her chest. Infuriated, she kicked out, striking his thigh. "Ouch!" he yelped, clutching his leg and cursing. "Grab her. I'm going to make her pay." Several of his henchmen lunged at the woman, pinning her down, rendering her unable to escape. The tattooed man with yellow hair approached and struck Peach squarely across the face, causing a trickle of blood to escape from her lips. "You filthy woman, dare to kick me? Today, I shall unleash my brothers upon you," he snarled, his gaze filled with menace as he reached for her chest. Peach struggled furiously, but her resistance was futile. Just as the tattooed man's hand closed in, another hand intervened, seizing his wrist. The tattooed man glared up, his expression darkening as he spat. "Who are you to ruin my fun?" Peach glanced at the newcomer, recognition dawning upon her. He was the man she had encountered earlier at the gym. "Call the police," she urged Lin Feng. "Don't worry about me, just go." Realizing that this man was merely an ordinary individual and not a match for the ruffians, she felt a pang of concern. However, Lin Feng disregarded her plea, instead smiling at the tattooed man. "I am Wang Yaozu, from the West Alley." He cleverly concealed his true identity, opting to use his uncle's name to play the hero. "Yaozu? Damn it, I'll slap you too," the tattooed man hissed, baring his teeth as he swung his other hand towards Lin Feng's face. Without hesitation, Lin Feng caught the man's other hand and, with a swift motion, hoisted him up and spun around, launching the tattooed man several meters into the air, landing him squarely in the moat. Chapter 7. Peach's harassment and Lin Feng's heroic rescue. With a resounding splash, the tattooed man plunged into the moat, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. And Peach's eyes widened in disbelief. Though he was somewhat slender, he still weighed around 120 pounds. Yet Lin Feng had tossed him effortlessly over 8 meters into the water. This man possessed remarkable strength. "Get him! Attack that sneak!" The tattooed man shouted from the water, calling on his gang to confront Lin Feng. A horde of thugs, armed with steel rods, charged towards him. "You cowardly scoundrels, if you dare, face me one-on-one without weapons." Lin Feng couldn't help but curse at the sight. Nevertheless, he swiftly retreated, grabbing a bamboo pole from the nearby greenery. Its considerable length combined with his immense strength allowed him to swing the pole and knock down the first thug with ease. He then unleashed a flurry of blows upon the others, their cries of agony echoing as several fled in terror. The tattooed man in the moat stared in shock, bewildered by Lin Feng's ferocity. Lin Feng turned to him, grinning. "Do you think I could catch fish with this pole?" He brandished the bamboo rod, poised just 2 meters from the tattooed man, the thick pole promising a painful encounter. In a panic, the tattooed man chuckled nervously. "Brother, you're my brother. I was wrong to harass women. Just let me out, and I'll call the police myself. Otherwise, I shall bring this pole down upon you," Lin Feng warned, his smile unwavering. As Lin Feng spoke, he brandished a bamboo pole, striking the water's surface with a forceful thud that resonated like an explosion. A fish, swimming nearby, was shattered by the blow, and the streetlight illuminated the scene with a splash of blood. Subsequently, Lin Feng swung the bamboo pole towards the tattooed youth with yellow hair. Brother, I'll turn myself in." The tattooed youth shrieked, fearing that Lin Feng's strike would split his skull. At that moment, Lin Feng ceased his assault. The tattooed youth scrambled ashore and called upon a group of his delinquent companions, who used their phones to contact the police and confess. Soon, officers arrived, taking the gang away, while Lin Feng and Water Peach were required to accompany them to the precinct for statements. By the time they completed their accounts, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Water Peach looked at the man before her and gave him a thumbs up. "I shouldn't have mocked you or underestimated you during the day. It turns out you are a real man." Lin Feng gazed intently at Water Peach's flawless, porcelain-like cheek and smiled. Is this how you express your gratitude? It feels rather insincere. Noticing his gaze, Water Peach's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Do you wish to pursue me? If so, fulfill 3 conditions, and I may consider it. What are the 3 conditions? Lin Feng asked, intrigued. A sly smile crept across Water Peach's lips. First, my boyfriend must be wealthy. I have expensive tastes and he must be a billionaire. Secondly, he must be in good health. As for you, all I can discern is your ability to fight. Nothing else is evident. Becoming a billionaire isn't too difficult. Lin Feng replied. How will you test my physical fitness? He admired Water Peach's delicate neck and alluring figure. You will do 300 push-ups with me sitting on your back, and you must complete them within 3 minutes, Water Peach confidently stated as her second condition. That condition isn't too daunting, Lin Feng grinned at her. Water Peach playfully leaned closer, teasing him. What's wrong? Can't meet that requirement? Lin Feng shook his head. That truly isn't a challenge. Please share the third condition. Water Peach gazed at him for a moment before revealing. You have already met the third condition by bravely standing up to protect me. Thus, all you need to complete are the billionaire status and 3 minutes of 500 push-ups. Within 3 to 5 days, I shall claim you, my Water Peach. Lin Feng declared as he turned to leave. Water Peach watched his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought, before disappearing into the night. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Feng felt a surge of hunger and promptly requested the chef to prepare another bowl of soup, infused with 10 ginseng roots and 18 lamb testicles. The rich aroma of the soup delighted him, and after finishing his meal, Lin Feng felt invigorated, sensing a significant transformation within him. He took out his phone to listen to a recording, discovering that his mother-in-law, Lu Yunfen, had begun contacting the hospital and the crematorium, orchestrating a plan. He caught the names of 2 individuals, Su Ling from the 6th Hospital and Liang Kuan from the crematorium. Lin Feng accessed the official website of the 6th Hospital and learned that Su Ling was the head of the emergency surgery department, a stunningly attractive woman. The epitome of a captivating young lady. He then logged onto the crematorium's official webpage, discovering that Liang Kuan was a supervisor at the South City Crematorium. Lu Yunfen, the elderly woman, possesses quite an impressive network, which explains how she managed to arrange a false death certificate and cremation for Wang Meiling in her previous life. Lin Feng murmured to himself. In that past existence, Lin Feng's wife, Wang Meiling, was admitted to the hospital, and he rushed there only to be met with a critical condition notice. Subsequently, they declared her deceased, handing him a death certificate. Upon receiving this devastating news, Lin Feng nearly succumbed to unconsciousness, engulfed in profound sorrow and regret. He intended to send his wife off to the crematorium for her final journey, but was brutally restrained and beaten by his 3 brothers-in-law. Reflecting on it now, it was indeed this opportunity that led to his wife's departure, leaving him only with a forged cremation certificate and an urn. The mere thought of it filled Lin Feng with a furious bitterness. It occurred to him that Su Ling and Liang Kuan were also complicit in his plight, and he intended to deal with them harshly. However, he resolved to bide his time and first ensure his revenge before confronting them. Suddenly, while browsing the website of the 6th Hospital, Lin Feng noticed a comment beneath Su Ling's profile, stating that her husband was Liang Kuan from the crematorium. What a coincidence! They are indeed a couple. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim in annoyance. If they were married, his revenge would be all the more gratifying. This thought ignited a surge of excitement in Lin Feng as he slapped his thigh in delight. That night, he indulged in a restful sleep, and upon awakening the next morning, he instructed the chef to prepare a pot of mutton ball ginseng soup, attracting the attention of the cafeteria lady who stared at him intently. Startled, Lin Feng swiftly made his escape, although he had no aversion to meat. He was selective about the women he engaged with. Certainly, he would pass on the cafeteria lady. Leaving the hotel, he headed straight to the securities company, calculating that this afternoon, Tianhe Entertainment would enter a soaring phase, and if he delayed any longer, he would regret it. The securities firm, known as Shangjiang Securities, specialized in helping mainland investors open accounts for the Shangjiang stock market and boasted over 100 branches nationwide. As Lin Feng stepped into the securities company, he was greeted by a melodious voice. Lin Feng, you don't know how to trade stocks, do you? He looked up to find it was Shuamido. At that moment, she was clad in a fitted black professional outfit, as larger sizes were unavailable, which accentuated her figure. The V-shaped collar further enhanced her allure. What are you staring at? I'm asking you a question. Don't be foolish. Shuamido glared at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes. Lin Feng, with a smirk, glanced at her name tag. I didn't realize you were the manager of this securities firm. Of course, I graduated from the finance department of Xianjiang Chinese University. Shuamido replied with a hint of arrogance, her gold-rimmed glasses lending her an air of a cold, elegant femme fatale. Lin Feng was astonished to discover that Shuamido was indeed a top student from the finance department. You know, trading stocks requires specialized knowledge. Otherwise, one risks losing everything. She advised him, having witnessed too many individuals facing financial ruin at the securities company. The Xianjiang stock market allows leverage up to 33 times, making it akin to a thrilling roller coaster ride, where a moment of carelessness could lead to one's downfall. Such advice doesn't quite fit the role of a competent manager. How can you dissuade people from trading stocks? Lin Feng approached the peach blossom, chuckling softly. The delicate fragrance of her perfume wafted through the air, and he couldn't shake the impression that a hint of a lacteal aroma lingered nearby. It is said that certain women, referred to as lacteal women, possess this rare scent, which can stimulate a man's hormones. Such women are exceedingly uncommon, with perhaps only one among 1,000. This fragrance is attributed to an overabundance of certain hormones, enabling even non-pregnant women to nurture infants. Studies suggest that encounters with such women could provoke criminal behavior in men, prompting some to mask their natural scent with special perfumes. During their prior meetings, it seemed Peach Blossom had employed such fragrances to conceal her aroma. Unable to resist, Lin Feng inhaled deeply, a look of enchantment spreading across his face. Observing his reaction, Peach Blossom, irritated, delivered a swift kick to his foot, exclaiming, "Did you even hear what I said?" "I did, but for you, I am willing to listen. For this is the only way I can become a billionaire in the shortest time possible," Lin Feng replied earnestly, gazing intently at Peach Blossom. Her eyes narrowed in frustration. Why wouldn't he heed her warning? "As your benefactor, is this how you treat me upon my arrival in your territory?" Lin Feng turned towards the manager's office and noticed a sofa within. Peach Blossom led him there, instructing him to recline on the couch. "I'm telling you, why won't you listen? The Hong Kong stock market is perilous," she continued to implore. Reclining, Lin Feng looked at her and said, "Could you please massage my lower back? I strained it while throwing someone yesterday, and it hurts." After a moment's hesitation, Peach Blossom reluctantly allowed him to lay down. Her hands were remarkably soft, and as they worked on his body, Lin Feng felt an immense sense of relief. "Please also rub my abdomen. I was struck by a thug last night, and it feels as though my insides are about to burst," he said, flipping onto his back to gaze up at her. "Hit in the abdomen?" Peach Blossom regarded him skeptically, recalling how fiercely he had fought the previous night. She hadn't seen any thug strike him there. Sensing her doubt, Lin Feng chuckled and explained, "It was dark, and with so many people around, neither of us could see clearly, but my abdomen truly aches. And not just in one spot." With that, Lin Feng closed his eyes and rested. After a while, he felt her gentle, almost fragile hands pressing against his abdomen, massaging him softly, igniting a warmth within him. He opened his eyes to find Peach Blossom's face flushed with color. "Could you do this every day?" "This injury has lingered for 3 years. He could not help but ask. "Get lost," Peach Blossom retorted, slapping his abdomen, her eyes narrowing in irritation at his audacity. It was evident that this man was not to be underestimated. Lin Feng winced from the pain of her strike. "What are you two doing?" At that moment, a harsh and furious voice echoed through the air. Lin Feng looked up to see a tall, blond man standing at the doorway. His face contorted with rage as he glared at Lin Feng, seemingly wishing to end his life. "Manager David, this is my friend. He was injured while protecting me, and I am merely helping him with a massage." Watermelon Peach displayed a hint of disdain upon seeing David. His complexion turned a shade of iron as he retorted, "Injuries can be treated at the hospital. This is a workplace." As he spoke, he withdrew 2 red bills from his wallet and flung them at Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, stood up, and retaliated by slapping the money back at David. "You scoundrel, how dare you disrespect me? You are courting death." David pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, shouting, "I challenge you to a duel." "A duel with me?" Lin Feng observed David with a wry smile. "What if you lose?" "Me lose? How could I possibly lose to a pathetic wretch like you? I could take on 10 of your kind." David sneered, looking down on Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, do not engage in a duel with him. He is a madman," Watermelon Peach urgently whispered to him. "If I cannot deal with someone of his caliber, how can I hope to pursue you?" Lin Feng reassured Watermelon Peach with a gentle pat on her shoulder. Very well. Let us settle this after work in the park. David's expression turned menacing as he spoke. Lin Feng, with an air of mockery, replied, I do not favor procrastination. Why wait until noon for a duel? We can settle this right here in the office. Lin Feng. Watermelon Peach had intended to find a moment to pull him away. Yet Lin Feng was now set on confronting David. David, upon hearing this, raised his thumb in acknowledgement. Good. You possess courage. It appears Watermelon Peach has not shared my history with you. Oh, let me hear your boast, Lin Feng said, turning to sit on the sofa. I am David, a practitioner of Muay Thai, and I have once triumphed in a boxing championship in England. I hold an 8th degree black belt in Muay Thai. David proclaimed with pride as he shed his upper garment, revealing his formidable muscles. Lin Feng glanced at Watermelon Peach, who nodded and said, Lin Feng, David is indeed formidable. He is killed in underground rings. Come, I will take you to safety. As she spoke, Watermelon Peach grasped Lin Feng's arm, attempting to lead him away. However, David blocked their path, pointing at Lin Feng and berating, You little wretch, hiding behind a woman. What sort of cowardice is that? Let us fight. I will cripple you with one punch. Lin Feng ignored David's taunts, turning to Watermelon Peach with a smile. Watermelon Peach, please turn off the cameras in your office. Since David wishes to visit the hospital, I shall oblige him. Upon hearing this, Watermelon Peach had no choice but to shut the door and turn off all the cameras in the office. A vicious glare crossed David's face as he stared at Lin Feng with a sinister grin. You dare to turn off the cameras? Very well. This way you cannot accuse me of wrongdoing. Lin Feng, uninterested in further banter, stated, David, let us begin. I have no time for idle chatter. David assumed a fighting stance, his body moving rhythmically before Lin Feng. Then he launched a punch aimed at Lin Feng's head. Yet Lin Feng had already made his move, swiftly evading and delivering a powerful kick to David's abdomen. Chapter 9. A kick that sent David flying, entering Tianhe Entertainment. Bang! David was sent flying like a sandbag by Lin Feng, landing 3 to 4 meters away, colliding directly with the computer desk. Subsequently, he rolled off the desk and lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen, his face contorted in pain. Wow! Exclaimed Watermelon, covering her delicate lips, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Lin Feng. Such ferocity. He had effortlessly sent David sprawling. It seemed TNT exerted his full strength when dealing with those petty thugs last night. Lin Feng approached David, mocking him, esteemed king of boxing. Do you require a trip to the hospital? If so, I can assist you in making a call. David, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, struggled to lift his head, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Feng. Despicable. You are unprincipled, attacking me unexpectedly. Lin Feng gazed at David with disdain, chuckling. David, you threw the first punch, yet your strikes were as slow as those of a 3-year-old child in my presence. Are you unaware of the ancient wisdom of our nation? What wisdom? David's expression darkened, seething at the insult to his speed. In the world of martial arts, only speed surpasses all. Lin Feng continued. Your pace is woefully sluggish, and your strength is feeble. To me, you are even inferior to a 3-year-old. I doubt your title of champion was earned through merit. With a scornful glance, he added, and with your caliber, you dare to pursue Watermelon? At these words, veins bulged on David's forehead, his desire to eliminate Lin Feng palpable. Yet the agony in his abdomen rendered him unable to move. Lin Feng, indifferent to David's plight, rose and took Watermelon by the hand, heading towards the hall to open the door. Watermelon personally aided Lin Feng in his transaction, and when she witnessed him depositing 2.5 million, she chuckled. You truly are something else. Enough chatter, immediately grant me access to Tianhe Entertainment with a 33-fold leverage. Lin Feng checked his phone, noting that the current valuation of Tianhe Entertainment was 82. He recalled that in his previous life, the lowest price for Tianhe Entertainment during those days was precisely this figure, ensuring that entering now would not result in a margin call. You've lost your mind. A 33-fold leverage? Should the stock price drop by 21, you will be liquidated. Watermelon had never encountered such a reckless man. Utilizing a 33-fold leverage, Lin Feng's 2.5 million would amplify to 82.5 million in stock purchases. However, given the leverage rules, if the actual stock value plummeted by 70, the stocks would face mandatory liquidation, often without time to sell off. With a 33-fold leverage, should the stock value decrease by 21, Lin Feng's holdings would incur a loss of 1.75 million, which would constitute 70 of his 2.5 million. Thus, a mere drop of 21 in stock price would lead to a forced liquidation, leaving him with nothing. Throughout her years in the industry, she had witnessed countless individuals collapse under the weight of 33-fold leverage, some even resorting to tragic ends. Lin Feng, with unwavering confidence, smiled at Watermelon. If the stock doubles, my assets will approach 100 million. The first condition is nearly within reach. Watermelon, slightly moved by his ambition, shook her head. Lin Feng, do not act so recklessly. I shall forego the first condition. You need not go to such lengths for me. Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, David drew closer. If you're a man, continue playing. Don't waver. 33 times the leverage. Quite impressive. David jeered at Lin Feng. David, you must refrain from provoking clients. You are in violation of company regulations. The delicate brow of Peach, the peach blossom, furrowed slightly, for it seemed that Lin Feng would not easily relinquish the 33-fold leverage. Lin Feng raised his head, gazing mockingly at David. David, if you are a man, let us engage together. I possess more courage, more audacity, and undoubtedly more wealth than you. David, upon hearing this, pointed at Lin Feng with scorn. Foolish pig, I will not fall for your tricks. You are nothing but a pauper, and I refuse to stoop to your level. Lin Feng stood up, edging closer to David with a smile that was more jest than sincerity. David, Peach has been quite helpful to me in the office. Her touch was truly delightful. David's expression darkened at this remark. Do not let Peach look down upon you. In truth, she does disdain you. You are rather timid, which is why I am able to approach her, and in the future, I may even secure her maternity leave. Lin Feng continued to provoke David. Moreover, this competition serves as yet another contest between us, coward. With a crack, David's veins bulged, his gaze turning icier as he fixed it upon Lin Feng. Coward. Lin Feng taunted, extending his pinky finger in a mocking gesture. David was thoroughly incensed, fixing his stare on Lin Feng. Very well, I shall engage you in a wager. The loser must leave Peach. Lin Feng clapped his hands in delight, eager to rid himself of David, this despicable creature. According to Peach, he was also from the Chinese University of Hong Kong and had followed her to this city. David promptly took out his phone, depositing 2.5 million yuan into his account, then mysteriously stepped out to make a call. What are you betting on with him? Peach shot Lin Feng a disapproving glance. Many members of David's family are entrenched in the financial system, and he is quite well informed. He could purchase any stock without suffering a loss. I never engage in ventures without certainty. Lin Feng, eyeing Peach's chest with a mischievous grin, remarked, your scent is truly enchanting. In the future, when you are with me, you must not mask it with perfume. You have a dog's nose. Peach's cheeks flushed at his words. She herself could not detect it. Yet Lin Feng had, revealing that she had rushed out that morning and applied less perfume than usual. Checking his phone, Lin Feng noted that Tianhe Entertainment's trading price was 825, exactly 10 million shares, a price slightly exceeding his expectations. This was likely influenced by his recent influx of capital. Though it mattered little, the overarching trend of this stock would remain unchanged. Moreover, with Tianhe Entertainment's substantial capital, the decisions made therein were largely impervious to the whims of the average investor. David re-entered, sporting a confident grin. David, what stock did you purchase? Lin Feng inquired with keen interest. David shook his head. Do not presume to think I will share my stock choice with you. David, you are mistaken. I am merely looking out for you. To prevent any losses, Lin Feng feigned concern. Could I possibly make a mistake? As a supervisor at Xianjiang Securities, would I err? My family has numerous connections in the financial sector, many of whom work in international investment banks. Would I truly misjudge? David chuckled at Lin Feng's words. David, I have already acquired shares in Tianhe Entertainment. I will impose an additional condition. Should you purchase any stock other than Tianhe Entertainment during our wager, I shall consider myself the loser. Lin Feng expressed his eagerness to discern what stock David had chosen, recalling certain notably poor performers from his previous life in the Xianjiang stock market. For instance, companies such as Maca Fresh and Tonggao Group have garnered significant attention from investment banks, only to subsequently experience a dramatic plunge in their stock prices. Among them, Maca Fresh was exposed for a major food safety incident, leading to a staggering 30% drop within mere seconds of the revelation, ultimately culminating in a 72% decline for the day. Meanwhile, the vice president of Tonggao Group absconded with his sister-in-law, secretly founding a new company that siphoned off a substantial portion of the old company's business, Upon the announcement of this news, the stock plummeted by 41. Consequently, investors who had bet on these two stocks faced devastating losses, with Lin Feng recalling instances of leveraged investors losing their entire accounts in mere moments. David, with a hint of arrogance, proclaimed, "Listen closely, I invested in Maca Fresh, too. 5 million at 33 times leverage." Chapter 10. A bet with David on stocks. Lin Feng, upon hearing that David had leveraged his investment in Maca Fresh to such an extreme degree, could not suppress a laugh. Maca Fresh unequivocally deserved the title of the most abysmal stock in Hong Kong for the year, without contest. "What are you doing?" David exclaimed. His face splattered with tea as he angrily pointed at Lin Feng. Had he not been outmatched, he would have readily slapped Lin Feng. It dawned on Lin Feng that the tea he had just expelled had landed squarely on David's face. "I'm so sorry, David. I truly didn't mean to." Lin Feng hurriedly offered an apologetic smile and extended a tissue towards David. As a civilized individual, he would never intentionally splatter someone's face. The news of David's investment had simply provoked an involuntary reaction. With a face ashen as a storm cloud, David disregarded Lin Feng's tissue and stormed off towards the restroom. Peach, standing nearby, was taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity in provoking David. "I genuinely didn't mean it," Lin Feng chuckled. "It's simply hilarious that David invested in Maca Fresh." "Peach, now serious," remarked Lin Feng. "You may very well lose this round." "Why is that? Is there some inside information?" Lin Feng questioned, his gaze fixed on Peach, sensing a deeper understanding in her demeanor. Peach elucidated. "David's uncle is the chief accountant for Maca Fresh, and their family holds a considerable stake in the company, reportedly making them the second largest shareholder. Thus, David possesses a more profound insight into Maca Fresh than anyone else. His ability to wager 5 million with 33 times leverage undoubtedly indicates he is privy to favorable news about the company." Lin Feng was astounded by Peach's explanation, realizing the depth of David's connections. He recalled that Maca Fresh indeed had numerous foreign investors, likely affiliated with David's family. But what did that matter? The exposure of Maca Fresh came from its formidable competitors, who enjoyed an excellent reputation domestically. "Fear not, stock prices are not always dictated by shareholders. Just wait and watch the spectacle unfold," Lin Feng whispered playfully into Peach's ear. "Are you worried about my potential loss? Are you reluctant to part with my formidable impact? Go away." Peach's cheeks flushed crimson, embarrassed by Lin Feng's irreverent demeanor in a professional setting. Lin Feng reflected that the scandal regarding Maca Fresh was disclosed at 12:20 p.m., while the positive news regarding Tiana Holdings was revealed at 3:30 p.m., with two announcements made consecutively. The time now is 12:13. "Water Peach, do you trust me?" Lin Feng suddenly glanced at Water Peach. "Trust you?" Water Peach hesitated. After all, she had only known Lin Feng for 2 days, and trust was not easily established. However, he had saved her, and she did not want to utter words that might embarrass him. "If you trust me, follow me and invest in Tianhe shares with a leverage of 33 times, Lin Feng said earnestly to Water Peach. "I assure you, you will become a little wealthy lady." Water Peach chuckled softly at his words, looking at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, are you recommending stocks to me, someone from a securities firm? Have you lost your mind? People from your industry may not be as competent as you think, and I possess quite a bit of information myself." Lin Feng's tone exuded immense confidence. "Don't tease me. However, I could manage a 6-fold leverage." Water Peach bit her pink lip, took out her phone, and began trading. "Wow, you are truly wealthy. I can't believe you are actually a rich lady." Lin Feng leaned over to glance at Water Peach's phone, only to discover her account balance was a staggering 10 million. Goodness, is there any fairness in this world? He had assumed Water Peach was merely well off, but it turned out her bank account reflected the same affluence. "I have to get to work now. I can't chat any longer," Water Peach said sweetly, pointing to the many people in the lobby waiting in line. Lin Feng, unable to resist, playfully grabbed Water Peach's behind, and to his surprise, it felt as soft as water, making him regret his impulsive action. "Ah!" Water Peach squealed at his touch, her voice enchanting and captivating, drawing the attention of everyone in the lobby, especially the men who stared in astonishment. Water Peach's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe peach, and she shot Lin Feng a fierce glare before turning to assist a client in opening an account. At that moment, David emerged from the restroom, having overheard the commotion, and fixed a menacing gaze on Lin Feng. Lin Feng met his glare unflinchingly. "Country bumpkin, I've done my research on you. You are merely an editor at a new media company, and you're too 5 million assets must be the result of you emptying your pockets, perhaps even incurring substantial debt. David looked at Lin Feng with disdain. What capital do you possess to pursue Water Peach? Do you have any idea how much her annual expenses are? You and I are not even in the same league. Lin Feng shook his head, mocking him. David, I believe women are not solely attracted to wealth. They are also drawn to strength. You are utterly weak in my presence, belonging to this category. He pointed his pinky finger downwards. Snap. David's expression soured. Humph, strength alone is no better than a lapdog in a nightclub. Lin Feng leaned closer to David, smiling. I am not only strong, I am also affluent. You are absolutely hilarious. With your meager funds, you consider yourself wealthy? David scoffed, his face a mask of derision. Furthermore, I have consulted an authoritative agency about Tiana Entertainment. Today, the stock will experience fluctuations. Prepare to lose everything. You will become a pauper. Lin Feng, uninterested in David's words, held his phone, awaiting news. Meanwhile, David took out a bottle of red wine and leisurely sipped it while sitting across from Lin Feng. 6 minutes later, a broadcast echoed throughout the lobby. Please remain quiet. In 30 seconds, Dog-Nose International Media will interrupt with news regarding the listing of a maca company. As soon as this news broke, the hall fell into a profound silence. Dog-Nose International Media is renowned as one of the most prominent financial media outlets, wielding considerable influence. Even the peach-scented assistant, who was assisting others with their transactions, turned her gaze towards the broadcast. David wore a smug smile as he looked at Lin Feng, exclaiming, Maca Fresh will announce a significant positive development. My victory is assured. The peach-scented assistant approached Lin Feng and playfully tapped his forehead with her finger, saying, You can still withdraw your bet. Lin Feng, half-jokingly, replied, What do you take me for? Though you cannot catch up with me, I still consider you a friend. The peach-scented assistant smiled at Lin Feng and said, If you lose all your money, I'll hire you as my nanny. David, observing their flirtatious banter, felt a surge of irritation. Upon learning that the peach-scented assistant had also invested in Tiana Entertainment at Lin Feng's suggestion, envy consumed him. Peach-scented assistant, you bought Tiana Entertainment? Have you lost your mind? Invest in Maca Fresh with me. There's still time. David urged her, stepping closer. The peach-scented assistant shook her head in response. David, I've made my decision, and it is unchangeable. You should know that. Then brace yourself for losses, David scoffed coldly. The peach-scented assistant remained silent, and Lin Feng, uninterested in David's provocations, turned his attention to the large screen. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8. Excitement flickered across David's face. 1. Dog-Nose International Media announced, according to reports from the government, a severe food safety incident has occurred at Maca Fresh's mountain store, resulting in 45 people suffering from food poisoning. Dog-Nose International Media further reported, the government has received allegations that Maca Fresh has been adding significant amounts of carcinogenic substances to its food. An inspection team has been dispatched to investigate this matter. Chapter 11. David's catastrophic loss, account reduced to 0. The news from Dog-Nose International Media left everyone in the room in shock. Maca Fresh is a leading brand in the domestic fresh food dining sector, boasting a high-end positioning and claiming that all its seafood is sourced from Antarctica. Many patrons love to visit Maca Fresh to check in and share on social media, and the brand operates 312 dedicated fresh food outlets. Maca Fresh is hailed as the unicorn of the fresh food industry. Yet, a significant food safety incident had transpired within such a reputable dining establishment. Impossible. David reacted as though struck by lightning upon hearing the news. Many attendees held shares in Maca Fresh and hastily pulled out their phones to sell their stocks. The peach-scented assistant also hurriedly took out her phone to sell, as she had purchased some shares at a low price months prior. Lin Feng lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke as he observed the stock price of Maca Fresh on the large screen. The share price stood at 45 yuan, visibly plummeting. 45, 44, 36. Within 3 seconds of the announcement, the price had already dropped from its peak of 45 to 36 yuan, a decline of 20, and the descent continued unabated. David suddenly gasped, quickly grabbing his phone only to discover that his account balance had vanished. Theoretically, his funds would be liquidated once the value fell by 70. But the speed of this decline was too rapid to react in time. Thus, the system could only automatically lower the bid, resulting in the total depletion of David's funds. David stared at his phone account, disheartened, his face flushed with anger. Just moments ago, he had boasted about his insider knowledge. only to be swiftly disillusioned. Lin Feng looked on with evident glee. Do not be too pleased with yourself. Your Tianhe entertainment will inevitably face ruin. According to insider information, a significant adverse announcement is imminent today. David glared at Lin Feng, exasperated. Lin Feng chuckled heartily at David's dismay, proclaiming, Mr. David, I shall refer to you as a contrarian indicator. We'll see about that, David retorted, his face trembling with fury as he stormed back to his office. Lin Feng raised his pinky finger in mock salute, only to turn around and find the enchanting Shui Mitao gazing intently at him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Mitao, please refrain from looking at me in such a manner, Lin Feng teased. How much have you lost? He inquired. Mitao shook her head, letting out a huff. Who do you look down upon? I haven't lost money, merely earned less. As she spoke, her eyes remained fixed on Lin Feng's face, particularly his eyes. Why do you regard me so? Lin Feng half joked. Shall we retreat to the restroom for a little sparring? Get lost, you scoundrel. And you're still married. Yet here you are, flirting around, Mitao retorted, her tone a mix of embarrassment and reproach. Lin Feng was taken aback. Mitao had thoroughly investigated his background. What? Out of words? You're not planning on engaging in an affair, are you? I refuse to play the role of a mistress, she said, biting her rosy lip as she retreated to her office. Lin Feng followed her inside, pulling out a cigarette and taking a deep drag. I find it difficult to discern you. From what I've gathered, you are a responsible and brave man, yet. Mitao closed the office door, intent on having a serious conversation without wasting each other's time. Lin Feng approached her, a hint of regret in his demeanor. I sincerely apologize for concealing certain matters. However, my marriage is effectively over. Why? Mitao asked as she brewed him a cup of tea. I see sorrow and pain in your eyes. Will you share? Lin Feng offered no excuses and recounted the troubles at home. Upon hearing his explanation, Mitao trembled with indignation. How can such shameless women exist in this world? This is akin to a super Voldemort, she exclaimed. If I were to remain despite this, the ensuing revelations would shatter your worldview. Lin Feng sighed, pulling out his phone. He played a recording featuring his wife, Wang Meiling, his mother-in-law, Lu Yufan, and his brother-in-law, Wang Yaozu, discussing their plans for a fabricated ultrasound, colluding with the crematorium and hospital staff to orchestrate a tragic performance that would compel Lin Feng into servitude for their family. This is utterly disgraceful. Mitao fumed. I thought such absurdities only existed in novels, yet here they are in reality. She looked at Lin Feng with newfound sympathy. Had she not discovered the truth early, he would have likely been enslaved to that family for life. Suddenly, she noticed Lin Feng gazing at her with a hint of mischief. Realizing that her excitement had caused a button to pop off, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, she gasped in alarm. Oh my! Lin Feng gaped, recalling his usual indulgence in yogurt drinks. That scoundrel! Shui Mitao's cheeks flushed crimson as she landed a punch on Lin Feng's head, hastily adjusting her clothing. Lin Feng swallowed greedily, the sound of his gulp causing Shui Mitao's face to redden further. Scoundrel, what are you thinking? Shui Mitao angrily stepped on Lin Feng's foot. Lin Feng chuckled. I'll go outside and buy you a piece of clothing. No need. I have some in my office. Just step outside. I'll change, Shui Mitao insisted, one hand gripping her collar while the other attempted to push Lin Feng away, though her efforts proved futile. I'll close my eyes, I swear on my honor, Lin Feng declared earnestly, gazing at Shui Mitao. Bah! Shui Mitao scoffed at his integrity. Lin Feng turned and lay on the sofa, burying his head within its cushions. Shui Mitao casually tossed a piece of clothing onto his head. Goodness, are you trying to tempt me? Lin Feng exclaimed, discovering it was a pair of black stockings, faintly scented with Shui Mitao's fragrance, which made him involuntarily sneeze. Don't peek, Shui Mitao's soft voice chimed. Rest assured, I swear on my honor, Lin Feng quickly assured her. Shui Mitao remained skeptical of his integrity and tossed several more garments onto him. Lace dresses, lingerie, purple stockings, one by one, they obscured Lin Feng's face. All right. Shui Mitao's voice rang out. Lin Feng hastily lifted his head, removing the clothing from his face. Shui Mitao chuckled at the sight before her. Lin Feng was struck by the beauty of the woman before him. Her face was as exquisite as an angel's, her lips a seductive crimson, and her eyes possessed an enchanting allure that could ensnare any man's soul. Previously, Lin Feng had been oblivious to the meaning of soul-stealing. Now he understood it thoroughly. Can I add a condition? I do not wish to be a mistress, Shui Mitao said earnestly, gazing into Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng replied softly, "I will handle my affairs carefully. Remember our wager." Shui Mitao looked at him with a flirtatious smile. "I await your return." With that, she swayed her alluring hips and departed. Lin Feng took out a small notebook he always carried, jotting down matters from his past life that pertained to his future financial endeavors. Before long, it was 3:29 p.m., and an announcement echoed through the hall. In half a minute, an important message will be broadcast. Lin Feng promptly rose and made his way to the hall, where many people were gathered, their expressions a mix of tension and anticipation. David approached Lin Feng with a hint of provocation. "According to my reliable sources, Tiana Entertainment will face significant negative news. Prepare to be impoverished. I can just barely withstand a loss of 2.5 million, but you will lose everything." Lin Feng regarded David with amusement. "Are you so certain?" "Absolutely." David nodded affirmatively. Lin Feng, uninterested in further dialogue with David, approached Shui Mitao, who was also gazing at the large screen, her investment of 10 million with a six-fold leverage weighing heavily on her mind. According to the latest news from Dog Nose Media, the actual profits of Tiana Entertainment have exceeded market expectations by 30, and it will soon acquire 3 additional licenses. Furthermore, Outao will launch an online gambling service, allowing individuals from around the globe to engage in betting activities through its official website. Chapter 12. The surging profit of Tiana Entertainment. Earning 60 million a day. The 2 pieces of news regarding Tiana Entertainment left everyone present in utter astonishment. Goodness! The profits of Tiana Entertainment have surpassed market forecasts by 32. The profitability of the gambling industry is truly staggering. The market had anticipated a quarterly revenue of $2.4 billion, but it has now reached $3.6 billion. Even more alarming is the implementation of new policies. Many individuals wish to visit Outao for gambling, yet some lack the time, and others are unfamiliar with Outao, significantly impacting the gambling business. However, Tiana Entertainment has astonishingly launched an online service accessible to the entire world, which is simply incredible. This will undoubtedly yield an enormous influx of profit. The stock price of Tiana Entertainment is poised to skyrocket. The entire hall was ablaze with excitement as investors erupted in jubilation, many flushed with enthusiasm as they held shares in Tiana Entertainment. Some were lamenting, having previously considered investing in Tiana Entertainment and recently sold their shares. David stood there, utterly dumbfounded. The enchanting Peach stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng, realizing that this man was about to amass a fortune, and she too would likely benefit greatly. Lin Feng beamed at the large screen. Just moments ago, the stock price of Tiana Entertainment was at $8.25 per share, which surged to $9 within seconds, then raced towards $10. Turning around, Lin Feng looked at David with a smug smile. "David, I've won this round. Have you been misled? Why are all your sources contradicting the facts? Is this what you refer to as your family's influence?" Peach also glanced at David, who belonged to a powerful family, especially within the financial sector. Yet, receiving contradictory information twice indicated that David had clearly been misled. Snap! David's expression darkened as he stood there, rendered speechless by Lin Feng's taunts. "David, accept your losses gracefully. Following me will lead to better days," Lin Feng remarked, patting David on the shoulder with a grin. "Humph, even if you pick the right stock, it matters not. My family's wealth is still far greater," David retorted with a cold snort. "Oh my goodness, it's rising too rapidly, now at $11. A gasp arose from the crowd. "How can I even buy in?" Another voice exclaimed. "Tiana Entertainment has gone mad." Lin Feng also sensed something unusual, realizing that Tiana Entertainment was surging even more fiercely than in his previous life. Could it be due to his connection with Peach? Their combined capital, when leveraged, had reached an astonishing 14.25 trillion. This substantial amount would undoubtedly propel the stock price and attract institutional capital influx. "Lin Feng, it's about to reach $12. This is utterly insane," Peach exclaimed excitedly, pulling Lin Feng along, as she too stood to gain a significant profit. David's expression grew darker. Witnessing Peach's excitement with Lin Feng deepened his discontent, and he promptly turned and left. Lin Feng looked at the exuberant expression on the face of the Peach and smiled. "Seeing you so delighted, this is merely the beginning." He recalled how the peak stock price of Tiana Entertainment had soared to 88 yuan, only to plummet to 13 yuan as the government mandated the cessation of its online operations. Initially, the launch of online gambling had resulted in astronomical profits. Yet it also revealed grave drawbacks, such as vast sums of money flowing out and many individuals losing their fortunes. The government swiftly intervened to halt Tiana Entertainment's online business. However, those were matters for another time. Peach, with a glimmer of suspicion in her beautiful eyes, gazed at Lin Feng and asked, "Do you possess insider information? Are you employed at a media company?" "I have no insider information. This is merely derived from an analysis of various policies." Lin Feng naturally could not disclose the truth. "You're a fraud. Even your lies seem tinged with unease," Peach retorted, giving Lin Feng a disapproving glance. "I'll treat you to dinner tonight." "All right, just remember the wager. What flavor do you prefer?" Lin Feng lowered his voice. "Strawberry, mango, or perhaps the flavor of 0001, which is tasteless." "What do you mean?" Peach looked at him in confusion. "Manager, he's talking about the little umbrella," a girl passing by the securities exchange whispered while stifling her laughter. Hearing this, Peach's face flushed crimson as she pinched Lin Feng's waist hard. The rascal was only thinking about her body. Lin Feng endured the pain, allowing Peach to vent her frustrations. "What do you think the stock will rise to?" Peach inquired, glancing at the large screen, which displayed Tiana Entertainment's stock price at 12 yuan. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment before replying, "Just wait for my notification." Surprisingly, Peach did not contest his statement and returned to her work. A few minutes later, as trading concluded, Tiana Entertainment's stock had surged to 14.85 yuan, an astonishing increase of 80%, leaving Lin Feng utterly astonished. It was preposterous, considering that in his previous life, it had only risen by 30% at closing. Perhaps this time, under his influence, it had skyrocketed. With 2.5 million yuan and employing a leverage of 33 times, he had effectively purchased stocks worth 82.5 million yuan. An 80% increase meant a profit of 66 million yuan. He had earned 66 million yuan in a single afternoon. The speed at which wealth was being accumulated sent Lin Feng into a state of euphoric delight. Many individuals in the trading hall cast envious glances his way. "Young man, how long do you think this rise will last?" A balding middle-aged man approached. Lin Feng took a glance at the man, who seemed somewhat familiar. After checking his phone, he realized the man was Liang Kuan, the manager of the crematorium in the southern city. Just when Lin Feng intended to seek him out, Liang Kuan had come to him instead. Liang Kuan was rotund and bald, adorned with a gold chain around his neck, resembling a nouveau riche. The events of the previous life may have been a mere illegal operation for Liang Kuan, but the harm inflicted upon Lin Feng was unimaginable, and he could not be so carefree. "Lin Feng, this is Manager Liang from the crematorium," Peach explained quietly. "He is a wealthy individual who lost 8 million on Maca fresh goods with a 13 times leverage yesterday and is now hesitant to invest in Tiana Entertainment." "Huh. Manager Shui, when shall we dine together?" Liang Kuan leered at Peach, his gaze fixated on her chest, his eyes practically glued to her. Peach smiled brightly, saying, "Manager Liang, I'm quite busy. You all continue your conversation. I must take my leave." With that, she turned and departed. Liang Kuan looked at Lin Feng with a mischievous grin and said, "Brother, have you set your sights on the beautiful flower of Xianjiang Securities?" Lin Feng chuckled. "Set my sights? She is already mine." "Impressive, brother," Liang Kuan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Manager Liang, is there something you need?" Lin Feng said, casually showcasing his achievements while holding his phone. Liang Kuan stared in astonishment, bowing slightly. "Brother, share your secrets. I truly admire you." Turning 2.5 million into 66 million. "Oh, I have no special connections. Just got lucky." Lin Feng quickly shook his head. Liang Kuan found it hard to believe. After all, playing with 33 times leverage indicated either wealth or insider information. But Lin Feng did not appear wealthy. That too. 5 million was likely a desperate gamble, suggesting he must have insider knowledge. "Brother, let us celebrate tonight at Midnight Paradise Club," Liang Kuan proposed, patting his chest. "We hit it off well. Let's have a good chat." Lin Feng gazed at Liang Kuan, tempted to express his interest in his sister, but he truly had no time that evening. Peach had invited him to dinner, and he planned to watch a movie with her afterward. "Brother Liang, I genuinely have plans tonight. I've arranged to meet Peach. If you trust me, buy quickly. I'll inform you when to sell," Lin Feng said, patting Liang Kuan on the shoulder. Liang Kuan was overjoyed. "Tomorrow, I'll visit your home." Lin Feng intended to meet Liang Kuan's wife, Dr. Su Ling. "All right, I'll be waiting at home. Let's enjoy a good drink together," Liang Kuan said. And they exchanged contact information before parting ways. "Lin Feng, don't engage with that person," Peach approached, whispering, He is involved in some shady dealings. Lin Feng looked at Peach with a grin. You're already trying to control me before becoming mine? A dog cannot spit out ivory, Peach retorted. I'm looking out for your best interests. She rolled her beautiful eyes at him. Let us go. Tonight, I want to see your strength. Chapter 13. Peach is truly sweet. Lin Feng followed Peach to her home, excitement coursing through him. Tonight, she was preparing to test him with 3 conditions. They had agreed upon 3 stipulations. First, he would divorce. Second, he would acquire a vast fortune. And third, Peach would stand on him while he performed 500 push-ups in 3 minutes. Soon, Peach led Lin Feng to a nearby bedroom, which was simply yet warmly decorated, a 3-room apartment with 2 storage areas. The large bed was adorned with various stockings, white, black, and pink lingerie, igniting Lin Feng's fervor as he lunged forward. Pervert, Peach exclaimed, her face flushed, suspecting Lin Feng's intentions. Peach, let us begin, Lin Feng said with a grin, promptly positioning himself on the bed for push-ups. Peach blushed further, saying, I'll change into something else. She turned away, leaving Lin Feng waiting on her bed. An hour later, Shui Mitao entered, and Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Clad in a black lace dress, Shui Mitao's attire revealed glimpses of her fair, delicate skin. Her legs were elegantly wrapped in black lace stockings, exuding a creamy fragrance that was entirely natural, devoid of any perfume. With her hair styled in twin ponytails, she swayed her voluptuous form towards the bed. Lin Feng swallowed hard. This woman was undeniably enchanting. What are you staring at? Get into position, Shui Mitao playfully admonished. Her cheeks flushed as she gently pressed Lin Feng's head down. Obediently, Lin Feng turned and lay on the bed. Shui Mitao stepped onto his waist, causing Lin Feng to feel a twinge of discomfort. Brother, let us get started. I'll time you. Shui Mitao's voice was sweet as she declared, complete this task, and the other 2 will be considered accomplished as well. Really? Lin Feng exclaimed, his spirits soaring at her words. Indeed, silly. Hurry up. Shui Mitao's tone grew increasingly coy as she playfully twisted Lin Feng's ear. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng commenced his push-ups, executing them with remarkable speed. Thanks to his practice of joyful yoga, which had rendered his body exceptionally agile and resilient. In the first minute, he completed 200 push-ups. As he prepared to continue, Shui Mitao wrapped her arms around his neck, a wave of her intoxicating scent enveloping him, causing Lin Feng to chuckle uncontrollably. Mitao, you can't be unfair. Don't distract me, Lin Feng protested, knowing he must maintain focus. Fool, if you really do 500, will you have any strength left for later? Shui Mitao's voice was gentle, laced with affection. Save some energy. Elated by her words, Lin Feng turned his head to see Shui Mitao gazing at him with tender eyes. He felt himself melting under her warmth and embraced her tightly. Thank you for saving me. I've vowed since childhood to find a man who can protect me, Shui Mitao said, her eyes filled with emotion. The following morning, Shui Mitao prepared a pot of donkey meat for Lin Feng before heading to the hospital. After leaving her home, Lin Feng stood at the edge of the park, taking deep breaths. After a night of rest, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued. At that moment, a call from Song Qian urged him to return to the house. He promptly returned to the left bank community, where he found Song Qian searching for someone to design the home for a renovation. You little vixen. Why did you play tricks on me? Lin Feng recalled the words written on his pants, contemplating a playful reprisal against Song Qian. Huh. Song Qian laughed at Lin Feng. Seeing you reminds me of Teacher Su's films. Lin Feng, feeling a cold sweat, remembered the movie. The choreography was truly remarkable, far beyond his capabilities. Hey, why is your mouth swollen? Did someone hit you? Song Qian's beautiful eyes focused on Lin Feng's lips, which resembled sausages. Lin Feng awkwardly smiled. It's nothing. Just a little accident. You handle the renovations. You'll be living here from now on. Song Qian regarded him suspiciously, then approached to sniff him curiously. What are you? A dog? Why are you smelling me? Lin Feng cast a somewhat guilty glance at Song Qian, for it had barely been 2 days since their parting, and he had already found himself entangled with Shui Mitao. Song Qian scoffed. You reek of a woman's scent. You must have had quite the night, did you not? I, however, am a married woman, so what are you thinking? Lin Feng attempted to brush her off with a casual remark. Song Qian scrutinized Lin Feng for a few moments before asserting, No, judging by your complexion, it is evident that you have found a remarkable companion. Your domestic life could not possibly evoke such excitement. In retaliation, Lin Feng playfully slapped her on the backside, incredulous that she would take it upon herself to reprimand him. Song Qian winced, her eyes glistening with tears. "Oh, spare me the theatrics. Let's meet at the hotel at noon. I shall teach you some yoga," he said, a smile gracing his lips as he sought to soothe her. A hint of cunning appeared on Song Qian's face as she retrieved some tissue to dry her tears. "It is a pity you do not pursue acting. After merely 2 days together, and you are already in tears," Lin Feng remarked, a hint of disdain in his gaze. "Indeed, I have dabbled as a background actor," she replied, her smile reminiscent of a sly fox. The two then engaged in discussions regarding the renovation of a property before returning to their hotel. As night fell, Song Qian took a taxi to the hospital, declaring loudly that she would never see Lin Feng again. After seeing her off, Lin Feng picked up his phone to find a dozen missed calls from Shui Mitao. He hurriedly took a shower before heading to a nearby Xiangjiang securities office. Upon arrival, he found the place bustling with people, all fixated on the large screen displaying 2 stocks. The first, Maca Fresh, had plummeted to 22 yuan from its peak of 45 yuan, experiencing a staggering drop. The second, Tianhe Entertainment, was soaring at 21 yuan, with Lin Feng's purchase at 825 yuan from the previous day, reflecting a remarkable increase of 154. "Lin, you're here. Tianhe Entertainment is skyrocketing," exclaimed Liang Kuan as he approached, excitement evident in his demeanor. "Haha, brother Liang, you two have struck gold." Lin Feng laughed, clapping Liang Kuan on the shoulder. Liang Kuan smacked his thigh in frustration, lamenting, "If only I had invested more. I lost everything in Maca Fresh." Lowering his voice, Lin Feng urged Liang Kuan, "Follow me. I will guide you to profit." Liang Kuan's eyes lit up. "I was waiting for you to say that. Is it time to sell? I feel I've made a decent profit." Lin Feng shook his head. "Just wait for my signal." His intentions were far from altruistic. He merely sought to gain Liang Kuan's trust in order to dismantle his operations. "Great. I'm off to prepare a family feast. Once you're done here, come join me," Liang Kuan said, throwing an arm around Lin Feng's shoulders. Liang Kuan had come to believe that Lin Feng possessed insider knowledge regarding Galaxy Entertainment, calculating that Lin Feng had already amassed over 1 billion. Can you believe it? 250,000 turned into over 1 billion in just 2 trading days. Who would believe such a tale? Yet, it is reality now. "Do not worry. I will have a word with Manager Shui and then join you," Lin Feng replied quietly. Liang Kuan gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable, having won over Manager Shui." She seemed to lean against the wall when she entered today. Lin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, acknowledging the dedication of Shui Mitao, who had braved her pain to come to work. At present, Lin Feng entered the office of the Peach, only to find her excitedly clutching her phone. Upon noticing Lin Feng's arrival, she approached him and bestowed a kiss. However, suddenly, she cast a cold gaze towards him. "What's wrong?" Lin Feng inquired, puzzled by her demeanor. "Why is there a hair on you?" "A woman's hair," she said, locking her gaze onto him intently. Lin Feng, feeling a headache coming on, held up the strand. "I believe this must belong to me." Peach bit her pink lip, a hint of displeasure gracing her features. "Is your hair curly? This is obviously a woman's curl." Without hesitation, Lin Feng playfully tapped her on the head, then leaned closer to her ear to offer a whispered explanation. Peach's cheeks flushed crimson, and she retorted through gritted teeth, "But the color is wrong." Lin Feng then realized that the curl was a chestnut hue, precisely the shade of Song Qian's hair. "You scoundrel! How dare you betray me?" Peach glared at Lin Feng, her delicate fists clenched as she aimed a punch at his chest. Subsequently, she launched a side kick towards his face, but Lin Feng effortlessly dodged it. Since practicing joyful yoga, his reflexes had sharpened considerably. "How dare you lay hands on me, Peach?" He chuckled, half mockingly. "Very well, I shall teach you a lesson today, so you know who the true king is." Without a word, Peach charged at Lin Feng. He nimbly evaded her once more, then kicked the office door shut behind him. At that moment, she aimed another kick at his vital area. What exquisite legs! Lin Feng marveled at Peach's long legs, and he suddenly lunged forward, wrapping his arms around them. "You scoundrel! Today, I will have my revenge." Peach seethed, her fists raised to strike at Lin Feng's face. After hearing his story the previous day, she had naively believed he would be devoted to her, yet just hours after parting, she found evidence of his infidelity. However, Peach was no match for Lin Feng. In a matter of moments, he had her restrained, placing her atop the office desk. "What are you doing?" she demanded, her face flushed with indignation as she glared at him. Lin Feng smiled at her. Let's play some music. I enjoy listening to it. He produced his phone and began to play music, filling the office with a cacophony of sound. Not only did he activate his own device, but he also seized Peach's phone to amplify the noise, engulfing the room in a raucous symphony. Realizing what was happening, Peach attempted to break free, yet Lin Feng's strength held her fast. Today, I shall impart a lesson, so you understand who the true king is, Lin Feng declared as he playfully smacked her behind. Peach, wincing from the sting, glared at Lin Feng with tear-filled eyes, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! I am the queen, and you are the jester." Incorrect. The one on top is the king, and that is undoubtedly me, Lin Feng replied, a domineering glint in his eye. He felt it was imperative to teach Peach a lesson, otherwise, their future would be fraught with turmoil, and she must understand that Lin Feng would never live a life of complacency. If it proves impossible, then there is nothing left but to part ways. However, Lin Feng firmly believes in his own strength and is confident that he can subdue Shui Mitao with his formidable prowess. 3 hours later, darkness enveloped the sky, and the Hong Kong securities office was deserted. As Lin Feng and Shui Mitao exited the room, Shui Mitao's face flushed crimson, akin to the hue of spilled blood, as she furtively surveyed her surroundings. "Ah, it has reached 29 yuan. You have earned over 100 million, Lin Feng pointed at the large screen. Noticing that Tiana Entertainment stock had indeed surged to 29 yuan, Shui Mitao pinched Lin Feng sharply. "Stop spouting nonsense. Who made over 100 million? Lin Feng shot her a glance. "Shui Mitao, your thoughts are rather sordid. What are you imagining? Look, Tiana Entertainment is at 29 yuan now." Shui Mitao felt suddenly awkward. This insufferable man was not being clear enough. She lifted her gaze to the screen, where indeed, Tiana Entertainment stock had reached 29 yuan. By accounting, she had indeed profited over 100 million. With a capital of 60 million, leveraging 6 times, purchasing at 825 yuan. The current stock price at 29 yuan means a profit of 2,075 yuan per share, totaling 124.5 million. This left Shui Mitao bewildered. How had she earned so much in merely 2 days? To what extent could Tiana Entertainment rise? Shui Mitao inquired of Lin Feng. Perhaps it could reach 70 or 80 yuan, or even surpass 100. Anything is possible, Lin Feng postulated, taking various factors into account. Impossible, Shui Mitao shook her head. I sense that this online business will inevitably cease, as it poses significant drawbacks. Lin Feng gazed at Shui Mitao in surprise. This woman was not merely brawn without brains. She was both intelligent and perceptive, capable of deducing the cessation of Tiana Entertainment's online operations. Why do you stare at me like that? Shui Mitao shot him a look. I find you quite clever. You are correct. The government will likely halt Tiana Entertainment's online business. Thus, we must divest before that happens. Lin Feng praised her with a thumbs up, acknowledging her sharp intellect, which explained her discovery of his infidelity. He had spent the entire afternoon grappling with his anger. Shui Mitao hastily retrieved her phone, declaring, "No, I must flee tomorrow. I need to place a price in advance. What is the rush? I will bear the burden." Lin Feng chuckled as he snatched the phone from her grasp. "Just wait for my notification. I assure you, you won't suffer losses." Shui Mitao glared at him. "I'm not selling everything, just a little. And I realize you are far too greedy, like a gambler." Lin Feng smiled. "That is based on my stock market acumen." "Pa, you and your stock market wisdom. Hurry and take me home. I need to take a week's leave, and do not disturb me during that time." Shui Mitao scolded playfully, yearning for her bed. "This is the consequence of defying authority," Lin Feng teased. "Tonight, I shall provoke you until you yield to me." Shui Mitao, flustered, implored, "Good brother, I won't bother you anymore. You can indulge as you please, just return on time." She genuinely doubted whether this man was even human, yet she was internally conflicted, planning to provoke him again in a few days. Lin Feng escorted Shui Mitao home and prepared a dinner for her before taking his leave. Liang Kuan had made several phone calls. Lin Feng promptly purchased some fruit and arrived at Liang Kuan's residence. Awaiting him were Liang Kuan and a strikingly beautiful young woman. The woman possessed a graceful figure and an oval face, with exquisitely defined features and a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. Adorned in a luxurious white mink coat, she exuded an air of nobility, particularly accentuated by her long, fair hands. She was none other than Liang Kuan's wife, Su Ling, the head of the emergency surgery department at the 6th hospital. "Darling, this is the Lin brother I mentioned to you. You would never imagine that he turned 8 million yuan into nearly 200 million. Liang Kuan excitedly introduced Lin Feng to Su Ling. Su Ling, her voice soft and alluring, gazed at Lin Feng with a hint of admiration, saying, "Young man, thank you for advising Liang on how to recoup his losses. Otherwise, I would have had to break his legs." Chapter 15. Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful. Lin Feng momentarily lost himself in Su Ling's presence. With features and curves rivaling that of a ripe peach, she carried a hint of a sweet fragrance, a testament to her allure, complemented by a mature elegance. Sister-in-law, you are too gracious. Liang and I hit it off instantly. We are friends, so this is only natural. Lin Feng quickly regained his composure. Please, come inside. Liang Kuan urged, leading Lin Feng into the living room, where a feast awaited them, alongside a box of moutai placed beside the table. Su Ling personally poured the wine, its aroma wafting through the air. Brother Lin, how long do you plan to hold on to this stock? Su Ling's gaze was enchanting, drawing Lin Feng's attention and stirring his thoughts. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel at how alluring a beautiful woman could be when she spoke softly, coupled with captivating eyes that made it difficult for a man to refuse her. Liang Kuan looked on with a smile, clearly amused by Lin Feng's reaction. The entry point for buying stocks was crucial, but the selling point was even more so. After taking Lin Feng's advice, Liang Kuan boldly invested yesterday, leveraging 18 times, resulting in a substantial profit. He was reluctant to let go, fearing a sudden market crash that could turn his gains into losses. The Hong Kong stock market had no limits on fluctuations, which could lead to exhilarating highs or devastating lows. Sister-in-law, if I were part of the management, I could surely answer your question. However, I promise to notify you immediately should I decide to flee. Lin Feng thought it unwise to reveal all his cards. Liang Kuan frowned slightly, while Su Ling continued to smile gently, serving Lin Feng more food. Brother, let us drink. Liang Kuan raised his glass with a grin. Both my wife and I can hold our liquor quite well. I wonder how you fare? Lin Feng chuckled. I'm rather average with alcohol. Typically, he could manage about 400 grams, but after studying joyous yoga, his tolerance had significantly increased. Last night, he had consumed a little over 400 grams for enjoyment and felt hardly intoxicated, though he couldn't precisely determine his limit. You're being modest, looking at you. I can tell your capacity is impressive. Here, sister-in-law will toast you with a drink, Su Ling said with a flirtatious smile, lifting her glass containing 200 grams of liquor. Lin Feng regarded Su Ling with a playful expression, then glanced at Liang Kuan, sensing the couple's intent to intoxicate him. Sister-in-law, I toast you, he said, raising his glass to Su Ling, and the two drank heartily. My dear brother, from the moment we met, we felt an instant connection. I raise a toast to you. Liang Kuan chuckled heartily, saying, do not fear drinking too much. Tonight, you shall stay at my home. We can sleep together as brothers. In light of his generous invitation, Lin Feng graciously complied. He poured another glass of wine and toasted with Liang Kuan. The three of them engaged in lively conversation, having barely touched their meals, while Lin Feng had already consumed an entire jean of wine, and Su Ling and Liang Kuan each had 6 liang. Su Ling was beginning to feel the effects of intoxication. Her cheeks were flushed, her lips appeared even more alluring, and beads of sweat adorned her forehead, intensifying the fragrant aroma surrounding her. Among the couple, Liang Kuan had a slightly higher tolerance for alcohol. Brother, I shall toast you 3 times, Lin Feng declared, raising his glass towards Liang Kuan with a smile. After these 3 toasts, we can discuss the stock market. At this moment, Lin Feng felt no inebriation, which astonished him, as it seemed the joy of yoga had significantly enhanced his tolerance for alcohol. Liang Kuan felt an urge to curse. During his prime, he could handle 9 liang. Yet Lin Feng was insisting he drink 3 more. Each glass contained 2 liang, making a total of 6 liang, which he feared would leave him utterly inebriated. Darling, drink up. This is the wealth-imbuing wine our brother has offered you, Su Ling teased from the side. With a beaming smile, Lin Feng placed 3 glasses of wine before Liang Kuan. Gritting his teeth, Liang Kuan lifted the 3 glasses and downed them one by one. The 3 glasses left him dizzy, his tongue barely able to form words. Lin Feng also laughed as he consumed his 3 glasses, finally feeling a hint of intoxication himself. Brother, your tolerance is nowhere near mine, Su Ling remarked with a smile directed at Lin Feng. You must assist him. Her first comment referred to Liang Kuan's lack of tolerance, while the latter was a subtle nudge for Lin Feng to consider selling. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng replied, "Sister-in-law, to speak candidly, there are still 3 days of profitable opportunities ahead. I will inform you of any policy changes before they occur." 3 days. Su Ling's face flushed with excitement upon hearing there was still time to profit. It meant they could amass wealth within those 3 days. Liang Kuan, inebriated, muttered a slurred 3 before collapsing onto the table, unconscious. Lin Feng suddenly felt a pressing urge to relieve himself, as he preferred to drink tea while consuming alcohol. He swayed his way to the restroom, but then heard Su Ling calling out from behind him. "Brother!" Su Ling, struggling against her own intoxication, stood up. "Sister-in-law, what is it?" Lin Feng inquired, perplexed by her concern. Su Ling, her face still flushed, hesitated to speak, but seeing Lin Feng's drunken state, she reminded him. "Be careful not to fall." "Thank you, sister-in-law. I'm fine," Lin Feng replied, swaying slightly as he entered the restroom. The scene inside the restroom was quite eye-opening for Lin Feng, as he noticed black stockings, underwear, bras, and other feminine items scattered about. "Brother, are you done yet?" Su Ling's voice echoed from outside. "I'm fine," Lin Feng replied as he exited. "Your brother has nowhere near your tolerance," Su Ling pointed at Liang Kuan, who lay sprawled on the table. Lin Feng chuckled. "It's primarily due to regular exercise. My physical condition allows me to better process alcohol." Su Ling giggled at his response. "Brother, your physical prowess is quite impressive." "Enough of the boasting. You still possess a hint of greasiness," Su Ling remarked, gesturing toward Lin Feng's abdomen and face. "Sister-in-law, do you doubt this? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. If you perch upon my back, I shall perform 500 push-ups." A visit to the restroom revealed to Lin Feng the discontent woven into Su Ling's life. Thus, to forge a close friendship with her, he felt compelled to showcase his core strength. At his words, Su Ling burst into laughter, her charm blooming in an instant, her oval face flushing with color. "Sister-in-law, I remain unconvinced. I do not believe you possess such stamina," she replied, stifling her mirth with a shake of her head. Lin Feng had little recourse but to lie down on the ground. "Come." Then, he beckoned. Turning his head to Su Ling, he added with a grin, "You may sit upon me, but I fear you might fall." After a moment's hesitation, Su Ling glanced at Liang Kuan, who lay inebriated nearby, and then approached Lin Feng, gently squatting down to perch upon him. Lin Feng felt a soft weight upon his back, reminiscent of a ripe peach, though Su Ling's weight was somewhat greater. "How does it feel now? Still stubborn?" Su Ling teased, gazing down at him. "Do not claim you can manage 500. 50 would be a challenge for you." Yet Lin Feng remained silent. In the next moment, Su Ling felt Lin Feng's body shift beneath her, ascending and descending with remarkable speed. She was astounded. How could he perform so swiftly with someone seated upon him? She began to count his repetitions. In less than a minute, he had completed 100. Su Ling's eyes widened with disbelief as she covered her mouth, noticing that his pace showed no sign of abating, indeed quickening. She began to suspect that the man before her was no ordinary human. Within 3 minutes, Lin Feng had accomplished 500 push-ups. His body drenched in sweat and his face flushed. Su Ling hastily dismounted, raising her thumb in admiration. "Brother, today I have gained new insight. No wonder you were able to pluck that thorny rose from the Hong Kong Securities Company." Lin Feng chuckled softly. "Cease your foolish grinning. I must take a shower. Your perspiration has dampened my clothes," Su Ling chided, casting an exasperated glance at him. "Sister-in-law, you unjustly accuse me. It was not I, but rather your own doing." Lin Feng responded with a playful shake of his head. "A dog cannot spit out ivory," Su Ling retorted, her cheeks flushed as she strode toward the bathroom. The sound of rushing water filled the air, akin to enchanting melodies, igniting Lin Feng's excitement. "This is not good," Su Ling's voice called out from the bathroom. "Sister-in-law, what has happened?" Lin Feng rushed to the bathroom door, inquiring, "Did you slip?" Given that Su Ling had consumed considerable alcohol, along with the bathroom's stifling heat, it was easy to feel dizzy and fall. "I feel a bit dizzy from the drink, and the drain is clogged. It's quite bothersome," Su Ling lamented softly. Lin Feng's eyes brightened at her words. "Sister-in-law, once you dress, let me enter the bathroom to assess the situation. I shall clear the drain." "Please carry my husband to the bedroom first," Su Ling instructed. "Make sure he doesn't catch a chill. It's cold outside." "Rest assured, sister-in-law," Lin Feng replied, turning to lift Liang Kuan and carry him to the bedroom, placing him gently upon the bed. He turned and entered the bathroom. exerting considerable effort to finally resolve the issue of the clogged drain. Sister-in-law, your health is not up to par. You are panting after just a bit of exercise. Lin Feng supported Su Ling as she made her way to the sofa. Su Ling shot him a glance, her beautiful eyes rolling. Do you think everyone is as peculiar as you? Besides, with my work schedule, when would I find time to exercise? Lin Feng chuckled, sister-in-law. You could easily carve out an hour each day for exercise. I recall an ancient yoga practice from India that enhances women's physical stamina, though it can be quite exhausting. Really? Can you do it too? Su Ling asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Lin Feng. Of course I can, if you're interested. I can find time to teach you, Lin Feng assured, patting his chest. Su Ling, her gaze lively, immediately took out her phone to add Lin Feng's contact information. Sister-in-law, do you know Liu Yufan? Lin Feng was aware that he had begun to establish a rapport with Su Ling, as they were now in the same trenches. Liu Yufan? She is a distant relative of mine. Why do you ask? Su Ling responded, a hint of confusion on her face. Liu Yufan has recently sought your assistance, hasn't she? Lin Feng observed her with a knowing smile. Su Ling furrowed her brow. Such illicit matters were not to be openly discussed. Liu Yufan had specifically instructed her not to disclose anything to anyone, especially her family. Brother, this doesn't concern you. Let us not discuss work today. Su Ling delicately declined Lin Feng's inquiry. Lin Feng clapped his hands, appreciating Su Ling's commitment to confidentiality. Stop it. I'm tired. She gently shook her head. Sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. I merely admire your discretion. Lin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing how imaginative this woman was. Su Ling's face flushed with embarrassment as she pinched Lin Feng sharply. To be frank, I am Liu Yufan's son-in-law, Lin Feng declared openly, revealing his true identity. What? You are Liu Yufan's son-in-law? Su Ling stared at him incredulously, unable to fathom that Lin Feng was indeed Liu Yufan's son-in-law. Soon, realization dawned on her. This man before her was likely here for her. Liu Yufan asked you to procure a false death certificate for her daughter, didn't she? And she also had Brother Liang issue a fake cremation certificate. Lin Feng continued, laying bare the truth to Su Ling. Chapter 17, revealing the truth to Su Ling. Liang Kuan's jealousy upon hearing this. Su Ling's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng, astonished that he was privy to such details. It shouldn't have been Liu Yufan who informed you. What do you intend to do? She gazed at him with a hint of depth. After a moment's silence, Lin Feng replied, we have become good friends, and friends should help one another. Su Ling, her gaze softening, recalled Lin Feng's formidable power that made her spirit soar. And his wealth weighed heavily in her thoughts. Weighing the pros and cons, she gently nodded in acquiescence to Lin Feng's words. This is all a scheme to ensnare me. She mused. My wife wants me to buy a house for my brother-in-law, but I lack the funds. Thus, she suggested transferring my parents' property to him. I refused. And so my wife fabricated a false ultrasound indicating she was pregnant, then pretended to commit suicide by jumping into a well, all to instill guilt in me. Lin Feng succinctly recounted the sequence of events. In order to persuade Su Ling, he played a recording for her. After listening, Su Ling was taken aback. Previously, when Lin Feng spoke of the matter, she had deemed him a liar, but now she recognized that he had not deceived her. She was astonished that such shameless individuals existed in the world, willing to resort to any means to scheme for wealth. The husband, burdened with guilt for his pregnant wife's tragic death by jumping into a well, would inevitably seek to compensate her family to alleviate his remorse. It's a pity your mother-in-law doesn't write novels. Su Ling could not help but tease Lin Feng. With a slight smile, Lin Feng replied thus. I require the cooperation of you both. After she jumps into the well, she must feign death, and naturally, she will be sent to the hospital for rescue. Indeed, Liu Yufan suggested that it be mere pretense, allowing me to facilitate a backdoor arrangement for her to take your wife away. I would then need to procure a death certificate, followed by a cremation certificate from my husband's side. Su Ling did not withhold information from Lin Feng, revealing the exact plan of Liu Yufan. Oh, so you won't even visit the crematorium? Lin Feng scoffed. Dear brother, what do you intend to do? Su Ling gazed at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes. Since she will feign death, I will take her to the crematorium. Your cooperation is essential. As Lin Feng spoke, a fierce aura emanated from him, as if he wished to incinerate that wretched woman at that very moment. Su Ling felt a chill run down her spine. Lin Feng seemed intent on sending his own wife to the crematorium for cremation. She shuddered, realizing how terrifying this man could be in his pursuit of vengeance. Su Ling hesitated. Lin Feng, with a playful glint in his eyes, said, "If you do not assist me in dealing with Wang Meiling, I shall expose you and your husband. Our earlier conversation has already been shared with friends. Should an investigation ensue, you would face dire consequences. You scoundrel, you beast." Su Ling seethed at Lin Feng's threat, her teeth clenched in fury. "This heartless man. If you comply with me, benefits shall surely follow." Lin Feng chuckled, eyeing Su Ling. She felt a tempest rising within her, especially as her lips nearly bled from her biting them. "Lend me a hand, and I shall not forget your kindness," Lin Feng urged, shaking her arm gently. Su Ling shot him a disapproving glance. "I cannot agree to such things. This is a crime." As she spoke, she grabbed a pen and paper, swiftly writing a line. "Liang Kuan and I will leave the door ajar. The rest is up to you." Lin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Though Su Ling verbally refused, her note indicated her compliance, likely fearing the recording. "I never engage in illegal activities," Lin Feng proclaimed loudly, thumping his chest in assurance. Su Ling, feeling somewhat weary, reclined on the sofa as Lin Feng approached her. Dressed in delicate black lace, her skin was as white as snow, her hair elegantly styled, and her face exquisitely beautiful, stirring Lin Feng's interest. "What do you intend to do?" Su Ling inquired, eyeing Lin Feng warily. Did this man not tire? Lin Feng gazed at her with a suggestive expression, contemplating the sofa's springiness as he imagined its bounce. Su Ling cast a glance at Lin Feng, then at her own stockings, realizing how unrestrained he was. "Aren't you afraid he will wake up and refuse to assist you?" Su Ling remained somewhat anxious, fearful of disturbing Liang Kuan. "Even if discovered, it matters not. I am abundantly wealthy and possess numerous methods to eliminate obstacles. I relish this exhilarating tension." Lin Feng drew closer to Su Ling, who, though somewhat anxious, could not restrain herself and sought Lin Feng's assistance in mending her stockings. As dawn approached, Lin Feng departed, his body weary from the night's exertions. Su Ling attempted to rise from the sofa, only to find herself languid and aching, cursing the man who had caused her discomfort before she leaned against the wall and returned to her bedroom. By the time the sun reached its zenith, Su Ling finally awakened. Liang Kuan, having sobered from his inebriation, excitedly retrieved his phone, exclaiming, 385. "I've struck it rich. This surge is simply astonishing." Su Ling hastily grabbed her own device, her heart soaring at the sight of the flourishing Tianhe Entertainment stock. How infuriating that Lin Feng, that scoundrel, had amassed nearly 100 million. Jealousy consumed Liang Kuan as he recalled Lin Feng's fortune, who was to blame for purchasing the wrong stocks, entering the market late, and utilizing insufficient leverage. After all, Lin Feng had a staggering 33 times leverage. Su Ling shot Liang Kuan an exasperated glance. There was nothing to be done. He possessed insider information. Liang Kuan, frustrated, thumped his thigh. Hence, he could amass great wealth, and his visit to our home yesterday was not merely for revelry, but rather to engage us in his schemes. Su Ling swiftly retrieved paper and pen, jotting down notes with remarkable speed. When discussing perilous topics, the couple found this method effective in avoiding eavesdropping. Liang Kuan gaped at the content of her notes, astonished to discover that Lin Feng was actually Lu Yufin's son-in-law. This scoundrel was making far too much money. They must seize the opportunity to extort him. A fierce glint appeared in Liang Kuan's eyes. "You're insane," Su Ling exclaimed, sensing that Liang Kuan was courting disaster. Lin Feng's access to insider information indicated he had powerful connections. Moreover, Lin Feng had promised to guide them. Turning against him now would be folly. Liang Kuan's expression darkened. "You are indeed soft-hearted. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Su Ling frowned but refrained from dissuading him. "Rest assured, I shall wait until we profit from this wave, even if it means confronting him later," Liang Kuan replied with a cold smirk. "Do as you wish. I will no longer involve myself in this matter," Su Ling decided. Suddenly, Liang Kuan approached her with a mischievous grin, but the stench of alcohol emanating from him made Su Ling recoil in distaste. "Go take a shower," she urged. "Wife, just wait. I'll show you my prowess." Liang Kuan chuckled sinisterly. Su Ling felt a wave of disappointment at his words. As Liang Kuan turned to enter the bathroom, he slipped on the floor and fell with a thud. "Why is the floor so slippery?" he yelped. "Wife, hurry and call for an ambulance. I think something's broken." Su Ling rushed to the bathroom doorway, finding Liang Kuan sprawled on the floor, sweating profusely from the pain. She quickly called for an ambulance to take him to the hospital. Once that was taken care of, She returned to the bathroom to clean up the mess on the floor and disposed of the used umbrellas in the trash. After sending a message to Lin Feng, advising him to act discreetly, Chapter 18 unfolds at the Jinshai bar with Sister Yu. Following his departure from Su Ling's residence, Lin Feng headed straight to the hotel for a rest, only rousing from slumber as the sun reached its zenith. Upon checking his phone, he noted that Tianhe Entertainment's stock price had surged to 42 yuan, resulting in an increase of over 200 million in his wealth. Perhaps the stock price of Tianhe Entertainment could ascend even higher. His investment in Tianhe Entertainment had the potential to attract a substantial influx of capital. For instance, last night, Liang Kuan and Su Ling, as a couple, borrowed 8 million from various online lending platforms. Numerous individuals at the Xiangjiang Securities Trading Hall were also eager to participate. While the total amount of these funds might only reach several tens of millions, leveraging them could result in staggering trading volumes. With these thoughts in mind, he called Liang Kuan and was soon greeted by Liang Kuan's excited voice on the other end. "Brother, is Tianhe Entertainment going mad? I was ready to jump in this morning, but couldn't make any purchases. Fortunately, I managed to buy in at 37 yuan. Liang Kuan exclaimed. "It's already at 43 yuan now. It feels like picking up money off the ground." Lin Feng glanced down, surprised to see the price had indeed risen to 43 yuan, an astonishing increase. "How much leverage are you using?" Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. "I invested 10 million. Leveraging at 33 times. I've already made 30 to 40 million. Liang Kuan laughed. "It's exhilarating." Hearing that Liang Kuan was also using 33 times leverage alleviated Lin Feng's guilt considerably, considering it as merely covering last night's overnight fee. "It's not just me. Everyone at Xiangjiang Securities bought in yesterday, with at least 10 times leverage, most at 33 times, Liang Kuan explained. "Everyone seems to have gone mad, but so have I." "Haha. Congratulations, brother," Lin Feng replied, not surprised by this news, as it was evident that those at Xiangjiang Securities had been circulating this information, inciting envy among many. "Thank you, little brother. Come over to my house for drinks tonight. I don't know how to express my gratitude." Liang Kuan babbled excitedly. "Brother, we hit it off instantly, sharing the same trenches, so there's no need for pleasantries," Lin Feng said earnestly. "Remember to await my instructions, know when to exit. Rest assured, my sister-in-law has already informed me about that matter. With me around, no one dares to bully you," Liang Kuan assured him before hanging up. Lin Feng exhaled in relief at Liang Kuan's promise and resumed checking his phone, witnessing Tianhe Entertainment's continued ascent. Subsequently, he opened a short video app, and indeed, the trending news featured a headline: "Mysterious stock guru turns 5 million into 300 million. Analysts predicted that Tianhe Entertainment's stock could soar to 1,000 yuan per share. Furthermore, it was anticipated that the government would continue to implement favorable policies for the gambling industry, potentially leading to significant reductions in gambling taxes. Lin Feng gazed at these revelations, speechless. Damn, they actually predict Tianhe Entertainment could reach 1,000 yuan per share. It seems many will be driven to despair. Just then, a call came in from Watermelon Peach. "Lin Feng, this stock is becoming increasingly insane. Should we sell?" "Darling, don't panic. Just wait for my word. Your advertising effects are quite impressive," Lin Feng replied with a playful smile. "Your company is truly mischievous." The trending topics are undoubtedly connected to the Hong Kong Securities Company and the establishment where the Peach is located. This decision was made by the store manager. "As someone like you, a commendable investor, requires some publicity. However, rest assured, your name has not been disclosed." Peach smiled and asked, "Where are you?" "At the hotel." "I'll send you the location. Hurry over," came the reply. Lin Feng found himself missing the Peach. "I can't. I need to rest for a few days." Without hesitation, Peach hung up the phone. Lin Feng stood outside the window with a cigarette, preparing for a potential escape. In a few days, the government would surely issue a notice prohibiting online operations of Tianhe Entertainment. The last time such news broke, the stock plummeted from 88 to 135, leaving many unable to flee, with several leveraged institutions facing liquidation. He pondered about Liang Kuan. Lin Feng, now more cautious in this new life, recalled casually leaving a recording device at Liang Kuan's home while sleeping there yesterday. Liang Kuan struck him as somewhat cunning, necessitating a watchful approach. As he adjusted the recording to the conversations after 7 in the morning, he soon heard the dialogue between the couple. The content soured Lin Feng's mood. Indeed, Liang Kuan was untrustworthy, evidently plotting to seize an opportunity to profit at his expense. That scoundrel Liang Cohen. Fortunately, I had the foresight to collaborate with your wife. Lin Feng muttered in frustration. He resolved not to inform Liang Cohen of his departure, allowing him to experience the roller coaster of losing everything. Liang Cohen's ulterior motives alerted Lin Feng to an impending crisis. This round of stock trading could earn him billions, yet such wealth in hand might attract unwanted attention. Thus, he needed to establish a powerful backing in society. Furthermore, when he took his wife to the crematorium in a few days, he would require trustworthy hands. Contemplating this, Lin Feng fell silent, glancing at his notes before finally focusing on the Jinchai Bar. Jinchai Bar, a tavern located in the Qinghe district of Jiang City, was situated within Lin Feng's own area. The Qinghe district was a melting pot of various elements. Although the bar appeared to be a simple establishment, it was involved in some dubious enterprises. Lin Feng recalled the bar owner, Sister Yu, who was strikingly beautiful. She had appeared on local television when the bar was previously shut down. The closure was set for tonight, due to reports of prohibited substances being sold inside, with dozens of pounds discovered in the restroom. Lin Feng had even written an article covering this incident, granting him considerable insight into the matter. With these thoughts, Lin Feng donned his clothing and took a taxi to the Jinchai Bar, located 3 kilometers away. The exterior of the bar was extravagantly decorated. "Sir, we are not open for business yet," said a stunning young lady at the entrance, clad in a black dress that accentuated her long, graceful legs. Lin Feng smiled at her. "I'm not here for leisure. I wish to discuss a collaboration with Sister Yu." "I'm sorry, but our bar does not engage in partnerships with anyone," she promptly declined. "You refuse without inquiring about my background. This could cause trouble for your boss," Lin Feng replied, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The young lady hesitated for a moment and said, "Sir, please go inside and enjoy a drink. I will convey your words to Sister Yu." "All right," Lin Feng replied, following her into the opulent bar. The establishment was lavishly adorned, particularly the grand hall where dragons and phoenixes intertwined, with dozens of private rooms housing hundreds of beautiful ladies undergoing training. Lin Feng settled into a private room, sipping on his drink. Half an hour later, a fragrant breeze wafted in as a woman entered. She had a voluptuous figure, wearing a white shirt that seemed nearly ready to burst at the seams. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her face bore a hint of bewitching charm. Indeed, if one were to describe her cheeks, bewitching would be the apt term, exceedingly alluring. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with a sapphire necklace that accentuated her noble demeanor, especially with those cherry-red lips that stirred Lin Feng's heart. Below, she wore a black skirt, her flawless thighs bare, and her feet adorned with crystal sandals, revealing translucent, jade-like feet. "Sister Yu," Lin Feng greeted her with a smile. "Have we met?" she replied, sitting gracefully beside him, her smile alluring. Chapter 19. Your bar holds danger. Lin Feng scrutinized Sister Yu with a hint of greed. Her brows furrowed slightly. The man's gaze made her uncomfortable. Yet without knowing his identity, she refrained from confronting him. "Of course I know you," Lin Feng remarked, "and I also know you are about to face a significant predicament." Sister Yu burst into laughter, her bosom nearly straining the buttons of her shirt. Lin Feng savored the moment, comparing her to Su Ling and Water Peach. In terms of beauty, Sister Yu was on par with them, yet she possessed a more untamed allure. He caught a faint glimpse of a blurred red rose tattoo beneath her white shirt, undoubtedly a thorny rose. Sister Yu's enchanting eyes fixed on Lin Feng as she inquired, "Sir, do you have someone backing you? Who is your benefactor?" "Me?" Lin Feng replied, crossing his legs with a smile. "I have no one behind me, merely wealth." Sister Yu, uninterested, took out her phone and snapped a picture of Lin Feng. Soon, a message chimed in. She glanced at the notification, her sultry lips curling into a disdainful smirk. "Sir, you may leave. If you seek entertainment, I can summon a dozen ladies to keep you company. If you're not here for that, then please enjoy your drink in solitude." After checking Lin Feng's background, she found that he was merely the editor-in-chief of a media company, which, in her eyes, was insignificant. Such a person had no place in her world and likely only desired to pursue her. However, she could hardly regard someone like Lin Feng with any esteem. Lin Feng met her gaze and said, "Sister Yu, I would indeed love to engage in some yoga practice with you at a hotel, but alas, I am here to discuss a collaboration. I wish to acquire your bar." Sister Yu's brows knitted tighter. "Mr. Lin Feng, our bar has no intention of inviting external capital. And to be frank, I doubt you possess the means." Lin Feng, uninterested in further pleasantries, promptly retrieved his phone, logged into his account with Xiangjiang Securities, and presented the data to Sister Yu. On the beautiful cheeks of Sister Yu lingered a trace of disdain. Yet her expression transformed into one of utter astonishment upon glimpsing the numbers displayed in Lin Feng's account. Her enchanting eyes widened in disbelief. This man, whose true nature was concealed, surprisingly held billions worth of shares in Tianhe Entertainment. As she delved deeper into the specifics of the stock account, her shock rendered her speechless. To her astonishment, he had acquired shares of Tianhe Entertainment at 825 yuan, investing a sum of 2.5 million with a 33-fold leverage. In just a few short days, this man had turned 2.5 million into several billion. She recalled a trending news item from that morning, which announced that someone had miraculously turned 2.5 million into 3 billion in 3 days. At the time, Sister Yu had dismissed it as mere hype from a brokerage firm. Little did she know it was indeed true. Observing the shift in Sister Yu's demeanor, Lin Feng recognized that he had successfully captured her attention. Sister Yu, do I have the capital to invest? He asked, a smirk dancing on his lips. Sister Yu shook her head, handing her phone to Lin Feng with a smile. Of course, you can invest 1 billion for 5 of the shares. What do you think? With a potential investor in front of her, she could hardly refuse. After all, this man was a significant catch that she must seize. Lin Feng shook his head, chuckling. Sister Yu, you jest. I want 90 of the shares. Upon hearing this, Sister Yu shook her head again, replying, even if I offered it to you, you might not be able to grasp it, as you are not familiar with this bar's operations. The real profit of this establishment is beyond your imagination. Lin Feng smiled. I know your bar is involved in some gray industries, and I am also aware that you will face a life and death crisis tonight. Sister Yu's face turned icy as she fixed her gaze on Lin Feng. Lin Feng, the business hasn't even opened yet, and you are spouting nonsense. If you continue to speak recklessly, I will have you thrown out. Lin Feng's words had struck a nerve, as such talk is most detested in business. Sister Yu, you may not believe me, but let us wait for the news. A large crowd will soon arrive to seal your establishment and conduct a search. Lin Feng was disinterested in further discourse. Who would believe such claims? It was imperative to instill a sense of panic and urgency in Sister Yu. With an air of frostiness enveloping her, Sister Yu exited the private room to make a call. She returned after a brief pause, and in a sudden act of defiance, splashed a drink across Lin Feng's face. Wiping the liquid from his cheek, Lin Feng chuckled. Sister Yu, this drink is quite delightful, but I must confess I prefer the one on you. In response, Sister Yu poured another glass and doused Lin Feng once more. You have quite the spirit. I admire it. I enjoy taming a wild stallion, Lin Feng remarked, licking the remnants of the drink from the corner of his mouth. His gaze fixed intently upon Sister Yu. This private room has a minimum consumption of 6,000 yuan. Feel free to show off in front of me, Sister Yu said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his intense stare. Lin Feng scanned the QR code on the table, completing a payment of 30,000 yuan. Please summon your top courtesan to join me for a couple of drinks. A hint of flirtation graced Sister Yu's lips as she replied, Mr. Lin, you are indeed generous. I shall send her right away, but be warned, she can drink a lot and is quite demanding. Oh, I have a fondness for such women, Lin Feng said, reclining on the sofa with a confident smile. As Sister Yu turned to leave, Lin Feng intercepted her once more. Lin Feng gazed at Sister Yu's flawless, jade-like visage and smiled. I am more eager to compete with you and see the extent of your skills. Without hesitation, Sister Yu swung her palm toward Lin Feng, only to have him seize her wrist. Remember, the moment trouble arises, notify me instantly. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a predicament from which there is no escape. Lin Feng asserted, pressing his finger against Sister Yu's fair chin. She retreated a couple of steps, her cold gaze fixed on him. You had better pray that the information you provide is authentic. Otherwise, I shall sever that finger of yours to feed the dogs. She retorted. Also, keep your company's seal on hand and prepare a security deposit for the minor objective. Lin Feng warned Sister Yu. Otherwise, you will meet with dire consequences. There was no choice. To acquire this bar, he must await Uncle Hat's arrival. The interim was too brief, necessitating a reminder for Sister Yu to be ready. Furthermore, privately signed equity transfer agreements can sometimes falter, making the demand for a security deposit quite reasonable. Sister Yu scoffed dismissively and departed. Soon, a girl entered the private room. She was indeed quite lovely, though her beauty paled slightly in comparison to Sister Yu. rendering her unfit to be the bar's courtesan. With twin ponytails framing her oval face, she embodied a youthful allure, particularly with her remarkably fair complexion, her overall appeal comparable to Ding Qian's. However, Lin Feng was not one to be choosy. "I'm Kaiwe." The girl introduced herself, approaching Lin Feng. "How would you like to drink, big brother?" "2 for me, 1 for you." Lin Feng had no intention of bullying Kaiwe. PFF. Kaiwe chuckled at his words. "Big brother, you are quite confident. In that case, don't blame me." Kaiwe personally mixed the drinks, a concoction of white liquor, red wine, beer, and Sprite, filling 45 cups, with a total of 4.5 pounds of white liquor among them. "What kind of outfit do you want me to wear, big brother?" Kaiwe gazed at Lin Feng alluringly, her movements radiating a captivating charm. "An air hostess uniform." Lin Feng expressed his curiosity. Kaiwe turned and soon returned clad in an air hostess uniform, her face radiating an enchanting expression as she looked at Lin Feng. "Big brother, do I look beautiful?" she asked, approaching him, a delightful fragrance wafting from her. "Beautiful indeed. Now let us begin." Lin Feng lifted his glass, ready to drink. "What if you can't finish it or, say, end up drunk?" Kaiwe inquired, extending her delicate hand to rest on Lin Feng's thigh. Her exquisite features adorned with a hint of seduction, her eyes captivating. "What do you intend?" Lin Feng asked with intrigue, sensing that Sister Yu sought to use Kaiwe to impart a lesson to him. "If you become inebriated, I shall strip you of your clothing and cast you into the street. Of course, if you concede mid-game. You must run a lap around the bar in your bare attire," Kaiwe said, biting her alluring pink lips, her gaze teasing Lin Feng. Lin Feng revealed a playful smirk as he regarded Kaiwe's abdomen. She gently tugged at her clothing, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin, with a fiery red scorpion tattoo subtly visible. "Very well, but what if you lose?" Lin Feng challenged. "If you lose, I shall act as your temporary girlfriend, fulfilling all the duties that entails, and I will cover all expenses at the bar tonight," Kaiwe responded, a provocative glint in her eyes. "Big brother, do you dare?" Chapter 20. "Brother, let's compete in drinking. Loser becomes your girlfriend." Lin Feng gazed at the disdainful, alluring pink lips of Kaiyu and resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson to this girl. "Very well," he declared, lifting his glass and smiling at Kaiyu. "Let us not waste time. Let us commence now. Looks like my brother is quite confident." "Very well, I accept the challenge," Kaiyu replied, raising her glass to meet his. Clink. The 2 glasses met, and each drank heartily. In the adjacent private room sat Sister Yu and a young man bearing a scar across his face, his gaze as frigid as ice. They were watching the large screen, which displayed a video of Lin Feng and Kaiyu drinking. Could he have other affiliations? Sister Yu inquired, glancing at the man. The man, known as Zhang Heilong, was the clandestine owner of the bar, possessing a formidable background in Qinghe district, where his family wielded considerable influence in both political and business spheres. Moreover, he had formerly served as a mercenary overseas. "Nothing has surfaced yet," Zhang Heilong mused, shaking his head. "It appears he is merely a nouveau riche gambler." Sister Yu scoffed. "I shall have him thrown out immediately." She reached for her phone, poised to call security to eject Lin Feng. "Calm down. Besides, he has already spent money. It would reflect poorly on us to toss him out now. Who would come here to drink if word got out?" Zhang Heilong countered. "Let him drink for another half hour. I refuse to believe he can outdrink Kaiyu." Sister Yu chuckled coldly, her faith in Kaiyu unwavering. Under normal circumstances, Kaiyu could handle a bottle and a half of liquor without issue, even mixed drinks. Lin Feng's audacious claim implied he must consume over 3 pounds of liquor to surpass her. Sister Yu remained unconvinced that anyone could manage 3 pounds of liquor. Even if they could, she would ensure Kaiyu persevered. Zhang Heilong remarked with a sneer, "You are correct in one regard. He is indeed a parvenu, suddenly wealthy and attempting to show off in our establishment." Thus, Zhang Heilong and Sister Yu continued to observe the screen as Lin Feng and Kaiyu drank on. One glass after another, Kaiyu quickly downed 10 glasses, feeling a slight intoxication. She looked up at Lin Feng and noticed he was brazenly staring at her chest. Sister Yu and Zhang Heilong were equally astonished, for Lin Feng had consumed 20 glasses, equating to 2 pounds of liquor, yet he appeared only mildly inebriated. The combination of Sprite, beer, and red wine intensified the effects, rendering his capacity truly astonishing. Could he have vomited during a bathroom break? Sister Yu furrowed her brow. Zhang Heilong shook his head. Impossible. He hasn't been to the restroom more than a couple of times, and there are cameras in there. capturing only his urination. Damn it! Sister Yu seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration as she observed Lin Feng with an arm draped around Caillou, his hands becoming increasingly familiar. Do not panic. There are still 10 glasses remaining, Zhang Heilong said in a deep voice. After some contemplation, Sister Yu agreed. With 10 glasses left, including one of pure liquor, she doubted Lin Feng could consume another pound of spirits. Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware of being monitored as he shared drinks with Kai Wei, the two of them singing love until death. Clink. They downed 3 more glasses in succession. After consuming these spirits, Kai Wei felt a wave of dizziness. Her limit for this particular drink was 15 cups, and having already had 13, she was teetering on the edge of losing consciousness. Oh, how impressive your drinking capacity is. Brother, I wish I had met you sooner, she said, gazing at Lin Feng with a tipsy smile. Why not concede defeat? Lin Feng replied with a smirk. You are no match for me. No way. I want to drink with you, brother. I wish to test your limits, she declared. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes hazy as she entwined her delicate arm around his neck. Lin Feng felt a soft pressure against him, and when he looked down, he gulped. Brother, let us drink, Kai Wei urged, handing him a glass. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Feng took 2 more drinks, feeling slightly woozy, yet still within his limits. After finishing that glass, Kai Wei collapsed against him, her lips parted to reveal pearly teeth, her enchanting gaze fixed on Lin Feng. She then seized another glass from the table and drank deeply. Lin Feng turned to finish the last 2 drinks, feeling increasingly dizzy, but a quick shake of his head brought him back to some level of alertness. You have a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, brother. I shall consider you my temporary boyfriend. I cannot take much more, Kai Wei said, staring at Lin Feng with dazed eyes. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng wore a mischievous grin. So this is what you claim? No regrets now. Whoever regrets is a little dog. As long as my brother has strength, that's all that matters, Kai Wei teased. Shifting to cling to Lin Feng like an octopus, her hands securing around his neck. Seeing her willingness to accept the wager, Lin Feng decided to forego any further politeness. In the adjacent private room, Sister Yu observed the wild antics of the couple on the large screen, slamming her palm down on the table in frustration. What a failure! Zhang Heilong's expression darkened, feeling the sting of being taken advantage of. I curse you to be a 3-second man. Sister Yu shouted at the screen, but to her dismay, her curse seemed ineffectual. Half an hour later, the spectacle was still ongoing. Enraged, Zhang Heilong abruptly shut off the screen and stormed out without a backward glance. Sister Yu settled on the sofa, sipping red wine while the raucous noise from next door only heightened her irritation, prompting her to retreat to her office. The bar's night business had commenced, and at 10 o'clock, Sister Yu and Zhang Heilong returned to find themselves dumbfounded by the sight on the large screen. Kai Wei had sobered up considerably and was now attending to Lin Feng. Zhang Heilong's face flushed with embarrassment as he remarked, This is the trickster. It's the middle of the night, and the bar is dead. Isn't he supposed to be a heavy drinker? Let's find a few sisters to drink him under the table. Sister Yu, inspired by the thought, picked up her phone to call the bar service desk. That's right. Get him thoroughly intoxicated, toss him in the restroom, and when he sobers up, claim he undressed himself. Zhang Heilong, unable to swallow his anger, proposed a devious plan. Sister Yu smiled at Zhang Heilong's suggestion, realizing this was the key to her revenge. She promptly instructed the service desk to send over a few capable drinkers. Just as she hung up, a horn blared from downstairs. Yu Jia's expression shifted as she approached the window, observing numerous police cars converging below, accompanied by armed individuals disembarking from the vehicles. What transpired? Zhang Heilong, hearing the blaring sirens, approached. Yu Jia pointed at the scene below, panic etched on her beautiful face. Zhang Heilong recoiled, taking a few steps back, clearly alarmed by the imminent threat toward their bar. Without substantial evidence, a raid could not be executed. His words rang true. Yu Jia turned her gaze towards Zhang Heilong, who appeared profoundly troubled, suddenly shouting, Quick, find him. Chapter 21. The Bar Crisis, seizing the opportunity for acquisition in the adjoining private room. Lin Feng reclined on the sofa while Caillou massaged his tense muscles. Brother, you're so remarkable. Can you let me go home? Caillou's eyes glistened with tears as she looked at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression. Exhausted from Lin Feng's antics and having indulged in excessive drinking, she yearned for a restful sleep. However, Lin Feng complained of back and shoulder pain, requesting her assistance. Lying comfortably on the sofa, he groaned, I must say, your technique is exceptional. It alleviates my lumbar strain and cervical discomfort. Brother, tomorrow night, I'm off work. I'll massage you all night, do cupping, provide a full-body massage, and even acupuncture. Caillou, desperate to return home to rest, made continuous assurances. Only upon hearing her promises did Lin Feng permit her to leave. And as she exited, she couldn't resist pecking him on the cheek. "Hey, don't take advantage of me," Lin Feng exclaimed, caught off guard by Caillou's playful gesture. She flashed a charming smile, saying, "Brother, today's bill is on me. Additionally, tomorrow night, be at the Jiahua International Hotel awaiting my arrival. Here's the payment for the room and nutrition." She tossed a wad of red bills from her bag towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, sweating profusely from her unexpected move, pondered what had just transpired. He attempted to return the money, but Caillou had already descended the stairs. "You might as well consider working at our bar," Yujia's mocking voice echoed as she hurriedly entered in her high heels. Lin Feng grinned at Yujia. "I heard the sirens. Are you panicking now? Quickly tell us what to do. There's 5 million inside." Without further ado, Yujia tossed a bank card to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, holding the card, chuckled and threw it back. "You should know I'm not short on funds. I'm not lacking either, and this is my husband's enterprise." Yujia glared at Lin Feng, gritting her teeth, fully aware of his dubious intentions. "Oh, so you have a husband now?" Lin Feng paused momentarily at her words. "I need 5 million to acquire 90 of the bar's equity. Otherwise, you 1T just be out, but the bar will be devoured entirely." Based on his intelligence, someone had set their sights on the bar, orchestrating the smuggling of several kilograms of contraband, followed by a swift tip-off. Enraged, Yujia nearly cursed aloud. 5 million for 51 equity. Just then, Zhang Heilong hurriedly appeared. "Deal. Let us sign the contract." Lin Feng produced the contract he had prepared in advance, presenting 3 copies to Zhang Heilong. Zhang Heilong's countenance was as dark as a stormy sky. The arrival of the assailants was no mere coincidence. They had calculated their moves meticulously, poised to strike with lethal precision at a critical moment. Yet, with no alternatives left, he was compelled to acquiesce. Unwilling to take a gamble, he cast a glance at Sister Yu, whose jaw was clenched in frustration. With determination, she produced the company seal and affixed it to the contract, simultaneously signing the equity transfer agreement. "Additionally, provide me with 1 billion as a guarantee. Once our transaction is fully realized, I shall return it to you," Lin Feng stipulated as his second condition. The intricacies of the company's equity transfer agreement were profound, and he harbored concerns that these two might renege once they weathered the storm. Sister Yu's teeth ground audibly as her beautiful features contorted with rage. The impulse to bite Lin Feng palpable. Zhang Heilong's expression remained grim. He replied in a low tone, "I do not possess such liquid assets in my account." Lin Feng, indifferent to Zhang Heilong's demeanor, lifted a glass and began to sing. "What are you doing?" came the irate voice of a security guard from downstairs. Zhang Heilong turned to Sister Yu, who swiftly retrieved her phone to initiate a transfer to Lin Feng. "Make the note clear," Lin Feng's voice echoed. "You will come to realize how wise today's decision was." Before long, Lin Feng received the guaranteed deposit from Sister Yu. "Hurry and tell us," Zhang Heilong exclaimed, his eyes darting towards Lin Feng upon hearing the transfer notification. "There is something in the toilet lid of room 204. It would be best to flush it quickly down the drain and retrieve it with a drone," Lin Feng instructed, his gaze fixed on Zhang Heilong. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heilong's face turned ashen. He could almost deduce the nature of the contents. Should it be discovered, the bar would face utter ruin, and his wife would find herself imprisoned, for she was the legal representative of the establishment. Sister Yu, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, dashed toward room 204, and Zhang Heilong, noticing her in high heels, followed suit. Lin Feng remained seated on the sofa, continuing to sip his drink. He surveyed the bar's hall and noticed several men in hats, armed and bursting through the entrance. A leader among them charged towards the second floor. But Zhang Heilong had already emerged from room 204. "What is the matter, everyone?" Zhang Heilong and Sister Yu approached with feigned smiles. "We have received reports alleging that your bar is involved in criminal activities. Please assist us with our investigation," the leader stated coldly as he regarded Zhang Heilong and Sister Yu. "Humph, we operate legally and engage in no unlawful activities," Sister Yu retorted with a scoff. "We shall see once our investigation is complete," the leader replied sternly. "Search every corner, every room." Yes, numerous men in hats surged forward, escorting their leader to search various rooms. Sister Yu and Zhang Heilong exchanged anxious glances as they cooperated with the search, which persisted for several hours without yielding any incriminating evidence. Ultimately, the leader had no choice but to depart. With a sigh of relief, Sister Yu and Zhang Heilong felt the weight of impending doom lift slightly. Had they been discovered, their fates would have been sealed. Sister Yu's mind raced as she recalled the sale of 51 of the bar for a mere 5 million. Her chest ached with anger. Damn it! It must be Lin Feng who orchestrated this trap. She seethed. What on earth is his true identity? Zhang Heilong's expression darkened further. If it was indeed his doing, he must have formidable backing. Acquiring dozens of kilograms of contraband is no task for an ordinary person. So, he is merely a pawn in a larger game, he concluded. Upon hearing this, Sister Yu was filled with a fierce rage. Zhang Heilong, standing by the window, took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke, remarking, "He must be a pawn. What influence could an editor from a media company possibly wield?" He was almost intimidated, thinking that a mere pawn dared to threaten them. "Let us eliminate him first," he suggested. Sister Yu's gaze was chillingly cold. Lin Feng had thoroughly provoked her ire. "You too. Come in," she commanded. At that moment, Lin Feng stepped out of the private room and noticed Sister Yu and Zhang Heilong whispering to one another. It was evident they harbored resentment and were plotting against him. Zhang Heilong and Sister Yu entered Lin Feng's chamber. "Mr. Lin, you truly possess extraordinary connections," Zhang Heilong scoffed. "Your greed is rather unbecoming. Do you not fear choking on it?" Sister Yu shot a frosty glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng chuckled. "If you believe I orchestrated this, you overestimate my capabilities. I merely happened to learn that someone intended to harm you, and thus came to your aid. Of course, it is only fair to negotiate some equity in return for my assistance." Zhang Heilong abruptly shut the door to the private room, his gaze towards Lin Feng imbued with a hint of menace. "Mr. Lin, transfer the deposit to us and bring forth the agreement," he demanded. Sister Yu clapped her hands, and several men in black entered, wielding steel rods. Chapter 22, Backtracking? Take them down. Are you attempting to breach the contract? Lin Feng's expression darkened as he glanced at Sister Yu and Zhang Heilong. "Mr. Lin, I believe the information you provided is worth merely 10,000. You spent far more than that yesterday. I shall cover the bill for you." Sister Yu purred with a seductive smile. "What if I refuse?" Lin Feng inquired. "If you do not comply, there will be an additional corpse in Qingsha River by tomorrow." Zhang Heilong's tone grew increasingly sinister. "I truly wish to avoid bloodshed." Lin Feng surveyed Sister Yu and Zhang Heilong, then the 4 men in black, understanding that Zhang Heilong intended to renege on the agreement. "I neglected to inform you, Mr. Lin, that my husband is a mercenary overseas," Sister Yu boasted, grinning at Lin Feng. "He has blood on his hands, and today, he is not averse to spilling yours." Zhang Heilong pointed towards the 4 men behind him. "These 4 have fought in underground matches." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng looked at them and laughed heartily. "I had intended to teach you a lesson, but lacked a suitable reason. Now you present yourselves to me. How fortuitous. I wonder how long you can keep up this charade." "Eru, take him down," Sister Yu commanded coldly. One of the men in black stepped forward, shedding his shirt to reveal a tattoo of a tiger on his bare chest. Armed with a steel rod, he charged at Lin Feng. "Die!" Eru yelled, swinging the rod towards Lin Feng's head. After all, the boss had instructed him that any consequences would fall upon him, so Eru struck with brutal intensity, aiming to incapacitate Lin Feng with a single blow. Lin Feng merely chuckled, swiftly dodging Eru's thunderous strike. He then delivered a kick to Eru's waist, sending him flying against the wall. This unexpected turn of events left Zhang Heilong and Sister Yu aghast. They had not anticipated that Lin Feng could so easily topple Eru. "Attack!" Zhang Heilong barked at the remaining 3 men in black. "Do not hold back, subdue him. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry." The trio of men surged forward, steel rods in hand, while Lin Feng exhaled the smoke from his mouth. The sound of a piercing wind echoed as a figure clad in black hurled a steel rod with remarkable speed. Lin Feng had no time to evade, and the rod struck his shoulder directly. Fortunately, his practice of the joyful yoga technique had fortified his resilience, rendering the blow merely painful. Meanwhile, 2 other assailants armed with steel rods charged at him. With a swift kick, Lin Feng sent both rods flying away. Ever since he had embraced the joyful yoga technique, his body had become exceptionally supple. While many adults can only kick up to 1 meter high due to a lack of flexibility from disuse, Lin Feng's training allowed him to surpass even professional dancers in agility. The two black-clad attackers were momentarily dazed by his kick, and as they lunged at him, Lin Feng retaliated with two swift strikes to their abdomens, sending them sprawling. At that moment, Eru rushed in and wrapped his arms around Lin Feng's waist. With a cold smirk, Lin Feng delivered a kick to Eru's head, causing him to cry out in agony, blood spilling as he collapsed. Zhang Heilong, taken aback by Lin Feng's ferocity, charged forward, leaping to deliver a flying kick to Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng, undeterred, responded with a kick that was far quicker, striking Zhang Heilong's knee. A dull thud resonated, accompanied by the faint sound of bones fracturing, as Zhang Heilong crumpled to the ground, clutching his knee in pain. Yu Jie turned pale with fright, while the four injured black-clad men struggled to rise, eager to continue the fight, but were halted by Zhang Heilong's raised hand. Overseas mercenaries. Is this your level? Lin Feng mocked as he approached Zhang Heilong. The latter's face darkened as he inquired, "What is your background?" "Your reflexes surpass those of many special forces, and your strength is formidable. I am merely an editor for a media company. Do you intend to continue fighting?" Lin Feng picked up a steel rod from the ground and, with a resounding crash, brought it down upon a marble table, which shattered instantly. The onlookers shuddered at the thought that such a blow to a person's head could be lethal. Zhang Heilong, flustered, forced a smile. "Mr. Lin, we concede. From now on, you shall be the esteemed owner of this bar." "Mr. Lin, my husband was merely joking with you. You know how things can get in this line of work, with ruffians causing trouble. He was just testing your ability to maintain order," Yu Jie added, her smile radiant as she hurriedly poured a drink for Lin Feng. As Lin Feng accepted the glass from her hand, he unexpectedly reached out to touch her smooth, porcelain-like chin, then glanced at her chest. Yu Jie took 2 steps back. "Your button is undone. Allow me to fasten it for you." Lin Feng moved closer, inadvertently spilling a drink onto her chest. The fabric instantly became damp, accentuating her allure, particularly in the front. Yu Jie, infuriated, gritted her teeth, while Zhang Heilong's expression darkened. Lin Feng feigned an apologetic demeanor, saying, "My apologies. I had a bit too much to drink and accidentally wet you. I hope you won't mind. Mr. Lin, please show some respect. I am a married woman." Sister Yu coldly huffed and took a few steps back, distancing herself from Lin Feng. "Very well, you may leave. I wish to rest in the bar. Moreover, if you have some spare cash, feel free to invest in Tiana Entertainment, and I shall notify you when it is time to withdraw." Lin Feng glanced at Sister Yu and Zhang Heilong, pondering that one must offer a sweet treat after delivering a slap. Yet whether they wished to indulge in it was entirely up to them. "Oh," Sister Yu turned and departed. Zhang Heilong merely clasped his fists towards Lin Feng before being escorted away by Eru and others. Standing in the private room, Lin Feng sipped his drink. As the clock struck 2 in the morning and a sense of restlessness enveloped him, he stepped out to survey the surroundings. He found Sister Yu at the bar, drowning her sorrows in alcohol, and gazed into the hall, whereupon he spotted several familiar figures. To his surprise, his wife, Wang Meiling, and his brother-in-law, Wang Yaozu, were present, accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful young woman. "Damn it, they were spending my money at a bar in the dead of night." Lin Feng cursed silently, aware that his salary card was still in the possession of his wife, Wang Meiling. With this thought, Lin Feng donned a hat and approached Sister Yu. Her face was strikingly cold. Upon seeing him, she poured him a glass of liquor. "A favor, please." Lin Feng accepted the drink and raised it in a toast to Sister Yu. "Ah, you are the big boss. Feel free to give your orders," Sister Yu replied nonchalantly. Clearly irked by Lin Feng's behavior, unfazed by her attitude, Lin Feng pointed towards his wife and brother-in-law's table, stating, "I need to investigate the background of those 3 individuals." Sister Yu followed his gaze and scoffed, remarking, "A young matron of mediocre beauty. You wouldn't have taken a liking to her, would you?" The other is the deputy director of the Water Conservancy Bureau in Qinghe District, once the campus belle of Jiangxing Medical University. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had merely requested Sister Yu to inquire, yet she had divulged the backgrounds of all 3 without hesitation. "I advise you to steer clear," Sister Yu suddenly interjected. "Why?" Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. Sister Yu explained, "That ordinary-looking matron often mingles with men. You surely wouldn't be interested. As for the deputy director, she is far above your league, and her relationship with her fiancé is quite strong." Crack. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his veins bulging. He had never realized that this wretched woman was frequenting bars with his salary card in her possession. "You seem quite agitated. What connection does that ordinary-looking woman have with you?" Could she possibly be your wife? Sister Yu suddenly smirked, gazing at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. Chapter 23. The Bar, a reunion with my wife as family. Shut your mouth. Lin Feng felt as though Sister Yu's words were a slap to his face. With a chuckle, Sister Yu's laughter blossomed like a flower, her eyes sparkling with derision, as much of her pent-up frustration dissipated. She had assumed this cunning man had no sordid tales, only to discover otherwise, which brought her a sense of delight. Lin Feng, observing Sister Yu's mirth, grasped her face with both hands and leaned in to seal her lips with his own. A sudden sting coursed through him, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. It was only then that he released Sister Yu. Her expression was icy, filled with a fierce desire to see Lin Feng suffer. Lin Feng revealed a playful smile as he remarked, Sister Yu, your fragrant lips are quite alluring, making it hard to resist. Should you offend me again, I wouldn't hesitate to toss you onto the bed. Sister Yu snorted lightly, retorting, your own inadequacies lead you to vent your frustrations upon me. If you possess true skill, go and win her over. Lin Feng shook his head, saying, I find her unappealing. Besides, I'm interested in that deputy director from the Water Resources Bureau. She resembles a star. As he spoke, he poured a glass of wine for Sister Yu and brought it to her lips. However, you must possess the ability to win her heart. Sometimes brute force won't suffice. Sister Yu's expression softened as she accepted the glass and took a sip. Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his wife. Once answered, Wang Meiling's voice came through. Honey, I need some money. I'm out with my sisters getting beauty treatments. How much do you need? Lin Feng asked, suppressing his anger. 10,000. Wang Meiling replied cheerfully, Darling, you haven't come home these past few days. Where are you staying? Lin Feng chuckled. I found a place to seclude myself and write to earn some money. I'll transfer the funds to you shortly. Have you considered my request? Have you persuaded my parents to transfer the house to my brother? Wang Meiling's voice was exceedingly gentle. Not yet. Lin Feng hesitated. You truly disappoint me, my dear. Why won't you help my brother? Wang Meiling's voice broke into sobs over the phone. Lin Feng glanced up to see his wife alone in a restroom, pretending to cry, while his brother-in-law stood nearby, splashing water on her face. Dear, let me think it over, Lin Feng said hesitantly. I need to hang up now to focus on my writing. I'll transfer the money to you soon. Take care and rest well. You need to take care of yourself and the baby. I truly hope our child does not have a selfish father. Wang Meiling continued to cry before hanging up. That cracked me up. Sister Yu laughed heartily beside him. She had overheard the commotion on Lin Feng's phone and was now aware of the tumultuous situation at home, which could inspire a novel. Lin Feng, dark-faced, downed another glass of wine, then transferred 10,000 yuan to Wang Meiling. Shortly after, she sent a short video, in which she appeared tear-streaked, wearing a heart-wrenchingly sorrowful expression. Lin Feng felt a wave of nausea. This wretched woman was truly skilled at playing the victim. It seems your relationship with your wife is rather complicated. Should I have a chat with her and reveal your true nature? Sister Yu shot Lin Feng a knowing glance. You'd best not cross my boundaries. Otherwise, I'll ensure you suffer, Lin Feng warned her directly, unwilling to let her jeopardize his affairs. Why so fierce? I merely pity you, Sister Yu said as she turned to leave. Lin Feng returned to the private room to continue drinking, feeling stifled alone. He asked Sister Yu to invite a friend to join them for drinks. There was no denying the comfort found in their company. The bar did not close until 6 in the morning, and Lin Feng staggered out, intoxicated. All the patrons had left, leaving only Sister Yu and the bar staff. Allow me to introduce everyone to our esteemed boss, Mr. Lin. From today onwards, he is our new proprietor, Sister Yu addressed the crowd. Applause erupted from the crowd, including Kai Wei, who had returned home to rest. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Feng, astonished to discover that the terrifying man was, in fact, the big boss. There is no need for formalities. From now on, we are all brothers and sisters. We shall share burdens and enjoy our wealth together, Lin Feng declared to the assembly. As he spoke, he gestured for Sister Yu to bring forth a tray filled with red envelopes, each containing 100 pieces of red currency. The big boss has prepared a red envelope for each of you, with 10,000 inside. Sister Yu glanced at the crowd. Thank you, boss. Such generosity, the employees at the bar exclaimed. May the boss revel in endless joy and prosperity. Their excitement was palpable. Who would not be thrilled by an unexpected windfall of 10,000? Their gazes toward Lin Feng brimmed with newfound respect and admiration. You may use this money to open an account at Xiangjiang Securities and invest in Mars Biology with a leverage of 33 times. Sell before the market closes in 5 minutes this afternoon, Lin Feng advised with a smile. He recalled that Mars Biology had remained stagnant in the morning. But favorable news had emerged in the afternoon, leading to a 125 increase that day, albeit only for that day, as it would plummet the following day. The crowd was momentarily bewildered. Why was the big boss discussing stocks? Sister Yu chimed in with a smile. The boss invests 2.5 million. However, before she could finish, Lin Feng interrupted, suggesting it was better to keep such matters discreet. The audience was left perplexed, yet some seemed to grasp the underlying message. Lin Feng was indifferent to their reactions. Confident that the opportunity had been presented, it was now up to them to seize it. This could be considered a small benefit bestowed upon them by their big boss. After addressing these matters, Lin Feng requested Sister Yu to arrange for a lamb testicle and ginseng soup, which would include 50 lamb testicles and 10 ginseng roots. Isn't that too much for over 100 employees? Sister Yu assumed he intended to treat the staff, having distributed the red envelopes. Do you expect me to treat as well? This feast is for me alone, Lin Feng clarified with a glance at Sister Yu. Aren't you afraid of overindulging? This method of nourishment can be excessive, and you hardly need it, she retorted, taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity. You talk too much, just place the order. I often practice and require substantial nourishment, Lin Feng replied, his hunger overwhelming his patience. Sister Yu promptly turned to arrange for the soup. Before long, the hotel staff delivered the order, and Sister Yu personally poured Lin Feng a glass of red wine. Let us get down to business, Lin Feng said, casting a playful grin at Sister Yu. But don't expect me to serve you. I need my rest too. Get lost. Don't be so vain. Sister Yu shot back, scolding Lin Feng for his arrogance. With her allure, she could attract any man she desired. Lin Feng chuckled. Perhaps my looks are not the most striking, but my stamina is certainly something you cannot withstand. Sister Yu slammed her hand on the table, chastising him. Big boss. I am married. Don't jest with me like that. I merely wish to confirm something. What is it? Lin Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued. Is it truly possible to invest in Tiana Entertainment? And why buy Mars Biology in the morning only to sell it before the market closes in the afternoon? As she posed these questions, she refilled Lin Feng's glass. Captivated by the miraculous profits he had reaped, an investment of 2.5 million yielding 300 million in just 3 days was nothing short of a legend. Lin Feng lifted his wine glass and gazed at Sister Yu. Suddenly his eyes fell upon her alluring curves. Dressed in a black lace dress that accentuated her peach-shaped posterior, Sister Yu's rounded figure, combined with her angelic visage, captivated the attention of men. With a swift motion, Lin Feng delivered a playful slap to her enticing form. Chapter 24. May the boss revel nightly. The deputy director seeks assistance. Sister Yu cried out in pain. You scoundrel, what are you doing? Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Lin Feng, her delicate teeth biting into her sensual pink lips. Had she possessed the strength to confront him, she would have already retaliated. Lin Feng, with a nonchalant smile, replied, I have already spoken my piece, yet you persist in questioning me. Thus, this slap serves as a testament to my words. Fuming, Sister Yu retorted, you insufferable man. Is it so difficult for you to communicate properly? We have barely known each other for a day. It is only natural for me to distrust you, especially since you have already deceived me. Once more, Lin Feng brought his hand down upon her. Tears streamed down her face as she lunged forward, her delicate hand reaching for his face, feeling utterly provoked by his audacity. However, Lin Feng deftly evaded her grasp and effortlessly pushed her onto the sofa. Firstly, I have not deceived you. Had it not been for my intervention, you would have fallen into a trap. I merely seized the opportunity upon learning of the scheme laid against you. Secondly, I have no desire to repeat myself, and it would be prudent for you to keep our discussions regarding stocks confidential. Lin Feng glanced at Sister Yu, contemplating that this woman required a firmer hand in her education, or she would remain untamed. I refuse to believe you, Sister Yu huffed as she stormed out. Unfazed, Lin Feng returned to his meal, and after finishing, he reclined in the private room to rest. The room featured a cozy area with a bed and a balcony window, allowing a view of the bustling bar below. The staff in the hall had not yet departed, reveling in their good fortune as the boss had generously bestowed red envelopes filled with cash, prompting a night of celebration that continued until the early hours of the next day. Who was heading to Xiangjiang Securities? Kai Wei inquired, observing the inebriated crowd. Instantly, Memories of the boss's stock recommendations surfaced, leading to a chorus of headshakes. Kaiwe, it's wiser to secure your profits. While I hold great respect for the boss, stock recommendations can be highly unreliable. Indeed, stock trading requires skill. I find it far more reliable to hold cash in hand. The stock market is fraught with pitfalls. Not necessarily. I believe it could be worth a gamble. The boss would not deceive us mere mortals. In the bar, many were skeptical of Lin Feng's stock recommendations, with only a handful willing to take a chance, considering any loss a mere consequence of the boss's generous gift. Kaiwe, do you truly believe in this? I certainly do not, sister, you slurred, still fuming from the 2 slaps Lin Feng had delivered. Although the stocks Lin Feng recommended could indeed be genuine, she vowed never to invest in them. Indeed, Kaiwe, have you been charmed by the boss? I heard he spent 4 hours with you last night. A beautiful young lady teased, playfully pulling Kaiwe closer. Kaiwe, although the wealthy boss is affluent, cannot be deemed handsome. He possesses a certain oiliness about him. Another young lady stifled her laughter, while the other girls also covered their mouths and gazed at Kaiwe. With a delicate huff, Kaiwe remarked, "Humph. The boss may have a slight beer belly, yet he is wealthy and adept at making money." She intentionally concealed certain truths, such as the boss's superhuman physical prowess, as she did not wish for her other companions to covet him. After all, her joyful life would diminish otherwise. Suit yourself, we're going back to sleep. I have no faith in the stock market, they declared, heading home with their bags in tow. Even Sister Yu approached, urging Kaiwe to reconsider, as she was, after all, her cousin. Do not worry, if I incur losses. So be it, Kaiwe replied nonchalantly, holding a red envelope worth 10,000 yuan with a smile. Do as you please. Sister Yu shot a disapproving glance at Kaiwe, questioning, are you truly attracted to this oily man? I must inform you, he has violent tendencies and is quite unsavory. I do not think so. I find the boss quite amiable. Moreover, he is exceptionally capable, Kaiwe stated, a faint blush gracing her cheeks at the mention of Lin Feng. You little imp, you cannot truly have feelings for him, can you? I warn you, you might be devoured whole, Sister Yu admonished, pressing her finger against Kaiwe's brow. It is not about liking. I merely wish to be by his side. Besides, with his vast fortune, he would never be interested in someone like me, Kaiwe replied. Shaking her head, Sister Yu scrutinized Kaiwe and cautioned, remember, only invest 10,000 yuan. Do not exceed that amount. I suspect this boss intends to incite everyone to invest in order to inflate the stock price, and then he will abscond. Kaiwe acknowledged her words and departed to hail a taxi to Xiangjiang Securities. Upon arriving at the Xiangjiang Securities Trading Hall, Kaiwe opened an account and transferred 10,000 yuan. However, recalling Lin Feng's overwhelming and captivating strength, her heart raced, and she decided to transfer all her savings into the account, bringing her total to 200,000 yuan. At worst, I'll serve as the boss's subordinate. As long as he provides sustenance, I'm willing to risk it all. Kaiwe mused, biting her rosy lip. She adjusted her leverage to 33 times and fully invested in Mars Biotech, purchasing 1 million shares at a stock price of 66 yuan. After completing her stock purchase, Kaiwe took a taxi home to sleep, too anxious to check the stock's performance, fearing a plunge that might erase her gains. Meanwhile, Lin Feng awoke around 1 in the afternoon, feeling rejuvenated and refreshed. He ordered a bucket of lamb soup and noticed an increasing appetite. Moreover, he felt his physical strength intensifying, even sensing a faint energy flowing within him. It was truly remarkable, whatever it was that had been discovered. Stretching lazily, he moved casually, producing a cacophony of sounds from his body. Glutton, Sister Yu's voice rang out from a distance. Lin Feng looked up with a playful smile and inquired, Sister Yu, where is Zhang Heilong? Where has he disappeared to? Do you think everyone is like you? He is resting at home, she replied. Sister Yu approached Lin Feng and whispered, additionally, Luo Minghai from the district's Criminal Investigation Bureau wishes to see you. He is the deputy director. Lin Feng was taken aback by the unexpected visit from the Criminal Investigation Bureau. He glanced downstairs, where a middle-aged man sat in the hall, his demeanor exuding authority, his gaze sharp and piercing, imbued with a hint of officialdom. Lin Feng, realizing the importance of this encounter, was eager to forge a connection with someone like Luo Minghai, given his bar's operations in Qinghe District. Without delay, he descended the stairs with Sister Yu. Director Luo, allow me to introduce Mr. Lin Feng, our bar's major shareholder. Sister Yu said with a warm smile as she stepped forward. Director Luo lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed on Lin Feng like a sword. Hello, Editor Lin, he greeted. extending his hand for a firm handshake. Lin Feng was not surprised that Director Luo had discovered his true identity. "What brings you here, Director Luo?" Lin Feng could not help but inquire. "May we speak privately?" Director Luo turned and entered a private room. Lin Feng followed, pouring tea for him. Director Luo sighed deeply, looking up at the ceiling. "As long as it's legal and compliant, I will certainly assist," Lin Feng assured, thumping his chest in confidence. With a bitter smile, Director Luo explained, "The situation is as follows. My spouse invested in stocks and has become deeply trapped. We have mortgaged our home for it." "Which stock?" Lin Feng wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow upon hearing Luo Minghai's words. Mortgaging a house for stock trading was utterly absurd. However, such scenarios were not uncommon in the stock market, where many foolishly hoped for overnight riches. "Maca fresh," Luo Minghai said in frustration, uttering those 4 words. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out his tea. "Of all the stocks, why Maca fresh? It's all David from Xiangjiang Securities' fault. He confidently recommended it to my wife." Claiming favorable news was forthcoming, Director Luo fumed, nearly slamming the table. Lin Feng felt an urge to confront David again. This man had led many investors astray. "My wife mentioned a young stock god who earns $1 billion daily, hence my visit to seek your advice," Luo Minghai continued, lifting his cup of tea as a toast to Lin Feng. "Director, please, there is no need for such formalities. I hardly dare to assume the title of stock god." Lin Feng quickly replied, wary of the weight of such a label. "Based on your brother's technical analysis, is there still hope for Maca fresh?" Luo Minghai asked earnestly. It won't rise in the short term. Lin Feng recalled that after the scandal surrounding Maca fresh, its stock price had languished for 3 to 5 years, after which he lost track of it. "I've heard you recommended Mars Biology to your employees. Does this stock show technical upward momentum?" Luo Minghai inquired once more. Lin Feng chuckled, "Director Luo, since you have investigated me, you must know I am principled and would never deceive my employees." Hearing this, Director Luo gritted his teeth and promptly took out his phone, stepping outside the room. He appeared to be engaged in a heated debate, which lasted for 10 minutes before his expression softened, and he exhaled in relief. "Has Maca fresh been sold?" Lin Feng smiled and asked Luo Minghai. "She sold it, albeit with great reluctance, for it felt like a severance of flesh. However, after I conveyed your words to her, she sold it without hesitation. Later, upon learning that you had recommended Mars Bio to your employees, she invested 1 million, leveraging it 33 times to acquire shares at 67 yuan. Luo Minghai recounted his family matters. What could Lin Feng say? He could only give a thumbs up. "My friend, your investment of 2.5 million with 33 times leverage in Tiana Entertainment has had a significant impact, causing many gamblers to engage in 33 times leverage. As if using lower leverage is somehow disgraceful." Luo Minghai patted Lin Feng's shoulder heavily. "I didn't intend for this to happen. It was the people at Xiangjiang Securities who promoted it without any ethical boundaries for their own business." Lin Feng directly placed the blame on the individuals at Xiangjiang Securities. "Many will fall into the trap. It is human greed that leads to this. It is difficult for the average person to resist temptation." Luo Minghai sighed. "This is not your fault." Ding dong. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone chimed with a notification. Upon checking, he discovered it was a financial news update regarding Mars Bio. Mars Bio announced the development of a new anti-cancer drug, expected to hit the market in the second half of the year, with projected profits to triple. "Director Luo, I must say your timing is impeccable. Had you arrived any later, we would have missed out." Lin Feng showed his phone to Luo Minghai. Luo's eyes widened. "Mars Bio has released a favorable announcement. Brother Lin, you are remarkable." He hurriedly searched for Mars Bio and noticed the stock had already risen, gaining 1 point in mere seconds, and it continued to climb. Just then, Director Luo's phone rang, and he quickly answered, hearing his wife's excited voice on the other end, inquiring how long they could hold on. "I do not have a positive outlook on Mars Bio's future. Their research capabilities are evident, and I suspect there is deliberate hype. It would be wise to exit before the market closes." Lin Feng offered his sincere advice to Luo Minghai's wife. She promptly agreed. As Lin Feng and Luo Minghai chatted over tea, Luo Minghai's wife called twice with excitement, and Luo himself appeared radiant. "Brother, it has reached 10 yuan. Luo Minghai exclaimed with a smile. "The increase is approaching 50 points. With 1,033 times leverage, they could acquire nearly 500,000 shares, each currently yielding a profit of 33 yuan, approximately totaling 15.5 million. Lin Feng laughed heartily, Congratulations to your wife. Luo Minghai gave a thumbs up and raised his tea to toast Lin Feng again. At 15:55, Mars Bio continued to rise, reaching 16 yuan. Taking a deep breath, Luo Minghai reluctantly pulled out his phone to call his wife, urging her to sell. At 1600 hours, Xiangjiang Securities closed, and the stock price of Mars Bio fell back to 14.5 yuan. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I can also introduce you to some friends. Luo Minghai patted Lin Feng's shoulder. I was waiting for this very sentence, and as for Tiana Entertainment, it's a good entry point. Just wait for my news regarding that. As for the others, they are uncertain. Lin Feng expressed his goodwill once more. Holding his phone, Luo Minghai glanced at the stock market, suddenly widening his eyes in astonishment. Tiana Entertainment had surged to 75 yuan, a remarkable increase from just 8.25 yuan a few days prior, marking a rise of over ninefold. This indicated that Lin Feng's profits far exceeded 300 million, had he not sold. They might have reached 700 million. Be cautious with leverage. Do not attract the attention of those major players, for a slight misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Lin Feng cautioned Luo Minghai once more. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Luo Minghai left the bar with a beaming expression. Seeing Luo Minghai's radiant demeanor, Yu Jia was filled with curiosity, having noted his serious demeanor upon arrival. Boss, what did you use to charm Mr. Luo? Yu Jia approached with an alluring smile. Gesturing with her delicate hand, Lin Feng unabashedly admired Yu Jia's exquisite figure, particularly her alluring curves. I warn you, I am married. Do not harbor any intentions. Yu Jia's charming visage turned serious. Do not flatter yourself. I have no interest in you, Lin Feng retorted bluntly. I prefer someone younger, say 18. You're already in your 20s, which is rather aged. Leave. A dog cannot spit out ivory. Yu Jia seethed, her teeth clenched, wishing to confront the man before her. We must conduct our business legally. Bribery is not permissible. Lin Feng lightly tapped her forehead, stating it was a new company policy. Hypocrite. Yu Jia dismissed Lin Feng's words with skepticism. Lin Feng chose not to elaborate, aware that while nothing illicit had occurred, the implications could be misconstrued by those with ulterior motives. At that moment, bar staff began to arrive for their shifts, many glancing towards Caillou. Lin Feng and Yu Jia made their way downstairs. Did you purchase the Martian biology stocks I advised? Lin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, curious who had taken advantage of this opportunity. Yu Jia and the bar staff exchanged glances before their eyes shifted to Caillou. Boss, I bought some, Caillou said with a hint of a seductive smile aimed at Lin Feng. Surely, Caillou is not the only one who bought? Lin Feng inquired, turning to Yu Jia and the others. Humph, the stocks you recommend must be worthless, Yu Jia scoffed. Other bar employees scratched their heads, evidently skeptical of Lin Feng's stock suggestion. Lin Feng wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, realizing that even the deputy director of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, Luo Minghai, sought information, yet to these individuals, it seemed utterly worthless. Caillou, how did you purchase? Lin Feng regarded her with renewed interest, relieved to find at least one person who appreciated his advice. I invested 200,000 with a 33-fold leverage, then instructed my broker to sell at 155.5, and then went home to sleep, Caillou admitted, a trace of nervousness in her tone, uncertain if she had made a profit or a loss. Lin Feng wiped his brow again, realizing that this young woman also lacked faith in his expertise. Her investment was merely a result of her being swayed the previous night. Caillou, check if there is still money in your stock account, chimed in a female colleague with a teasing smile. Caillou, take a look at your account balance. Another young woman chimed in. Yuejia and the other bar staff also turned their gazes towards Caillou, eager to glimpse the state of her finances. Caillou felt a flicker of anxiety. Open it. Whatever you've lost will be counted on my account. Lin Feng chuckled at Caillou's nervousness, thinking that this young woman could certainly benefit from further education. Caillou bit her pink lip and retrieved her phone to access her securities account. Upon seeing the balance, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. It was a sum with 8 digits. Yuejia also glanced at Caillou's account, her eyes going wide. 10,021,000. Yuejia read the figures aloud, her body swaying as if she had missed out on a fortune. What? 10,021,000. Impossible. How could he have earned so much? Nothing is impossible. This morning, Mars Biotech hit a low of 636, and during the trading session, it soared over 16. If one had leveraged 33 times, it could indeed yield over 10 million. Even with an investment of 10,000, one could still earn 500,000. At that moment, the bar employees were utterly dejected, resembling wilted vegetables, feeling as though they had lost millions. A golden opportunity for wealth had slipped through their fingers, and they lamented by slapping their thighs in frustration. Kaiwe, in a state of exhilaration, rushed forward to embrace Lin Feng, exclaiming, "Boss, you are truly amazing. From now on, I will only drink with you." She never imagined that a gamble would reward her so handsomely, allowing her to live as a little rich woman for the rest of her life. Even if she chose not to work again, she felt genuinely fortunate for having accompanied the big boss last night, as it was only her deeper understanding of him that prompted her to take such a bold risk. "All right, I was waiting for you to say that. Let us go have a couple of drinks later," Lin Feng laughed, appreciating her social awareness. Yuejia bit her pink lip, gazing at Lin Feng, regretting her choices deeply. The others shared similar sentiments, cursing themselves for their missed chance. When Luo Minghai came seeking confirmation of this news, it was deemed worthless in your eyes. "What can I say?" Lin Feng remarked, directing his comment towards Yuejia and the others. Yuejia suddenly recalled that Luo Minghai's wife had been trapped in a stock position, and today, Luo Minghai had come to seek Lin Feng's assistance. Moreover, when he left, he appeared quite pleased, suggesting that not only had he resolved his predicament, but he had also profited significantly from Mars Biotech. "Boss, could you recommend another stock?" Yuejia asked, her face brightening with a charming smile as she poured a drink for Lin Feng. The others gazed at him with eager anticipation, as if he were a deity of wealth. If this esteemed boss were to recommend stocks again, they would risk everything to invest. Such opportunities to earn are rare. "Do you think I possess foresight?" Lin Feng shook his head, stating that there were indeed no worthwhile stocks to recommend in the near term. Disappointment and regret washed over the faces of the crowd upon hearing this. You all doubted the boss, causing him heartache. "Tonight, the 12 golden hairpins will all make amends to the boss," Yuejia commanded with a playful tone. 12 stunningly beautiful girls emerged, some with alluring curves, others petite and charming with twin ponytails, and some voluptuous, clad in form-fitting black stockings. Lin Feng felt a wave of dizziness. He could hardly endure it. "Boss, allow me to treat you to a drink. Please, come over now." "Boss, Kura wishes to share a toast with you." "Boss, you needn't go anywhere tonight." One by one, the alluring girls with enchanting voices pulled him toward the private room. "Kaiwe, please put tonight's tab on your account and fetch a case of Matai," said Sister Yu, casting a glance at Kaiwe, a hint of jealousy in her eyes. "It's all right, Sister Yu. Tonight's expenses are on me. I shall join the fray and help take down the boss," Kaiwe declared with a touch of pride, determined not to let the boss enjoy the night alone. What is the essence of a lively, joyous gathering? That night, Lin Feng was immersed in such revelry, surrounded by girls whose drinking abilities were formidable, as one would expect from bar staff. Among them, 2 possessed beauty that could rival that of Watermelon Peach, while the others, though not quite as striking, still boasted a remarkable allure. The beauties, wine glasses in hand, called him Brother Lin Feng with such sweetness that it made him feel giddy. Naturally, he welcomed their advances, especially since they were his employees. As a boss, it was imperative to foster a good rapport with his staff and to understand them better, deepening their connections. The next morning, Lin Feng awoke to find himself sprawled on the large bed of the hotel downstairs, with Kaiwe nestled under the covers beside him. He checked his phone and discovered dozens of missed calls from Watermelon Peach, Song Qian, Liang Kuan, Su Ling, Luo Minghai, and his wife, Wang Meiling. The clock read 10 in the morning. Just as he attempted to rise, he realized his legs felt weak, as if he had been struck by a powerful potion akin to the fictional 10 fragrance soft bone powder. "Boss, are you unable to stand?" Sai Yue's playful laughter echoed as she sat at the head of the bed, wiping her mouth with a tissue. Lin Feng pointed at Kaiwe, chiding her with a smile. "You girl, you really tried to drown me last night." He recalled how Kaiwe had brought 2 cases of Matai and 4 bottles of 68-degree Wulianya. "The boss is being modest. It takes more than mere liquor to bring you down," Kaiwe teased, laughing as she dressed and tidied the room. Glancing at his phone, Lin Feng was startled to see it was already 11:30. Considering the time, he realized that Tianhe Entertainment was set to announce the cessation of its online operations that afternoon. He worried that his involvement might prompt an early announcement. In a rush, he opened his phone to find that Tianhe Entertainment's stock price had soared to 99 yuan, surpassing the previous peak of 88 yuan from his past life. Chapter 27. Liquidating Tianhe Entertainment, the greedy Liang Kuan cell. Without hesitation, Lin Feng began to liquidate his shares in Tianhe Entertainment. Perhaps 99 yuan represented the peak of the stock's value, and while it might exceed that slightly, Lin Feng was determined not to chase the final penny. As he sold off his holdings, the stock price of Tianhe Entertainment began to decline within a mere 3 minutes. He had divested all his shares. The price plummeted to 97 yuan, after which Lin Feng promptly instructed Watermelon Peach to sell her shares immediately. Upon receiving Lin Feng's directive, Watermelon Peach began to offload her stocks in Tianhe Entertainment without delay. At last, Lin Feng notified Luo Minghai, advising him to promptly dispose of any shares of Tianhe Entertainment in his possession. "Brother, how did you know my family purchased shares of Tianhe Entertainment?" came Luo Minghai's laughter over the phone. "I merely expressed concern that your family might be investing in Tianhe Entertainment, and I wanted to caution you. I never imagined you truly bought them." Lin Feng chuckled in response. Human nature is inherently greedy. No one would willingly forfeit the opportunity to earn money. Lin Feng firmly believed that Luo Minghai's family would not overlook this chance. Had he not alerted Luo Minghai, any financial loss incurred would undoubtedly be blamed on him. "Brother, you are indeed a kind-hearted person. I noticed that Tianhe Entertainment stock has declined. It wouldn't be your selling that caused this drop, would it?" Luo Minghai inquired half-jokingly. "Securing profits is the rightful path. I am satisfied with the wealth I have amassed," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "In the stock market, the most challenging aspect is knowing when to be content." "You are right. The stock market is a true test of human character," Luo Minghai remarked, filled with a sense of awe and even envy as he acknowledged that Lin Feng's reputation had been solidified through his audacious investment of 2.5 million, resulting in nearly 900 million in profits, an endeavor destined to be immortalized in stock market lore. Later that evening, Luo Minghai mentioned a dinner gathering featuring prominent figures from the Qinghe district, stating he would send Lin Feng the location to pick him up. Just after Luo Minghai hung up, Liang Kuen's call came through. "Kuen go, what is the urgency?" Lin Feng laughed heartily. "Brother, is it still a good time to invest? I noticed Tianhe Entertainment's shares have dropped, presenting an excellent opportunity to buy more." Liang Kuen's excited voice resonated as he finally reached Lin Feng. "Buying on dips, brother. Your skills are becoming increasingly refined. You can confidently make your move." Lin Feng encouraged Liang Kuen to enter the market boldly. However, Liang Kuen's intentions were far from honorable. The collaboration was not yet concluded, and he was already scheming against Lin Feng. Fortunately, he had installed surveillance equipment in Liang Kuen's residence, intending to extract all the profits Liang Kuen had previously amassed and ensure his financial ruin to subdue him. Upon hearing Liang Kuen's words, Lin Feng felt reassured. Yet Liang Kuen suddenly requested a loan, citing insufficient funds. "Brother, I regrettably must decline. All my money is tied up in the stock market, and I have no spare cash. You know, I am merely a media editor who fortuitously learned some insider information and invested my entire fortune," Lin Feng responded decisively. Frustrated, Liang Kuen remarked, "Brother, you're being overly polite. Didn't you sell off some shares beforehand? Even liquidating a mere 10% could yield tens of millions." Lin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that Liang Kuen was relentless, genuinely believing he could manipulate him. "You know my marriage is unhappy, and I've heard whispers that my wife has been getting too close to her ex-boyfriend, which is a tremendous insult to me," Liang Kuen ominously reminded him. "Such a woman deserves to experience the cremation furnace." Lin Feng, filled with rage, retorted, "Liang Go, refrain from speaking further. How about you come to the Golden Hairpin Bar, and we can discuss this in detail?" If Liang Kuen was eager for his demise, Lin Feng had no qualms about delivering another blow. "The Golden Hairpin Bar? Are you preparing some women for the occasion?" "Very well," Liang Kuen said before abruptly ending the call. Lin Feng gazed coldly out the window, contemplating how some individuals seemed intent on courting disaster. He had no qualms about ensuring their demise was particularly harrowing. "Boss, why the sudden anger?" Caillou approached, her hips swaying enticingly as she came to massage Lin Feng's abdomen. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Feng replied, "A certain fool has dared to threaten me. Caillou, find a few individuals for hire at a premium. I require those afflicted with HIV. Also, prepare a loan contract. Someone is about to borrow some money." "Understood. I shall take care of it," Caillou responded before turning to leave. Lin Feng glanced at his phone to check on Tianhe Entertainment. He was astounded by the rapid decline in its stock value. In mere minutes, it plummeted from 97 yuan to 87 yuan. He suspected that relatives and friends of Luo Minghai had heavily invested in this stock. It was implausible that the pressure from merely the stocks in Shui Mitao's possession could induce such a drastic fall. However, upon reaching 87 yuan, the stock halted its descent and began to rise, albeit at a sluggish pace, as substantial funds seized the opportunity to replenish their holdings. Furthermore, some institutions proclaimed that Tianhe Entertainment was merely undergoing a normal correction, predicting that its stock price would soar to 1,000 yuan. At that moment, Sister Yu emerged from the elevator, clad in sheer black stockings that subtly revealed her creamy skin. She hurried toward Lin Feng's room, her bosom undulating with each stride. Why the rush? Lin Feng teased upon seeing her. Are you about to burst? Sister Yu quickly halted, casting a playful glare his way. Tianhe Entertainment has dropped 10 yuan. Is it a good time to enter the market? Lin Feng chuckled. If your husband were to invest, I would encourage him, but for you, I advise against it. I cannot bear to see beautiful women in tears. Sister Yu pouted in response, but many institutions predict it will rise to 1,000 yuan. Then you should buy it. Lin Feng retorted, bemused by her faith in institutional analyses. Dinner is ready, Sister Yu said, turning to leave. Lin Feng arrived at the Golden Hairpin Bar, where Sister Yu had prepared a pot of soup filled with dozens of lamb balls and several ginseng roots. He devoured the meal ravenously, feeling warmth surging through him as the vitality he had expended the previous night was replenished. Just then, Caillou entered, accompanied by 3 strikingly beautiful girls, each boasting slender waists and ample bosoms. Among them, a girl named Miao Miao possessed enchanting peach blossom eyes that could ensnare a man's soul. Were it not for her illness, Lin Feng would have relished the opportunity to share a drink with her. Boss, they initially came to the provincial city for treatment, but upon hearing the news, they rushed here by high-speed train. I intended to find locals, but I feared it might cause delays, Caillou explained in a hushed tone. You are quite meticulous in your work. Inform them that upon completion of the task, each will receive 300,000 yuan, Lin Feng instructed Caillou. Her jaw dropped in astonishment. Boss, I know you are wealthy, but you cannot squander money in such a manner. Lin Feng sighed. These sisters are merely trying to earn a living. It is not easy for them, and I will require their services in the future. Upon hearing this, Caillou approached Miao Miao and the other 2 girls, quietly discussing the remuneration. They were instantly thrilled. Previously, the agreed price was 30,000 yuan each. But this young boss was offering them 300,000 yuan each. Thank you, boss. May you enjoy endless nights of revelry. Miao Miao and the 2 girls giggled as they greeted Lin Feng. Regardless of any situation that may arise, I am here to support you. Lin Feng reassured the trio once more. Their spirits lifted upon hearing his words. Soon, a taxi pulled up at the entrance, and a figure emerged from the vehicle, donning a cap. It was only when he spotted Lin Feng that he removed the hat, none other than Liang Kuan. Chapter 28. Setting a Trap for Liang Kuan. Arrogant David brother Liang, you've arrived. Lin Feng greeted him with a smile. You rascal, you've been quite stingy, making it impossible to borrow money from you. Little brother, you've disappointed me, Liang Kuan remarked, playfully patting Lin Feng's shoulder. Brother, all my funds are tied up in the stock market. Lin Feng replied with a chuckle. However, you can borrow from the Golden Hairpin Bar. I'd never resort to high-interest loans from there. Liang Kuan shook his head. Mr. Liang, you misunderstand. We're not a loan shark, Miao Miao chimed in sweetly. Liang Kuan glanced at Miao Miao, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He grinned. What is your company's interest rate? What are the fees? Brother Liang, our bar can lend you a sum as a gesture of friendship, with an annual interest rate of 10, but it's only for a duration of 7 days, Miao Miao said, her captivating gaze fixed on him. Liang Kuan was instantly elated upon hearing the terms. A 10 annual rate? That's quite reasonable, though the short duration is a drawback. Stocks can be liquidated within 3 to 4 days. If you miss the opportunity today, the cost will only escalate, Lin Feng whispered to Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan's expression fluctuated as he scrutinized Lin Feng, then glanced at Miao Miao. If we weren't keen on forming a friendship with you, we wouldn't consider lending you this money. We primarily hope you can look out for us in the future. After all, there may be unsavory incidents at the bar that require your assistance, and of course, we'll offer you a little bonus for your help, Miao Miao explained further. Liang Kuan smiled at this revelation. I see very well. I will borrow 10 million from your bar. I intend to make a significant move today. Miao Miao promptly produced a loan agreement and handed it to Liang Kuan. He casually perused the document before signing it, unconcerned given his current wealth. Miao Miao instructed her colleagues to transfer the 10 million to Liang Kun, who immediately invested the funds into the stock market. This time he was more cautious, employing a tenfold leverage to purchase shares in Tianhe Entertainment, which surprisingly appreciated further. Congratulations, Brother Liang. Your fortune continues to grow. Lin Feng praised, giving Liang Kun a thumbs up. Let us celebrate with a hearty meal today. Since my little brother has sincerely invited me, I cannot decline, Liang Kun replied, his interest in Miao Miao evident, especially drawn to her enchanting eyes. The group, Lin Feng, Liang Kun, Miao Miao, and others, entered a private room, engaging in a lively drinking session. As the evening progressed, Liang Kun could no longer contain himself and took Miao Miao into a nearby restroom. Inside, Liang Kun, inebriated, tugged at Miao Miao's clothing. Brother Liang, no please. What are you doing? Miao Miao looked at Liang Kun with pitiful eyes. Liang Kun stared at Miao Miao lustfully, grinning wickedly. Miao Miao, big brother likes you. Just give in to me today, and I'll treat you well from now on. As he spoke, Liang Kun viciously yanked at Miao Miao's clothes. She struggled against him, but his strength was overwhelming, rendering her powerless. Ryup. Liang Kun tore Miao Miao's dress to shreds. Brother Liang, please, I'm begging you. Miao Miao cried, her voice breaking. I still have to get married. Brother Liang, what are you doing? Another girl entered the room, Lan Lan, Miao Miao's companion. Lan Lan was carrying a bottle of red wine. What's it to you? Are you blind? Liang Kun snapped angrily at Lan Lan's interruption. Brother Liang, don't be mad. Have a drink. Calm down, Lan Lan said, pouring a glass of wine and offering it to him. Liang Kun downed the wine in one gulp, then threw the glass at Lan Lan, shouting, Get out. Don't interrupt my fun. Terrified, Lan Lan turned and fled. Liang Kun kicked the door shut, then grabbed Miao Miao again. Brother Liang, I'm begging you. Miao Miao's cries and pleas echoed once more. Outside the restroom, in the private lounge, Lin Feng leaned back, smoking a cigarette and blowing smoke rings. Boss, don't worry. With this double-pronged approach, he's definitely going to fall for it. That glass of wine had my fresh blood in it, Lan Lan said seductively to Lin Feng. Good, good. Did you record the video? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Of course. I've got the complete footage. Lan Lan took out her phone and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng watched the surveillance feed on the phone. The Wang man showed Miao Miao and Liang Kun, already engaged in illicit acts. Haha, having sex against Miao Miao's will, that's rape. Right? Lin Feng burst into laughter, watching the video. This time, he was going to ruin Liang Kun completely, turn him into his obedient dog, forcing him to work for him without question. Boss, your plan is flawless. From now on, Liang Kun will have no choice but to serve you faithfully like a dog, Lan Lan said, clapping and laughing. A minute later, Liang Kun emerged from the restroom, with a weeping Miao Miao trailing behind. What the hell are you crying for? Liang Kun turned and snapped at Miao Miao. I'll take care of you from now on. Brother Kun, you're a big shot now. You should cherish women more, Lin Feng said with a smile. Look at me. I just transferred 3 million to Kaiwa. You bastard. Aren't you broke? Liang Kun pointed his finger at Lin Feng, cursing. Lin Feng smirked, puffing on his cigarette. Brother Kun, don't get angry. Don't make your little brother laugh at you. You can't possibly have no backup money on you. Brother Kun, you're a big shot. Don't lower your status, Lan Lan added, covering her mouth and giggling. Liang Kun's face reddened. He couldn't lose face in front of Lin Feng. Immediately, he pulled out his phone and transferred 200,000 yuan to Miao Miao. Drink up. Today. Lan Lan's not bad either. Lan Lan coquettishly pulled Liang Kun's arm. You little vixen, once I regain my strength, I'll take you and Miao Miao to a hotel, Liang Kun slurred, clearly drunk. The group continued drinking. Gradually, Liang Kun couldn't hold his liquor and soon passed out on the sofa. Miao Miao, Lan Lan, and the others were also quite drunk. Lin Feng immediately transferred 400,000 yuan to each of the three. Thank you, Brother Lin Feng. Miao Miao, Lan Lan, and another companion were filled with astonishment, as they had not anticipated that Lin Feng would continue to increase his financial support. The bar staff will drive you back to the provincial city. Take good care of yourselves, Lin Feng remarked with a smile directed at Miao Miao and Lan Lan. Brother Lin Feng, I truly wish to try with you. But we are unwell, they responded. Rest assured, when you come to the provincial city, we sisters will personally assist you in finding a magnificent partner, Miao Miao teased, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Lin Feng, aware of his formidable reputation through Kaiyu. Such a man is a rarity, and every woman yearns for the experience. One splendid partner is not enough. We will need 3, Lon chimed in with a playful laugh. Very well. I shall inform you when I head to the provincial city. You must treat me well, Lin Feng chuckled heartily. Subsequently, meow meow Lon, and their companion departed from the bar and returned to the provincial city. Lin Feng glanced at the time, which read 3 in the afternoon, and calculated that in half an hour, the government would announce a ban on online transactions for Tianhe Entertainment. It was anticipated that the stock of Tianhe Entertainment would plummet by 90 in the remaining half hour. Lin Feng made his way to the Xiangjiang Securities Company, where he found many individuals engrossed in discussions about Tianhe Entertainment. He spotted a familiar face, David, who regarded Lin Feng with a mixture of derision and mockery. David, what is that look in your eyes? Lin Feng felt a surge of irritation at David's disdainful gaze. Did you sell your shares of Tianhe Entertainment? David inquired, casting a glance at Lin Feng. The other patrons in the securities hall turned to look at Lin Feng as if he were a fool. Tianhe Entertainment had been soaring, with institutions predicting its stock price would rise to 1,000 yuan. Investors speculated that even if it did not reach that figure, it would still climb to 400 or 500 yuan. So you sold? What's the matter? Lin Feng asked, puzzled by David's statement. You are merely a nouveau riche, unable to amass significant wealth. I tell you, our family has made the latest projections, and Tianhe Entertainment will stand at 100 yuan today. Within the next month, the stock price will soar to 800 yuan, David declared, standing confidently at his seat with his hands clasped behind his back. A portrait of the investment sage Warren Buffett hanging on the wall behind him. Lin Feng regarded David with incredulity, questioning whether the financial elites of David's family were intentionally misleading him. So, you invested quite a bit, did you? Lin Feng inquired with a grin. A look of haughty pride crossed David's face as he brandished his phone towards Lin Feng. You are quite impressive, Lin Feng remarked, giving David a thumbs up. David had indeed entered the market at 70 yuan, investing 1 billion yuan with 10 times leverage, equating to a purchase of 10 billion yuan worth of stock. The stock price had since risen to 91 yuan, marking a 30 yuan increase from David's entry point. This meant that David had already profited by 3 billion yuan, far surpassing Lin Feng's earnings. A chilling realization struck Lin Feng. The relatives of Luo Minghai had invested in Tianhe Entertainment stocks to an extent that exceeded his imagination. Thus, your profits are insignificant in my eyes, David taunted. Lin Feng, your life is destined to be incomparable to mine. The peach blossom is fated to be my woman, he asserted, extending his pinky finger mockingly towards Lin Feng. A playful smile danced at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth as he regarded David. David, I actually suggest you divest your stocks. Otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits. Haha, you want me to sell my stocks? I'll have you know, I am the Western Buffett, and in this battle, I aim to earn 30 billion. David erupted into a boisterous laugh, regarding Lin Feng as if he were a mere jester. Lin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Indeed, David was resolutely opposed to him. Rather than engage in further banter, he strode directly into the office of Watermelon. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Watermelon gritted her teeth, the sound echoing ominously. What expression is that? Big Peach, are you angry? Lin Feng approached her, cradling her smooth, delicate chin. How could I dare to anger the esteemed Lin? Night after night, you indulge in revelry. Do you not fear perishing at the hands of a woman? Watermelon stood, seizing Lin Feng by the ear. Without hesitation, Lin Feng turned, wrapping his arms around Watermelon's slender waist, while simultaneously kicking the office door shut. What are you doing? Let me go? Watermelon's tone was icy. Or I shall sue you. Lin Feng paid her warning no heed, retrieving a box of Durex from her drawer. Scoundrel rogue. Watermelon's voice trembled with indignation. Lin Feng, open the door. What are you doing? Came David's thunderous voice from outside. Lin Feng placed his hand on Watermelon's computer, activating the music, which instantly filled the office. Idiot, there are people outside. Watermelon was placed upon the desk, her face flushing crimson upon hearing David's shouts. I want David to know that I have claimed you. You belong to me, Lin Feng declared dominantly, gazing intently into Watermelon's eyes. She grasped his shoulders, her fingers digging into his sides. Outside, David was kicking the door. But alas, the office door was made of 10 centimeters of steel and aluminum alloy. 20 minutes later, Watermelon lay languidly in Lin Feng's embrace. How many women do you have outside? She asked through clenched teeth, eyeing him suspiciously. I have only you, Lin Feng replied earnestly. To be candid, individuals like Song Qian and Su Ling were merely comrades in his trench. He had no intention of marrying any of them. Should he ever wed in the future, Watermelon stood a chance of being his bride. Humph, you still deceive me. You became a soft-shell shrimp in just 20 minutes, Watermelon chided, her gaze fixed on him. And you have strawberries on you, 2 of differing sizes. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng resolutely shook his head. Impossible. You must have misinterpreted. They must be from the last time you planted them. Watermelon's face clouded with frost. You speak nonsense. When we parted last time, you had nothing on you. Lin Feng patiently explained. Peach, human skin is peculiar. Typically, when bitten, it only leaves an impression without reddening. Watermelon pondered this and conceded. But why was Lin Feng being so evasive? Peach, I've been drinking a lot these past few days. Do you think my documents fell from the sky? I'm considering our future, Lin Feng lamented. I've almost bled from my stomach several times. Enough, I shall say no more. After all, you have someone outside. And you should divorce your spouse sooner rather than later. Sever the ties that need to be severed. Shui Mitao hastily donned her clothing. It's not that I can't, but rather that I wish to witness a splendid performance. Lin Feng calculated the time, noting that in mere minutes, the government would issue an announcement. Undoubtedly, David would be devastated. What splendid performance? Shui Mitao inquired, perplexed. David entered with 70 million, extravagantly investing 1 billion with a tenfold leverage in Tiana Entertainment. Lin Feng relayed the details of David's stock purchase to Shui Mitao. He has already profited 3 billion. Shui Mitao was taken aback, astonished at the magnitude of David's financial maneuvering. How much wealth does the David family truly possess? Lin Feng pondered aloud. The David family has assets totaling several billion. However, I've heard that 1 billion is their family's limit in cash. Shui Mitao shared the information she had gathered with Lin Feng. If that is the case, he is likely to be devastated today. Lin Feng scoffed. 1 billion is a loss the David family cannot bear. At that moment, Lin Feng and Shui Mitao dressed and stepped outside. As they emerged, David kicked at Lin Feng with force. Lin Feng effortlessly evaded the attack. David, what are you doing? Shui Mitao glared at David in anger. What am I doing? What were you two doing in the office? David glowered at Shui Mitao, his face a stormy hue. Shui Mitao felt an immense embarrassment wash over her. Why did you choose him, this penniless fool? He cannot match me in strength, nor can he compete with my financial resources. David continued to berate Shui Mitao. Just as she was about to retort, Lin Feng intervened. David, you lost the last bet and promised not to harass Shui Mitao. Yet here you are again in just a few days. And you claim my strength is inferior to yours? Last time, I sent you flying. As for financial prowess, you are far beneath me. Lin Feng regarded David with derision. Suddenly, with a forceful kick, Lin Feng sent David hurtling backward onto the sofa. The onlookers were stunned. Despite David's considerable stature, Lin Feng had propelled him with a single blow, showcasing his formidable strength. Mr. David, it seems you are lacking, a middle-aged woman clad in a dress mocked. Pointing at David. David's face flushed with humiliation. He wished to retaliate against Lin Feng, but realized he was no match for him. Humph. Brute strength cannot compare to my wealth, David retorted coldly. I am currently worth 3 billion, and in 7 days, I shall be worth 30 billion. Oh, I wager you will be bankrupt within half an hour. Lin Feng approached, mocking David. Just as David opened his mouth to counter, the announcement from Dog Nose Media echoed through the hall. Dog Nose Media. The government has issued an important policy announcement. In light of the severe negative impact caused by Tiana Entertainment's online operations, effective today, Tiana Entertainment's online services are officially shut down. Chapter 30. David loses 1 billion. Dog Nose Media. Due to the severe negative impact caused by Tiana Entertainment's online operations, effective today, Tiana Entertainment's online services are officially shut down. Dog Nose Media. Goldman Sachs predicts a significant decline in Tiana Entertainment's stock price. Wilderness Securities. We hold a severely bearish outlook on Tiana Entertainment stock, predicting it will plummet to 20. The Dog Nose Media has released 3 consecutive announcements, leaving everyone at the Xiangjiang Securities branch utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why has the online business been halted? Indeed, the online operations were flourishing. Why the sudden cessation? Furthermore, Goldman Sachs has shockingly predicted a catastrophic plunge in Tiana Entertainment's stock price. And Wildland Securities has audaciously stated that the stock could plummet to 20 yuan. This is impossible, utterly impossible. It must be false news. It is undoubtedly misinformation. The investors at Xiangjiang Securities have gone into a frenzy, particularly those heavily invested in Tianhe Entertainment, as if struck by lightning. On the large screen, Tianhe Entertainment's stock price began to plummet wildly, dropping to 75 yuan in just a matter of seconds. David's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling, and he could barely hold his phone, which fell to the ground. "Quick, help me sell now," David shouted towards the service desk, imploring the staff to assist him in liquidating his shares. "Mr. David, at what price should we sell?" the staff inquired in a panic. 70 yuan, David shouted, desperate to avoid any losses. The staff hurriedly placed the sell order at 70 yuan, but in the next moment, they were stunned to see the stock price had already dropped to 69 yuan. Was it sold? David rushed towards the staff. "Mr. David, it hasn't been sold." The staff member trembled, pointing at the computer screen. "It's impossible to sell at this rate." Seeing the stock price, David nearly fainted, pushing the staff aside to place a sell order at 65 yuan directly. Yet, there was still no success. Not only David, but others in the Xiangjiang Securities Hall were frantically operating their phones to escape the disaster, as investors worldwide began to divest from Tianhe Entertainment. Lin Feng observed the scene with a complex expression. Tianhe Entertainment had ensnared many, leading to the ruin of countless individuals. Shui Mitao silently rejoiced for having followed Lin Feng's lead, or else she too would have faced financial devastation. Suddenly, David let out a desperate scream. "God, no!" Thud. David repeatedly banged his head against the table, calling out for divine intervention. Lin Feng approached and glanced at the screen, discovering the stock price had plummeted to 62 yuan, while David's account had been completely wiped out. Even the system's safeguard to liquidate at 30 shares could not save him, as the stock price was crashing too rapidly. 1 billion yuan vanished into thin air. "Heavenly Lord, save me. Why are you treating me so cruelly?" David lamented. "God, I can't go on." Similarly, many in the securities hall were howling in despair, directing their ire towards David, as he was the broker for many of them. "Beat him." A dozen investors, their eyes glazed with fury, charged at David. His face turned pale as he fled, but soon found himself cornered. The group unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks upon him, heedless of his cries for help. The staff at Xiangjiang Securities rushed in to intervene, but more investors surged forward, joining in the assault. Shui Mitao's face turned ashen with fear. "Let us not watch this. We should retreat inside," Lin Feng said decisively, lifting Shui Mitao and carrying her into her office. A stockholder charged forward wielding an iron rod, only to be sent flying by a swift kick from Lin Feng. With a deft motion, Lin Feng locked the door behind him and cast a glance at the peach-like woman. How could this happen? The woman, still shaken, realized that had Lin Feng not arrived today, she might have found herself hospitalized. Many investors played with high leverage, often borrowing their capital. Now, it was all gone. With the system unable to close positions in time, Lin Feng checked his phone and discovered that Tianhe Entertainment had plummeted to 45 yuan. The speed of the decline was terrifying. "What do you think it will drop to?" the woman inquired, looking towards Lin Feng. "Around 10 yuan, he replied, estimating a probable price. "Around 10 yuan? Many will consider jumping off the rooftop," she shivered at the thought. Influenced by Lin Feng, an overwhelming number of individuals had invested in Tianhe Entertainment, many emulating his leverage strategies, most at tenfold, with some daring enough to venture 33 times. This exemplified human greed. Many had amassed unimaginable wealth that others could only dream of, yet they still yearned for more. Lin Feng observed the Hong Kong stock market, where Tianhe Entertainment continued its frenzied descent with increasing sell-offs. After 20 minutes, the market closed, and Tianhe Entertainment had plummeted to 965 yuan, leaving Lin Feng astonished. It was even lower than in his previous life, indicating a connection to him. Indeed, around 10 yuan, the woman noted the closing price, then turned her gaze back to Lin Feng. This man had predicted with remarkable accuracy. She found him increasingly inscrutable. Lin Feng, noticing the woman's parted lips, grinned mischievously as he retrieved a box of strawberry-flavored treats from her drawer, casting a playful glance in her direction. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, as she hurried to hide behind her desk. "You've always doubted me, so I wish to prove myself," he replied, still wearing a sly smile. Her face reddened further, and with a playful glare, she approached and discarded the strawberry treats from his hand. "I should be in the safe period," she murmured, her voice tinged with shyness. Lin Feng was elated upon hearing her words. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. as he had long wished to set aside the strawberry flavor. He immediately cranked the music on his computer to maximum volume. Outside, silence fell as someone contacted Uncle Hat, who arrived at the Hong Kong Securities Trading Hall to escort the troublemakers to the police station. As for David, battered and bruised with a broken leg, he could not be moved and had to remain at the scene until medical personnel arrived. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss, hearing raucous sounds emanating from the peach-like woman's office. "Lin Feng, you calamity. Come out," David roared at the door, seething with rage at the thought of his cherished one being oppressed by another man. However, the music inside continued unabated, mocking his fury. "Mr. David, is that Supervisor Shui's voice I hear inside?" An office worker, who had narrowly escaped the stockholder's wrath, inquired. David's face turned pale. He felt as though he were being ridiculed. "Get out," he shouted furiously in English at the office personnel. The office staff gazed disdainfully at David and remarked, "Mr. David, if I may be blunt, you cannot compare to Mr. Lin Feng. In terms of physical strength, you fall short. In financial resources, you are even more lacking. It is no wonder that Supervisor Shui has little regard for you." Typically, the office workers endured David's bullying and dared not retaliate. However, aware that David's downfall was irrevocable, they seized the opportunity to stab him in the back without hesitation. "Shut your mouth." David felt an unimaginable humiliation wash over him as he lay on the floor, writhing in despair. "Mr. David, you are a failure. Thus, it is you who should remain silent." The office staff continued to deride him before turning to leave. "Bastard," David shouted furiously at them. Half an hour later, an ambulance arrived to take David away. At that moment, a red BMW pulled up outside the Jinchai bar, and a stunning woman in black lace stepped out. It was Su Ling. Her expression was icy, as she had already learned of Tianhe Entertainment's drastic decline. She attempted to call Lin Feng, but there was no answer. Next, she dialed Liang Kuan, and a staff member picked up, informing her that Liang was sleeping in room 305 at the bar. Thus, Su Ling hurriedly made her way to the Jinchai bar. Chapter 31. Liang Kuan loses everything and contemplates the rooftop. Room 305 of the Jinchai bar was adjoined to a bedroom where Liang Kuan slept soundly, a smile gracing his face in his dreams. He envisioned his stocks soaring to 500 yuan per share, transforming him into a billionaire who would quit his job at the crematorium and indulge in 100 beautiful women. Suddenly, the bedroom door was kicked open, startling Liang Kuan awake to see Su Ling storming in, furious. "What are you doing barging in without knocking? Is this how your father raised you?" Liang Kuan felt a surge of anger upon seeing her. This woman had grown increasingly audacious. Su Ling, holding a glass of water, approached him and splashed it across his face. "You have some nerve to throw water at me. I'm divorcing you. I want a divorce." Liang Kuan leaped from the bed. Now, emboldened by his wealth, he felt he could easily attract women. With his net worth in the billions, all he needed to do was park his Rolls-Royce outside an art university, and beautiful women would line up to seek his attention. Su Ling bit her pink lip, staring intently at Liang Kuan. "Liang Kuan, are you certain you want a divorce?" "Humph. Divorce is a must." Liang Kuan replied coldly. "I have tolerated you for long enough, but your lack of respect for me has reached its limit. We are getting a divorce." Su Ling laughed mockingly, pulling 3 divorce agreements from her bag. "Wait." Liang Kuan suddenly produced a cigarette, lighting it, and looking at Su Ling with a smirk. "I have made a considerable profit from stock trading these past few days. This money is not for you." Su Ling was momentarily taken aback. "Sister Su, we women must be independent. I believe you should leave with nothing. All profits from Mr. Liang's stock market investments belong to him." At that moment, Sister Yu cheerfully entered the room. Su Ling's expression shifted between emotions as she regarded Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at Su Ling. "Su Ling, you should leave with nothing. This Sister Yu is also an independent woman, and you ought to learn from her." To gather information about stock trading, I even cooked and accompanied Lin Feng for drinks. I have not only contributed but have also endured hardship. My involvement in stock investment counts as my share. As Su Ling spoke these words, tears welled in her eyes. "No, stock investment is solely my affair. It has nothing to do with you," Liang Kuan declared, exhaling smoke onto the ground. "I find Mr. Liang's statement to be quite sensible. Stock investment is indeed his personal endeavor and does not concern you." Sister Yu remarked with a smug expression as she gazed at Su Ling. Liang Kuan gave a thumbs up to Sister Yu, his heart stirred by her alluring figure and beautiful visage. Once he divested from the stocks, He intended to pursue Sister Yu and relish life to the fullest. Fuming with indignation, Su Ling glared at Liang Kuan and spat. "You are shameless." "I am shameless. What can you do about it?" Liang Kuan retorted, reclining on the bed with his legs crossed, reaching for his phone. "I will kill you," Su Ling exclaimed as she saw him grasp his phone, rushing forward to deliver a kick that sent Liang Kuan's phone flying. Smack! Liang Kuan struck Su Ling across the face. "I tell you, divorce is a must. You must leave empty-handed. The profits from my investments have nothing to do with you," Liang Kuan asserted with an air of dominance, his gaze fixed on Su Ling. "Otherwise, I will make you regret it." Holding her face, Su Ling regarded Liang Kuan. She added a clause to the divorce agreement. Clause 1. Liang Kuan's stock market investments in the past month are personal actions unrelated to his wife, Su Ling, and any gains or losses are not her concern. Liang Kuan scoffed and pressed his thumbprint on the clause before signing his name on the divorce agreement. "Congratulations to Su Ling for liberating herself from suffering," Sister Yu said with a beaming smile. "I also thank you for participating in this tragic play." Su Ling expressed her gratitude towards Sister Yu. When Su Ling learned of the plummet of Tianhe Entertainment's stock, she realized the family's downfall and the impending burden of substantial debt, all due to Liang Kuan's stock investments. Overwhelmed by despair, she harbored resentment towards Lin Feng and even more towards her husband, Liang Kuan. However, upon her first encounter with Liang Kuan, he was already clamoring for divorce, denying her any benefits from the stock market. It dawned on her that Liang Kuan was oblivious to the collapse of Tianhe Entertainment. This husband remained lost in dreams of wealth. Seemingly poised to discard her once fortune smiled upon him. Thus, she resolved to facilitate her husband's ambitions while seizing the opportunity to extricate herself from the debts. Though she still faced considerable losses, she at least escaped the mire. "What are you two discussing?" Liang Kuan queried, unable to comprehend the conversation between Sister Yu and Su Ling. "Mr. Liang, have you not been following the stock market?" Sister Yu asked playfully. "The stock market? What of it?" Liang Kuan replied, his expression unperturbed. "Liang Kuan, open your eyes and check your phone. See how far Tianhe Entertainment has fallen," Su Ling sneered. Liang Kuan, arms crossed, laughed arrogantly. "I entered at over 40, and it was around 90 this morning. So what if it has dropped? I am still a wealthy man." Sister Yu and Su Ling exchanged glances, recognizing Liang Kuan's folly. Realizing something was amiss, Liang Kuan hurriedly stood up to grab his phone, where he found a notification from the Dog Knows Media app. Dog Knows Media, due to serious adverse effects caused by the online operations of Tianhe Entertainment, as of today. The online operations of Tianhe Entertainment are officially offline. Dog Knows Media reported that Goldman Sachs predicts a significant decline in the stock price of Tianhe Entertainment. Upon encountering these two pieces of news, Liang Kuan trembled uncontrollably. He hastily accessed the back end of Xiangjiang Securities, only to be struck as if by lightning. His account was entirely depleted, wiped clean. The rapid drop had rendered the system incapable of locking in his assets. "Impossible. This cannot be happening," Liang Kuan roared in fury. All his wealth had vanished, disintegrated into nothingness overnight. "Lin Feng, it's all Lin Feng's doing. I have been played by Lin Feng." Liang Kuan's eyes turned crimson with rage as he gritted his teeth at the mere mention of Lin Feng, wishing he could devour him whole. He frantically dialed Lin Feng's number, but no one answered. Unyielding, Liang Kuan continued his desperate attempts, but after a dozen calls, still no response. "Mr. Liang, Mr. Lin has left a message for you. He requests that you await his return call. He also mentioned that it was intentional to deceive you," said Sister Yu with a mocking smile. "If you do something to displease him, he will ensure you remain down forever." With fury igniting in his eyes, Liang Kuan demanded, "Where is he? Tell me, where can I find him? I want to destroy him." At that moment, Liang Kuan's mind was consumed with a single thought: to find Lin Feng and annihilate him, to shred him to pieces. "Mr. Lin will contact you proactively. Please await his notification," Sister Yu said, grinning at Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan's eyes nearly bulged out as he turned to Su Ling. "You vile woman. You have plotted against me as well. We shall bear this debt together." He leaped from the bed, intent on striking Su Ling. She fled in haste. Sister Yu summoned several security guards to restrain Liang Kuan. "Release me, or I will ensure your bar is shut down," Liang Kuan threatened darkly. Sister Yu regarded him with disdain. "Mr. Liang, your current strength is utterly insufficient. Remember, do not cause a disturbance, or you will be thrown out." Liang Kuan's expression darkened as he insisted, "Let me go. I await the call from the Lin family." Only then did Sister Yu release him. Liang Kuan retreated to his room, clutching his phone. Where's that Lin fellow? Su Ling seethed, also biting her teeth at the mention of Lin Feng. His betrayal of Liang Kuan was tantamount to her own. Fortunately, she had managed to extricate herself in time. This young lady, our boss is quite busy. He is likely in another woman's room, and I dare not disturb him, Sister Yu remarked with a gleeful expression. Having discerned the affair between the beautiful woman and the dog of a man. Tell me the address. Su Ling glared coldly at Sister Yu. If anything goes awry, I will take the responsibility. If her suspicions were correct, Mr. Lin should be at Xiangjiang Securities, as his girlfriend, Shuomaido, is a supervisor there. Perhaps they were engaged in some clandestine activities in the office. Sister Yu covered her mouth, stifling laughter. Upon hearing Xiangjiang Securities, Su Ling's teeth ground together as she grabbed her bag and descended. This young lady, there's an axe downstairs. Please don't act impulsively, Sister Yu warned anxiously. Chapter 32. Su Ling breaks in. Two women compete for beauty in the office of Shuomaido at Xiangjiang Securities. Lin Feng and Shuomaido were engrossed in their study of yoga techniques, reaching a pivotal moment. Shuomaido's face was flushed, her expression resembling one of tears. Lin Feng, I love you, she declared, her voice laced with intoxicating affection. Lin Feng was profoundly moved by the words of the water peach. This girl, knowing that others were present, still loved him so fiercely. Peach, I too shall love you for a lifetime, he passionately declared, his heart brimming with deep affection. In that moment, the two were enveloped in each other's presence, oblivious to all else. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated through the office door, reminiscent of a sharp weapon striking the wood. This startling noise jolted Lin Feng and Water Peach from their reverie. A hint of panic and shyness flickered across Water Peach's face as she nestled her head into Lin Feng's embrace. It's nothing. It must be that scoundrel David. I intend to teach him a lesson today, to ensure he remains forever in Jiangqing. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy, his displeasure palpable at being interrupted at such a crucial moment. It was evident that David was the source of the disturbance, after years of pursuing Water Peach without success. He was envious that Lin Feng had won her heart in mere days. Just call the police. If you confront him further, it might lead to trouble, Water Peach cautioned. Her cheeks flushed. I understand, Lin Feng replied, donning his clothes and striding towards the door. Another series of violent knocks echoed from outside, increasingly forceful. Lin Feng's expression darkened. David, oblivious to the situation, was overstepping his bounds. He opened the door abruptly, only to find Su Ling standing there, wielding an axe, a playful smile gracing her face. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Lin Feng's fury dissipated, replaced by confusion. He had not anticipated her visit, akin to being caught in a compromising situation. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. He and Su Ling were not bound by marriage, merely entangled in a fleeting romance. Su Ling's bright eyes sparkled with amusement as she regarded Lin Feng. Then her gaze wandered suggestively towards his lower half. Brother, you've played me. And now you're entangled with another woman. I could just as easily bring this axe down and render you a eunuch. She jested, gesturing with the axe. A shiver ran down Lin Feng's spine, and he awkwardly chuckled. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? I don't quite understand. Our relationship isn't significant. You are married, and I have a girlfriend. Without acknowledging his words, Su Ling marched into the office of Water Peach. Upon seeing her, Su Ling was struck by the woman's stunning beauty. Confident in her own allure, she had never encountered a rival quite like Water Peach, who matched her in both beauty and form. Her husband had mentioned this woman, referring to her as a gem of Xiangjiang Securities. And you are? Water Peach inquired boldly, donning her clothes with no attempt to conceal her elegant legs, as if preparing to face her challenger. With a smile, Su Ling appraised Water Peach, declaring, I am Lin Feng's woman, and I have video evidence. Without hesitation, she produced her phone and handed it to Water Peach. As Water Peach beheld the video, her expression turned to one of icy fury. It depicted Lin Feng and Su Ling engaged in a compromising situation. Although she was aware that Lin Feng was involved with others, the sight of him entangled with those women ignited a furious blaze within her. Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you spouting? With AI technology so advanced today, you are merely fabricating accusations against me with random videos, Lin Feng exclaimed, rushing to confront Su Ling. A more pronounced smile graced Su Ling's lips as her captivating gaze bore down on Lin Feng with a fierce intensity. This despicable man not only evaded responsibility, but also cunningly schemed against her. Peach, observing the scene, chimed in, "Madam, I firmly believe my boyfriend would never betray me. So I kindly ask you to refrain from employing such base tactics to sow discord between us." "Well said, my Peach," Lin Feng remarked, giving her a thumbs up. Recognizing that Peach possessed the insight to navigate social intricacies, she had the potential to be a leading lady. However, in the next moment, Peach's delicate hand slipped into his pocket, squeezing his thigh with such force that cold sweat broke out on his brow. "Oh, no wonder you were appointed as the supervisor at Hong Kong Securities. Your psychological resilience is commendable," Su Ling thought, realizing that this Peach was not easily outmaneuvered. Peach, with a hint of provocation in her smile, addressed Su Ling, "Madam, I kindly request you to leave. This is my office, and I have little fondness for uninvited guests." Su Ling shook her head defiantly. "I am not here for you. I have come to settle matters with him." As she spoke, she shot a piercing glare at Lin Feng. He chuckled awkwardly. "Sister-in-law, we can discuss this calmly. There is no need for such impulsiveness." As he spoke, he handed Su Ling a bottle of mineral water, which she promptly discarded into the trash. Peach furrowed her brow and shot a fierce look at Lin Feng. "Handle your affairs properly. I do not wish for any unscrupulous married women to cling to you." With that, she donned her coat and left the office, leaving only Su Ling and Lin Feng behind. Lin Feng, with a wry smile, said, "Sister-in-law, if you have matters to discuss, just call me. There is no need for such agitation. You're making it seem as if my girlfriend and I are on the verge of breaking up." With a hint of triumph, Su Ling leisurely settled onto the sofa. "Open your phone and see how many calls I have made to you," she said, her cold gaze sweeping over Lin Feng. Hastily, he checked his phone and discovered numerous missed calls, predominantly from Su Ling and Liang Kuan. Moreover, Liang Kuan had bombarded him with messages, cursing him and questioning his ancestry. Lin Feng surmised that it must pertain to the stock situation. It seemed Liang Kuan had lost everything. "Sister-in-law, you know I was just starting my relationship with my girlfriend at that time, so I missed your calls," he said, feeling a twinge of guilt, especially since Su Ling's family had gone completely bankrupt. Su Ling's eyes narrowed as she stared at Lin Feng, her voice laced with bitterness. "I do not recall having wronged you. I agreed to assist you in countering your wife's schemes against you, and that night, when you were inebriated, I inadvertently engaged in some indiscretions with you." The thought of this deepened her resentment toward the man before her. She had never been so thoroughly manipulated in her life. With that in mind, she raised the axe in her hand and approached Lin Feng slowly. "Sister-in-law, please do not be agitated. Allow me to explain," he pleaded. Lin Feng hastily stepped back 2 paces, bracing himself to evade what was to come. This woman was indeed ruthless. It seemed prudent to exercise caution around her in the future. "All right, I will hear your explanation," he said. Su Ling cast a cold glance at Lin Feng and remarked, "If I am dissatisfied, I shall drag you down with me today. After all, I have nothing to lose." Chapter 33, Playing Cards with Su Ling. Liang Kuan comes knocking. Lin Feng promptly retrieved his phone, which played back the conversation between Su Ling and Liang Kuan. Upon hearing the dialogue, Su Ling's brow furrowed deeper. "You actually placed listening devices in my home, Lin Feng," she exclaimed, incredulous that he not only toyed with her, but also eavesdropped on the people in her household. "My dear sister-in-law, I am inherently cautious in my endeavors, and it has proven to be wise. Otherwise, your husband would have had me in his grasp. Thus, I orchestrated a trap that would leave him bankrupt, and he even borrowed 10 million from my bar," Lin Feng explained without reservation, recounting the origins of the matter. Su Ling trembled with rage. She loathed Lin Feng's machinations against Liang Kuan and equally despised Liang Kuan's schemes against her. "Your actions have rendered me homeless. I am now destitute, with nothing left," she lamented. "You, Lin, are truly heartless." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she gazed at him, biting her pink lips. Observing her tears, Lin Feng gently stated, "Sister-in-law, I received word that you and Liang Kuan have severed ties, correct?" "Indeed, Liang Kuan plotted against me, thinking he could become a billionaire, and thus he decisively cut me off, only to find himself ruined. I seized the opportunity to distance myself from him. Finally free from debt, yet all the hard-earned wealth I accumulated over the years has vanished," Su Ling replied, her voice heavy with despair as she threw down her axe and sank into a chair. Lin Feng approached her and spoke softly, "Sister-in-law, I am not devoid of compassion. I had long devised a plan. Now that you have separated from Liang Kuan, why not accompany me?" Su Ling was a remarkable woman, renowned as the jewel of the Sixth Court, and he naturally desired to place this exquisite gem in a vase of his own. A trace of derision appeared at the corners of Su Ling's mouth as she looked at Lin Feng. Are you first going to cripple me, and then expect me to serve you as a slave? Lin Feng shook his head. How much was your property worth before the stock trading? Su Ling pondered briefly. 3,200,000. Provide me with your bank card number, Lin Feng requested, glancing at her. You're not going to transfer money to me, are you? You're not genuinely proposing to support me, are you? Su Ling's expression softened upon hearing Lin Feng's intention to transfer funds. Enough with the idle chatter. Just provide it to me, he commanded with an air of authority, wrapping his arms around her waist. Su Ling was no fool. She promptly provided him with her bank card number. Lin Feng, not one to be polite, transferred 5 million directly to her account. As she noticed the sudden influx of 5 million, her eyes widened in astonishment. Is this money a loan or a gift? She asked, a playful smile gracing her features. A gift, Lin Feng confirmed, sending her a message detailing the purpose of the 5 million through a communication tool. Upon reading Lin Feng's message, Su Ling chuckled and took a screenshot, saying, it seems Boss Lin has made quite a fortune in the stock market this time. Just a modest gain. Lin Feng nodded in response. I refrained from informing you earlier to maintain control over Liang Kuan, which led to your misunderstanding of my intentions. Humph. Who told you not to give me a heads up? Su Ling huffed lightly. All right, I shall not disturb you in the company of your girlfriend. Go back and explain things to her properly. After speaking, Su Ling stood up, preparing to leave, only to be blocked by Lin Feng. Sister-in-law, to further express my apologies. I am willing to accompany you to the hotel. I can give you a shoulder massage, Lin Feng said. A surge of anger coursing through him as he regarded Su Ling. His money was not easily acquired, and today's events had left him somewhat displeased with her, necessitating a firm reprimand. Su Ling approached Lin Feng with a playful smile. Boss Lin, I am quite dangerous. Are you not afraid I might secretly drug you, and then? Snip snip? Not at all. I know you wouldn't dare harm me, Lin Feng replied, lowering his gaze to admire Su Ling's smooth, porcelain-like cheek, smiling. Please. Lead the way. Do you truly think I would be afraid of you? Su Ling scoffed, striding directly towards the 5-star hotel across the street. Lin Feng, unwilling to engage further with this oblivious woman, promptly took her to a nearby hotel. As night fell and the clock struck 8, Lin Feng and Su Ling finally concluded their yoga session, both drenched in sweat, with Su Ling's cheeks flushed. You are truly insufferable, Su Ling bit her pink lip. Gazing at Lin Feng, what a ridiculous yoga practice. I'll have to request leave again. Lin Feng, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, looked at Su Ling and asked, do you not appreciate a man like me? Su Ling rolled her eyes at him, knowing full well that to deny her attraction would be disingenuous. Otherwise, she wouldn't have instigated trouble upon their first encounter. I must warn you, do not engage in relations with your husband Liang Kuan. It could be perilous for you. Lin Feng cautioned Su Ling. After all, there was a high probability that Liang Kuan had contracted an illness, and should he transmit it to Su Ling, it would be troublesome indeed. Lin Feng, possessing a strong sense of possessiveness, despite being the latecomer, did not wish for Su Ling to have any further entanglements with Liang Kuan. With a cold smile, Su Ling surveyed Lin Feng and remarked, Boss Lin, you are meddling far too much in my affairs. I do this for your own good. Almost forgot, you are now divorced from Liang Kuan. He should be considered your ex-husband, Lin Feng chuckled. I have evidence proving he assaulted a girl from a bar, and this girl happens to be HIV positive, he added, causing Su Ling's complexion to drain of color. She hastily turned to Lin Feng. Do not jest. We were still married a few days ago, so we have consummated our marriage. Do not worry. His encounter with the bar girl occurred just yesterday, Lin Feng replied, directly handing his phone to Su Ling, where a video of Liang Kuan and the bar girl played. After a moment of watching the video, Su Ling fixed her gaze on Lin Feng. What a clever tactic you have employed. Liang Kuan has been thoroughly ruined by you. What do you intend to accomplish? Once this video is released, Liang Kuan would not only lose his job, but also face imprisonment. Given his current financial ruin and enormous debts, it could be said that he would never rise again. Lin Feng lit a cigarette and stated, What am I trying to do? I merely wish to keep a dog. However, this dog refuses to obey. So I intend to ensure he listens to me. Su Ling, with a complex expression, responded, Do not take his life away. What more could Lin Feng say? He promptly acquiesced to Su Ling's request and added, You must hide immediately. I need to meet a friend. Who? Su Ling gazed at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. When he arrives, you will understand, Lin Feng remarked as he picked up his phone to send a message to Liang Kuan, revealing his room number. Today, he intended to completely subdue Liang Kuan. Su Ling cast a glance at Lin Feng and promptly concealed herself. Half an hour later, Liang Kuan's figure appeared in the hotel lobby, his face ashen. After receiving Lin Feng's message, he hastened to the hotel, concealing a watermelon knife in his embrace. Having lost everything due to Lin Feng's machinations, his resolve was to end Lin Feng today. "Excuse me, sir, whom are you looking for?" A hotel attendant approached him immediately. "I am looking for Mr. Lin in room 8405, Liang Kuan replied with a menacing glare. Upon hearing this, the hotel attendant smiled and said, "Ah, you are here for Mr. Lin. He has instructed me to escort you upstairs." "Very well." Liang Kuan's expression grew colder, his grip tightening around the knife concealed within his clothing. The hotel attendant led him to the elevator, ascending to room 8405. After unlocking the door with a key card, she opened it, revealing Lin Feng lounging on the bed. "Brother Liang, you've arrived." Lin Feng greeted him with a smile. Liang Kuan turned and closed the door behind him, drawing the watermelon knife from his pocket as he advanced toward Lin Feng. "Brother, what are you planning?" "We live in a society governed by law. Do refrain from being reckless," Lin Feng cautioned him, unable to suppress his urge to reason. "I am not being reckless. I merely wish to see how thick your skin truly is." Liang Kuan stepped closer, the knife aimed at Lin Feng. Betrayed and left destitute, he seethed at Lin Feng's audacity to speak so nonchalantly. "Brother Liang, allow me to explain," Lin Feng implored. "We are sworn brothers, after all." This only fueled Liang Kuan's fury further. "You shameless wretch. I will end your life." He could no longer tolerate Lin Feng's brazen and unprincipled demeanor. With a furious swing, Liang Kuan raised the watermelon knife and aimed for Lin Feng's head. In a swift motion, Lin Feng evaded the strike and retaliated with a punch to Liang Kuan's abdomen, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. Leaping off the bed, Lin Feng delivered a flying kick to Liang Kuan's midsection, sending him crashing into the coffee table. "Ah!" Liang Kuan cried out in pain, rolling on the floor. Lin Feng approached and seized the knife from Liang Kuan's grasp. "Brother, why such impulsiveness?" Resorting to violence upon our meeting, Lin Feng sighed as he sat in a chair, observing Liang Kuan. Blood trickled from Liang Kuan's mouth as he glared at Lin Feng with venomous rage, wishing to rend him limb from limb. "I have never wronged you. Why treat me so?" He spat, his eyes ablaze with fury. Lin Feng produced his phone, playing a recording of a conversation between Liang Kuan and Su Ling, in which Liang Kuan expressed his intent to manipulate Lin Feng. Upon hearing the recording, Liang Kuan's fury erupted. "So it was that wretched Su Ling who exposed me." Before he could react further, Su Ling, who had been restrained by Lin Feng, exploded in anger. "My brother, during our drinking session that day, I secretly installed listening devices in your home, allowing me to overhear your conversations. However, I have supported your financial endeavors from beginning to end, and I never anticipated your betrayal. Thus, I shall turn the tables." Lin Feng cast a cold glance at Liang Kuan, leaving him speechless. "What do you want from me?" "I am burdened with a mountain of debt," Liang Kuan retorted icily. "Quite simply, I wish to forge a genuine brotherhood with you, Liang. As brothers, we shall weather adversities together and prosper," Lin Feng declared, rising from his bed to pour a drink, which he then offered to Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan stared at the drink, gritting his teeth, and after a moment's hesitation, he raised the glass and downed its contents in one go. "I am the proprietor of the Golden Hairpin Bar, so I shall not demand the repayment of the 10 million debts for the time being. As for your other debts, that is for you to resolve. Additionally, if you assist me with that particular matter, I shall reward you with an extra 100,000. Should you fail, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond." As Lin Feng spoke, he sent Liang Kuan a video. Upon viewing it, Liang Kuan discovered it contained footage of him engaging with a bar girl. "That girl is now accusing you of rape, but as we are brothers, how could I stand idly by and watch you face imprisonment? Therefore, I have settled the matter with 500,000, which you need not repay." Lin Feng smiled. "How outrageous!" Liang Kuan exclaimed, blood spitting from his mouth in anger. "It was clearly your trap, and now you seek to cast blame upon me? 500,000 to settle this. I cannot believe that." Despite his fury, Liang Kuan suppressed his emotions and forced a smile. "Brother, I must have been foolish. Thank you. I assure you, your affairs are now my affairs. It warms my heart to hear you say that. A small token of my appreciation," Lin Feng responded, tossing a stack of red bills to Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan picked up the money, forcing a smile as he said, "Thank you, my brother." Lin Feng glanced at Liang Kuan and reassured him, "Rest assured, I will create further opportunities for us to prosper." Hastily, Liang Kuan replied, "In that case, I thank you in advance, brother. I shan't delay your leisure." As he spoke, Liang Kuan shakily rose from the ground and left the room without looking back. Lin Feng approached and closed the door, turning back toward the bed, from which Su Ling emerged. She fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Feng and questioned, "Why did you not let me out?" Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. "There is no need for you to confront her. I have nowhere to stay now. I require your assistance in purchasing a property." Su Ling directly demanded real estate from Lin Feng, intent on extracting every last penny from him. Lin Feng replied, "Choose something under 5 million. I will also arrange for a hotel suite for 3 months." "How generous," Su Ling purred, leaning close to Lin Feng's ear. "From now on, I shall only be your friend. Call me if an opportunity for wealth arises." Lin Feng looked at Su Ling and said, "Do not wait for later. Show your sincerity now." Su Ling widened her beautiful eyes in surprise at Lin Feng's words. "Are you serious? And what do you think?" Lin Feng grinned mischievously. Su Ling rolled her eyes at him and retorted, "Have you taken some illicit substances? As a doctor, do such drugs even exist?" Lin Feng extended his hand, unable to resist. "Not at all. Remove your hand." Su Ling's face flushed, scolding him shyly. "This is simply adequate. I possess innate strength." Lin Feng boasted proudly of his abilities. Upon hearing this, Su Ling touched her forehead and remarked, "I truly cannot comprehend why your wife schemes against you. A man as exceptional as Lin Feng is rare to find, and it would have been better had she encountered you sooner." In the dead of night, Su Ling's phone chimed. She picked it up and suddenly exclaimed, "Lin Feng, your mother-in-law has sent me a message instructing me to prepare for tomorrow evening." Preparing for tomorrow night? Lin Feng recalled that his wife indeed jumped into the well at dusk. It seemed that the grand performance prepared by his wife's family was about to commence. "Since I have to work tomorrow, it's all your fault for stirring me up. I no longer wish to go to work," Su Ling lamented, plagued by a headache at the thought of coordinating with Lin Feng's plans. "Oh, to enjoy happiness is to endure suffering." Lin Feng chuckled heartily as he gathered his belongings to leave. "Where do you think you're going?" Su Ling's mood soured the moment she noticed Lin Feng's intention to depart. "The nightlife has just begun. I'm off to my golden hairpin bar to find a few ladies for a drink." Lin Feng reveled in the allure of nightlife. Life is meant for enjoying drinks and frolicking among flowers. What could be more delightful? "You'll eventually meet your demise at the hands of women," Su Ling remarked, feeling an inexplicable surge of jealousy at Lin Feng's nocturnal escapades. "Are you feeling jealous?" Lin Feng teased, caressing Su Ling's delicate face. "Not at all. Just bring me some medicine before you go," Su Ling replied, casting him a reproachful glance, knowing she was powerless against this mischievous man. Lin Feng promptly descended to fetch some medicine for Su Ling before making his way to the golden hairpin bar. The bar was bustling with activity. As he approached Sister Yu's office, he discovered it was empty, yet he discerned a hidden door within. Through it, he faintly heard Sister Yu's voice, mingled with the sounds of weeping. "What on earth?" Lin Feng muttered under his breath. He grasped the doorknob only to find it locked from the inside by Sister Yu. A sudden thought struck him. He recalled that Sister Yu's secret bedroom was on the 3rd floor, adjacent to a small park adorned with large trees. Chapter 35. Discovering Sister Yu's secret without delay, Lin Feng made his way to the park beside the golden hairpin bar. He was an adept climber and swiftly ascended to the top of a tree, positioning himself near Sister Yu's office. Although the bedroom window was closed, Lin Feng had prepared a glass cutting tool. He carefully etched a circle on the glass and cautiously removed it, drawing back the curtain to reveal Sister Yu, clad in a flight attendant's uniform, reclining on the sofa. Her complexion was flushed, her eyes hazy with a sultry allure, and her body trembled violently. Lin Feng was taken aback, having assumed Sister Yu had no physiological needs. Lighting a cigarette, he pondered how to approach Sister Yu. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He decided to temporarily assume the role of an artistic photographer. Without hesitation, Lin Feng lingered by the window for over half an hour, his legs growing numb. After completing his clandestine photographic endeavor, he leapt down from the tree. Sister Yu, sensing a noise, hastily pulled a blanket over her body. "Who is there?" She scanned the window with a cold glare. She discovered that the curtains on the window had been partially drawn open at some unknown time, and a circular hole had appeared in the glass. In an instant, a chill spread across her face, clearly indicating that she had been observed. Enraged, She donned her clothes and approached the window, where, through the dim light, she vaguely glimpsed a figure darting away beneath the trees. For some reason, that silhouette seemed oddly familiar. Gritting her teeth in anger, she concluded that it must be someone close to her, someone intimately acquainted with the layout of her room. However, with so many patrons at the Golden Hairpin Bar, who could it possibly be? Suddenly, she recalled the surveillance cameras installed around the bar. Promptly, she accessed the footage and soon spotted a familiar figure sneaking into the park. Damn it, it was Lin Feng. She recognized him instantly. She could hardly believe that Lin Feng had the audacity to climb a tree in the dead of night to spy on her. The man was utterly shameless. Determined to report him to the police and have this peeping Tom arrested, she hesitated at the thought of Lin Feng's connection to Luo Minghai. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. "Who is it?" she inquired, glancing towards the entrance. "Yu Jia, it's me," came Lin Feng's jovial voice from outside. Upon realizing it was Lin Feng, her charming face turned even frostier. How dare he seek her out after having just spied on her without a hint of remorse? Clutching a beer bottle, she marched to the door and flung it open, confronting Lin Feng, who wore a mischievous grin. Without a word, she swung the beer bottle at his head. Lin Feng executed a swift kick, sending the bottle flying, and then lunged forward, executing a shoulder throw that sent her sprawling onto the sofa. "Lin, do you have no shame? You spy on me and still dare to strike." Her furious voice echoed from the sofa. Lin Feng regarded her with a serious expression. "Yu Jia, you are wrongly accusing me. I came to discuss something with you over half an hour ago, but upon hearing you crying in distress, I thought you might be in danger. So, I climbed up to check on you, and upon seeing you were all right, I left." His words ignited a mix of shame and fury within her. She rose, fixating her gaze on him, incredulous that he could genuinely think she was in peril, hence his reason for climbing through her window. "If you suspected I was in danger, you should have barged in directly," she retorted, her eyes icy once more. Lin Feng sighed. "But what if you were not in danger and were instead engaged in some unspeakable activities? I would have ruined your reputation and possibly frightened you." Yu Jia pondered his rationale, sensing some truth in his words, yet something felt amiss. "If you need assistance, just say so. I would be more than willing to alleviate your burdens," Lin Feng teased, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Electric toys, after all, are simply toys devoid of emotions. "Get out. Just leave," she erupted, fully incensed by his remarks. It dawned on her that this audacious man before her harbored unyielding intentions. Lin Feng had nothing left to say and turned to exit her bedroom. "I require 2 trustworthy individuals to accompany me on my endeavors." Lin Feng suddenly recalled the purpose of this outing. He needed assistance with a task. "What kind of task?" Sister Yu inquired. "Is it something unsavory?" "Not exactly," Lin Feng pondered. "It may involve some work down a well." He thought of his wife, Wang Meiling, who was planning to jump into the well tomorrow evening, and he wished to prepare some surprises for her. Sister Yu furrowed her brow and remarked, "Typically, my husband leads the team. However, ever since you acquired this bar, he has pulled a few people away." With a hint of amusement, Lin Feng gazed at Sister Yu and said, "Are you considering withdrawing personnel? Leaving me with an empty shell?" It was no wonder he hadn't seen Zhang Heilung in the past few days. It seemed he had taken a few people and moved on to establish something new. Sister Yu hurriedly clarified, "That's not the case, don't overthink it. I will personally assist you with the task." "You?" Lin Feng looked at Sister Yu in astonishment. "What can you do?" With a swift motion, Sister Yu kicked the bedroom door, sending the sign hanging above it flying. This display revealed her impressive martial prowess. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. This beautiful woman had clearly trained. "I served 3 years in the military during college and practiced Sanda," Sister Yu casually explained. "I've also done some dirty work." Lin Feng, impressed, gave Sister Yu a thumbs up and said, "Excellent. I shall not treat you poorly. Let us set off." He had not anticipated Sister Yu's remarkable physical capabilities. It seemed essential to secure this gem, and he eagerly anticipated the joy of unveiling it later. As they descended the stairs, Sister Yu drove out in a car with a false license plate. "Where to? Who are we targeting?" she asked. "To the park south of Xiangfeng Community," Lin Feng responded. He recalled that the site of Wang Meiling's previous jump was indeed in that park, and he remembered the well more vividly. "What? Working in the park? You're out of your mind." Sister Yu's expression shifted slightly. Lin Feng, unable to hold back, scolded. "Let us just take a stroll in the park and follow my lead." Upon hearing this, Sister Yu finally relaxed and drove toward Xiangfeng Park. Before long, they arrived at the park entrance. In the stillness of the night, the park was eerily quiet, devoid of any human presence. Sister Yu followed Lin Feng deep into the park until they reached the well. The well was covered by a large stone slab, which Lin Feng lifted. Instantly feeling a chill in the air, he shone his flashlight down into the well, revealing a snake coiling within. "You're not hiding any illicit items down there, are you?" Sister Yu questioned, suspecting Lin Feng of smuggling. Lin Feng, taken aback, responded, "Be quiet and follow my instructions. I'm curious to see what you intend to do. You should understand circuitry. Help me connect a wire to the well, preferably a high-voltage line." Lin Feng contemplated. "High voltage?" Sister Yu shot him a disbelieving glance. "Indeed. Someone is jumping into the well tomorrow." Lin Feng chuckled. "If Wang Meiling jumps, it will be absolutely exhilarating. May I ask who is preparing to jump into the well?" Sister Yu couldn't help but question Lin Feng, wondering the depth of his animosity towards that person. Chapter 36. The performance begins. Jumping into the well, my wife Wang Meiling. Lin Feng did not conceal anything and revealed the name of the person about to jump into the well to Sister Yu. "Your wife, Wang Meiling? You truly are ruthless," she remarked, astonished. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Your actions are indeed merciless. Sister Yu felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing Lin Feng's words. This wretched man before her had actually turned against his own wife. Slap. Just as Sister Yu finished speaking, Lin Feng delivered a sharp smack to her backside. The sting caused her to grit her teeth in pain. "Have you lost your mind? Why did you hit me?" Sister Yu glared at Lin Feng with displeasure. "You jumped to conclusions without inquiring about the context. Thus, you deserved it," Lin Feng retorted, casting a glance at her. Sister Yu, filled with fury, felt an overwhelming desire to retaliate against Lin Feng. "I warn you, high-voltage electricity is perilous. It could endanger even those on the shore. You won't be able to escape the consequences," she cautioned Lin Feng. "Then perhaps we should refrain from that. Instead, procure harpoons. The kind with barbs," Lin Feng suggested, realizing that high-voltage electricity was too severe a measure, too lenient for Wang Meiling. Upon hearing this, Sister Yu turned and departed. Half an hour later, Sister Yu returned to the park with 4 harpoons, each measuring 12 meters in length and adorned with numerous steel barbs. "We will insert these into the bottom of the well, with the tips protruding upwards," Lin Feng instructed. Sister Yu promptly secured a rope to a nearby tree and then lowered herself into the well. Just as she touched the water's surface, she was suddenly attacked by a water snake. With precision and agility, Sister Yu brandished her machete, swiftly decapitating the serpent. Observing this scene, Lin Feng nodded in approval. It seemed he would need to exert some effort to ensnare Sister Yu, whom he found delightfully fiery. He handed the harpoons to her one by one, and Sister Yu plunged one into the well's center. The tip of the harpoon was concealed beneath the water's surface, nearly undetectable unless one observed closely. "If something goes awry, you'll bear the responsibility. You could endanger lives," Sister Yu reminded Lin Feng as she ascended to the shore. "It won't be fatal. At most it will cause severe injuries. And even in the event of a death, it could merely be deemed accidental," Lin Feng replied with narrowed eyes. "When the time comes, I shall assist you in securing a medical parole and provide you with a small objective." "Humph, such sweet words. If you dare not deliver, you shall see," Sister Yu responded, her tone laced with defiance. Lin Feng, captivated by Sister Yu's beauty, could not resist reaching for her chin. "Of course, there's an additional condition. Be my girlfriend for a few days." Sister Yu shot him an exasperated glance before turning to leave. Lin Feng, having covered the well, did not return to the Golden Hairpin Bar, but instead headed straight back to the hotel to rest. When he awoke, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the following day, roused by the persistent ringing of his phone. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his mother-in-law, Lu Yufan, calling. "Mom, what's the matter?" Lin Feng answered with a smile. "You must return quickly. Meiling is in a rather unstable state. I fear she may do something reckless." Lu Yufan's voice trembled with urgency, tinged with a hint of despair. "Mom, please don't panic. I will return immediately," Lin Feng assured her before hastily ending the call. A faint, cold smile graced his lips. "Has the show finally begun? Your wife is preparing for her performance." At that moment, Su Ling hobbled over, her leg injured. "Indeed, the performance has commenced." Lin Feng turned to Su Ling, his voice gentle. "You need to return to your duty. Find a more convincing excuse to conceal your injury." Su Ling shot Lin Feng a fierce glare. This despicable man had tried to flirt with her in the early hours, yet she had managed to restrain herself. Lin Feng exited the hotel, hailing a taxi to return home. Upon arriving, he was met with the grim faces of his brother-in-law, Wang Yaozu, and his mother-in-law, Lu Yufan. Suddenly, Wang Yaozu lunged at Lin Feng, delivering a sharp slap to his face. "Look at what you've done. You've driven my sister away." Tears streamed down Wang Yaozu's face as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng. Lu Yufan rushed forward, slapping Lin Feng with fury, exclaiming, "If anything happens to Meiling, I will make your family pay." "What on earth happened?" Lin Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain from Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan's theatrics. "It's about the house. I never imagined you could be so stubborn and selfish," Lu Yufan scolded, her finger jabbing at him. "Let me ask you again. Can you resolve the issue of Yaozu's wedding house?" Lin Feng shook his head in response. Lu Yufan trembled with rage, pointing at him. Just then, Wang Yaozu's phone rang. He answered, "What? My sister is in the park? We're heading there now." "Which park is she at?" Lu Yufan inquired anxiously. "She's south at Shangfeng Park, preparing to jump into a well." "Hurry, we can't let her do this." Wang Yaozu dashed out the door. Lu Yufan's body shook as she glared at Lin Feng, accusing him, "Look what you've done. You've pushed Meiling to this edge." Feigning panic, Lin Feng exclaimed, "What? Meiling is going to jump? We must hurry." Ignoring him, Lu Yufan ran outside, and Lin Feng followed closely behind, both racing toward Shangfeng Park. Upon arrival, they found a crowd gathered around the well, but none dared to approach it. There stood Wang Meiling, looking haggard and tear-streaked. "Please, young lady, don't do anything rash," urged a voice from the crowd. "You must stay strong. No matter how difficult life becomes, we must carry on. Indeed, think of your family." Others chimed in, lamenting how a girl as wonderful as her could be driven to such despair. As onlookers attempted to get closer to the well to rescue Wang Meiling, she threatened to leap in. Everyone stepped back. "We are her family," Wang Yaozu shouted as he rushed forward. The crowd parted, allowing Lin Feng, Wang Yaozu, and Lu Yufan to approach the well. "Sister, please don't do anything foolish," Wang Yaozu cried out, tears in his eyes. "Please, my daughter, don't jump in," Lu Yufan wailed, her voice filled with anguish. "If you go, what will I do?" Wang Meiling remained silent, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed at Lin Feng. "Wife, what are you doing?" Lin Feng called out to Wang Meiling, tears streaming down his face as he spoke. These tears were, in fact, merely the mineral water that had splashed upon him during his journey. Since this family was putting on an act, Lin Feng decided to play along until the end. Wang Meiling, gazing at him through her tears, asked, "Lin Feng, how prepared are you? Can you lend a hand to Yaozu?" In truth, Wang Meiling had no desire to act. The water in the well was rather cold, and if Lin Feng could solve Wang Yaozu's housing predicament, she would abandon her plan to jump into the well. Lin Feng's face displayed a hint of helplessness as he replied, "My dear, I have 3,000 yuan here, which can temporarily assist Yaozu." Upon hearing this, Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan's expressions turned grim. 3,000 yuan? That's merely a pittance, they thought. Wang Meiling, upon realizing that Lin Feng could only offer such a meager sum, was overcome with sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I see now. You have never truly cared for me," she lamented, looking up at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, I will make you regret this for a lifetime." With that, she stepped toward the well. "No, it's dangerous in there. Please, don't jump," Lin Feng cried out, his voice filled with anguish as he wiped the water from his face. Wang Meiling cast a sorrowful, desperate glance at him and declared, "Husband, in the next life, I will never marry you again." Then, she leaped into the well. Chapter 37. The Leap into the Well. The harpoon pierces the body as Wang Meiling plunged into the well. Her anguished cries echoed within. An excruciating pain surged through her as she felt something sharp pierce through her buttocks, while another sharp object penetrated her shoulder. The torment was unbearable, rendering her life almost intolerable. Blood gushed from her shoulder and backside, staining the water's surface crimson. Not far from the well, Wang Yaozu wore a slight smile, impressed by his sister's increasingly refined acting skills, particularly her exceptionally realistic screams. Yet, he still feigned a pained expression. "Sister, what has happened to you?" He called out to Wang Meiling. "Dear daughter, what is wrong?" Lu Yufan rushed forward, letting out a cry of despair. "Darling," Lin Feng also shouted in agony, rushing toward the well. The three of them gathered by the well, peering into its depths, and were immediately struck by the horrifying sight. The well was stained red, with a harpoon protruding from Wang Meiling's shoulder and another piercing her backside, as she emitted cries of suffering. Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan turned pale, utterly horrified. This was far from what they had anticipated. Witnessing Wang Meiling's severe injuries, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. This wretched woman was finally receiving a measure of retribution. Nevertheless, he outwardly maintained a facade of anguish, shouting, "My dear, what has happened to you?" Suddenly, Wang Yaozu kicked Lin Feng, nearly toppling him to the ground. "Yaozu, what are you doing?" Lin Feng glared at him, indignantly demanding an explanation. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my sister would never have jumped into the well," Wang Yaozu yelled, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Feng. Charging toward him with the intention of striking again, Lin Feng swiftly dodged and shouted, "Someone call an ambulance immediately. We must save your sister. Yaozu, stop fighting. Call for help, or your sister will die." Lu Yufan also screamed in desperation. She could not bear the thought of losing her daughter. After all, her daughter was her golden goose. If her daughter were to perish, who would purchase a wedding house for Wang Yaozu? Who would provide for her in her old age? Upon hearing this, Wang Yaozu was instantly alarmed and immediately called the 6th hospital. After the call, he glared menacingly at Lin Feng. "Let me tell you, if anything happens to my sister, I will ensure your demise," Wang Yaozu threatened with a fierce gaze. Lin Feng, with a hint of desperation in his voice, replied, "Brother, I do not wish for your sister to jump into the well either. I have been devising ways to gather money for the wedding house these past few days." "Useless. You are utterly useless. What good are your words now?" Lu Yufan scolded, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Feng. "If you had any capability whatsoever, my daughter would not be enduring this torment. I should never have allowed her to marry you." Lin Feng could only lower his head and endure the verbal onslaught from Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan. After all, the drama was not yet concluded. He needed to withstand a few more days of this. Meanwhile, the crowd that had gathered drew closer to the well, and upon witnessing the scene within, they were left agape. "Goodness, there is a harpoon in the well. This woman jumped in and ended up impaled on it. How tragic." Thankfully, it did not pierce her rectum. In the future, when we feel overwhelmed, we must never consider jumping into a well. The onlookers watched in sympathy as Wang Meiling cried out from within the well, secretly vowing to themselves never to resort to such drastic measures when in despair. The anguished cries of Wang Meiling echoed from the well, and it was not until half an hour later that the rescue team from the 6th hospital arrived, led by Dr. Su Ling, the head of the surgical department. "Dr. Su, you must save my daughter," Lu Yufan exclaimed upon seeing her, as if she had laid eyes on a savior. Dr. Su gave Lu Yufan a curt nod before approaching the well's edge. Upon witnessing the horrific scene inside, she gasped in shock at Wang Meiling's plight. "Doctor, please, save my wife. I will bow to you." Lin Feng rushed forward, pleading with tears in his eyes. Dr. Su, noticing his pitiful demeanor, felt an urge to strike him for his theatrics. "We doctors cannot perform the rescue without the cooperation of the fire department," she stated, glancing into the depths of the well. "The individual who jumped in has been impaled by a harpoon. We cannot remove it without assistance from the fire department." Dr. Su was well aware of Lin Feng's intentions to torment Wang Meiling further, and she did not mind accommodating him. Lin Feng hesitated, contemplating whether such actions might lead to Wang Meiling's death, thus granting her an undeserved victory. Dr. Su seemed to read the concern in his eyes and shook her head. "Useless, what are you still doing? Make the call." Lu Yufan shouted angrily at Lin Feng, stepping forward. Lin Feng hurriedly contacted the fire department, and they waited another half hour. The firefighters arrived and descended into the well, expertly severing the harpoon from both sides, leaving only a portion embedded in Wang Meiling. Wang Meiling was hoisted onto a stretcher and placed into an ambulance, with both Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan accompanying her. Lin Feng attempted to board the ambulance as well, but was shoved aside by Wang Yaozu. "Useless, get away. My sister must have been blind." Wang Yaozu berated Lin Feng. "You worthless fool, hurry up and gather money." Lu Yufan added, scolding Lin Feng once more. "Mother and little brother, please take good care of Meiling." "I will quickly gather the funds for the hospital," Lin Feng said anxiously. Lu Yufan cast a disdainful glance at Lin Feng and promptly shut the ambulance door. The ambulance departed from the park. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. He picked up the phone and called Luo Minghai, cheerfully saying, "Director Luo, my brother, I have been quite busy these past few days and was just thinking of inviting you to dinner." Luo Minghai chuckled, "Brother, there is no need for such formality between us. I actually have a matter I would like to trouble you with." Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. "What is it?" Luo Minghai inquired with a smile. "Ah, my wife, in an attempt to pressure me into buying her a house, jumped into a well at the park. However, she did not anticipate that the well was rigged with several fish spears, resulting in her injury. Lin Feng sighed as he recounted the entire episode. Is my sister-in-law all right? Luo Minghai couldn't help but ask with concern. Yes, fine, merely has a few puncture wounds on her buttocks and shoulder. It's a minor injury. She won't die, Lin Feng explained with a smile. On the other end of the line, Luo Minghai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. To him, this was hardly a minor injury. Without timely medical assistance, it could have been fatal. It seemed that the relationship between this younger brother and his wife was quite strained, bordering on enmity. The fish spears in the well were likely placed there by Lin Feng himself. Soon, Luo Minghai grasped Lin Feng's intention, which was to eliminate any surveillance evidence in the vicinity. Brother, according to the feedback from the park management, the surveillance equipment at Xiangfeng Park has been out of order for 7 days, and they are currently seeking repairs, Luo Minghai immediately responded. Knowing this was the outcome Lin Feng most wished to hear. The surveillance equipment has been out of order for 7 days, and they are looking for repairs. Lin Feng was very pleased with this news. Indeed, you are aware that our finances have been tight recently. Repairs are quite troublesome. I will dispatch a skilled investigator to assist with this matter. He is my right-hand man, Luo Minghai added with a smile. Thank you, Director Luo, Lin Feng replied, clearly delighted with the outcome. Let us not stand on ceremony. With that, Luo Minghai ended the call. Dealing with intelligent individuals is indeed advantageous, Lin Feng remarked with a smile as he hung up. He then made his way to the 6th hospital, determined to keep a close watch. Chapter 38. My brother-in-law's fiancé, Ouyang Lingyu in the emergency room of the 6th hospital. Wang Meiling was under anesthesia while Su Ling personally operated to remove the fish spear lodged in her body. Doctor, is my sister going to be all right? Wang Yaozu inquired anxiously. Looking towards Su Ling glanced at Lu Yufan and smiled. Aunt, should we proceed according to our previous plan? By familial hierarchy, Su Ling should address Lu Yufan as aunt. Lu Yufan's gaze turned cold as she replied, not for now. We will discuss it once Meiling's condition stabilizes. Her primary concern was that transferring Wang Meiling now could hinder her recovery, and if something were to happen to Meiling, it would spell disaster. All right. It should stabilize within a week. At that time, I will issue the death certificate. Additionally, my husband is also prepared to issue the cremation certificate, Su Ling assured with a smile. That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. Lu Yufan nodded in satisfaction. I shall get back to work then, Su Ling said. Turning to leave, Lu Yufan and Wang Yaozu exited the emergency room and entered the hospital corridor. Almost forgetting, Yaozu, hurry up and report to the police. Your sister cannot suffer in vain, Lu Yufan exclaimed, slapping her thigh. The harpoon in the well was clearly a deliberate act of violence. Indeed, a premeditated assault. The government must cover my sister's medical expenses, for this park was constructed by them, Wang Yaozu pondered. How is your sister doing? At that moment, Lin Feng's urgent voice interrupted. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan's expressions turned to disgust and anger. You useless fool, how much did you manage to collect? Lu Yufan glanced at Lin Feng, her voice cold. Mom, I raised 2,000 yuan, but my salary hasn't been paid yet, Lin Feng replied, pulling out a crumpled stack of 2,000 yuan bills from his pocket. Useless, utterly useless. If it weren't for you provoking Meiling, would she have jumped into the well? Would she have been impaled by the harpoon? Lu Yufan cursed at Lin Feng, lamenting. How could she be so unfortunate? Lin Feng remained silent, cowed by the beratement. How can you be so useless? Only 2,000 yuan. What can that possibly do? Wang Yaozu joined in the cursing. We must report this to the police. This matter cannot be overlooked. Lin Feng spoke slowly. Do you even need to say that, you fool? Wang Yaozu retorted harshly. Take care of Meiling. We are going to report this. Lu Yufan snapped at Lin Feng before turning to leave. Wang Yaozu followed Lu Yufan, heading off to report the incident. Lin Feng turned to enter Su Ling's office, where he found her pale and slumped in a chair. What happened? Lin Feng asked with a smile, looking at Su Ling. Su Ling looked up at him, gritting her teeth. It's all your fault. I shouldn't have come to work, but I came to the hospital for your sake. You are such a burden. Lin Feng shut the door to Su Ling's office, and then moved behind her to massage her shoulders. Su Ling reclined in the chair, closing her eyes to rest. You really are quite ruthless. That woman is in a terrible situation. Lin Feng paused slightly at her words. Are you worried you might share her fate? Su Ling remained silent, her body stiffening noticeably. Lin Feng had hit upon her thoughts. Although she was now with Lin Feng, witnessing Wang Meiling's plight made her fear that she too might one day face a similar fate. Lin Feng looked down at Su Ling. The matter between Wang Meiling and me is beyond your comprehension. There is no need for you to worry. If you are concerned about such things, we should cease our association. I will fulfill the promise of the villa we discussed. Su Ling was momentarily taken aback, her hand holding the scalpel trembling slightly. She was reluctant to part with this man. Lin Feng extended a finger to caress Su Ling's lips, smiling. What's this? You can't bear to part with me? Go away. Su Ling retorted, blushing. Who would miss you? With my assets, finding a man is quite easy. Indeed. With your beauty and resources, finding a man is effortless. However, few possess the generosity and strength that I do. I know you are not only attracted to my wealth, but also to my power, Lin Feng whispered playfully in her ear. Su Ling rolled her eyes at him before asking, is this matter being handled discreetly? I just called Luo Minghai, and he said the park's surveillance has been down for 7 days, making the investigation quite challenging. If we cannot locate the perpetrator, we must approach the park management. But they are unlikely to cooperate, Lin Feng explained. It seems that Director Luo has received quite a few benefits from you, Su Ling remarked with a cold smile. Director Luo is known for his integrity and impartiality. He would never take advantage of others, Lin Feng retorted with a grin. Su Ling scoffed. I have heard that several wives of officials in the Qinghe district have profited immensely from stocks, thanks to the recommendations of that old stock market dog. Upon hearing Su Ling's insults directed at him, Lin Feng swiftly silenced her with a kiss. Just as they were playfully tussling, a knock echoed through the room. Come in. Su Ling pushed Lin Feng aside and glanced at the door. As the door swung open, a tall girl entered. She possessed an elegant stature, fair skin, and a delicate face, particularly her pair of lively eyes. Adorned in a black lace dress cinched at the waist with a matching belt, her figure was alluringly curvaceous, especially her bosom, which rivaled the allure of a ripe peach. The girl exuded an air of nobility, unmistakably hailing from an affluent family. Lin Feng felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing her, yet he could not recall where he had encountered her before. Lingyu, you have arrived, Su Ling stood, addressing the girl. Director Su, I heard from Yaozu that my sister is hospitalized. How is she doing? The girl inquired. No need to worry. She has passed the critical phase and is currently stable, Su Ling replied with a reassuring smile, taking the girl's hand. Well, since she is fine, I shall return to rest, the girl said before turning to leave. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on the girl's beautiful legs, noting their smoothness and length, the skin appearing translucent. You must not pursue that girl, Su Ling remarked, recognizing Lin Feng's interest. What is her background? Lin Feng asked Su Ling. Her boyfriend is Wang Yaozu, and they are reportedly engaged. Moreover, her family is quite affluent. Her father is a prominent figure in Qinghe district, Su Ling informed him, casting a glance at Lin Feng. What? Wang Yaozu's girlfriend? Engaged? Lin Feng was taken aback by Su Ling's revelation. To be honest, he had never met Wang Yaozu's wife in his previous life. After losing his own wife, he was utterly heartbroken and had contributed funds for Wang Yaozu to purchase a home in the bustling metropolis. Since then, he had seldom seen Wang Yaozu, and thus had never laid eyes on his wife. He could scarcely fathom that Wang Yaozu's spouse held such significant standing. Indeed, surprising, isn't it? Su Ling observed Lin Feng with a smile. I truly did not expect this, Lin Feng admitted. Her full name is Ouyang Lingyu. I conducted a comprehensive health examination for her. She is a white tiger girl, a woman you will never possess, Su Ling said playfully, noting Lin Feng's reaction. Lin Feng lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke, stating, There is one thing I cannot comprehend. Why would Lingyu be interested in Wang Yaozu? Do you wish to know the answer? Su Ling inquired, glancing at him. Certainly, I am eager to know, Lin Feng replied. You must have some insider knowledge, right? Su Ling nodded. I don't know much, but I have dined with Ouyang Lingyu, and she mentioned Wang Yaozu's circumstances. Go on, Lin Feng urged, intrigued by how his brother-in-law Wang Yaozu had captivated Ouyang Lingyu. Firstly, she recounted how Wang Yaozu had once rescued her. Half a year ago, while climbing Mount Huang, he encountered a sudden thunderstorm, during which Ouyang Lingyu was struck by lightning and lost consciousness. It was Wang Yaozu, passing by, who carried her to the hospital. Su Ling explained with a smile. Wait, you mean Ouyang Lingyu fainted after being struck by lightning on Mount Huang? Lin Feng finally understood why Ouyang Lingyu seemed familiar to him. It was because he had saved a girl there 6 months prior, carrying her down the mountain. At that time, Lin Feng was in a rush to write an article, so he called Wang Yaozu, who was visiting Mount Huang, to take care of the girl. He remembered that he had even covered her medical expenses, and later, when he visited the hospital, he was informed that the girl had been discharged. Afterward, Lin Feng did not pay much attention to the matter, but when he called Wang Yaozu, he was told that the girl had reimbursed him for the medical fees. Chapter 39. Doing good deeds only to have my brother-in-law take the credit, is there a problem? Su Ling asked Lin Feng with a smile. You don't know about this? Lin Feng chuckled. Of course I know. That girl is the one I carried down the mountain. I was the one who found her in the emergency room. I was busy with my writing, so I asked Wang Yaozu to look after her while I worked. Su Ling covered her mouth in disbelief, gazing at Lin Feng with wide eyes. Continue to share. Tell me everything you know, Lin Feng encouraged Su Ling with a smile. Just these pieces are insufficient, right? She replied. Of course, it's not enough. She mentioned that Wang Yaozu worked at the Moda Daily, noting his literary talent and exceptional capability, even sharing several of his articles. Su Ling smiled as she handed her phone to Lin Feng. As Lin Feng browsed through the chat page between Su Ling and Ouyang Lingyu, he was astonished to find several articles that had been shared. Upon seeing these pieces, he was left speechless, for they were all his own writings, manuscripts that had been rejected by media companies. Though declined, the articles possessed excellent themes and substance, merely needing some refinement to become high-quality works. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the articles had indeed been polished, yet he was certain it was not his own editing. Ouyang Lingyu mentioned that Wang Yaozu was often busy and sometimes asked her for help with editing. Su Ling laughed as she explained. You can't possibly claim these articles are your own, can you? They must have been appropriated by Wang Yaozu. Lin Feng shook his head. These articles are indeed mine. But he did not solicit them from me. They were requested by my wife. She expressed a desire to become a media professional, so I provided her with my manuscripts. He recalled how his wife often asked him for articles, as they were married, and he didn't mind sharing. Su Ling suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder. I thought Wang Yaozu didn't seem very cultured. It turns out you wrote those pieces. They are quite impressive. While my work may not be as remarkable as yours, I am, after all, the editor-in-chief of the largest media company in Jiangxing. You can inquire about my reputation in the media circles of Jiangxing, Lin Feng declared proudly, exuding confidence in his professional abilities. It had been several days since he last went to work, and he wondered how much his employer would deduct from his salary. Naturally, I recognize your talent. Otherwise, you wouldn't have achieved success in such a short time. Su Ling harbored suspicions that Lin Feng had learned of the movements of companies like Tiana Entertainment through acquaintances in the media. Wang Yaozu claimed to own a house in Jiangxing, though it was occupied by his sister-in-law as parents, as he wished for his sister to hold a respectable position in her marital home. Su Ling then divulged another piece of information, leaving Lin Feng momentarily flabbergasted. He could hardly fathom that such audacity existed in the world. That house originally belonged to my parents, and now her sister is pressuring them to relinquish it. I vehemently opposed this, which is why she resorted to such drastic measures. Lin Feng could not suppress a cold laugh. It must be said that Wang Yaozu was exceptionally adept at crafting his own image. With a mere flick of his wrist, he transformed himself into a man of considerable professional acumen and profound emotional depth, not to mention his affluence. More significantly, Wang Yaozu was the savior of Ouyang Lingyu. Furthermore, his frequent visits to nightlife venues had granted him an astute understanding of female psychology, making it entirely plausible for him to win over Ouyang Lingyu. Upon hearing this, Su Ling regarded Lin Feng with a hint of pity. So Wang Yaozu is entirely leveraging you to construct his persona as a man of deep emotions and professional prowess, not to mention his ability to charm women, which naturally led him to Ouyang Lingyu. I truly admire this family. Lin Feng, gazing skyward, sighed. It is not solely Wang Yaozu. My wife Wang Meiling and my mother-in-law Lu Yufan are equally talented in their performances. My losses are not unfounded. In his past life, he had indeed suffered unjustly, having encountered this family of dramatists. What do you intend to do now? Do you still wish to pursue Ouyang Lingyu? Su Ling remarked with a mocking expression. Aren't you afraid of being consumed by your infatuation? Such talk. I am a man of integrity, a paragon of selflessness. I cannot allow a virtuous woman like Ouyang Lingyu to be deceived. Otherwise, I would bear a heavy sense of guilt, Lin Feng declared with righteous fervor. Su Ling snorted lightly. You are hardly a saint yourself. You too think with your lower half. Suddenly, Lin Feng leaned closer to Su Ling with a mischievous grin. Director Su, if I were to have you alone, would you be willing? Could you withstand it? Get away! Get away! Su Ling exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Lin, do not jest with me. I do not believe your empty words. She understood well that even if they were to divorce, Lin Feng would never consider marrying her. Yet, she had to admit, she found it difficult to resist Lin Feng's allure. Let me be frank about my feelings towards you. Although I have caused misfortune to your family, my true target has always been Liang Kuan, Lin Feng said earnestly, locking eyes with Su Ling. Su Ling was momentarily taken aback. Candidly, she found Lin Feng to be quite agreeable, wealthy, straightforward, physically appealing, with a gentle temperament and a caring nature towards women. His romantic entanglements were perhaps a bit excessive, but as she was not his legally wedded wife, she felt no right to intervene. Director Su, the patient has awakened, came the voice of a nurse from the intercom in the office. Upon hearing this, Su Ling rose, and Lin Feng followed suit. They proceeded to the intensive care unit, where they found Wang Meiling had regained consciousness. My dear, Lin Feng rushed to her bedside, his voice tinged with emotion. Are you all right? Wang Meiling looked at him with a hint of disdain. This is all your fault. It's all my fault, dear. Please, you may scold me or hit me, as long as it eases your resentment, Lin Feng implored once more. Have your parents return Yaozu's house to him. Wang Meiling gazed weakly at Lin Feng, asking, my dear, where do my parents reside? Lin Feng shook his head once more. Suddenly, with a feeble swipe, Wang Meiling struck Lin Feng's face, her strength barely surpassing that of a 3-year-old. Unable to bear the sight, Su Ling observed that this couple could easily win an Oscar for their performance, their acting reaching an unparalleled level of mastery. Get lost. I will make you regret this. Wang Meiling scolded Lin Feng, pointing her finger accusingly. I am leaving now to work and earn money for Yaozu to buy a house, Lin Feng replied hurriedly as he turned to leave. On the hospital bed, Wang Meiling seethed, her emotions tumultuous. How much could one earn from a job? Her brother's marriage could not be jeopardized by her actions. Once Lin Feng departed, Su Ling turned to close the door. Dr. Su, when will my condition stabilize? Wang Meiling raised her voice, no longer stuttering. Leaving the hospital without permission might not be good for your health. Your mother wants you to rest for a few days. Su Ling stepped forward and reassured her. Rest assured, I will provide you with a well-prepared death certificate, she added. Dr. Su, thank you. Once I have evaded this scoundrel, I will surely repay your kindness, Wang Meiling said, gritting her teeth at the mention of Lin Feng. We are all on the same side. There is no need for such formality, Su Ling replied graciously. Dr. Su, I also need your assistance in obtaining the cremation certificate from the funeral home, and when my boyfriend comes to pick me up, I would appreciate your cooperation in facilitating my discreet exit, Wang Meiling reminded Su Ling once more. Certainly, you need not worry, Su Ling assured her again before conducting a follow-up examination and then departing. Wang Meiling cursed at the ceiling. Lin, how can you compete with me? I will make it my life's mission to outmaneuver you. Chapter 40. The mother-in-law investigates the incident. The surveillance is malfunctioning at the Xiangfeng Road police station, which oversees the neighborhood where Lin Feng resides. Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan arrived to report an incident, with Zhao Hongyu assigned to investigate the case. Director Zhao, you must help us uncover the truth, Lu Yufan exclaimed, pounding her thigh in distress. Whoever threw that iron rod into the well must be punished and made to suffer. Wang Yaozu added angrily. Surely there are surveillance cameras in the park. We need to review the footage to identify the perpetrator. Zhao Hongyu furrowed his brow, feeling overwhelmed by the incessant accusations from the couple, especially as Lu Yufan continued to lament and pound her thigh. Please, each of you take turns to explain the situation clearly, Zhao Hongyu said sternly, fixing his gaze on Lu Yufan and Wang Yaozu. Upon witnessing Zhao Hongyu's serious demeanor, the couple ceased their complaints. Wang Yaozu then recounted the events in detail. Zhao Hongyu frowned as he listened, clearly noting that someone had deliberately placed a harpoon in the well, rendering it perilous to jump in. Let us proceed to the scene for an investigation. We will need to collaborate with the urban park management, Zhao Hongyu declared. Satisfied, Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan nodded in agreement. Zhao Hongyu then led the way to Xiangfeng Park, with Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan following closely behind. Meanwhile, Lin Feng also arrived at the park. What are you doing here, you worthless fool? Lu Yufan exclaimed furiously upon seeing Lin Feng, blaming him for her daughter's leap into the well. Wang Yaozu cast a fierce glare at Lin Feng, who remained unfazed. Director, please ensure a thorough investigation. I cannot allow my wife to suffer in vain, Lin Feng implored as he approached Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu glanced at Lin Feng and courteously responded, Mr. Lin, You are the spouse of Ms. Wang Meiling, correct? Indeed, director. Lin Feng replied, bowing slightly. Zhao Hongyu retrieved his phone, displaying a message from Luo Minghai, which included a photograph of the man before him. Rest assured, Mr. Lin. The higher authorities have been notified and will ensure your satisfaction, Zhao Hongyu assured, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder in a friendly manner. Thank you very much, director. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude once more, bowing deeply. Not at all, Mr. Lin. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Zhao Hongyu chuckled. Meanwhile, Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Zhao was being so courteous to Lin Feng. They quickly deduced that Lin Feng worked at a media company and likely had dealings with law enforcement. Zhao Hongyu then stated, I will call the Park Management Bureau. They should have surveillance footage, and we will swiftly locate the assailant. Anticipation lit up the faces of Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan. If they could find the person who lost the iron rod, they could extort a sum of money. With thoughts of extortion in mind, they turned their attention to Lin Feng. Brother-in-law, help my sister fabricate a salary statement. The higher the better, Wang Yaozu whispered to him. Now you're calling me brother-in-law. Lin Feng thought with a cold smirk. The request to forge a salary statement was a blatant attempt at extortion. Son-in-law, I leave this matter to you. The sooner, the better. Calculate Ms. Meiling's salary at 2,000 yuan per day. She will need to take a year off due to her injuries. No, 3 years. Lu Yufan exclaimed. Her eyes reddened. We must ensure the perpetrator is left destitute, and we will also seek compensation from the government, as they hold some responsibility in this matter. Lin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, Mother, Yaozu, this is not as simple as you think. This is illegal. This mother and daughter truly believed people were fools. Did they not consider that the veracity of the salary statement would be investigated? That is not your concern. Just produce the statement, and even if it's false, I will make it appear legitimate, Lu Yufan retorted coldly. Indeed, brother-in-law, if you cannot handle such a trivial matter, it seems you are unwilling, or perhaps you do not care for my sister at all. Wang Yaozu glared at Lin Feng, her expression hostile. Lin Feng regarded Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan with a hint of amusement. How could these two be so confident? Could it be that Ouyang Lingyu was involved? After all, Ouyang Lingyu's father was a prominent figure in Qinghe district, wielding unimaginable influence. Lin Feng realized he had underestimated this crucial factor. I will give it a try, he said, glancing at Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan. Not just a try, it is imperative that you produce it. Lu Yufan replied icily, you worthless fool. Lin Feng felt insulted and turned to venture deeper into the park to call Luo Minghai. Brother, I've already briefed Xiao Zhao, Luo Minghai said with a smile. Director Luo, there is an aspect I have not mentioned until now. Lin Feng suddenly remarked, I wonder if this will cause you any trouble. What matter are you referring to? Luo Minghai's tone turned notably serious. Are you aware of Secretary Ouyang's daughter? Lin Feng inquired. Ouyang Lingyu? I am familiar with her. Why do you ask? Luo Minghai replied with a smile. You're not considering her, are you? I heard she is already engaged. Her fiancé happens to be my brother-in-law, Wang Yaozu. Lin Feng stated. What? Your brother-in-law is Wang Yaozu? So, he is the one requesting a resolution to this case, Luo Minghai said, his tone growing more solemn. Why are you only now sharing this information with me? I only just learned of it myself, Lin Feng sighed. If it becomes too troublesome, I can find someone to take my place and let Xiao Zhao handle the case. Luo Minghai fell silent upon hearing this. Brother, are you feeling apprehensive now? Lin Feng teased with a laugh. Of course. You know how powerful the old guard in Qinghe district is. One slap could send me to the depths of despair. Luo Minghai retorted with a chuckle. Then let us proceed as I suggested. I will find someone to confess, Lin Feng suggested thoughtfully. No need. I can always retire early. Besides, my wife has a few small targets in her sights. What do I need to work for? Luo Minghai laughed heartily. Do you possess any other leverage? Lin Feng asked. No, and precisely for that reason, I am unafraid, Luo Minghai replied with a grin. That is splendid, Lin Feng remarked. The main point is that I have heard Secretary Ouyang is dissatisfied with his son-in-law and would not make a fuss over such a minor issue. Furthermore, Secretary Ouyang's son also has a penchant for stock trading. I once recommended Tiana Entertainment to him, and he made a modest investment. Luo Minghai, not holding back, shared some insights with Lin Feng. Damn, Lin Feng cursed inwardly. Luo Minghai has rallied a group to invest in Tiana Entertainment. He concerned that the information he provided might be false. Nonetheless, this indeed brought significant benefits to Luo Minghai and those around him. Well, there's no need for concern, Luo Minghai said as he abruptly ended the call. Lin Feng turned and walked towards the well. The area was cordoned off, and Zhao Hongyu was currently in communication with the Park Management Bureau. Is everything in order? Wang Yaozu whispered. Let us see what Director Zhao has to say. Lin Feng replied. He is currently looking into it. Rest assured, we will uncover the truth. Wang Yaozu's face radiated confidence, as he had already contacted his girlfriend. His girlfriend, Ouyang Lingyu, had made arrangements with the local authorities and had also reached out to the Park Management Bureau. As the conversation unfolded, Zhao Hongyu finally hung up the phone. Director Zhao, who is it? Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan approached, eagerly looking at Zhao Hongyu. Lin Feng also cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Hongyu. Chapter 41. The Mother-in-Law's Breakdown. Secretary Ouyang's son. Ouyang Lei, I regret to inform you that we were unable to uncover anything, Zhao Hongyu said, casting a regretful glance at Lin Feng, Wang Yaozu, and Lu Yufan. In truth, Zhao Hongyu had not only communicated with the Park Management Bureau, but had also conferred with Luo Minghai beforehand. What? Nothing was discovered? Wasn't there surveillance? Lu Yufan glared angrily at Zhao Hongyu. I will have you stripped of this position, Wang Yaozu threatened, pointing an accusing finger at Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu, with a serious expression, addressed Mr. Wang. I completely empathize with your feelings, but the case is undeniably complex. The surveillance equipment has been out of order for 7 days, rendering us unable to obtain any valid evidence. What an incredible coincidence that the cameras malfunctioned for an entire week. Who are we trying to deceive? Wang Yaozu retorted angrily. Nonsense. How could it possibly be broken? Lu Yufan echoed in indignation. Zhao Hongyu replied calmly. It is indeed broken. That is the conclusion provided by the park management. If you do not believe it, feel free to conduct your own investigation. Lu Yufan responded coldly. Even so, the park management must compensate us. Indeed. The responsibility lies with the park management. Wang Yaozu concurred coldly. They planned to secure compensation from the park management before pursuing the individual who had thrown the iron rod. With a hint of a cold smile, Zhao Hongyu pointed to a stone slab beside the well, stating, the slab clearly indicates that it is prohibited to move it. Witnesses have confirmed that Ms. Wang Meiling moved it of her own accord. Thus the park management bears no responsibility. Lin Feng, Wang Yaozu, and Lu Yufan glanced at the stone slab, which indeed bore the inscription, do not move the slab. Consequences are to be borne by the mover. The 10 prominent characters were strikingly conspicuous. If you are dissatisfied, gather evidence and file a lawsuit in court. Rest assured, we will continue our investigation, Zhao Hongyu remarked, casting a glance at the two. Furthermore, I advise you not to disseminate this information online. Secretary Ouyang would be displeased to learn of this. At the mention of Secretary Ouyang, Lu Yufan and Wang Yaozu could not help but display sycophantic smiles. Zhao Hongyu then turned and departed with his associates. Useless. All your fault. Lu Yufan vented her anger on Lin Feng, turning to berate him. My sister is truly unfortunate. All because of you, you worthless fool. Wang Yaozu slapped Lin Feng across the face. Lin Feng deftly dodged, exclaiming, Yaozu, what are you trying to accomplish? This is all your mother's fault for not having the money to buy you a house. Lu Yufan, upon hearing this, was infuriated. I'll tear your filthy mouth apart. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you wish to ruin your standing in Jiang City? Lin Feng hastily replied with a forced smile. Mom, I momentarily misspoke. Please don't hold it against me. I will go and raise the money right away. With that, he turned and left. Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan seethed with anger. Call Ouyang Lingyu and ask her what is going on, Lu Yufan suggested, glancing at Wang Yaozu. Let us go to the police station. Zhao Hongyu probably doesn't realize my influence. Wang Yaozu resolved to head to the police station, intending for Ouyang Lingyu to join them in reprimanding the ignorant chief. Lu Yufan's face revealed a smug expression. Wang Yaozu promptly called Ouyang Lingyu, who, upon learning of the surveillance malfunction, was also incensed. She arranged to meet Wang Yaozu at the police station. In the government compound of the Qinghe district on People's Road, where several leaders' families resided, Luo Minghai had arrived at the entrance of the compound. He was there to clarify matters regarding Lin Feng, as this situation needed to be resolved to avoid repercussions for himself. What is going on? At that moment, a young man emerged, Ouyang Lei, the son of an esteemed family in Qinghe district and a recent university graduate. However, he did not pursue a political career. Instead, he chose to become an amateur novelist. Achieving remarkable success with his books, he enjoys the vibrancy of nightlife and the pleasures of nature. His approach to finance revolves around stock trading. And although he initially suffered significant losses, he later invested in stocks recommended by Luo Minghai, resulting in a substantial profit. "Brother, I truly have something to ask of you," Luo Minghai said with a sly smile, gazing at Ouyang Lei. Ouyang Lei chuckled in response. "Let me tell you, do not think about using underhanded methods. I cannot assist you in that regard." Luo Minghai sighed. "I am well aware that Secretary Ouyang is strict and holds a deep disdain for sycophants and those who engage in bribery. But what is it that brings you to me?" Though Ouyang Lei writes novels, he is far from reclusive. On the contrary, he often mingles in society. "It concerns your sister, Ouyang Lingyu. There has been an incident involving her fiancé," Luo Minghai explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lei furrowed his brow. "Are you referring to Wang Yaozu?" A flicker of distaste crossed Ouyang Lei's face at the mention of Wang Yaozu. Indeed, Wang Yaozu's sister, in a moment of despair, jumped into a well, only to find several steel rods inside. The outcome was tragic. Luo Minghai summarized the situation. Ouyang Lei gasped sharply. How horrifying! Which fool would place iron rods in a well? The thought was so grotesque that Ouyang Lei felt a physical discomfort. The issue lies here. They wish to identify the perpetrator, but this individual is Wang Yaozu's brother-in-law, Luo Minghai revealed, providing further clarity. "Goodness, this is dramatic. It could serve as the inspiration for my next story. It's simply astounding." Ouyang Lei expressed his enthusiasm. "Please, continue. Why did Wang Yaozu's sister jump into the well?" Wang Yaozu could not afford a wedding house, so he pressured his sister to purchase one, but she lacked the funds. In desperation, she coerced her husband to resolve the housing issue, or she would take such drastic action. Her husband, the aforementioned brother-in-law, was aware of this and cunningly set a trap. Luo Minghai recounted the events leading to the tragedy. "Wait a moment. I recall Wang Yaozu claiming he owned property, which he transferred to his brother-in-law as parents." Ouyang Lei interjected suddenly. "Upon investigation, it appears he has never owned property, nor has he transferred any to his brother-in-law as parents. In fact, he seeks to claim property under their name," Luo Minghai said with a wry smile. Ouyang Lei's expression darkened ominously. If such information were to leak, it would tarnish his family's reputation. "Is this true?" Ouyang Lei asked, his gaze fixed on Luo Minghai. "You could have some colleagues from certain departments look into this matter," Luo Minghai suggested, unperturbed by Ouyang Lei's inquiry, as the facts were on his side. Ouyang Lei picked up his phone and made a few calls, raising his head only after a few minutes. "Wang Yaozu," he declared, his eyes glinting with intensity. "Moreover, Wang Yaozu's brother-in-law, the one in question, is a friend of mine. He possesses keen insights into the stock market and accurately predicted the trends of Tianhe Entertainment's stocks," Luo Minghai continued. Chapter 42. Ouyang Lei, the stock genius, brother-in-law, is actually Lin Feng? Upon hearing Ouyang Lei's words, Luo Minghai widened his eyes and gazed at him, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that the elusive old six is the remarkable player who turned 5 million into 900 million? In recent days, Ouyang Lei had encountered numerous tales surrounding the mysterious stock trader, yet he never imagined that this individual resided in the Qinghe district of Jiang City, nor that he had imparted such information to Luo Minghai, who in turn shared it with him, enabling him to achieve a modest profit. Indeed, my wife followed his guidance, not only recovering her losses, but also securing several small gains." Luo Minghai chuckled, displaying a hint of pride. He recalled that when he first conveyed this information, Ouyang Lei appeared skeptical. However, Ouyang Lei ultimately purchased some shares, albeit earning significantly less than Luo Minghai. Surely, he must be regretting his decision deeply in these past few days. Bang! Ouyang Lei, upon hearing Luo Minghai's words, slammed his thigh in frustration, realizing he had squandered a golden opportunity for substantial earnings, while Luo Minghai's wife had remarkably profited from a few small targets. Who exactly is this old six? Ouyang Lei extracted a cigarette and offered it to Luo Minghai, who promptly produced a lighter to ignite it. The editor-in-chief of a new media outlet, prior to this, lived an utterly mundane life, merely an ordinary individual. Luo Minghai succinctly introduced Lin Feng's identity. As Ouyang Lei inhaled the smoke, exhaling clouds, he pondered how a media company's editor could possibly possess insights into a company's stock trends. Who would believe such a claim? Moreover, this pertained to a gambling company located on the distant Australian island, a firm wielding significant influence in both Australia and Asia. To speak bluntly, even the elite of Australia could not predict the stock trajectory of Tianhe Entertainment. The recent fluctuations in Tianhe Entertainment stock price had resulted in substantial losses for numerous Australian magnates. Thus, only two categories of individuals could genuinely comprehend the direction of Tianhe Entertainment's stock. The first consisted of the upper echelons of Tianhe Entertainment, particularly the most central figures. The second comprised the policymakers, who could easily anticipate the impact of policy announcements on Tianhe Entertainment stock. Lin Feng would need to engage with either of these groups to accurately ascertain the stock's trajectory. Is there anything amiss? Luo Minghai queried, casting a sycophantic smile at Ouyang Lei. Turning to Luo Minghai, Ouyang Lei replied, Old Luo, what is your profession? Are you merely a case investigator? Do you genuinely believe he is an ordinary person? It was evident that Luo Minghai was still feigning ignorance in Ouyang Lei's presence. With a chuckle, Luo Minghai remarked, my speculation is that Lin Feng is well versed in various matters, thus making it easy for him to deduce these insights. Spare me the nonsense. However, discussing this further seems futile. One thing is certain. This person is extraordinary. Perhaps he is the illegitimate son of one of those magnates from the Australian island. Ouyang Lei concluded. Luo Minghai, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, as Ouyang Lei had just suggested a rather audacious notion regarding Lin Feng's potential lineage. You tell him, I will not allow my sister to interfere in this matter, Ouyang Lei stated, glancing at Luo Minghai. I trust the remaining details can be handled without my intervention. As long as Miss Ouyang does not involve herself, this case is essentially resolved. After speaking, Luo Minghai turned and departed in his vehicle. Ouyang Lei's expression fluctuated as he returned to the courtyard, cigarette in mouth. As I happened to see Ouyang Lingyu emerge, she hurriedly clutched her bag, seemingly in a state of distress. What could possibly be so urgent? Ouyang Lei directly obstructed her path. Brother, move aside. I have pressing matters at hand, Ouyang Lingyu implored, her gaze fixed upon him. Do not waste my time. Ouyang Lei replied, are you heading to the Park Management Bureau? Or perhaps the Xiangfeng police station? At his words, Ouyang Lingyu paused in surprise, not expecting her brother to be aware of her destination. Lingyu, Director Luo just came by. The surveillance at the Park Management Bureau has indeed been damaged. What do you intend to achieve by going there? Will you interfere with the Xiangfeng police's investigation? Ouyang Lei was determined to prevent his sister from proceeding. If this matter were to spread, it would be utterly humiliating. What would their father think? The esteemed son-in-law of the district committee secretary, whose sister had tragically committed suicide by jumping into a well over a housing dispute, would bring disgrace upon the family. Their father would undoubtedly be furious. It was an unbearable scandal. I refuse to believe such a coincidence. The surveillance fails just when something happens. Brother, such deceit may fool the ordinary, but do not attempt to deceive me. Wang Yaozu is my fiancé, and his sister is also my sister. I must be involved in this matter. If we allow this to go unaddressed, how can we face our father? Ouyang Lingyu's expression was icy as she glared at Ouyang Lei. You truly do not wish to confront this issue, Ouyang Lei. As she turned to leave, she was once again intercepted by Ouyang Lei. What are you doing, brother? Ouyang Lingyu's irritation was palpable. Sister, there are matters I am hesitant to discuss, yet I must. Are you aware of the context surrounding this situation? Ouyang Lei said after a moment of silence. Context? Yaozu's sister is frequently subjected to domestic abuse. Having suffered multiple miscarriages at the hands of her husband, she was driven nearly to madness, and in her despair, she ultimately took her own life by jumping into the well. I not only intend to hold the perpetrator accountable, but Wang Yaozu's brother-in-law, Lin Feng, will not escape responsibility either, Ouyang Lingyu stated coldly, and with that, she attempted to bypass Ouyang Lei once more. Just as Ouyang Lei was about to pursue her, Ouyang Lingyu swung her bag, striking him in the face. The impact caused him pain, and he crouched on the ground, clutching his face. Ouyang Lingyu, ignoring my advice will lead to dire consequences, Ouyang Lei called after her. Unfazed, Ouyang Lingyu drove away without a glance back. What was the quarrel about this time? A woman's voice called from upstairs. A graceful woman descended, resembling Ouyang Lingyu, clad in a black dress with her hair elegantly styled. She was indeed Si Yunxiu, Ouyang Lingyu's mother. Having been upstairs enjoying tea, she came down upon hearing the siblings' argument. Mom, there are matters I am unsure whether to disclose. Ouyang Lei hesitated as he approached Si Yunxiu. What is it? You have graduated from university. You are an adult now, capable of making your own decisions. Si Yunxiu chided him with a disapproving glance. Mom, Lingyu has been terribly deceived, Ouyang Lei exclaimed, She has been misled by Wang Yaozu. He is not a good person, but rather a scoundrel. Si Yunxiu frowned slightly and said, Xiaolei, it is quite inappropriate to speak ill of others behind their backs. Yaozu is a diligent young man, gifted with literary talent, and he shows great filial piety towards his parents, as well as kindness to those around him. How can you label him as scum? She had met Wang Yaozu before. He had a sweet tongue. She had also perused some of his writings, which were exceptionally articulate and refreshingly original, marking him as a rare gem of talent. Mother, Wang Yaozu mentioned to us that he places great importance on familial bonds. Did he not purchase a house for his sisters-in-laws? Ouyang Lei understood that explaining anything at this point would be futile. Revealing the truth directly would be far more convincing. Indeed, Yaozu values family ties. He acquired property for his sisters-in-laws to ensure a better life for his sister. Such a person possesses a grand heart and cherishes family. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be welcomed at our doorstep. A hint of a smile appeared on Si Yunxiu's face as she spoke of Wang Yaozu. Ouyang Lei retorted, Wang Yaozu did not purchase any property for his brother-in-law. That property was originally bought by his brother-in-law's parents. You may contact the Real Estate Bureau to verify this matter. Chapter 43. The secretary's wife, Si Yunxiu, became furious upon hearing Ouyang Lei's words. Si Yunxiu's brow furrowed even more. She picked up her phone and called the Real Estate Bureau, where the director personally assisted her in investigating the properties under Lin Weiguo's name. Lin Weiguo was indeed the father of Lin Feng. When Ouyang Lingyu was in a relationship with Wang Yaozu, Si Yunxiu had thoroughly investigated the relatives surrounding Wang Yaozu. Madam, Lin Weiguo purchased a property in Jiangxing 12 years ago. That is the only property currently under his name, the director of the Real Estate Bureau reported directly. Upon hearing this, Si Yunxiu's face turned cold as frost. According to her research, Lin Feng had only known Wang Yaozu's sister for about 7 or 8 years. 12 years ago, Wang Yaozu was merely a teenager, incapable of earning money, let alone purchasing a house for a stranger. Thus, Wang Yaozu's claims were entirely false. Madam, is there anything else? The director inquired cautiously, sensing Si Yunxiu's growing anger on the other end of the line. No, keep this matter confidential. Especially regarding my inquiry into Lin Weiguo's property, Si Yunxiu replied curtly before hanging up. Her figure swayed slightly. If such information were to leak, her family's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Wang Yaozu could not afford a house, so he had his sister intervene to resolve the issue of their marital home, which in turn forced her sister to pressure her husband into taking action. When her husband was unable to provide a solution, he reached out to his father. Unable to reach an agreement, Wang Yaozu's sister resorted to drastic measures, only to find herself in a precarious situation. Ouyang Lei succinctly summarized the events that had transpired. Si Yunxiu was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Was there truly such a shameless individual in this world? Unable to purchase a house, he coerced his sister into buying one, and when she lacked the means, she pressured her husband's family to resolve the housing dilemma. This thought made Si Yunxiu tremble with rage. She was incensed at the existence of such unprincipled individuals and even more furious at the prospect of this debacle becoming a subject of ridicule. With her husband being mocked in the political arena, the son-in-law of a prominent district committee secretary unable to afford a house, resorting to his sister's desperate actions to extort property from his in-laws, it was utterly disgraceful. Enough of this. It infuriates me to no end. How could I have failed to investigate this matter thoroughly from the outset? Si Yunxiu trembled delicately, relieved that the couple had not yet held their wedding. Mother, the Wang family has reported the incident and intends to apprehend the individual who placed the harpoon in the well. Yet the park management has informed us that the surveillance cameras have been malfunctioning for the past week. Lingyu, however, is utterly unconvinced and is currently heading to the park management office to demand the footage. Taking advantage of the situation, Ouyang Lei voiced his thoughts. This is absurd. Si Yunxiu slammed her palm on the table. She turned and strode into her room to grab her bag before heading to the park management office. At the park management office, Lu Yufan and Wang Yaozu had arrived, with Lin Feng also making his way there. The surveillance footage must be accessed. It is imperative. Lu Yufan sat on the floor, pounding her thighs in despair, lamenting, "My poor daughter has been harmed to such an extent by your negligence. And you dare claim the cameras are broken? The footage must be provided, or you will regret it. My girlfriend is the daughter of Secretary Ouyang." Wang Yaozu cast a scornful glance at Song Qinghai, the head of the park management. Song Qinghai paid no heed to Wang Yaozu, scoffing at the notion of him being Secretary Ouyang's son-in-law. Ladies and gentlemen, The cameras are indeed out of order and under repair. If you wish to investigate the individual who placed the harpoon, you may consult Director Zhao. Song Qinghai gestured towards Zhao Hongyu, who approached with a smile. Let us not escalate this matter. We have conducted a thorough investigation. As you know, outdoor surveillance equipment is prone to damage, and we cannot monitor it at all times. Director Zhao, I am not concerned about that. We demand an explanation today. My son is Secretary Ouyang's son-in-law, and if this issue is not resolved satisfactorily, you will face consequences. Lu Yufan threatened, hands on her hips, pointing at Zhao Hongyu and Song Qinghai. Zhao Hongyu and Song Qinghai exchanged glances, a flicker of apprehension passing between them. What if the claims were indeed true? Lin Feng observed the shifting expressions of Zhao Hongyu and Song Qinghai, his brow furrowing. He wondered how communications with Luo Minghai were progressing. Should they fail, Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan might very well exploit Secretary Ouyang's influence to create turmoil. Ultimately, Song Qinghai glanced at Zhao Hongyu, who discreetly messaged Luo Minghai, receiving a reply instructing him to disregard Lu Yufan and Wang Yaozu. Madam Lu, Mr. Wang Yaozu. The park management cannot retrieve the surveillance footage at this time. We ask for your understanding and to await further news at home. Zhao Hongyu stated as he approached the two. Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan were incensed at this response. Such audacity. At that moment, a cool voice resonated from outside, and Ouyang Lingyu entered the room. Clad in a purple dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she held her head high, her neck resembling that of a graceful swan. Her beautiful eyes radiating authority. Following Ouyang Lingyu were two figures, and upon seeing them, Song Qinghai and Zhao Hongyu's expressions changed drastically, for these individuals were their superior leaders. Darling, you've arrived. Wang Yaozu approached Ouyang Lingyu with a smile, exclaiming, if you hadn't come, we would be in dire straits today. Fear not. I shall advocate for you. Ouyang Lingyu responded gently, gazing at Wang Yaozu with warmth. Lingyu, you must stand up for us. Lu Yufan, upon noticing Ouyang Lingyu's arrival, promptly rose from the ground. Aunt, do not worry. I shall resolve this matter, she assured. Ouyang Lingyu cast a cold, sweeping glance at Song Qinghai and Zhao Hongyu, causing both men to break into a cold sweat, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Now do you believe? Wang Yaozu remarked disdainfully, directing a scornful look at Song Qinghai and Zhao Hongyu. This is all a misunderstanding. Song Qinghai attempted to ingratiate himself with a smile. Indeed, a misunderstanding, Zhao Hongyu concurred. Though he felt intimidated by Ouyang Lingyu's formidable presence, despite having Luo Minghai's backing. Since it is a misunderstanding, I demand to know the truth. Ouyang Lingyu declared with a chilling smile aimed at Zhao Hongyu and Song Qinghai. Without the slightest hesitation, both men prepared to align themselves with Wang Yaozu. Hold on. Lin Feng interjected as he approached. He had just messaged Luo Minghai, who had reassured him and instructed him to stall for time. And you are? Ouyang Lingyu inquired, her brows furrowing as she regarded Lin Feng, unfamiliar with him. Lingyu, this is my brother-in-law, Wang Yaozu introduced Lin Feng, exuding an air of false modesty. A flicker of disdain crossed Ouyang Lingyu's face. She was aware of Lin Feng's notorious reputation, having heard about his connection to the tragic suicide of Wang Yaozu's sister, Wang Meiling. She was resolute in seeking justice for Wang Meiling, believing that such scum should face the full force of the law. Step aside, do not obstruct official business, Lu Yufan said as she pulled Lin Feng aside. Ignoring her, Lin Feng raised his voice. I believe that merely uncovering the truth is insufficient. We must also negotiate compensation. The park management must be held accountable for their negligence, which certainly warrants substantial reparations. At this moment, he disregarded any notions of allegiance, prioritizing the need to buy time. Regardless, even if he remained silent, Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan would inevitably bring up the matter. Indeed, this issue must be addressed first, Lu Yufan echoed, recognizing the financial implications at stake. Wang Yaozu then turned to Ouyang Lingyu, stating, Lingyu, I believe the park management should bear part of the responsibility. Ouyang Lingyu directed her gaze at Song Qinghai, who responded with a sycophantic smile. They must be held accountable. It is indeed our management's oversight. Ouyang Lingyu nodded slightly in agreement, asserting that the park management must accept responsibility. I believe the park management is blameless and should not bear any financial responsibility. A cold voice pierced through from outside. Chapter 44. Si Yunxiu arrives. The mother-in-law stunned Lin Feng, Zhao Hongyu, Wang Yaozu, and others turned their attention towards the door upon hearing the voice. They beheld a beautiful woman accompanied by a young man entering. It was Si Yunxiu and Ouyang Lei. "Mother, why are you here?" Ouyang Lingyu rushed forward in a flurry upon recognizing them. "Wow, Luo is impressive," Lin Feng thought to himself as he understood the significance of the newcomers. One was the wife of Secretary Ouyang, and the other was her son. Zhao Hongyu and Song Qinghai were equally taken aback. The secretary's wife and son had both arrived simultaneously. Their faces adorned with obsequious smiles, they hurriedly approached to greet them. Not only did two individuals greet each other, but the two superior leaders accompanying Ouyang Lingyu also displayed radiant smiles in their salutations. Si Yunxiu reciprocated their greetings with a smile. "In-laws, your arrival is quite timely. You must take charge for us," Lu Yufan implored with tears as she approached Si Yunxiu. "Aunt, you must advocate for my sister. We came to investigate this matter, and they claimed the surveillance was malfunctioning," Wang Yaozu lamented, equally distressed. Si Yunxiu cast a cold glance at Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan, her gaze sharp and unwavering, completely disregarding their words. Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan felt a chill run down their spines under Si Yunxiu's penetrating stare. "Mom, why are you here?" Ouyang Lingyu interjected, approaching and grasping Si Yunxiu's arm with a smile. "Did my brother summon you?" Si Yunxiu fixed her gaze on Ouyang Lingyu, reproaching her harshly. "Ouyang Lingyu, how dare you interfere with judicial proceedings?" Disappointment flooded her heart. She felt betrayed by her daughter for being deceived for so long. "Mom, I did not interfere. I merely seek justice for Yaozu's sister," Ouyang Lingyu retorted. Si Yunxiu pointed at Ouyang Lingyu, her voice frigid. "The Park Management Bureau has clearly reported that the surveillance equipment is damaged. Why do you insist on coming here?" "Indeed, sister, are you not complicating matters for them?" Ouyang Lei also stepped forward, casting a glance at Ouyang Lingyu. "In-laws, it is not broken. It absolutely cannot be broken," Lu Yufan protested vehemently, rushing to counter. "Aunt, it is not broken. It is impossible for it to be broken," Wang Yaozu echoed, growing anxious at this point. Turning, Si Yunxiu coldly regarded Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan, stating, "Do not attempt to argue unfounded claims here. If the Park Management Bureau reported it as damaged, then it is indeed damaged." Her words were not only directed at Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan but also intended for Ouyang Lingyu, as well as Song Qinghai and Zhao Hongyu, who were listening intently. Song Qinghai quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that today would lead to grievances. However, he preferred to offend Ouyang Lingyu rather than Si Yunxiu. For Si Yunxiu was the wife of Secretary Ouyang. The bond between Secretary Ouyang and his wife was notably strong, and their son was present, standing firmly with Si Yunxiu. "Miss Ouyang, our surveillance equipment is indeed damaged, truly damaged," Song Qinghai asserted, taking a deep breath. "Indeed, following our station's assessment, the surveillance equipment near Xiangfeng Park is confirmed as damaged. The Park Management Bureau is in the process of repairs. Once restored, they will inform our station. And we will investigate this matter," Zhao Hongyu added. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lingyu's expression turned frigid. Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan were left speechless. "This is impossible. You are lying." Wang Yaozu glared angrily at Song Qinghai. "You are lying," Lu Yufan bellowed, striking the table in fury. "Mom, what are you doing?" Ouyang Lingyu confronted Si Yunxiu, seething with anger. With a sharp slap, Si Yunxiu struck Ouyang Lingyu across the face. Ouyang Lingyu clutched her cheek, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Si Yunxiu. Having been pampered throughout her life, her parents had never struck or scolded her, yet today, Si Yunxiu had done so in front of so many witnesses. "Have you caused enough commotion? The management has stated that the surveillance equipment in Xiangfeng Park is malfunctioning. Yet you continue to create a scene here." Si Yunxiu admonished Ouyang Lingyu, expressing her disappointment. "You have been deceived like a fool. When will you awaken to the truth?" In that moment, Si Yunxiu's disillusionment with Ouyang Lingyu deepened. Tears cascaded down Ouyang Lingyu's cheeks as she bit her pink lip, casting a fierce glance at Ouyang Lei, who feigned ignorance. "Dear in-laws, even without the surveillance equipment, the park's management is inadequate. My daughter fell into the well in the park. They must take responsibility," Lu Yufan lamented. "Indeed, auntie, the park must be held accountable," Wang Yaozu shamelessly pleaded with Si Yunxiu for a word of support. Si Yunxiu glanced at Song Qinghai, who chuckled wryly. "If we continue to face such demands from Mrs. Wang, our Park Management Bureau will be bankrupt. After all, it is your management that is lacking." Lu Yufan and Wang Yaozu protested in unison. Song Qinghai disregarded their objections and turned to Si Yunxiu with a pained smile. The stone slabs covering the well weigh 200 jin. The well contains an underground water pipe repair entrance. If we seal it entirely, how will we perform repairs? Zhao Hongyu joined the conversation, asserting, Mrs. Wang removed the stone slab to jump into the well. Her intent was fatalistic. This isn't merely an issue with the well. It relates to her psychological state. Even if she hadn't jumped, she could have chosen to ingest sulfuric acid or pesticides. Should the manufacturers of those substances also be held liable? Their words left Lu Yufan and Wang Yaozu speechless. Nearby, Ouyang Lingyu touched her forehead in contemplation. I am the husband of Wang Meiling, and I will sue in court to seek a fair judgment. Lin Feng interjected, addressing Zhao Hongyu and Song Qinghai, implying that it was time for the court to make a ruling and provide an avenue for all parties to exit gracefully. Do you have a say in this matter? Lu Yufan retorted, realizing that a court decision would take an eternity. Mother, I am Meiling's husband. Her misfortune pains me deeply. My heart bleeds for her, Lin Feng lamented, shedding tears and feigning sorrow. Ouyang Lei, Zhao Hongyu, and Song Qinghai, aware of the underlying truths, silently derided Lin Feng. Please, spare us your insincere display. Ouyang Lingyu felt repulsed by Lin Feng's act, thinking him overly theatrical. Brother-in-law, step aside. Wang Yaozu found Lin Feng's behavior foolish and pulled him aside. Si Yunxiu turned to Song Qinghai and Zhao Hongyu. The Park Management Bureau cannot evade all responsibility. It should bear 5 of the costs, specifically the medical expenses. I find that acceptable, Song Qinghai sighed in relief upon hearing this. However, Lu Yufan and Wang Yaozu were incensed, feeling such an offer was an insult. We cannot accept this. They protested, infuriated that they could not exploit the situation. If you disagree, take it to court, Si Yunxiu declared as she turned to leave. Sister, do not escalate this matter. Father is already aware and is quite upset. Ouyang Lei warned Ouyang Lingyu as he approached her. Humph. Ouyang Lingyu huffed dismissively, ignoring him. Ouyang Lei then turned and walked away. Seeing events unfold according to his scheme, Lin Feng also departed the Park Management Bureau. As soon as he reached the doorway, he encountered Ouyang Lei. Ouyang Lei produced a cigarette and offered it to Lin Feng. Brother, thank you, he said, as he approached Lin Feng to light the cigarette. However, Lin Feng could not allow Ouyang Lei to light it for him, considering Ouyang's esteemed family background. Promptly, he retrieved his lighter and ignited the cigarette for Ouyang Lei, saying, Why thank me, little brother? What do you mean? Brother, Luo Minghai contacted me. He previously recommended some stocks, but I invested too little, Ouyang Lei chuckled, revealing that he had only achieved a modest target. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly realized that the lad had indeed made a profit. As a token of gratitude, I will introduce my sister to you, Ouyang Lei grinned. Spare me that. Your sister Ouyang Lingyu is already engaged, and to my brother-in-law's fiancé, no less, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head in feigned disapproval. He secretly wished to find a hotel to educate Ouyang Lingyu. Remembering the haughty way she regarded him only fueled his frustration. He felt an overwhelming urge to douse her strikingly beautiful face with milk. Chapter 45. I truly have no intentions toward Ouyang Lingyu. Ouyang Lei regarded Lin Feng with disdain, saying, Cut the act. I write novels, so I understand the psyche of someone like you very well. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had not expected Ouyang Lei to be a novelist, which explained his insight into Lin Feng's thoughts. Nevertheless, Lin Feng remained skeptical about Ouyang Lei endorsing his pursuit of Ouyang Lingyu, as Ouyang Lei had likely investigated his background and discovered his charm with women. Moreover, being a twice-married man, Ouyang Lei would hardly allow his sister to marry someone with such a past. Your sister is not only beautiful and poised, but also has a father who is a district secretary. Every man would be eager to pursue her. Yet, I am aware of my own standing, so rest assured, Lin Feng said earnestly, smiling at Ouyang Lei. Satisfied with Lin Feng's response, Ouyang Lei nodded. He had just been testing Lin Feng's intentions, and he was pleased with the outcome. Consider the stock matter a personal favor owed to you. Should you require assistance in Qinghe District, feel free to call me. Ouyang Lei promptly scribbled his number on a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted the note with a smile, saying, Am I to assume you are preparing to board the Mermaid No. 3 ship to South Korea on the 15th? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lei's expression shifted slightly. He had planned to travel to South Korea with a girl, a detail known only within his circle. How had Lin Feng discovered this? Make sure to avoid that trip, otherwise, you may never return, Lin Feng warned, casting a meaningful glance at Ouyang Lei. He vividly recalled that the mermaid number 3 had encountered a colossal whirlpool en route to South Korea, leading to its tragic demise. After a fortnight of searching and salvage efforts, the ship was recovered, but all aboard had perished. At that time, the company had tasked him with investigating the incident, and he learned that the son of Qinghe's top official had been aboard, presumably Ouyang Lei. Clarify this situation. What exactly is going on? Ouyang Lei asked hastily. You will understand by the evening of the 15th, Lin Feng replied, turning to ride a shared bicycle toward Qinghe Lake. As he had just received a message from Su Ling, instructing him to make a payment at a property there. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lei remained rooted in place, contemplating Lin Feng's words. Xiao Lei, get in the car, came the voice of Si Yunxiu from a nearby vehicle. As Ouyang Lei hastily made his way to the driver's seat, Si Yunxiu occupied the rear. I must thwart the union between Ouyang Lingyu and Wang Yaozu. Therefore, you should cease all interactions with that family, Si Yunxiu admonished Ouyang Lei. The events unfolding on Wang Yaozu's side had utterly shattered her perceptions. The lengths people would go to for a mere apartment were astonishing. Thus, Si Yunxiu resolved to dismantle the engagement between Ouyang Lingyu and Wang Yaozu, wishing for no ties to exist between their families, not even with Wang Yaozu's brother-in-law. As he drove, Ouyang Lei remarked, Mother, you have misjudged this time. Si Yunxiu, perplexed, responded, Misjudged? Surely you have heard the adage that birds of a feather flock together. With a hint of pride, Ouyang Lei boldly declared, Mother, you opposed my stock trading. Today you shall witness my prowess. She retorted, Humph, do the meager profits you earn suffice for your own needs? Si Yunxiu warned, I advise you to pull back. I have no desire to bail you out. Without a word, Ouyang Lei retrieved his phone and commenced a withdrawal. The notification chimed. Your industrial and commercial bank account has received 10.9 billion yuan. Si Yunxiu's gaze fell upon his phone as he generously extended it towards her. She watched in astonishment as Ouyang Lei's bank account revealed over 100 million yuan in cash. Have you secretly promised someone something behind your father's back? Si Yunxiu's expression turned grave, for this was her immediate reaction. Otherwise, her son could not have amassed such wealth in such a short time. Such blatant illegality could plunge their family into peril, and chaos must be avoided. Mother, this sum is my earnings from stock trading. Here are the purchase records. Ouyang Lei promptly handed over the stock transaction details. Si Yunxiu observed the trading history, momentarily lost in thought. The account relied on high leverage, with remarkably low buy-in points and high sell-out points. One stock, astonishingly, was Tianhe Entertainment, which had recently been in the limelight, with rumors of someone turning 2.5 million into 900 million. Mother, I must confess, the mastermind behind this is Lin Feng, who happens to be Wang Yaozu's brother-in-law. He is the individual who transformed 2.5 million into 900 million, guiding Luo Minghai's wife to a profit of 300 million. Luo Minghai shared the information with me, allowing me to profit as well. Alas, I lacked the audacity at the time. Otherwise, I could have achieved an additional small target. Ouyang Lei lamented, slapping his thigh in regret. Si Yunxiu was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated such events occurring in Qinghe district. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and asked Ouyang Lei, who placed those harpoons in the well. Mother, let us not meddle in the affairs of others. Furthermore, Lin Feng and his wife do not share a harmonious relationship. I have investigated further, prior to his stock trading. He was an ordinary person, supporting Wang Meiling, Wang Yaozu, and a whole family. Ouyang Lei sighed. This individual must have been driven to desperation, Si Yunxiu observed thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, she inquired, how does Lin Feng predict stocks with such precision? Perhaps his involvement in the media industry allows him access to information far broader than ours, Ouyang Lei speculated. Ouyang Lei chuckled, remarking that he had found a friend worthy of his acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Si Yunxiu fell silent. Mother, please assist me in canceling the tickets to Goryeo. Ouyang Lei resolved, recalling Lin Feng's words, ultimately deciding to forego his journey to Goryeo. Why? Si Yunxiu inquired, puzzled. I shall explain in a few days, he replied, eager to witness the events of the 15th. After the two departed by car, Ouyang Lingyu, Lu Yufan, and Wang Yaozu emerged from the building. Auntie, Yaozu, I will seek out my father to address this matter. Do not worry, I will ensure my sister does not suffer, Ouyang Lingyu said, casting an apologetic glance at Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan. Dear, you are always so considerate, but let us refrain from troubling your father. I will ponder alternative solutions. Wang Yaozu gently suggested to Ouyang Lingyu. My dear, you have worked hard today. Let Yaozu find a way, Lu Yufan said, her face adorned with a bright smile, increasingly pleased with Ouyang Lingyu. However, recalling Si Yunxio's haughty demeanor, she felt a surge of anger. Humph, just wait until Ouyang Lingyu is heavy with child. I shall ensure you face the consequences of today's affront, Lu Yufan resolved, determined to have Ouyang Lingyu conceive her son's offspring soon, thus repaying the slight against her. Ouyang Lingyu bit her rosy lip and assured, Auntie, do not worry. We shall go to the district committee to seek my father's help with this matter. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan's eyes sparkled with hope. If Secretary Ouyang intervened, who would dare defy his decree? Chapter 46. Secretary Ouyang's fury and distress. In the office of Ouyang Weigua in Qinghe District, a man with slightly graying hair sat on the sofa. He was none other than the esteemed Ouyang Weigua. Facing him was his wife, Si Yunxio. Given the gravity of their daughter's impending marriage, Si Yunxio had rushed to Ouyang Weigua's office to convey the situation regarding Wang Yaozu. After hearing the account, Ouyang Weigua's expression darkened, and he picked up the phone to call the real estate bureau, seeking to verify certain details. It became evident that Wang Yaozu had not purchased a house for his brother-in-law's parents. The property was indeed registered under the parents' name. To compel his brother-in-law to relinquish the property, Wang Yaozu had resorted to threatening his sister with self-harm, a truly shocking breach of morality. Ouyang Weigua could scarcely fathom the implications. Should this scandal become public, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock in Jiangqing's political arena. This is your fault. Were you not responsible for investigating Wang Yaozu's family? Ouyang Weigua seethed, directing his ire towards Si Yunxio. Many household matters fell under her purview, including the assessment of Wang Yaozu's background. Si Yunxio retorted, pointing a finger at Ouyang Weigua. Blame me? Who was it that was too busy to attend to family affairs? Although she bore some responsibility, the audacity of her husband to chastise her left her feeling humiliated. Ouyang Weigua, fuming, struggled to contain his anger as he glared at Si Yunxio. What do you suggest we do now? The invitations for our daughter's wedding have already been sent out. After a moment of silence, Si Yunxio replied, Our daughter cannot marry such a man. Do not worry, I shall cancel this wedding. If we must suffer embarrassment, so be it. We cannot allow our daughter to wed a scoundrel. Who knows what further moral transgressions he might commit for the sake of money. Upon hearing the words, Ouyang Weigua slowly closed his eyes, tacitly accepting Si Yunxio's handling of the matter. Given Lingyu's character, she would undoubtedly seek me out. I do not wish to meet her at this moment, Ouyang Weigua remarked, reopening his eyes. I am aware. I have informed the gatekeeper to deny her entry. Si Yunxio, observing her husband's weary countenance, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. You should return home and rest. Ouyang Weigua shook his head. The higher authorities have issued orders to prepare for flood control. I shall proceed to Qinghe Lake in 10 minutes to assess the situation. I recall that there are substantial flood embankments surrounding Qinghe Lake. Even in the event of a torrential downpour, it should not breach, right? Si Yunxio inquired, puzzled. Ouyang Weigua shook his head. According to the Water Resources Department's assessments, the riverbed of Qinghe Lake has risen by 30 centimeters over the past few years, resulting in a significant increase in water levels. The consequences of encountering heavy rain are unimaginable. Si Yunxio's expression shifted slightly. What should we do now? The Meteorological Bureau predicts an unprecedented deluge is imminent. The higher authorities wish to address the issue fundamentally. To do so, we must excavate the riverbed and clear the accumulated silt. The Water Resources Bureau has calculated that we need to remove 300 million tons of river sand. And this must be accomplished within half a month, requiring 1,000 sand dredging vessels. The rental, transportation, and fuel costs alone will amount to 5 billion. Our finances cannot accommodate such an expenditure. Ouyang Weigua elucidated the complexities involved. Si Yunxio furrowed her brow. Cannot the sand we excavate be used to offset these costs? Ouyang Weigua shook his head. No one is willing to undertake that, as the real estate market is currently in a severe slump, with numerous construction sites halted. No one will desire your sand. Si Yunxio silently massaged her husband's temples, alleviating his fatigue. At that moment, the office phone rang. Ouyang Weigua saw it was a call from Ouyang Lingyu. He promptly answered the call, and Ouyang Lingyu's voice came through. Dad, why won't you let me in? Ouyang Weigua responded sternly. Lingyu, I understand your purpose for coming. I have also verified that the surveillance equipment is indeed malfunctioning. Such a coincidence is improbable. Ouyang Lingyu hurriedly replied. Dad, I implore you, seek justice for Yaozu's sister. She is a pitiable woman. Ouyang Weiguo replied gravely. Ling Yu, many matters are not as straightforward as they appear. I am about to head to Qinghe Lake for an investigation. As a member of the Water Resources Department, you should focus on your work. As for Yaozu's sister, I will conduct a thorough investigation once I have concluded this pressing matter. After a moment of silence, Ouyang Ling Yu said, Dad, please take care of your health. I shall return to work now. Ouyang Weiguo then ended the call and glanced at Si Yunxiu. Please take the time to explain this to her. I must go to Qinghe Lake now. On the lakeside running track of Qinghe Lake, Lin Feng rode his bicycle, feeling the breeze. He gazed towards the north, where a hillside loomed over the northern edge of Qinghe Lake, upon which a residential community named Qinghe Bay was constructed. Qinghe Bay primarily consists of villas and upscale apartments, sprawling over 3,000 acres, all exquisitely furnished, and even amidst a sluggish real estate market, they remain costly. At that moment, Lin Feng's video call rang. Upon answering, it was Su Ling. Have you arrived at the Qinghe Bay sales office? Not at all, but the property you selected is truly splendid, Lin Feng chuckled. What? Are you reluctant? Su Ling replied with a charming smile. How could I possibly be reluctant? However, I do have a small request. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the exquisite beauty. Song Qian. What request? Su Ling inquired, resting her fair chin on her hand. I have a dear friend, and I would like her to live with you. Both your names should be on the property deed. Lin Feng grinned mischievously. Upon hearing this, Su Ling retorted, You brazen flirt. Your desires are rather grand, aren't they? Very well, I have no objections, considering you are not an ordinary man. However, the property deed must reflect an area that is at least double the size. As long as you agree, I wouldn't mind if it were double or even triple the size. Lin Feng laughed heartily before hanging up the phone. Images of Song Qian and Su Ling, both stunningly beautiful, danced in his mind, and he even envisioned persuading Shui Mitao to move in as well. The mere thought thrilled him. As for finances, he was unconcerned. He was confident in his ability to earn. Speaking of earning, he couldn't help but gaze at Qinghe Lake, which was brimming with potential wealth. According to the timeline from his previous life, a month later, the government would conduct environmental inspections, effectively shutting down nearly all private sand extraction operations across the nation, leading to a dramatic surge in sand prices. In just 2 months, the price skyrocketed from 30 yuan per ton to 100 yuan per ton, an increase of 70 yuan per ton. Subsequently, a nationwide renovation initiative further propelled prices to 200 yuan per ton, with an estimated sand extraction capacity of 300 million to 1 billion tons in Qinghe Lake. This signified a staggering profit ranging from 50 billion to 150 billion yuan. The enormity of this opportunity sent shivers of excitement through Lin Feng. Suddenly, while Lin Feng was contemplating how to seize this opportunity, he felt a collision. Instinctively, he planted his feet firmly on the ground to prevent falling. The individual he collided with was a slightly graying man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of authority. Lin Feng recognized him as Ouyang Weiguo, who had come to inspect Qinghe Lake. Young man, how are you riding your bicycle? Ouyang Weiguo asked with a smile. Boss, are you all right? At that moment, another bicycle approached, and a young man hurriedly jumped off to steady Ouyang Weiguo's bike. I'm fine. Ouyang Weiguo waved his hand dismissively. I apologize. I was lost in thought. Lin Feng, observing Ouyang Weiguo's leg where his wheel had bumped against it, nervously chuckled. Shall I take you to the hospital? No need. It's merely a superficial injury, Ouyang Weiguo replied, shaking his head. He regarded Lin Feng with a sense of familiarity. After a moment, Lin Feng suggested, if you need anything, please feel free to call me. He promptly took out a piece of paper, scribbled down his number, and handed it to Ouyang Weiguo. Do I look like someone who would extort others? Ouyang Weiguo's expression darkened. He was displeased that Lin Feng would think such a thing. Lin Feng, feeling embarrassed, sheepishly retrieved the note and smiled. Uncle, I apologize for my oversight. With that, Lin Feng clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and pedaled away. Secretary Ouyang, are you all right? The young man anxiously inquired. Ouyang Weiguo shook his head and smiled. Just a minor injury. But why does that young man seem so familiar? A young man hastily pulled out his phone and, after a brief moment of scrolling, exclaimed, Secretary Ouyang, this individual is Lin Feng, the editor-in-chief of Tomorrow New Media and also the brother-in-law of Wang Yaozu. What? Wang Yaozu's brother-in-law Lin Feng? Secretary Ouyang's brow furrowed. He harbored a disdain for Wang Yaozu and thus held a poor impression of those associated with him. Indeed, there can be no mistake. This is the photograph, the young man asserted, handing his phone to Ouyang Weigua. Ouyang Weigua cast a fleeting glance at the figure riding away on a bicycle. Chapter 47. Purchasing a home. Encountering a colleague's fiancé unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he had just collided with a prominent figure in the Qinghe district. He swiftly rode his bicycle to the northern banks of Qinghe Lake. To the north lay a gentle slope, aptly described as facing south while situated to the north, an exceptionally favorable location. The villa's design was remarkably upscale, complete with quaint bridges and flowing water, as well as waterfalls and artificial hills. Consequently, Qinghe Bay was heralded as the benchmark for villa architecture in Qinghe district. Regrettably, the real estate market had faltered in recent years, leading to dismal sales for the entire development. Fortunately, the developer's robust financial standing prevented the project from languishing unfinished. Upon arriving at the sales office, Lin Feng noticed that many salespeople disregarded him, given his arrival on a bicycle. Lin Feng, a melodious voice interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see a familiar figure. Sun Lingyu? Lin Feng recognized her as the girlfriend of his colleague Wang Kai, the editor-in-chief of Tomorrow New Media. Their relationship was competitive, each vying for the role of deputy chief editor, often resorting to mutual disparagement, even engaging in a physical altercation during a company team-building event. Sun Lingyu had visited the office on several occasions, allowing Lin Feng to become acquainted with her. She possessed a voluptuous figure, fair skin, and a delicate oval face. Adorned in a black blouse and a short black skirt, her long, elegant legs clad in black lace stockings. What brings you here? Sun Lingyu regarded Lin Feng with evident disdain. I am here to purchase a home. Are you a salesperson here? Lin Feng replied, eyeing her with curiosity. Lin Feng, do you really think you can afford a property here? Don't joke around. Just leave, she chuckled dismissively. Lin Feng's brow furrowed. Sun Lingyu's words were devoid of any regard for his dignity. You should depart. The properties here are simply beyond your means. And there's no need for you to embarrass yourself, another mocking voice chimed in. A tall man clad in Armani, his hair slicked back and sunglasses perched upon his nose. Approached, it was Wang Kai. Hailing from a well-off family, Wang Kai looked down upon Lin Feng with contempt. Lin Feng, regarding Wang Kai with a smirk, remarked, Wang Kai, your words continue to reek. At this, Wang Kai's expression darkened. He was particularly sensitive about his bad breath. I can hardly fathom how Sun Lingyu tolerates you. Does she not fear being overwhelmed by the stench when you kiss? Lin Feng continued his verbal assault, seizing the opportunity to strike back since Wang Kai appeared unconcerned about his reputation. His voice rose considerably, drawing the attention of several female salespeople who turned to witness the exchange. So, Sun Lingyu's fiancé suffers from halitosis, they murmured, as the impoverished youth had keenly observed. How could Sun Lingyu endure such a condition during intimate moments? Sun Wanyu could not help but endure, for Wang Kai's family had recently undergone relocation, making him a beneficiary of the demolition. Thus, it became clear that such transitions indeed rendered men more handsome. A few female sales representatives whispered, their voices barely audible. Yet in the vast hall, they resonated with remarkable clarity. Wang Kai, veins bulging, pointed at Lin Feng and cursed, You impoverished fool, get out, or I shall strike you. He charged forward, delivering a kick aimed directly at Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng, quick on his feet, evaded and retaliated with a kick to Wang Kai's back, sending him sprawling. Fortunately, Wang Kai landed on a sofa. Otherwise, he would have emerged with a battered visage. As Lin Feng approached, intent on further educating Wang Kai, he was intercepted by Sun Wanyu. Lin, how dare you strike recklessly? If you continue, I shall call the authorities, she warned, her cold gaze fixed upon him. Lin Feng, unperturbed, cast a derisive glance at Sun Wanyu's chest and quipped, Have you ever been to an airport? Sun Wanyu was undeniably striking in appearance, sculpted in figure, and ample in form, yet her bosom was rather modest. Infuriated by his remark, she retorted, Lin, your words are as hollow as your character. How can I be compared to an airport? Although her assets were not the most generous among women, they were certainly not exaggerated to the extent he suggested. Lin Feng dismissed her with indifference, calling out, I wish to purchase a property. Is there no one to guide me? The sales team in the office appeared to ignore his inquiry. Lin, trying to show off here? I believe you are in the wrong place. Lingyu, show him around. Wang Kai interjected darkly as he approached, aware he could not contend with Lin Feng, and thus sought to reclaim his dignity through real estate. Sun Wanyu, with a mocking smile, addressed Lin Feng. Ask whatever you wish about the property types. I am curious to see how your bravado will unravel. Lin Feng assessed her from head to toe and chuckled. Sun Wanyu, may I pose a personal question? She chose not to respond. I recall you just graduated from university. Have you perhaps never dated, or only a few times? Lin Feng scrutinized her physique, noting her ample curves, yet wondering why she was likened to an airport. The only explanation seemed to be a lack of development. Lin Feng, what business is it of yours to ask such questions? Wang Kai, perceiving Lin Feng's increasingly audacious remarks, stepped forward to confront him. Mind your own affairs. Sun Wanyu chimed in, scolding Lin Feng. If you are not here to purchase, then kindly leave. Our sales department does not entertain idlers. Lin Feng regarded her with a sly smile and decided against further banter, striding toward the model of Qinghe Bay. Observing the layout, he noted that Qinghe Bay was divided into northern and southern sections. The elevation increased as one moved northward, with the northern area reaching the summit of a gentle slope at a 15-degree angle, alleviating any concerns regarding the stability of the foundation. The southern section consisted of 6-story apartments, while the north was entirely comprised of villas, sprawling over an area of 1,000 acres with 500 villas in total. The community boasted pavilions, rockeries, waterfalls, playgrounds, and kindergartens. There were both duplex and standalone villas, each priced individually. Su Ling had chosen a 325-square-meter duplex villa, slightly more affordable, with a total price of 6 million yuan. Lin Feng is a person who values privacy, and thus would not opt for a duplex villa. His gaze fell upon a standalone villa, situated in the prime location of the northern district of Qinghe Bay, with a property certificate area of 1,200 square meters. This villa boasts 4 stories, including a basement, and is equipped with an elevator, all exquisitely decorated. Furthermore, the garden is exceptionally spacious, spanning 800 square meters, designed in the picturesque Jiangnan style, which is utterly captivating. The villa S number 66 is also quite auspicious. Stop pretending to admire the villa. You can't afford it, just admit it, Wang Kai remarked, cigarette in mouth, observing Lin Feng. What are you pretending for, Lin? How dare you gaze at a 1,200 square meter villa? Sun Wanyu chuckled upon noticing Lin Feng fixating on the layout of the villa. Given Lin Feng's financial situation, purchasing a foreign-style house seemed improbable. Yet, here he was, eyeing a villa priced at 20 million. A person like Lin Feng would struggle for a decade to afford the down payment. Ignoring Wang Kai, Lin Feng turned to Sun Wanyu with a smile, saying, Of course I can afford it, but I need to see it in person. Sun Wanyu realized Lin Feng was thoroughly engrossed in his act. Sun Wanyu, take him to see it. I wonder how long he can maintain this facade, Wang Kai said, clearly irritated by Lin Feng's pretentiousness. Sun Wanyu nodded slightly and led Lin Feng into the northern district of Qinghe Bay. They soon arrived at Qinghe Bay number 66. The garden was exceedingly spacious, adorned with various flowers and trees, featuring a winding cobblestone path and a crystal-clear fish pond, which brought Lin Feng immense joy. He inspected both the upper and lower floors and was quite satisfied. Sun Wanyu and Wang Kai observed Lin Feng's earnest exploration with disdain. Are you really going to buy it, or just pretending? You've seen enough, Wang Kai remarked impatiently, casting a glance at Lin Feng. Chapter 48. Undermining a colleague, Lin Feng continued to ignore Wang Kai and turned to Sun Wanyu, smiling as he asked, Supervisor Sun, this property is listed at 20 million. How much commission can you earn? Even if he intended to make a purchase, he would never allow Sun Wanyu to benefit without consequence. If she wished to gain from him, there would be a price to pay, and the only aspect of Sun Wanyu that Lin Feng deemed valuable was her physical form. Wait, are you really planning to buy it? Can you afford it? Sun Wanyu chuckled uncontrollably at Lin Feng's audacity. Lin Feng, are you high on your own bravado? Wang Kai ridiculed, pointing at Lin Feng's nose. If you can afford it, I will crawl out of Qinghe Bay North District today. Intrigued by Wang Kai's words, Lin Feng responded, Wang Kai, are you serious? If I do purchase this villa, you will indeed crawl out of this neighborhood? Indeed, if you manage to buy this villa, I shall leave the community. However, if you cannot afford it, you too must exit this neighborhood, Wang Kai declared, aiming to humiliate Lin Feng that day. Lin Feng smirked and said, Very well, if I cannot afford it, I will leave Qinghe Bay North District immediately, and I shall never contest the position of chief editor with you again. Wang Kai nodded slightly in agreement. Lin Feng then turned to Wang Kai and said, Please. Wang Kai, Fetch the contract and credit card machine from the sales office for Sun Wanyu. We shall sign it right here. Wang Kai scoffed. Why complicate matters? Just head to the sales office. Lin Feng glanced at Sun Wanyu and remarked, Sun Wanyu, it appears your fiancé lacks stamina. He doesn't even wish to cover this short distance. Sun Wanyu frowned slightly. What do you mean by lacking stamina? Your entire family lacks stamina. Wang Kai retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, who seemed to be growing increasingly audacious. All right, Wang Kai, go fetch it now. I am curious to see what tricks Lin Feng has up his sleeve, Sun Wanyu said with a cold smile. Wang Kai reciprocated her smirk. Very well. I shall retrieve it immediately. He turned and departed the villa, heading towards the sales office. Lin Feng scrutinized Sun Wanyu with a mischievous grin. Sun Wanyu, do you know why you remain so unblemished? You, Lin, if you continue to mock me, I shall tear your mouth apart, Sun Wanyu shot back, her fair complexion growing stern. That is only because you have yet to encounter me, Lin Feng chuckled. Thus, I present you with an opportunity today. He had dismissed Wang Kai solely to negotiate with Sun Wanyu, aiming to breach the defenses of this intriguing woman. Leave, and take a good look in the mirror to assess your own worth, Sun Wanyu retorted furiously at Lin Feng. He chose to ignore her outburst and directly handed her his phone, stating, Sun Wanyu, behold whether I can afford to purchase a villa here. Upon receiving the phone, Sun Wanyu's eyes widened in astonishment, for Lin Feng's digital wallet contained a staggering sum of 100 million yuan. Not only could he purchase one villa, but 5 would also be within his reach. Has your family undergone a relocation? Sun Wanyu speculated, considering the only plausible explanation for such wealth. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. My family hasn't relocated, but this is my own fortune. I recall that your sales office offers a 3% commission. Should the deal go through, you stand to earn 600,000 yuan. A charming smile adorned Sun Wanyu's face as she replied, Lin Feng, regarding our previous misunderstandings, I find you to be quite agreeable. It was primarily Wang Kai who clouded my judgment. What do you intend to do next? Lin Feng regarded her with a knowing smile. Sun Wanyu bit her soft lip, remaining silent. It seems you are conflicted, fearing Wang Kai might discover our dealings. Lin Feng observed. Sun Wanyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she responded coyly, Lin Feng, how about this? If this villa is sold, I shall treat you to a night at the nightclub, where the ladies are plentiful. However, I have taken a liking to this dish and wish to savor its essence. Lin Feng, hands clasped behind his back, gazed at Sun Wanyu's enchanting visage. Sun Wanyu remained silent, biting her lip. Lin Feng then called Song Qian, an employee at the real estate agency, who was likely collaborating with Longhu Bei. What is it? Song Qian answered with a playful laugh. Where are you? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled by the commotion in the background. I'm helping someone tidy up a house, she explained. Lin Feng chuckled. Are you aware of Qinghe Bei? I am. Song Qian responded. Suddenly, she added, Boss, you're not considering buying a property at Qinghe Bei, are you? I plan to purchase a property here. Adding your name to the deed, along with that of a close friend of mine, Lin Feng asserted, confident that Song Qian would acquiesce. If she refused, they would part ways henceforth. A friend of yours? Song Qian, being a mature woman, quickly grasped the underlying implication of Lin Feng's words. Are you willing? Lin Feng pressed. My time is limited. Certainly, no problem. However, this property requires my purchase, and I stand to gain a substantial commission, Song Qian hurriedly remarked. The houses at Qinghe Lake are priced in the millions, and a commission exceeding 100,000 is nothing to scoff at. Why not establish your own real estate agency? There will undoubtedly be plenty of business for you in the future, Lin Feng suggested, contemplating how Song Qian could seize this opportunity. In the near future, as the nation begins to scrutinize private sand pits and vigorously promotes urban redevelopment, real estate agents are bound to thrive, making this an opportune moment to profit. I already have one registered, and I even have collaborations with the Qinghe Bei area, Song Qian replied with a smile. Are you there now? I'm on my way. Qinghe Bei, number 66. Lin Feng declared, revealing the property number. What? No way. Boss, are you really purchasing Qinghe Bei, number 66? Song Qian exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation. This is a 200 square meter standalone luxury villa, exquisitely renovated, with a price tag of 20 million yuan, where the commission from a single sale could amount to several 100,000. Enough chatter, hurry over. Lin Feng abruptly ended the call. Meanwhile, Sun Wanyu bit her lip in frustration, as if a piece of her flesh had been torn away. Lin Feng, observing the shift in her expression, couldn't help but smirk. He was confident he could tame even the wildest of horses. At that moment, Wang Kai entered, carrying the contract and a card reader. "Showtime, the contract is here. And you can swipe your card now," Wang Kai taunted, eager to witness how Lin Feng would procure this villa. Lin Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied with a smile, "It's not for me, but for my girlfriend. She works in real estate, so this property will be purchased through her agency." "Are you kidding me? If you can't afford it, just admit it. Is it really necessary to put on such a show?" Wang Kai retorted angrily. Sun Wanyu, however, remained silent. Lin Feng chuckled. "You have no say in whom I purchase from. All that matters is that I secure this villa." "Humph, just buying time," Wang Kai scoffed. Lin Feng dismissed Wang Kai's comments and reclined on a chair, closing his eyes to rest. Half an hour later, Song Qian entered, clad in a black lace-made outfit. Wang Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Feng had indeed found an exquisite girlfriend. "Boss, here is the contract," Song Qian said, smiling as she approached Lin Feng with several documents. "Wait a moment, my friend will be here shortly." He had just sent a message to Su Ling, and upon learning that Lin Feng intended to purchase Qinghe Bay, number 66, she was overwhelmed with joy. The property was priced at 20 million. Even if half of it belonged to her, that would still amount to 10 million. "Perfect, I can finally meet this dear friend of yours," Song Qian thought, donning her maid attire and meticulous makeup to impress Lin Feng's friend. How absurd, not only buying a house, but also flaunting a girlfriend. One wonders where he found such a performer, Wang Kai muttered under his breath. Yet, Sun Wanyu believed in Lin Feng's capabilities, especially since he had a small fortune resting in his account. Another half hour passed, and Su Ling made her entrance. Tall and fair-skinned, with an oval face and exquisitely done makeup, her crimson lips exuded a hint of seduction. She wore a revealing nurse's uniform that accentuated her curves. Draped in a black lace skirt, her two exquisitely fair legs revealed, she adorned her feet with purple boots. A pair of enchanting eyes captivated all, and a charming smile graced her alluring visage as she gazed at Lin Feng. Chapter 49. Purchasing a villa, stirring Sun Wanyu's heart. Envying colleagues, the appearance of Su Ling left Song Qian both astonished and disheartened. Her beauty was slightly overshadowed by Su Ling's, particularly as Su Ling's upper figure boasted more allure, and her eyes sparkled with greater charm. Wang Kai, unable to contain his astonishment, found himself entranced by the extraordinary woman before him. Sun Wanyu, upon seeing Su Ling, was also struck by her beauty, though confident in her own looks. She felt her shortcomings were highlighted by Su Ling's more generous endowments. "Today, you look stunning," Lin Feng remarked, giving Su Ling a thumbs up. Su Ling playfully retorted, "When am I not beautiful?" "Indeed, you are beautiful every day," Lin Feng replied, gesturing to Song Qian with a smile. "This is Song Qian, a real estate agent, and she will be your good friend in the future." With a warm smile, Su Ling addressed Song Qian, "Sister, we will be living together from now on, so please take good care of me." Song Qian responded sweetly, "You are truly beautiful, sister. It is my honor to share living space with such a lovely lady." The two women shook hands amicably. "Lin, the performance is complete. It's time to sign the contract, I assenti it?" Wang Kai sneered at Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned to Su Ling and Song Qian, instructing, "You two should carefully review the contract and sign it. Once completed, I will proceed with the payment." Nodding slightly, Su Ling and Song Qian examined the contract and promptly signed it. Wang Kai, witnessing their signatures, scoffed, still skeptical of Lin Feng's financial capabilities. Unperturbed by Wang Kai, Lin Feng retrieved his phone and executed a bank transfer of 20 million yuan as per the contract. He then presented the transfer record to Wang Kai. Wang Kai's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the evidence of the transaction. He could scarcely fathom that Lin Feng possessed such wealth. "Lin, are you being supported by them?" Wang Kai suddenly conceived a notion, suspecting Lin Feng to be under someone's financial patronage. His comment evoked laughter from Su Ling and Song Qian, who found it amusing that he underestimated Lin Feng's wealth. "It's inevitable, the big boss is rather low-key." Song Qian chuckled in explanation. A sense of foreboding stirred within Wang Kai. Observing Wang Kai's continued disbelief, Lin Feng extended his phone towards him, smiling. "Wang Kai, take a good look at the balance displayed." As Wang Kai's eyes fell upon the staggering balance of 80 million, he instinctively took 2 steps back, his face lighting up with eager delight. "Lin Feng, I never expected you to be so discreet about your wealth," he flattered. "Enough of the chatter. Our wager must be honored." You are to crawl out now, Lin Feng declared, hands behind his back, regarding Wang Kai with a grin. Do not go back on your word, or I shall make you regret it. Wang Kai, still smiling, replied, Lin Feng, we are colleagues. There is no need to make this so tense. I was merely joking with you. Oh, if I were to lose, would you consider it a joke? You must crawl out. Lin Feng gazed at Wang Kai with a faint expression. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai's face darkened as he retorted, Lin Feng, is it really necessary for you to take this so seriously? I merely jested. I'm leaving. With that, he turned and departed. Lin Feng watched Wang Kai's retreating figure, a cold smile gracing his lips. Wang Kai, the consequences of breaking the bet are yours to bear. He continued to chuckle to himself. I shall see how you intend to deal with me. Wang Kai turned back, extending his pinky finger in a mocking gesture before walking away. A hint of amusement flickered at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. It seemed he would have to invest some time in this game. Boss, do calm down. Come. Let us go upstairs, Su Ling said, alluringly smiling as she approached Lin Feng. There is no need to stoop to the level of those insignificant characters. Boss, today marks the first meeting between me and Sister Su Ling. Let us celebrate upstairs, Song Qian said, her face adorned with charm as she gazed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied with a hearty laugh. The swimming pool at the back appears quite splendid. Let us swim first and assess your swimming skills. You rogue. Su Ling and Song Qian blushed, playfully chastising him. Life is fleeting, one must seize joy in the moment. Your happiness, I shall take responsibility for. With that, Lin Feng strode deeper into the villa, followed closely by Su Ling and Song Qian. Meanwhile, Sun Wanyu stood rooted in place. Having been ignored by Lin Feng since her rejection of him, this neglect struck a severe blow to her self-esteem, as she was, after all, a prized flower in the Qinghe Bay sales office. Subsequently, she left Building 66 of Qinghe Bay, where Wang Kai awaited her with a grim expression. Are you interested in someone named Lin? Wang Kai's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized Sun Wanyu. Furious, Sun Wanyu retorted, Wang Kai, what nonsense are you spouting? What is there to admire about him? He is not even as handsome as you. Even if he had 80 million, so what? Wang Kai, satisfied with her response, nodded. Lin Feng is a selfish and cunning individual who enjoys playing games. You have seen for yourself. Such a man is nothing but scum. Do not grow too close to him. Understood, darling. Can we purchase a house in Qinghe Bay? I recall your family is undergoing demolition. The compensation should be forthcoming, right? Sun Wanyu gazed at Wang Kai with a flirtatious smile, feeling quite provoked by Lin Feng today. The compensation will come soon enough. Besides, the real estate market is poor right now. Houses will be even cheaper next year, so it would be foolish to buy now, Wang Kai remarked, cigarette in hand. A fleeting look of dissatisfaction crossed Sun Wanyu's face, but she quickly smiled. I must head to the sales office now. Wait, Sun Wanyu. Shall we go to a nearby hotel instead? The ambience is lovely there, Wang Kai urged, a mischievous grin on his face as he hurriedly approached her. No, I must go to work. The tasks assigned to me are quite demanding. Rest assured, we are engaged, and I will eventually be yours. Besides, my relatives have arrived. Sun Wanyu shook her head. Wang Kai seethed with anger but maintained a facade of understanding as he smiled. Very well, I shall let you off the hook today. Thank you for your understanding, dear, Sun Wanyu said, planting a light kiss on his cheek before turning to leave. That wretched girl. I shall teach you a lesson once we are married. Wang Kai cursed, his temper flaring. Sun Wanyu had never allowed him to touch her, even though they were engaged. She only permitted him to hold her hand. He persistently invited Sun Wanyu to the hotel, yet she deftly evaded him with various excuses. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Feng, Song Qian, and Su Ling had spent the afternoon swimming at the pool of number 66 Qinghe Bay. Lin Feng lay on the beach, panting heavily from exhaustion. Su Ling and Song Qian, equally fatigued, reclined beside him, for swimming indeed demanded a considerable amount of energy. How do you feel? Are you satisfied? Lin Feng asked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he looked at Su Ling and Song Qian. Absolutely, immensely so, Song Qian replied, surveying their surroundings. But it feels as if this villa is rather too spacious. Big boss, when we grow old, will you still come to the villa? Su Ling suddenly cast a glance at Lin Feng. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a ring of smoke, saying, we are all good friends. As long as you both remain sincere, we can be lifelong friends. Upon hearing that they could only be friends, both Su Ling and Song Qian felt a twinge of disappointment. However, recalling that they were both in their second marriages, that feeling diminished significantly. Song Qian, You must soon fabricate some false transactions to suppress the prices of desirable second-hand properties. Lin Feng declared abruptly. Why is that? Song Qian inquired, puzzled. Are you planning to acquire properties on a large scale? Indeed, I intend to amass a considerable number of properties, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Believing that Song Qian was familiar with such operations. This was a common tactic among real estate agents. When property prices began to rise, agents would create false transactions to inflate prices. Conversely, during a downturn, they would still fabricate transactions to drive prices down, pressuring sellers in urgent need to sell at lower prices. Agents were indifferent to price fluctuations. Their earnings came solely from transaction commissions. Song Qian and Su Ling exchanged glances, aware that the real estate market was currently quite sluggish. Lin Feng, do you think property prices will rise again? Su Ling asked, uncertain. Of course they will rise. Lin Feng replied, smiling at Su Ling. With the government's large-scale closure of sand quarries, the cost of sand has surged, consequently increasing construction costs. Furthermore, the extensive renovation of shantytowns has significantly stimulated the rise in property prices. The area surrounding Qinghe Lake will be designated as a national-level new district next year, with the construction of a high-speed railway station, further driving property prices upward. Our Jiangqing's property prices are already at 8,000. Surely they won't rise significantly anymore? Su Ling shook her head at Lin Feng's words. Based on my experiences in the real estate industry, I too believe they won't climb further, Song Qian added, expressing her lack of optimism for future prices. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, stood up and laughed. In the coming year, property prices in the Qinghe district will reach 30,000 per square meter. This figure he mentioned was merely the average. Prime developments could soar to 50,000 per square meter, especially the luxurious residences in Qinghe Bay, some even exceeding 100 million for a single unit. Go ahead and boast. I suspect that our community will hardly be full in the future, as properties won't sell. Only a man like you, bewitched by desire, would think of buying here. Su Ling teased Lin Feng with a laugh. Lin Feng crouched down, lifted Su Ling, and with a forceful throw, sent her flying 4 or 5 meters into the water. Ah, you scoundrel, Lin Feng, came Su Ling's voice from the water, laced with indignation. Lin Feng gazed at Song Qian with a smile and remarked, when I assign you tasks, just carry them out without all the unnecessary chatter. All right, since the money is yours, we shall proceed as you say. But I must warn you, if we incur any losses, do not blame me. Besides, I cannot manage this alone. You must assist as well. Song Qian had no choice but to obey Lin Feng's command. After all, he was a man of wealth and influence. I have no time for such matters. I have other obligations, she replied, casting her gaze towards Qinghe Lake. The lake was brimming with cash, and he needed to transfer the sand of Qinghe Lake into his own pocket in the shortest time possible. Song Qian, hearing this, scoffed. You're just busy enjoying yourself, aren't you? With a playful kick, Lin Feng sent Song Qian tumbling into the water. Ah, Lin Feng, you scoundrel. Startled, she sputtered and chastised him. Lin Feng laughed heartily and leaped into the water after her. By 8 o'clock that evening, Su Ling and Song Qian, thoroughly exhausted from swimming, decided to take a rest. At the Qinghe Bay sales office, Sun Wanyu was on duty when she suddenly noticed Lin Feng walking in. Lin Feng, are you satisfied with your new residence? She asked with a smile as she approached him. Indeed, I am very pleased. It's move-in ready, and the security measures are exceptional. He replied, grinning. You've made me consider purchasing a few more units. Sun Wanyu's eyes sparkled with excitement at his words, and she eagerly led him to the property model, saying, Lin Feng, why not buy a few more? Lin Feng, admiring her curvaceous figure and fair skin, leaned in with a mischievous grin. Have you agreed to my proposal? Sun Wanyu playfully retorted, Lin Feng, you are never short of female companions. Why have you taken an interest in me? You know my shortcomings, yet look at that enticing woman beside you, Su Ling. With a hint of predatory allure in his gaze, Lin Feng replied, I am not picky. I relish sampling diverse delights. Should you acquiesce, I would immediately invest another 30 million in purchasing a villa. I do not believe you. The real estate market is currently sluggish. It is improbable that you would invest unless you first acquire property, Sun Wanyu countered, biting her lip and shaking her head. Noticing her wavering resolve, Lin Feng seized the opportunity, saying, what if I buy a property and you do not hold up your end of the bargain? And then, when I profit, you expect me to support Wang Kai? You are aware of my rivalry with him. A flicker of hesitation crossed Sun Wanyu's face. If Lin Feng were to invest 30 million in property, she could negotiate with the sales director for a 4% commission, which would amount to 2 million. All right, my patience is limited. I am stepping out for a meal. Also, please arrange for some food for 2 of my friends, Lin Feng declared, turning to leave. You could dine at the sales office. I can have them prepare extra oysters, Sun Wan Yu called after him. Oysters are not a nourishing option, Lin Feng replied as he exited the sales office. Presently, the amenities surrounding Qinghe Bay were lacking, with no decent restaurants in sight. Lin Feng opened a group buying website and searched, ultimately discovering a highly rated barbecue restaurant 10 miles away, noted for its authentic lamb skewers. He was pedaling furiously on his bicycle and, after 20 minutes, finally arrived at the food stall. Without hesitation, he ordered 100 lamb meatballs and sought out a secluded table, as the sheer quantity of his order was rather astonishing. Suddenly, Lin Feng spotted a familiar figure at the adjacent table, none other than the man he had bumped into earlier that day. This man was Ouyang Weiguo, accompanied by his secretary. It seemed they had spent the day conducting research around Qinghe Lake and had come here for a meal. Upon noticing Lin Feng, Ouyang Weiguo's brow furrowed slightly. "Why do you frown upon seeing me?" Lin Feng remarked with a smile. "I did bump into you earlier, but I did offer to take you to the hospital." Having lived 2 lifetimes, he possessed an uncanny ability to read people, and he immediately sensed a hint of disdain emanating from the slightly graying man. It appeared that the lack of compensation for the earlier incident was the source of his irritation. "You've misjudged me, my young friend. I am not concerned about your trivial compensation," Ouyang Weiguo replied coolly. "That is certainly not the case. I can distinctly perceive your aversion towards me." Lin Feng countered with a grin. "You don't appear to be a businessman, nor do you seem like someone who works in a corporation. You must be involved in politics, am I correct?" He could unmistakably feel the authoritative presence that Ouyang Weiguo exuded. Ouyang Weiguo chose to ignore Lin Feng's remarks. It was his secretary who stepped forward, smiling, and said, "My young friend, our boss is currently preoccupied with some troubling matters and has no inclination to dwell on the incidents of earlier today." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng proposed, "How about I treat my elder brother and his secretary to a drink?" He bent down and produced 2 bottles of Mao Dai, which he had acquired as a complimentary gift when purchasing his villa. The secretary shook his head, responding, "There is truly no need for that." With that, Lin Feng acquiesced. Soon, the grilled lamb meatballs were served, and he began to eat while sipping his drink. At that moment, a striking woman approached their table. She was tall, appearing to be in her 30s, with fair skin and an air of cold elegance about her. Dressed in a black woolen coat cinched at the waist, her figure was accentuated beautifully. Her long legs, clad in black lace stockings, appeared even more elongated and flawless. "Comrade Bai." Ouyang Weiguo greeted her with a smile as she arrived. "Please, take a seat." The newcomer was Bai Luoxue, the head of the city's finance department, overseeing the city's fiscal matters. Bai Luoxue gracefully settled down and casually nibbled on her food before stating, "I believe there is no need to clean the waterways of Qinghe Lake. For several consecutive years, the surrounding flood control embankments have posed no issues, and this year will be no different." Ouyang Weiguo's brow furrowed. It was evident that the city was reluctant to allocate funds while expecting him to ensure effective flood control measures. What a narrow-minded perspective, he thought. The waterway absolutely needed to be cleared, or significant problems would arise. Lin Feng, seated at the adjacent table, couldn't help but voice his opinion. Initially, he had not been paying close attention to the conversation between Bai Luoxue and Ouyang Weiguo, but when Bai Luoxue raised her voice regarding the unnecessary cleaning of the waterways, he immediately connected the dots as he was already pondering the importance of the Qinghe Lake situation. Chapter 51, Confronting the Head of Finance, by Luoxue. Upon hearing Lin Feng's comment, Bai Luoxue's delicate brows knitted together. She wielded considerable power, to the extent that even Ouyang Weiguo dared not criticize her for being short-sighted in her knowledge despite her long hair. Both Ouyang Weiguo and his secretary were taken aback. They exchanged glances with Lin Feng, uncertain whether to regard him as astute or foolish. "Oh, which organization do you represent?" Bai Luoxue inquired, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised a bowl of liquor from the table and downed it in one gulp, then replied with a smile, "I am Lin Feng, the editor-in-chief of Tomorrow New Media." Upon hearing this, Bai Luoxue shook her head, her cold eyes laced with disdain. "I have never heard of Tomorrow New Media. Nor have you. Please continue with your insights." Lin Feng realized that this woman had a sharp tongue. Tomorrow New Media was quite renowned throughout Jiang City, well known indeed. "According to my research, The water level of Qinghe Lake has risen by 30 centimeters over the past few years, primarily due to the elevation of the riverbed. Although there have been no breaches of the dam in recent years, this year poses a significant risk, as we have reached a critical point. I can confidently assert that without effective preventive measures, Jiang City is destined to face a flood this year. Lin Feng boldly articulated his assessment. In his previous life, the district government failed to implement effective measures, resulting in the dam around Qinghe Lake collapsing during a torrential downpour, leading to a devastating flood. The district head, Secretary Ouyang, was dismissed for his inadequacies in disaster response. This statement surprised Ouyang Weiguo. He had not anticipated that an editor from a new media company would possess such precise data and arrive at a judgment akin to his own. Bai Luoxue sneered. Where did you obtain your data? Was it gathered by the Water Resources Bureau? What scientific basis do you have? Her words left Lin Feng at a loss for a response. This data had been derived from investigations following past floods, and he had no means of sourcing scientific data. Unable to even provide a data basis, yet you speak so boldly. It seems Tomorrow New Media's editorial quality has declined with you at the helm. I believe a thorough review of Tomorrow New Media is in order, Bai Luoxue remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a surge of anger at her increasingly outrageous remarks. Let me tell you, temper your words. You can inquire at the Water Resources Bureau for an investigation. If the discrepancy is too great, I shall give you 10 million directly. Suddenly, Lin Feng considered that the Water Resources Bureau would surely uncover the true data, thus allowing him to refute this long-haired, short-sighted beauty. Bai Luoxue's expression turned icy as she retorted, such bravado. You would hardly fetch 1 million, let alone 10. Just as Lin Feng was about to retort, Ouyang Weiguo gestured for him to remain silent. Given that he had collided with Ouyang Weiguo earlier that day, he chose to drink in silence. Bai Luoxue cast another cold glance at Lin Feng and fell silent. Ouyang Weiguo regarded Bai Luoxue with a serious expression and stated, I find merit in what this young comrade has said. Indeed. Reliable data from the Water Resources Bureau confirms that the riverbed has risen approximately 30 centimeters over the past few years. Lin Feng looked at Ouyang Weiguo in astonishment, wondering who this person was to possess knowledge of the data measured by the Water Resources Bureau. Bai Luoxue shook her head at Ouyang Weiguo and remarked, Comrade Weiguo, perhaps what you say is true, but the government currently lacks funds and cannot allocate resources to dredge the silt from the rivers and lakes. Upon hearing this, a look of disappointment crossed Ouyang Weiguo's face. Were they to merely watch as Qinghe Lake breached its banks, inundating the entire Qinghe district and even Jiangxing? The solution seemed simple. Inviting private investment to excavate the sand would not only foster the development of private enterprises, but also mitigate flooding issues. Lin Feng observed Bai Luoxue and Ouyang Weiguo and interjected with a smile, sensing that both individuals were likely government officials. Seizing the opportunity, he sought to gauge their sentiments while uncovering the government's stance on Qinghe Lake. The mind is a valuable asset, though regrettably, some individuals lack it. Bai Luoxue leisurely sipped her tea, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. Who are you referring to? Lin Feng noted that Bai Luoxue seemed perpetually at odds with him. Bai Luoxue slowly set her teacup down, her gaze once again filled with disdain as she retorted, private investors are not fools. With the real estate market in decline and sand unsellable, which business owner would engage in such an endeavor unless they were simple-minded? Ouyang Weiguo exchanged a glance with Lin Feng and shook his head, stating, Comrade, she makes a valid point. Private capital would not partake in a losing venture. Lin Feng, however, displayed a faint smile and countered, not necessarily. Ouyang Weiguo's eyes brightened as he inquired, which company wishes to engage? Lin Feng candidly expressed his interest, I do. Ouyang Weiguo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that this young man was not joking. Hey, there's a restroom over there. Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror, Bai Luoxue quipped, casting a teasing glance at Lin Feng. Long hair, short sight. Lin Feng retorted without reservation. Who are you talking about? Bai Luoxue rose in anger, tempted to strike this irritating man with her bag. Just as Lin Feng prepared to respond, a server brought over a large basin filled with mutton balls and ginseng, the broth a milky white and fragrant. Esteemed leader, hold on, Lin Feng said to Bai Luoxue. I was wrong. You are beautiful and have a long-term vision. Let us not quarrel. He was indeed famished and had little desire to argue with this woman. Upon hearing Lin Feng's concession, Bai Luoxue's anger subsided considerably. However, upon witnessing him using the basin as a dining vessel, She could not help but mutter under her breath. "You glutton, you'll choke." Lin Feng, incensed by her remark, almost retorted again but was halted by Ouyang Weigua. "Comrade, let us toast," Ouyang Weigua said, glancing at Lin Feng. "Your perspective is insightful. I hope your newspaper will vigorously promote this matter and encourage private investment to participate." Initially, he had harbored disdain for those surrounding Wang Yaozu. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that this young man, too, had suffered due to Wang Yaozu, and given their aligned thoughts, Ouyang Weigua's aversion transformed into a measure of appreciation. "Well said, my friend. I apologize for the daylight offense." Lin Feng raised his glass in a toast to Ouyang Weigua. Clink. They both drank heartily. Lin Feng then produced 2 more bottles, smiling. "Brother, it is dull to drink alone. Let us enjoy together." Ouyang Weigua nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. Let us indulge in a couple of drinks." Humph. Beside him, Bai Luoxue let out a soft snort. Although she was averse to drinking, Lin Feng's actions were clearly a slight against her. "I possess a formidable tolerance for alcohol, unlike you," Lin Feng provocatively asserted, clearly seeking to provoke Bai Luoxue's ire. "You boast of your drinking prowess? How much can you truly consume?" Bai Luoxue retorted with a cold laugh, feeling belittled by his underestimation of her capacity. "Young man, do not overestimate your abilities," Ouyang Weigua cautioned Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng disregarded his advice, turning to Bai Luoxue, admiring her beauty and declaring with a smirk, "I shall not take advantage of you, for you are a lady. You may drink 1 glass while I will drink 10. At this proclamation, Ouyang Weigua and his secretary broke into a cold sweat. Was Lin Feng utterly unaware of the gravity of his words? Bai Luoxue was renowned for her impressive drinking skills, earning her the nickname the Scorpion of Fine Wine in the political circles of Jiang City, a moniker suggesting the peril of engaging her in drink. A dangerous smile graced Bai Luoxue's stunning visage as she fixed her gaze upon Lin Feng and asked, "Are you certain that I will drink 1 glass while you consume 10? Chapter 52. Bai Luoxue's astonishment. Lin Feng stood up, meeting Bai Luoxue's gaze with a confident smile. "I am indeed certain. You shall have 1 glass, while I shall have 10, making my consumption 10-fold yours." Cough. "Young man, you cannot drink in such a manner. It will lead to trouble," Ouyang Weigua remarked, astonished by the recklessness of this seemingly knowledgeable youth, who had not even inquired about Bai Luoxue's background. "Don't worry. I can handle it," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Seeing that his attempts at persuasion had failed, Ouyang Weigua decided to cease his efforts, exchanging glances with his secretary, who promptly arranged a room for Lin Feng. Bai Luoxue, irritated by Lin Feng's persistent pointing at her face, forcefully swatted his hand away. She had never before been subjected to such disrespect, yet here was this man boldly challenging her with his gestures. Without further ado, Lin Feng retrieved an entire case of Mao Dai, instructing the waiter to bring forth 13 glasses, each holding 100 milliliters. He filled 13 cups in succession. "Do not include me in your drinking. I shall enjoy a casual drink with Xiao Wang," Ouyang Weigua noted, sensing the tension between the two and opting to withdraw. "Come now, brother, you jest. Drinking with her will not hinder my enjoyment of drinks with you. I will pour drinks separately for us," Lin Feng responded, feeling a newfound camaraderie with Ouyang Weigua, whose character he found quite amiable. "Haha, indeed. The youth of today are becoming increasingly impressive," Ouyang Weigua chuckled, unable to offer any further retort. Arrogant, Bai Luoxue felt once more belittled by Lin Feng's demeanor. Grabbing a glass, she downed it in 1 gulp and then gestured for him to proceed. Lin Feng raised his glass and drank it down in a single motion, followed by the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th glasses, consuming all 10 with ease. Ouyang Weigua stood agape. That was 2 kilograms of liquor. No wonder he was so audacious. Yet such arrogance would surely come at a steep cost. Bai Luoxue was equally astonished, never anticipating that this man would remain unfazed after downing such a substantial quantity of alcohol. "Heh, this is merely the beginning," Lin Feng chuckled as he dialed Sun Wanyu, requesting her to bring 2 more cases of Mao Tai, for he had only brought 1. "I wonder how long you can maintain that bravado." Bai Luoxue smiled playfully as she personally poured wine for Lin Feng. After filling the glass, she took another sip and looked at Lin Feng with a hint of provocation. Lin Feng continued to drink each of the 10 cups without faltering, leaving Ouyang Weigua utterly astonished. "For Jean already," the secretary whispered to Ouyang Weigua after glancing at him. At this moment, Bai Luoxue was equally bewildered. This man had consumed 4 Jean. Even with such pace, The effects of the alcohol should be manifesting, yet he remained composed. The wine is running low. I've already arranged for more to be brought, Lin Feng remarked, noticing that the remaining liquor was insufficient for his 10 cups. Bai Luoxue smirked. You can't hold on any longer, can you? Trying to stall for time? Lin Feng chose to ignore her, raising his glass towards Ouyang Weiguo with a smile. Brother, let me toast to you. Take it easy. Ouyang Weiguo felt a twinge of guilt as he prepared to drink. I'll drink to that. Lin Feng downed the contents in one go. What else could Ouyang Weiguo say? He lifted his glass and followed suit. Lin Feng then shared a few more drinks with the secretary, feeling a slight haze clouding his mind. Soon, Sun Wanyu arrived in a car, her eyes widening in shock upon seeing Bai Luoxue and Ouyang Weiguo. Both had inspected the Qinghuan project. One was the top official of Qinghe District, and the other the financial chief of Jiang City. It was no wonder Lin Feng appeared so affluent as he was drinking with them. Lin Feng, the wine. Sun Wanyu brought over 2 cases of liquor. Oh, you're the salesperson from Qinghuan? This must be the liquor you gifted? Bai Luoxue immediately recognized Sun Wanyu. Noting her workwear and recalling the promotional offer of a moutai for homebuyers at Qinghuan, Ouyang Weiguo was similarly taken aback. Lin Feng had arranged for someone from Qinghuan to deliver wine. Bai Luoxue was about to explain when she was interrupted by a kick from Bai Luoxue. Understanding her intent, Sun Wanyu smiled. Lin Feng purchased a villa in our community, and according to our policy, we must present 4 cases of moutai. For cases of moutai, he must have bought a villa worth around 20 million. Bai Luoxue exclaimed in disbelief, realizing why this man was so brazen. Ouyang Weiguo was again astonished. He recognized that he needed to reassess Lin Feng. This was in stark contrast to the information his wife had uncovered. To buy a villa worth 20 million so casually indicated substantial wealth. Sun Wanyu, don't return to your post. Help me escort this woman back later, Lin Feng said, a hint of disdain in his tone. All right. Sun Wanyu turned and took a seat beside Lin Feng. Let's talk. I'll drink a bottle straight. You can't possibly drink 10. Bai Luoxue laughed coldly, grabbing a bottle and opening it. With a gulp, Bai Luoxue resolved to teach Lin Feng a lesson and thoroughly bring him down. Boss, the secretary glanced at Ouyang Weiguo, who wore an expression of resignation. Director Bai was indeed competitive, and she had encountered Lin Feng, a reckless challenger. Before long, Bai Luoxue finished the bottle, her face flushed and her head slightly spinning. Tipsy as she extended her pinky towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng cast a glance at Bai Luoxue and laughed heartily. How refreshing. Pour me some wine. Sun Wanyu attempted to serve Lin Feng, but was obstructed by Bai Luoxue. Let me pour the wine for you. Drink up. Bai Luoxue said as she opened a bottle and handed it to Lin Feng. He seized the bottle of white liquor and began to drink voraciously, swiftly finishing 1 bottle after another, 2, 3, and ultimately 8 bottles. At that moment, Ouyang Weiguo, his secretary, and Sun Wanyu were left in astonishment, marveling at the extraordinary capacity of this man. Not only the 3 of them, but Bai Luoxue also widened her beautiful eyes as she watched Lin Feng consume the alcohol, noting the expansion of his belly. Including what he had consumed earlier, this man had already downed over 12 gin of white liquor. At present, Lin Feng felt a tumultuous upheaval in his stomach, his head spinning, and he could barely hold the bottle steady before collapsing onto the table. Unaware of his limits. He just keeps drinking, Bai Luoxue thought, feeling a surge of triumph upon witnessing Lin Feng's inebriation. This young man has underestimated himself. He never expected to encounter a woman of such remarkable drinking prowess. Ouyang Weiguo remarked with a chuckle. Let this serve as a lesson for him. Bai Luoxue retorted coldly. Shall I escort you home? Sun Wanyu offered with a smile. There's no need. I'll call a designated driver. You just focus on managing your clients, Bai Luoxue said, her hands trembling as she dialed for a ride. You should still help us negotiate. Ouyang Weiguo said with a wry smile. I can only allocate 100 million. The rest is up to you, Bai Luoxue contemplated. This is but a drop in the bucket, Ouyang Weiguo sighed. To complete the dredging project in a short time frame, one needs at least 500 to 600 million. Otherwise, it won't be feasible. Ouyang, we truly have no funds left on the books, and on top of that, I must withstand pressure from above. Expenses are numerous. Bai Luoxue said apologetically, looking at Ouyang Weiguo. Hearing this, Ouyang Weiguo had no choice but to acquiesce and promptly escorted Bai Luoxue to her vehicle. Xiao Sun, take good care of him. We are heading back now. Ouyang Weiguo instructed Sun Wanyu. Do not disclose our identities. He felt that maintaining anonymity while interacting with someone like Lin Feng was quite agreeable. This young man worked in the media and spoke without reservation, often revealing truths. Rest assured, Secretary Ouyang, I will manage everything, Sun Wanyu nodded. Ouyang Weiguo then turned and departed with his secretary, intending to return home to discuss Lin Feng's situation with Si Yunxiu, for this young man piqued his curiosity. Chapter 53. By Luoshue's beautiful friend. Upon returning to the district committee compound, Ouyang Weiguo found Si Yunxiu engrossed in watching television. Drinking again? Si Yunxiu frowned slightly, catching a whiff of alcohol on Ouyang Weiguo. Just had a little. I'm not drunk, Ouyang Weiguo replied with a smile as he settled onto the sofa. I met an intriguing young man today. Who? Si Yunxiu inquired, puzzled, for it was rare for Ouyang Weiguo to hold such a high opinion of someone. Lin Feng. Ouyang Weiguo stated. Lin Feng, Wang Yaozu's brother-in-law? Si Yunxiu's brow furrowed slightly. Although Lin Feng was somewhat exceptional, his association with Wang Yaozu left her feeling somewhat displeased. He doesn't know me. I encountered him at Qinghe Lake when he accidentally collided with me while riding his bike, Ouyang Weiguo explained. Is he all right? That person is quite reckless on a bicycle, she remarked. In a state of urgency, Si Yunxiu hurriedly examined her husband's leg, relieved to discover it was merely a superficial abrasion. It was just a minor injury, and later that evening, while enjoying barbecue delicacies, she encountered him again, coincidentally while treating the head of finance, by Luoshue, to dinner. However, the situation escalated as this young man clashed with Bai Luoshue, leaving her quite irate that day. Subsequently, the two engaged in a drinking contest, with Lin Feng boasting about his considerable tolerance. He consumed 10 cups of liquor while challenging Bai Luoshue to drink just one. Ultimately, Lin Feng overindulged, consuming over 13 jin, while Bai Luoshue managed to drink 1 jin and 8 liang. Ouyang Weiguo recounted the reasons behind their conflict and the drinking bout. Si Yunxiu was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom Lin Feng's audacity to confront Bai Luoshue. She then reached out to touch Ouyang Weiguo's forehead, suspecting he might have impaired his senses through excessive drinking, for it seemed implausible that Lin Feng could consume such a staggering amount of liquor. For an ordinary person like Bai Luoshue to manage 1 jin and 8 liang was already impressive. I wasn't drunk, had I not witnessed it myself. It would be hard to believe anyone could possess such a capacity for alcohol, Ouyang Weiguo marveled. Very well, I shall momentarily place my trust in you. However, this individual is somewhat enigmatic and not as straightforward as he appears, Si Yunxiu suddenly remarked. I was just about to inquire about that. What do you know about him? Ouyang Weiguo questioned, puzzled. The mysterious stock guru who has recently garnered attention in the Securities Daily is none other than him. With an initial investment of 2.5 million, he leveraged it 33 times, acquiring shares of Tiana Entertainment at 825 yuan and subsequently selling them off around 99 yuan, reaping a staggering profit of 900 million. Si Yunxiu promptly shared the information she had gathered. Hiss! Ouyang Weiguo gasped in astonishment. So this enigmatic stock guru is Lin Feng. No wonder he is so affluent. The wife of Deputy Director Luo benefited from his guidance in divesting, achieving several modest financial goals. Our Xiao Lei also profited from the information obtained from Deputy Director Luo. Si Yunxiu divulged further details. Ouyang Weiguo momentarily lost his focus, astonished that Lin Feng had enabled so many individuals to benefit in the stock market. Thus, this individual remains quite mysterious. Previously, he was the editor-in-chief at Tomorrow's New Media with a modest salary, yet he suddenly developed an extraordinarily keen eye for investments. Although I had never met him before, the feedback I received indicated he seemed to have transformed entirely, Si Yunxiu continued. Moreover, the incident where his wife fell into a well and was pierced by an iron rod was also orchestrated by him. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Weiguo rose and gazed silently out the window. I believe I have found a solution to the flooding issues at Qinghe Lake. He reflected on his conversation with Lin Feng earlier that day. Lin Feng had expressed strong support for introducing private capital to clear the silt from the riverbed, even boasting of his financial capabilities. At the time, Ouyang Weiguo thought Lin Feng was jesting, but it now seemed evident that he indeed possessed such financial resources. You cannot possibly expect him to assist you with this. Who would invest money without a return, knowing that sand is currently unsellable? Si Yunxiu shook her head. He has already indicated his willingness to assist the government in clearing the waterways. Let us observe his next move, Ouyang Weiguo remarked with a glimmer of hope. Should Lin Feng become involved, he was confident the current dilemma could be resolved. I find it implausible, No one would undertake a venture that is bound to fail. Si Yunxiu gently reassured Ouyang Weigua, do not bear too much pressure. Do your best, and leave the rest to fate. Should a deluge indeed occur, resulting in substantial losses, it is highly probable that her husband would step back, or even retreat to the sidelines. Ouyang Weigua silently made his way to the balcony with a cup of tea in hand. Meanwhile, Bai Luoxue returned to the municipal party's family compound, and as soon as she alighted from the vehicle, she leaned against the wall and began to retch. Luoxue, what is the matter with you? A figure emerged. A beautiful woman clad in a purple coat, adorned with black-framed glasses. This woman was Su Yunxiang, Bai Luoxue's close friend from the provincial capital, who held a prominent position at a large state-owned construction company. I'm fine, Bai Luoxue replied, crouching down again to vomit. Su Yunxiang gently patted her back, asking, why did you drink so much? Bai Luoxue remained silent, inserting her pale fingers into her throat, prompting another wave of nausea. Half an hour later, she had nearly expelled all her bile yet still felt dizzy. Su Yunxiang had prepared a hangover remedy for her, and after Bai Luoxue consumed it, she lay on the bed, regaining her senses after nearly an hour. You too, drinking without inviting me, and ended up in this state, Su Yunxiang chided with a smile. Ended up? It was not I who fell, but that braggart, Bai Luoxue replied, still somewhat intoxicated. Who exactly is he? Su Yunxiang inquired with a grin. In all of Jiang City, who would dare boast in front of you, the goddess of wealth? Bai Luoxue pondered for a moment, realizing she knew nothing of Lin Feng's background, only that he had purchased a property in Qinghe Bay. I don't know his identity, but I do know he bought a property in Qinghe Bay, the kind worth 20 million, Bai Luoxue stated thoughtfully. The kind worth 20 million? Quite affluent indeed. Bai Luoxue, I never imagined you would venture into a bar. Don't you fear exposure? Su Yunxiang remarked with a hint of admonition, wishing to remind Bai Luoxue of her status. What are you thinking? I didn't go to the bar for drinks. Today, Secretary Ouyang consulted me regarding matters of flood control, and this man interrupted us, audaciously claiming that I was long-haired yet short-sighted. Bai Luoxue spoke through clenched teeth. Goodness, that man has a lot of nerve. Who does he think he is? Su Yunxiang was taken aback, as few dared to speak so boldly in front of Bai Luoxue in Jiang City. I don't know. He was oblivious to my identity, and even more so to Ouyang Weigua's. Suddenly, Bai Luoxue declared, Yunxiang, although I emerged victorious this time, I also faced defeat. What do you mean? Su Yunxiang asked, puzzled. He drank 10 cups while I managed just one. I consumed a hefty amount. Yet he bested me with over 13 jin and ultimately succumbed. Bai Luoxue candidly recounted her drinking contest with Lin Feng. Su Yunxiang playfully patted Bai Luoxue's cheek. Don't do that. It's true. If you don't believe me, we can test it out one day. Bai Luoxue swatted Su Yunxiang's hand away. I would never believe that. However, that man daring to claim you are long-haired and short-sighted is simply outrageous. I shall find a time to teach him a lesson. Su Yunxiang mused, casting a glance towards Qinghe Bay with a playful smirk. Bai Luoxue, upon hearing this, became anxious and said, Su Yunxiang, let me tell you. To compete with him in drinking, you must first provoke him. Have him drink 10 cups while you only have one. This will give you a chance to triumph. Besides, he is nothing but a glutton, did you know? He devoured over 100 lamb testicles all by himself. Su Yunxiang, upon hearing this, spat out the tea she had in her mouth. It seemed her dear friend was still intoxicated, her words growing increasingly absurd. Yunxiang, if you do not believe me, you will inevitably suffer a terrible defeat, perhaps even be left with nothing but bones after he consumes you. Bai Luoxue cautioned her friend to be wary of Lin Feng. Instinctively, she sensed that Lin Feng was a perilous individual. I believe you. Let us sleep now, Su Yunxiang replied, lying down and extinguishing the light. She resolved to investigate Lin Feng's background at a later time, intending to teach him a lesson and demonstrate her prowess to Bai Luoxue. Chapter 54, Sun Wanyu. You are not human. In the depths of the night at the Thailand Gu Hotel, Lin Feng awoke with a throbbing headache. He leapt out of bed and hurried to the bathroom, emerging pale-faced a half-hour later. He had overstepped this time. He had not anticipated that the beautiful woman could drink so much. He had thought that a few ounces would suffice. Instead, this woman had downed 8 ounces and then followed it with a full pound of white liquor without faltering. Lin Feng, you are awake, a melodious voice rang out. Lin Feng looked up to see Sun Wanyu nestled in the blankets of another bed. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, and her delicate face, adorned with a hint of rosy color, revealed her alabaster neck as she gazed at Lin Feng. Sun Wanyu? Lin Feng was astonished at her presence. Last night, I came to bring you drinks, but you passed out, so I brought you to the hotel. Sun Wanyu briefly recounted the events, omitting any mention of Ouyang Weigua and Bai Luoshua's identities. Lin Feng approached Sun Wanyu's bed, his gaze fixated on her cheek. A faint blush appeared on her face as her beautiful eyes widened in indignation. Lin Feng, what do you want? I have no interest in you. I am engaged. As she spoke, she clutched the blanket tightly around herself. Lin Feng, stroking Sun Wanyu's delicate chin, replied with a smile, Thank you, Sun Wanyu. You are an important client, and I naturally must assist you. Sun Wanyu bit her pink lip and said, Since you are helping me, see it through to the end. Lin Feng sat down on Sun Wanyu's bed, chuckling softly. The mattress on my side is too hard. Yours is much softer. What do you mean? Sun Wanyu looked at Lin Feng, her expression slightly tense. How about this? We each take a blanket. Rest assured, I will be completely honest, Lin Feng said earnestly. If I were to commit any unspeakable act, you could report me directly to the police. Sun Wanyu, skeptical of Lin Feng's words, immediately rejected, Absolutely not. I do not believe your nonsense. With no other choice, Lin Feng sat on his own bed, turned on the television, and took out his phone. Instantly, a scene from a classic movie filled the screen, one he had saved, featuring Mr. Su, now displayed in high definition. Lin Feng, you are so noisy. How can you watch that movie? You men only think about such things all day? Sun Wanyu gazed at the images on the television, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lin Feng chuckled and remarked, Are you not thinking about this? No. Sun Wanyu retorted, her face still crimson. Suddenly, Lin Feng turned to her with a grin. Have you and Wang Kai ever been to a hotel? He suspected that Sun Wanyu had never been to a hotel with Wang Kai. She was quite astute and, although engaged to him, had been keeping him at arm's length. I don't know, Sun Wanyu said as she burrowed into the covers. Noticing her disregard, Lin Feng lost interest in the movie and returned to his own bed to sleep. Are you even human? How can you drink so much? Sun Wanyu suddenly peeked out from under the covers to glance at Lin Feng. Curious to know? Lin Feng replied with a teasing smile. That's my personal privacy, reserved for my closest friends. If you won't share, that's fine, but you drank too quickly today. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten so drunk, Sun Wanyu analyzed. Lin Feng pondered and agreed. While 13 gin of liquor was considerable, he could usually withstand it thanks to his yoga techniques. The main issue was his haste in drinking, which had overwhelmed his body. It seemed he would need to pace himself next time. Just then, Sun Wanyu's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression shifted dramatically. It was a video call from her fiancé, Wang Kai. If Wang Kai discovered she was sharing a room with Lin Feng, he would surely be furious. Wang Kai? Lin Feng asked with a smirk as he glanced at the phone. Sun Wanyu shot him an exasperated look. Lin Feng chuckled. Hand me the phone. I'd like to have a word with this fellow. Be quiet. Don't say anything. Just go to the bathroom. Please, Sun Wanyu insisted, her eyes pleading as she looked at Lin Feng. This bed is too hard. I need to sleep on yours, or I will call Wang Kai right now. Lin Feng threatened softly as he leaned closer, his breath warm against her porcelain cheek. Sun Wanyu's cheeks grew even rosier as she pinched Lin Feng's waist, exclaiming, Shameless. I'm leaving. With that, she slipped out of bed, put on her shoes, and headed for the door. Don't go. I need to use the bathroom. Lin Feng hurriedly blocked her path. He quickly donned his clothes and retreated to the restroom, while Sun Wanyu answered Wang Kai's call. Where are you? Why did it take you so long to answer? Wang Kai inquired, a hint of anger in his voice. I'm with a female client who had too much to drink. I'm at the hotel, Sun Wanyu replied with a smile. Calling me so late, what's the matter? A female client? At a hotel? Wang Kai scoffed. Would I lie to you? Sun Wanyu chuckled. Oh, let me see your surroundings, Wang Kai said coolly. Reluctantly, Sun Wanyu turned her phone around to show him. Wang Kai scrutinized the area through the camera, asking, Where's your female client? Have her say a few words. Female client? She's in the bathroom showering. If I ask her to come out, she'll be upset, Sun Wanyu hurriedly explained. All right, stay right there. I'm coming over to meet your female client, Wang Kai declared coldly. Wang Kai, can I return home immediately? You are merely disturbing my client. Sun Wanyu gritted her teeth and stated, No, you will remain standing there. If you offend that female client, I shall personally apologize, Wang Kai replied coldly. Do not hang up the call. We shall continue this video conversation. Upon hearing his words, Sun Wanyu's eyes revealed a hint of panic. Cautiously, she nudged the bathroom door with her foot, signaling Lin Feng to leave. The bathroom door swung open, and Lin Feng appeared at the threshold, wearing a smug smile. Sun Wanyu gestured for him to leave quickly. Lin Feng shook his head, questioning why he should vacate the premises. Once Wang Kai finishes his inspection and departs, you will obediently heed my instructions, and I shall arrange for someone to assist you, Lin Feng whispered. Sun Wanyu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced to Lin Feng's proposal. Donning his attire, Lin Feng turned and exited, promptly calling Kaiyu, urging her to hasten to the hotel. Since her last venture into stock trading alongside Lin Feng had rendered her a millionaire, Kaiyu had abandoned her previous job as an escort and taken up the position of a bar accountant, a decision influenced by Lin Feng, as those who share a battlefield tend to trust one another more. After arranging these matters, Lin Feng requested the hotel staff to secure an adjoining suite for him. 10 minutes later, Wang Kai approached with a grim expression, having maintained the video call with Sun Wanyu throughout. I am here, Sun Wanyu greeted him upon his arrival. Wang Kai, his face a mask of anger, advanced toward her. With a sharp slap, he struck Sun Wanyu's face, nearly toppling her. Wang Kai, why did you hit me? Sun Wanyu cried, tears streaming down her face. Caught between her desire to profit from Lin Feng and her unwillingness to betray Wang Kai, she had struggled against the temptation, only to be met with his violent outburst, leaving her feeling both wronged and sorrowful. You wretched woman, tell me with whom you are sharing a room. Wang Kai shouted, his finger jabbing at her. Bring him out, and I will deal with him. He stormed into the room, searching relentlessly but finding no trace of Lin Feng. Where is your female client? I demand to know who she is, he coldly commanded, threatening. If you do not clarify this, I will throw you from this building today. Sun Wanyu replied softly. She stepped out for a moment. With that, Wang Kai delivered another slap across her face, exclaiming, You deceitful harlot, do not lie to me. Reveal the identity of that man. Sun Wanyu shielded her face, tears continuing to fall. What skill is it to strike a woman? Just then, a figure emerged from the elevator in the hallway, Kaiyu, clad in a Chanel black lace dress. With her hair styled in twin ponytails and carrying a limited edition LV bag, she exuded confidence. Abhorring the sight of a man striking a woman, she felt a surge of anger upon witnessing Wang Kai's assault on Sun Wanyu. Wang Kai turned to Kaiyu, intending to berate her, but was taken aback by her striking beauty and the air of affluence she radiated. Who are you? Wang Kai inquired with a forced smile as Kaiyu approached. I am Sun Wanyu's client, Kaiyu replied, her gaze piercing as she assessed Wang Kai. Who are you to strike Sun Wanyu? Do you wish to find yourself behind bars? Wang Kai was momentarily stunned upon realizing that the woman before him was a client of Sun Wanyu. Could it be that Sun Wanyu was not at the hotel with a man today? Kaiwei approached Sun Wanyu gently, assuring her, do not worry. I will report this scoundrel and have him apprehended. Sun Wanyu nodded in agreement, having finally seen Wang Kai's true colors. Please, I didn't mean it, Wang Kai exclaimed, panic evident in his voice upon hearing Seiyue's intention to call the police. If the authorities were involved, he would be detained for at least 2 weeks. Kaiwei was about to speak when Sun Wanyu interjected coldly. Wang Kai, from this day forth, let us sever all ties. Our engagement is hereby annulled. This declaration left Wang Kai in a state of disarray. With a forced smile plastered on his face, he pleaded, My dear, I was wrong. My actions were impulsive. Punish me as you wish. I am willing to accept my fate today. Sun Wanyu gazed at him, silence enveloping the moment before she finally spoke. Wang Kai, I must confess that when I encountered those wealthy men, I did entertain the thought of selling my body for monetary gain, yet I always restrained myself. However, your slap has shattered that restraint. You called me shameless. If that is what I am, so be it. Tears streamed down her face as she continued. Thus, let us part ways, truly part ways. I will return your betrothal gifts in full. Bravo, sister. You have such spirit. Kaiwa praised, giving Sun Wanyu a thumbs up. Wang Kai attempted to interject once more, but Kaiwa silenced him. I warn you, if you continue to harass Sun Wanyu, I will call the police without hesitation. After all, I have recorded the video of you assaulting her. It would be no trouble to see you behind bars. And as for you being a demolition resident, I could easily arrange for you to be dealt with. Seiyue's demeanor was one of superiority as she pointed a finger at Wang Kai, warning him sternly. Faced with her fierce disposition, Wang Kai retreated, leaving in disgrace. Sun Wanyu crouched in a corner, weeping. Lin Feng emerged from the adjacent room. Boss, I arrived just in time, didn't I? Kaiwei giggled as she took Lin Feng's arm, seeking his praise. Lin Feng surveyed Kaiwei, noticing how her appearance had transformed. The worldly allure had vanished, replaced by an air of sophistication befitting a wealthy woman. It seemed that money indeed nurtured character. "Boss, did you miss me?" Kai Wei gazed at Lin Feng with a flirtatious smile, as he was the man she admired most. "Go rest in the next room. I will comfort Sun Wanyu." Lin Feng replied with a smile. "Remember to take a shower," he added. "Of course, boss. I shall await your return, but do not keep me waiting too long." Kai Wei grinned as she turned to enter another bedroom. Lin Feng knelt beside Sun Wanyu, saying, "Sun Wanyu, I am truly sorry for the ruin of your marriage." Sun Wanyu lifted her head, fixing him with a piercing gaze. "Isn't this what you desired?" Lin Feng replied candidly, "Indeed, it is what I desired." "Why did you not intervene to stop Wang Kai from striking me? Are you not a man?" Sun Wanyu's eyes were cold as she scrutinized Lin Feng. "We are not related. Why would I help you? Furthermore, my actions were intended to reveal Wang Kai's true nature to you. He is not your suitable match." Lin Feng explained. "Now fulfill your promise. You beast." Sun Wanyu shot him a frosty look before retreating into her blankets. Lin Feng closed the door and settled onto Sun Wanyu's bed. Sun Wanyu's complexion was flushed, a hint of anxiety evident on her face. "Beast, I hope you will buy another villa through me," she said, biting her lip as she gazed at Lin Feng. At this moment, Sun Wanyu was feeling utterly disheartened, leading her to speak with unvarnished directness, laying her terms before Lin Feng without preamble. Lin Feng smiled at her and replied, "Certainly, no problem. Please sign the contract now." Upon hearing this, Sun Wanyu promptly extracted the contract from her backpack and tossed it to Lin Feng. He then took out his phone to call Kai Wei, requesting her to come to his residence. Before long, Kai Wei knocked and entered. "Boss, what do you need? I was in the midst of a shower. Why haven't you come yet?" she cooed, looking at Lin Feng with playful innocence. "Please bring your ID. We need to sign a contract," Lin Feng instructed, glancing at her. "I am preparing to purchase another villa in Qinghe Bay, and I intend to gift this one to you." "Wow, boss, you are truly generous," Kai Wei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "A villa in Qinghe Bay must be worth at least several million." "This one is 20 million, Lin Feng urged her. "Hurry up. 20 million? Boss, you are too kind. My goodness, working for you is the happiest thing in my life," Kai Wei exclaimed, spinning around to fetch her ID. Sun Wanyu stood nearby, utterly astonished that this man would spend 20 million merely to buy a house for a woman. "Once you have filled in your ID and information, you and Kai Wei shall reside together. The property cannot be registered under my name at present," Lin Feng remarked, casting a glance at Sun Wanyu. Sun Wanyu fixed her gaze on him. "You aren't planning to take out a loan, are you? Who would casually put a property under someone else's name? The only possibility is a loan, and she won't be able to repay such a large sum. My boss always pays in full for his purchases." Kai Wei interjected as she returned with her ID. "Enough chatter. Sign the document. Once you have signed, I will transfer the funds, and then I shall retire to rest. I need to resign from the company in the morning and attend to matters at the Water Resources Bureau in the afternoon." Lin Feng pressed them to expedite the signing of the contract, as he was feeling unwell from drinking. Both Sun Wanyu and Kai Wei hurriedly signed the contract. After completing the signatures, Lin Feng promptly transferred 20 million to the account of Qinghe Bay Real Estate. Sun Wanyu called the company's finance department to verify, and indeed, Lin Feng had transferred 20 million, signifying that she would earn over $1 million in commission from this deal. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at Lin Feng. "I am not giving you the house for free. From now on, you will be my employee and must work hard to earn it back," Lin Feng said, looking at Sun Wanyu. Song Qian was unable to manage the affairs of the intermediary company alone, hence the necessity for Sun Wanyu's expertise. "All right, boss," Sun Wanyu acknowledged, fully aware that she had landed a significant windfall. This villa, of which she owned half, was valued at 10 million. Coupled with her commission, she had gained a total benefit of 11 million. She had never imagined earning such a sum in her lifetime. Even in 10 lifetimes, it seemed improbable. Yet she had acquired it so effortlessly. Thus, Sun Wanyu thought to herself, "As employees, we must repay our great boss well. He truly is remarkable." Kai Wei chimed in, linking her arm with Sun Wanyu and smiling brightly. A hint of a charming smile graced Sun Wanyu's face as she gazed at Lin Feng. "Boss, may I indulge in a little more drink tonight?" Lin Feng discerned her desire for alcohol, and being a considerate employee, he acquiesced to her request. After finishing their drinks, it was already 3 in the morning when the trio, Sun Wanyu, Kai Wei, and Lin Feng, engaged in several rounds of mahjong. As a novice, Sun Wanyu struggled with her skills, prompting Lin Feng and Kai Wei to guide her patiently. By the end of the night, her proficiency had improved significantly. The following day, Lin Feng awoke at noon, feeling utterly exhausted and sore. He dressed and made his way to Tomorrow New Media Company, his workplace. Since his return to life, he had taken leave, and his boss had been pressing him to return. Work? Given his current status, returning to the office seemed unnecessary. As he approached the company entrance, he encountered Wang Kai, whose demeanor was one of superiority as he regarded Lin Feng. You dare to come back to the company? Wang Kai mocked, fixing his gaze on Lin Feng. Lin Feng responded with a hint of amusement, eager to confront the long-standing animosity between them. He had no intention of allowing Wang Kai to harass Sun Wanyu, who was now his employee. Why would I be afraid? He retorted, stepping forward and regarding Wang Kai with disdain. Wang Kai sneered, producing a work ID from his pocket and tossing it to Lin Feng. The ID boldly proclaimed him as the chief editor of Tomorrow New Media. Chief editor of Tomorrow New Media? You were appointed by President Miao? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, scrutinizing the ID with incredulity. The revelation of Wang Kai's appointment as chief editor left Lin Feng feeling quite displeased. Though he did not covet the title, he had diligently toiled for the company for many years and believed such recognition was due to him. Simply put, while he could forego the title, it was unjust for it to be denied to him. Wang Kai, I've discovered that you possess no wealth of your own, merely relying on the support of a wealthy woman. Ultimately, a man's worth lies in his own abilities. For years, we've competed for the chief editor position, and now it is mine. From now on, all your submissions will require my approval. Without it, they shall remain unpublished. Only with my consent will you earn a living. Wang Kai declared, adopting a condescending posture. How amusing. Although your usurpation of the chief editor position irks me, it is merely a minor annoyance. Today, I shall ensure you are humiliated and unable to remain at Tomorrow New Media, Lin Feng replied, laughing heartily, viewing Wang Kai as nothing more than a jester. Wang Kai, uninterested in further banter, ascended the stairs. Lin Feng proceeded to the second floor, where the company lobby was bustling. Employees greeted Wang Kai warmly, yet none acknowledged Lin Feng, not even those he had previously assisted. See, I can command them to speak with you, but without my endorsement, you are inconsequential, Wang Kai whispered, extending his pinky finger toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng, dismissive of Wang Kai's taunts, turned and entered the boss's office, where he found Miao Ling, the president of Tomorrow New Media, seated. Miao Ling is an exquisite beauty, adorned in a black cashmere coat, elegantly perched with her fair legs crossed on a chair, her enchanting peach blossom eyes gazing intently at Lin Feng. Entering without knocking, Lin Feng, what are your intentions? Miao Ling lifted her chin, her expression tinged with displeasure as she scrutinized him. With a sudden thud, Lin Feng turned and forcefully kicked the office door shut, locking it from the inside. What do you want? Miao Ling shot him a cold glance, retrieving a self-defense weapon from her drawer. She sensed a change in Lin Feng. The timid boy she once knew had transformed into a figure radiating aggression. Lin, what are you planning? Just then, Wang Kai's voice echoed from outside. Open the door, or I shall call the police. Lin Feng, what do you intend to do? Lin, open up, or we will report you. Are you out of your mind? Outside, a chorus of employees erupted in shouts, seizing what they perceived as an opportunity to gain favor. Tell them to leave. I wish to have a serious discussion with you, Lin Feng stated, glancing at Miao Ling. Miao Ling turned her gaze to the window, commanding, return to your posts. None are permitted to approach without my summons. But Miao, we cannot just stand by and watch you get hurt. Wang Kai's anxious voice interjected. Return to your positions. Do I need to repeat myself? Miao Ling coolly replied, pulling the curtains shut. Lin, if you dare lay a finger on Miao, I will ensure you meet a grim fate, Wang Kai threatened from outside. Lin Feng smiled at the commotion outside. Wang Kai, once I conclude my discussion with Miao, I shall seek you out to address our grievances. Humph, you lack the standing to negotiate with me. Remember, do not lay hands on Miao. She appointed me as the chief editor for a reason. I'm superior to you, Wang Kai retorted before departing. Lin Feng ignored him, settling into a chair across from Miao Ling. Their connection traced back to their university days. Miao Ling, a 2-year junior in the journalism department, was his junior. After graduation, Miao Ling had persuaded him to embark on an entrepreneurial venture together, and in the early days, it was just the two of them, with Lin Feng often working late into the night. He had been instrumental in establishing the company's framework and operations, earning the title of the most seasoned veteran. Miao Ling had boldly proclaimed that Lin Feng would be her chief editor and eventually the vice president and general manager. Yet now, that position had been granted to another, leaving Lin Feng with a bitter taste in his mouth. He could relinquish it, but Miao Ling ought not to have done so. Miao Ling looked up at Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng, you certainly have the audacity to challenge me. How could I dare? Your parents are high-ranking officials, and you are inherently wealthy and powerful. Even with tenfold courage, I would not presume to oppose you, Lin Feng replied, a cold smirk crossing his face. The success of this new media company in Jiang City is undeniably linked to Miao Ling's illustrious lineage. Her parents are reputedly influential officials, with whispers of a vice mayor among them. Suddenly, Miao Ling's demeanor shifted to one of alluring charm as she remarked, Lin Feng, you have changed. It was an intuition. She sensed a transformation in him, a newfound confidence and an assertive boldness. Changed. Indeed, I have. Lin Feng reclined in his chair, murmuring to himself. If I do not change, what significance does this rebirth hold? He had not anticipated that the first to notice his transformation would be Miao Ling. After all, he had spent more time with her than with his wife, Wang Meiling, given their daily interactions at work. Miao Ling rose to pour 2 cups of tea, preparing one for Lin Feng with Da Hong Pao, a treasured collection from her father, gifted by an old comrade from his engineering days. It has a delightful flavor, Miao Ling explained with a smile. Lin Feng placed the tea upon the table in silence, his gaze fixed on Miao Ling. Do not look at me like that. I am not yet married, she joked lightly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng addressed her. My dear Junior, I implore you for an explanation, a reasonable one. And can you provide me with an explanation? Miao Ling retorted, her voice rising. You haven't called in days, merely sending me a text to request leave. I had several urgent documents to address, yet after sending them to you, my messages vanished into the void. Even my calls went unanswered. Lin Feng found himself momentarily speechless. Since his rebirth, he had little regard for tomorrow's new media, having never thought to check his email. Furthermore, he had been inundated with calls from others, failing to notice Miao Ling's attempts to reach him. You have changed, Miao Ling lamented. You are no longer my companion. It feels as though we are drifting further apart at this crossroads. It is evident to me that you do not care for the chief editor position. I have numerous family matters to attend to. Indeed, many issues require resolution. However, I can forego my responsibilities, but you cannot neglect yours. This is a matter of attitude. Lin Feng insisted once more. Neglect you? My senior, I am now more certain that you have not checked your inbox. Miao Ling exclaimed, abruptly knocking her cup from her hand, splattering tea across the table. Seeing her ire, Lin Feng hastily opened his email. To his astonishment, dozens of unread messages awaited him, all sent by Miao Ling. He began to open them one by one. Among them was a message stating, Dear Senior, I invite you to assume the position of president of tomorrow's new media. Chapter 57, The Husband of the Disguised Beautiful President? Lin Feng noted that the timestamp of Miao Ling's email coincided with the day his wife, Wang Meiling, had jumped into the well. The content of the email stirred something within him. Miao Ling had indeed invited him to take on the presidential role, a position far superior to that of chief editor. I shall promptly seek a formal position within the government and entrust the company to your capable management. Yet, you have chosen to ignore me. If you truly cared for the company, you would have discovered this email. Miao Ling candidly shared her thoughts with Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng sighed. I am sorry, Junior. I have erred. He expressed his apology to her. He now comprehended why he had failed to become the chief editor in his previous life. After his wife's death, he had lived like a specter, indulging in alcohol to drown his sorrows, while neglecting his work entirely. He did not even take a leave of absence, remaining at home for several months. By the time he returned to the company, Wang Kai had already ascended to the position of editor-in-chief. Although he did not achieve that rank himself, his manuscripts were personally reviewed by Miao Ling, thus remaining unaffected by Wang Kai's influence. Senior, if you have any thoughts in the future, do not hesitate to let me know if you need my assistance. Miao Ling said quietly. I do not know what has transpired in your life, Lin Feng replied after a moment of silence. Miao Ling, you are my only friend in this world. Sometimes I ponder how wonderful it would be if the woman I married were you. This was his heartfelt confession. Spending every day in the company of such a stunning beauty as Miao Ling made it impossible not to feel something. Yet he steadfastly guarded his family, suppressing that fleeting thought. With a soft laugh, Miao Ling looked at Lin Feng and said, "Fool, aren't you afraid your wife will hear this? She might come to the company with a knife to confront me. It is impossible for us." Lin Feng shook his head. "Why not? Is what happens at home related to her?" Miao Ling inquired, puzzled. Lin Feng did not shy away from the truth. He recounted how his wife pressured his parents to vacate their home and subsequently staged a dramatic scene by jumping into a well. Miao Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Her lips parted as if she could fit an egg in her mouth. Such outrageous events could actually occur in the world. Inspiration struck her. This would undoubtedly make a sensational story. "I am planning to create a short story subscription for paid readings soon," she exclaimed, suddenly invigorated, as she opened her laptop and began typing furiously. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat speechless, remarked, "Even at this moment, you still tease me." "It is not teasing. Your situation, with a little adaptation, could become a bestseller," Miao Ling replied with a smile. "What are your plans moving forward? Will you stay in the company as a boss or venture out on your own?" "Unless you allow me to manage things, I would not mind taking on that role." Lin Feng chuckled. "The realm of new media is crucial. It provides an opportunity to harness traffic. Those who control traffic wield power in the market." And while he wished to involve himself, his energy was limited. "Go away, taking a salary without working. How can you be so beautiful?" Miao Ling playfully urged Lin Feng to step aside. Lin Feng shook his head, stating, "I desire this position primarily to irritate Wang Kai. As long as I can keep him in check, that is sufficient." Miao Ling, contemplating his words, regarded him with a glint of cunning in her eyes and said, "That is acceptable, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "Divorce your wife immediately. Your relationship is already fractured, and then marry me." Miao Ling stood up and approached Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with mischief, resembling a hunter eyeing its prey. "Ah, wait. Miao, I covet your position as president, yet you desire my body? How shameless of you!" Lin Feng exclaimed, retreating 2 steps in alarm, much like a startled rabbit. "Step aside. It is merely a fake marriage to appease my family's pressure for me to marry," she replied. "Since you will have already divorced, marrying again poses no issue. When you prepare for your 3rd marriage, I shall provide the dowry and gift you a house and a Porsche." Miao Ling laid out her terms in quick succession. Lin Feng gazed intently at Miao Ling, questioning what scheme she was concocting. "In any case, if you do not agree, be gone. As for the position of president, do not even think about it." Miao Ling issued her ultimatum. Lin Feng was resolutely unwilling to be bound by the institution of marriage. Even a sham marriage was unacceptable to him. He had no desire to wed, let alone engage in infidelity. "Miao Zong, allow me to play the role of your boyfriend. I am concerned that you may find yourself at a disadvantage in the future, and you may notice that I have changed," Lin Feng said earnestly as he gazed at Miao Ling, apprehensive that their pretense might become reality and ultimately hurt her. "Who could possibly hurt me? What are you thinking? You are simply not my type," Miao Ling replied, shaking her head. "Will you agree or not?" "Very well." Lin Feng finally acquiesced to Miao Ling's request. Since she claimed he was not her type, it would be easier to manage. He could enjoy outings without causing her any distress. However, he still needed to attend to company matters, Miao Ling reminded him. After contemplating, Lin Feng responded, "I can only dedicate a small portion of my energy to these affairs. You should recruit some additional personnel. Of course, I will also devise effective strategies and layouts for the company, ensuring that our thinking remains ahead of the curve." Hearing Lin Feng's declaration, Miao Ling finally felt reassured. "What are you so busy with?" Miao Ling inquired, puzzled. "I must provide my parents with an explanation. They ask what my husband does, and how should I respond?" Lin Feng stood, clasped his hands behind his back, and smiled at Miao Ling, saying, "Tell them I have 8 small financial goals and savings." "Goodness, senior, it's still daylight." Miao Ling expressed her disbelief in Lin Feng's words. Without hesitation, he revealed his electronic bank account balance to her. Miao Ling stared in astonishment at the figure displayed. "Oh my, Senior Lin, the great boss. I need to reassess my understanding of you," she remarked, her face breaking into a smile. "You certainly earn quite a bit from Tomorrow New Media. And your real estate ventures are also immensely profitable." Lin Feng waved her off dismissively. Tomorrow New Media was indeed affluent, boasting an official account with 35 million followers, generating revenue of 2,000 to 3,000 annually, with employee expenses constituting only a small fraction. Moreover, Tomorrow New Media also undertook outdoor advertising projects throughout Jiang City, yielding significant profits. There had been an offer of 4 small financial goals to purchase the company, but Miao Ling had firmly declined. Furthermore, 6 years prior, in 2009, Miao Ling had already acquired properties in both the capital and the metropolis. In the capital, she purchased 7 units in a community at a price of 8,000 yuan each, and the current price per square meter in that community is 640,000 yuan. In the metropolis, she acquired 9 units at a price of 9,000 yuan each, with the current average price being 610,000 yuan per square meter. Lin Feng had calculated that, after deducting loans and bank interest, Miao Ling had earned at least one small financial goal. And this was merely what Lin Feng was aware of, making her the true little wealthy lady. "Humph, you villain. Hiding so much," Miao Ling remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. "No wonder you are reluctant to play the role of my husband. Are you afraid I might become dependent on you in the future?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. "Go out and flaunt your success. You men relish that," Miao Ling urged as she shooed him away. As Lin Feng exited the office at her insistence, numerous employees turned to look at him, while Wang Kai emerged, cigarette in mouth. "Lin Feng, pleading with the boss won't do you any good. I've arranged a spot for you in that corner," Wang Kai said, exhaling a puff of smoke as he regarded Lin Feng. Lin Feng regarded Wang Kai with a hint of amusement, akin to observing a jester. "Lin Feng, do not defy the editor-in-chief's wishes. If you disregard the editor-in-chief's words, I possess some knowledge of martial arts as well. Offending the editor-in-chief could lead to dire consequences. Do not compel me to take action against you." At that moment, several sycophants within the company approached to curry favor with Wang Kai. Lin Feng's gaze settled on a man named Cheng Chao, who was once his confidant but had surprisingly allied with Wang Kai. Cheng Chao was someone Lin Feng had mentored, making him feel a sense of betrayal. Chapter 58. I am not the editor-in-chief, but I am the president. Shaolin, just apologize to Editor Wang and let this matter pass, Cheng Chao advised with a smile. Very well. Lin Feng shot a piercing glare at Cheng Chao. The betrayal left him disheartened. He held a deep disdain for traitors. What nonsense. Quickly apologize to the editor-in-chief, Cheng Chao scolded, pointing a finger at Lin Feng. Ignoring Cheng Chao, Lin Feng surveyed the hall, where many dared not meet his gaze. I don't think this is necessary. Editor Lin has treated us well in the past. A round-faced girl stood up. Lin Feng recognized her as Fong Ting, one of his disciples. Seeing her courage brought a glimmer of hope to Lin Feng's heart. It appeared there were still those with a sense of loyalty. Indeed, Editor Lin is a good person who has taught us much. We cannot be ungrateful. If Editor Lin is pushed to a corner, we will follow him there. I stand with Editor Lin. You all realize this will offend the editor-in-chief, and if he speaks, none of us will be able to stay. The hall erupted into chaos as some individuals rallied to support Lin Feng, which only served to elevate Lin Feng's spirits. He regarded Wang Kai with a hint of provocation. Wang Kai's expression turned cold. And what of it? I am the editor-in-chief. Not only will I ensure you sit in the corner, but I will also expel those insolent enough to oppose me. As he surveyed the crowd, many trembled at the thought of losing their jobs. You should apologize to Editor Wang. There is no need to lose your jobs for my sake, Lin Feng said, casting a glance at Fong Ting and the others. Fong Ting shook her head resolutely. Editor Lin, we are your protégés. We will never betray you. At worst, we will resign, and we will follow you to start anew. We believe in your capabilities. Indeed, Editor Lin, let us venture out on our own. We will follow you. Fong Ting and the others declared their intention to leave the company with Lin Feng, realizing they had no other option. You are courting disaster. You are truly overestimating yourselves. Cheng Chao scolded the group. Wang Kai's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this group would resolutely oppose him, and it seemed he would have to expel them. Just then, Miao Ling stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Lin Feng. Manager Miao, Lin Feng has committed a grave offense by betraying the company. I request that you impose a ban on him throughout the industry. Wang Kai approached respectfully, aware of Miao Ling's formidable background and her capability to enforce such a ban. Upon utterance of these words, the countenance of those who supported Lin Feng turned ashen. If Lin Feng were to be silenced, would they not also face the same fate? However, Lin Feng raised his hand towards the crowd, reassuring them. Editor-in-chief Lin, your authority within the company is quite formidable, Miao Ling remarked nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. Director Miao, you jest. My standing in the company pales in comparison to yours. You are the true leader. The head of this establishment, Lin Feng responded with a smile, paying Miao Ling a compliment. Miao Ling, her face lighting up with a smile, declared. I would say that aside from myself, your reputation is the highest, hence I appoint you as the president of Tomorrow New Media Company. I entrust the future management of the company to you and hope for the full support of all employees. As she spoke these words, microphone in hand, her voice resonated throughout the hall, reaching every employee present. Instantly, this proclamation stirred a tempest within the company. What is happening? Editor-in-Chief Lin has become the company president. Did I hear that correctly? Editor-in-Chief Lin is now the president. Heavens, how could Lin Feng ascend to the presidency? This is impossible. He is not even the chief editor. How could he bypass the chief editor and become the president? This cannot be true. Director Miao must be joking. We are doomed. We are utterly finished. The employees buzzed with fervent discussions, many faces drained of color, especially those who had previously criticized Lin Feng. As for Cheng Chao, he trembled with fear, collapsing onto the floor, fully aware that his tenure in the company was over. Conversely, Fang Ting and others were filled with exhilaration. They could hardly fathom that Lin Feng had suddenly become the president, which signified a more formidable backing for them within the company. Fang Ting even entertained the possibility of becoming the chief editor, or perhaps even the chief editor-in-chief. This is impossible, Lin Feng. Why would you allow him to assume the presidency? Wang Kai's face twisted in displeasure as he turned to question Miao Ling. With a frosty gaze, Miao Ling scrutinized Wang Kai and replied, Wang Kai, Lin Feng possesses exceptional business acumen. He was among the first to support my entrepreneurial endeavors. The company's profit model and operations were largely established through his efforts. Without him, I would not have succeeded. Her words were not only directed towards Wang Kai, but were also intended for the ears of all company employees. Wang Kai's figure trembled, nearly causing him to stumble. Miao Ling then turned to Lin Feng, stating, You may handle the remaining matters. The company requires reform. After addressing today's issues, you may depart. The implication was clear. She urged Lin Feng to act boldly and decisively. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze sharpening as it swept across the assembly, ultimately settling on Cheng Chao, who trembled once more. Editor-in-Chief Lin, President Lin, I was momentarily confused, Cheng Chao stammered, desperately seeking forgiveness. Lin Feng, ignoring Cheng Chao completely, addressed the crowd. I place great importance on a person's character. Those lacking integrity cannot remain in this company. I advise you to submit your resignation letters, preserving your dignity. In the end, a dozen individuals, including Cheng Chao, submitted their resignation letters. Lin Feng appointed Fang Ting as the chief editor of Tomorrow New Media Company. Lin Feng, I admit my past errors, she conceded. Wang Kai approached Lin Feng with a feigned smile, attempting to apologize. How about this evening? I shall treat you. I have a few bottles of Maotai at home. Let us indulge in a heartfelt drink, and from now on, whatever you request, I shall comply. The benefits at the new media company were exceptionally favorable, and as the chief editor, he could reap numerous advantages. Naturally, he was loath to relinquish this advantageous position. Should he be dismissed, he would struggle to find a job of comparable merit. As for venturing into entrepreneurship, he lacked the requisite capability. Lin Feng regarded Wang Kai with a smirk, saying, Wang Kai, I can retain your position as chief editor, but I have a condition I hope you will agree to. He resolved to confront Wang Kai regarding Sun Wanyu, insisting that he refrain from pursuing her. Whether Wang Kai remained chief editor was of no consequence to him. He had already reclaimed his dignity as president. You may count on me to fulfill your request, provided it is within my power, Wang Kai assured, thumping his chest. In a low voice, Lin Feng stated, Sun Wanyu is your fiancée, isn't she? It would be best for you to part ways with her. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai's expression soured dramatically. What was Lin Feng's intention? Why was he concerned with such matters? Lin Feng, Sun Wanyu is my fiancée. What business is it of yours? Wang Kai's tone darkened ominously. You had better clarify your words. Chapter 59. Sun Wanyu belongs to me. Lin Feng cast a disdainful glance at Wang Kai, saying, Wang Kai, Sun Wanyu is now my employee. From this moment forth, she is mine. Wang Kai's face darkened with palpable fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, coldly stating, I acknowledge that you may wield power as president, but I am a displaced resident. Sun Wanyu has no interest in you. Lin Feng couldn't help but scoff. Wang Kai's misplaced confidence was amusing. With that in mind, he decided to be forthright. He produced his ace, a smartphone, from his pocket. He had recorded a brief video yesterday, one that would undoubtedly devastate Wang Kai. Take a look for yourself, Lin Feng beckoned, opening the video for Wang Kai to see. As Wang Kai glanced at the video, he recognized the setting, a hotel he had seen before. Indeed, it was the very hotel where Sun Wanyu had stayed the previous night. Then, he beheld a man and a woman in the video, engaged in a game of mahjong. The woman was none other than Sun Wanyu, and the man was Lin Feng. In an instant, Wang Kai's blood surged to his head. It dawned on him that the client Sun Wanyu had accompanied the night before was Lin Feng. Lin, I will end you. Wang Kai thought furiously. Enraged by the thought of his fiancée being tarnished by Lin Feng, he seized a fruit knife from the table and lunged at Lin Feng. Swiftly, Lin Feng evaded Wang Kai's assault, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Writhing in agony, Wang Kai clutched his stomach. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain. What in the world? Why is President Lin fighting with Wang Kai? It seems Wang Kai, the chief editor, is utterly furious, murmured a bystander. I heard that President Lin has taken Wang Kai's fiancée, Sun Wanyu. Apparently, there was a video in which President Lin appeared with her at a hotel, and upon seeing it, Wang Kai lost his composure. As a result, he attacked President Lin, but Lin Feng retaliated with a devastating kick, sending Wang Kai flying. This conflict among the upper echelons of the company has escalated to such a degree. The employees within the company were abuzz with whispers, their gazes towards Wang Kai transforming into that of a jester. Miao Ling, upon hearing the commotion, emerged to witness the scene. What has prompted such a scuffle? She inquired, her piercing eyes surveying Lin Feng and the sprawled Wang Kai. President Miao, Wang Kai ambushed me, and I merely retaliated, sending him crashing to the ground. Lin Feng explained with a sly grin as he stepped forward. You're a dead man, Lin. Wang Kai glared at him with a venomous gaze. Lin Feng approached Wang Kai, his foot flicking in a sudden movement, causing Wang Kai to scramble back in fear. Just teasing you. Why are you so worked up? Lin Feng chuckled softly, leaning closer. You know, Sun Wanyu is quite exceptional. Her skin is flawless, and her figure is splendid, though a bit lacking up top. But fear not. Leave her to me, and I shall transform her. How dare you? I'll make you pay. Wang Kai, infuriated, lunged at Lin Feng, attempting to grasp his throat. Yet, Lin Feng swiftly seized both of Wang Kai's wrists, rendering his struggles futile. Sun Wanyu truly is commendable. I offered her over $1 million to tempt her. Yet she remained unmoved. She had no intention of betraying you. It was only after you struck her that she completely turned against you. Lin Feng revealed another secret with a smirk. Wang Kai's eyes reddened upon hearing Lin Feng's words. With a forceful shove, Lin Feng sent Wang Kai tumbling to the ground. He could feel the mocking gazes of his colleagues upon him, and overwhelmed by humiliation, he scrambled to his feet and fled. Lin Feng paid no heed to any potential retaliation from Wang Kai and turned to Miao Ling, who was fixated on him with a cold stare. Junior, why do you regard me with such eyes? Lin Feng jested, a smile gracing his lips. You're giving me the creeps. You've changed completely, becoming somewhat of a stranger. The old you was nothing like this, Miao Ling remarked, her expression complex. Once, Lin Feng had embodied integrity and was a rare gem of a man. Yet, Miao Ling discerned that he had transformed into a character akin to a dark protagonist from a film. Entering the office, Lin Feng sank wearily into a chair and poured himself a cup of Miao Ling's exquisite tea. A man who has clawed his way out of hell cannot afford to be a doormat again, lest he plunge back into that torment. Hell is a realm of unbearable suffering, Lin Feng murmured softly as he gazed at Miao Ling. Thus, I truly wish to avoid marriage with you. I fear I might bring you harm. In this lifetime and the next, aside from his parents, Miao Ling was perhaps the only person who had shown him kindness. He could not bring himself to hurt her. Miao Ling chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Lin Feng, are you implying that you plan to live recklessly for eternity? Lin Feng remained silent. Can you tell me what hell is truly like? Miao Ling unexpectedly asked. Let me share a brief tale, Lin Feng replied, extracting a cigarette, igniting it, and exhaling a puff of smoke. Miao Ling nodded slightly, her interest piqued. Once, there was a man who devoted himself entirely to supporting his wife and her family. Yet, the wife was insatiable, demanding that he relinquish his parents' home for her brother to use as a marital abode. When the man refused, the wife forged a fake pregnancy ultrasound and subsequently took her own life by jumping into a well. At this moment, the man was engulfed in despair. In an effort to atone for his misdeeds, he incurred debt to purchase a marital home for his brother-in-law. Over the subsequent decade, he assisted 2 other brothers-in-law in establishing their families and tirelessly attended to his in-laws. Ultimately, however, he succumbed to exhaustion and developed cancer, only to discover it at an advanced stage. He wished to utilize his scant possessions for treatment, yet his wife appeared at his bedside with her former lover. She informed him that her nephew required financial assistance for his wedding and urged him not to squander his money. In a cruel twist, she removed his oxygen tube, and he passed away filled with bitterness. Lin Feng recounted this poignant tale of a past life, leaving Miao Ling in a state of melancholic reflection. The man's only solace lay in encountering a benevolent leader, a superior who was the most exquisite girl in the world. Lin Feng, gazing at Miao Ling with a playful demeanor, inquired whether this story held potential for widespread acclaim. Perhaps, she mused, shaking her head thoughtfully. Lin Feng, is this your personal experience? She asked. Foolish one, how could this possibly be my life? Would I endure such a wife? Lin Feng chuckled, dismissing the notion as mere fiction. And what happens next? Please continue, Miao Ling prompted with a smile. In the aftermath, the man was reborn, completely transformed, vowing to indulge in the lavishness of life and revel in his freedom. Lin Feng continued his narrative. Miao Ling applauded, intrigued. Will he fall in love with his female superior? He feared hurting her, as she represented a beacon of light in his otherwise dark existence. How melodramatic. Miao Ling couldn't help but touch her forehead. Do I need to impersonate your husband? Lin Feng glanced at Miao Ling and asked. Of course, you must. You need to divorce your wife promptly. Also, you may take your leave. Miao Ling pointed to the door. The farther, the better. You're so quick to turn your back. I'm leaving now, Lin Feng announced as he stood up and walked towards the exit. Where are you headed now? Miao Ling queried, puzzled. To the Water Resources Bureau. I've heard there's a gem there, and I wish to see for myself, Lin Feng replied with a grin. Eager to meet Ouyang Lingyu, the daughter of Secretary Ouyang. Chapter 60. Rejected by Ouyang Lingyu after departing from Mingri New Media. Lin Feng went directly to the office of the deputy director at the Water Resources Bureau in Xinghe District. Inside, the figure of Ouyang Lingyu was visible. Clad in a violet lace dress with her hair styled in a ponytail, her slender legs revealed beneath the desk. She was diligently reviewing documents. Lin Feng stood at the doorway, momentarily captivated by her elegant legs, before being entranced by her focused demeanor, which he found irresistibly appealing. Politely, he knocked on her office door. Upon raising her head, Ouyang Lingyu's brow furrowed slightly at the sight of Lin Feng, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. She held a strong aversion to scoundrels like him. If you have business, have Yaozu call me, she said, assuming Lin Feng sought her assistance regarding Wang Meiling. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. I am not here regarding your sister. However, Ouyang Lingyu did not allow him to finish his sentence and interjected, since it is not about my sister, please take your leave. I am currently occupied with work and cannot accommodate you. As she spoke, Ouyang Lingyu stood up and resolutely closed the office door. Lingyu, I genuinely have matters to discuss with you, and they pertain to your Water Resources Bureau, Lin Feng hurriedly explained. He could sense that Ouyang Lingyu harbored a deep-seated prejudice against him. It was evident that Wang Yaozu had spoken ill of him in her presence. Oh, what is it? Ouyang Lingyu's tone remained frosty. Ouyang Bureau Chief, I am here regarding water resource issues. Surely you cannot expect me to stand outside indefinitely, Lin Feng retorted, feeling a surge of irritation. Particularly as he gazed upon Ouyang Lingyu's strikingly cold visage, he was tempted to douse her with a glass of milk. Ouyang Lingyu furrowed her brow further, perceiving that this man was quite troublesome. Consequently, she opened the door and allowed Lin Feng to enter. I will grant you 5 minutes. After that, you must leave immediately, or I shall have security escort you out, she declared, reclining in her chair while casting a scrutinizing glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng promptly elucidated, I have come concerning the situation at Xinghe Lake. I have discovered that the sediment accumulation over the years has significantly elevated the riverbed. Ouyang Lingyu was slightly taken aback. Lin Feng was aware of the rising riverbed at Xinghe Lake. However, recalling that the Water Resources Bureau's official website contained relevant data, she figured it was not surprising. Oh, Lin Feng, I believe you need not broach such topics. Please, proceed with whatever you have to say. Ouyang Lingyu assumed that Lin Feng was merely seeking a conversation starter by browsing the Bureau's website. Lin Feng shook his head and replied, Lingyu, you are mistaken. I am not here to engage in idle chatter. I am sincerely discussing business with you, and I urge you to take it seriously. Although he was tempted to rebuke Ouyang Lingyu, his primary objective for this visit was financial gain. The sediment issue at Qinghe Lake could only be addressed through the local governing body, the Qinghe District Water Resources Bureau. Today, since the head of the bureau was absent from the office, he had no choice but to seek out Ouyang Lingyu. Speak plainly, what exactly do you intend? Ouyang Lingyu inquired, taken aback, curious to discern Lin Feng's true intentions. It is quite straightforward. I believe the river channel at Qinghe Lake requires dredging, and I am willing to undertake this project, Lin Feng declared explicitly. Ouyang Lingyu pointed her fair finger at Lin Feng. You wish to execute the sediment removal project at Qinghe Lake? May I boldly inquire if you are aware of the scale of this undertaking? Moreover, the lake does not require dredging at this time. It may be a few years before it becomes necessary. Lin Feng shook his head and replied, Lingyu, I contend that the sediment at Qinghe Lake must be cleared this year. Otherwise, it could lead to flooding. Should a disaster occur, your father may find himself facing accountability. Ouyang Lingyu shook her head in response. Lin Feng, this judgment has been made collectively by our Water Resources Bureau. You are not a professional and lack an understanding of the situation. Furthermore, you do not possess the capability to undertake the sediment removal at Qinghe Lake. So I must ask you to leave. Lin Feng attempted to continue speaking, but once again, Ouyang Lingyu interrupted him. Lin Feng, I believe it would be more prudent for you to visit the hospital and care for my sister. A man's foremost duty is to be responsible, and I hope you treat her with the kindness she deserves, especially considering she has endured several miscarriages for your sake. As Ouyang Lingyu spoke, her tone softened considerably. Simultaneously, she retrieved an envelope from her drawer and tossed it to Lin Feng. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng was instantly filled with anger. When had Wang Meiling ever had a miscarriage for him? Surely this was yet another fabrication instigated by Wang Yaozu. Don't take too long. I have an urgent meeting to attend, Ouyang Lingyu stated as she rose and exited the office. Watching her depart, Lin Feng slammed his fist on the table. Their conversation had scarcely lasted 5 minutes. He opened the envelope to find it filled with red bills, roughly estimating the amount to be around 20,000 yuan. With no choice but to take the envelope, he left the office, only to find Ouyang Lingyu had rushed to the ladies' restroom. He stood by the restroom door, waiting. 10 minutes later, Ouyang Lingyu emerged. Lingyu, weren't you supposed to be in a meeting? Is it now fashionable to hold meetings in the restroom? Lin Feng inquired with a chuckle. Ouyang Lingyu, taken aback, replied awkwardly, Lin Feng, why can't you grasp my words? I am telling you that this matter is impossible. Firstly, there is no need to dredge Qinghe Lake, and secondly, you lack the capability to undertake such a task. Moreover, do not entertain any delusions regarding me. She wondered if Lin Feng harbored ulterior motives, and if so, she must extinguish that notion. After all, by familial ties, she would have to address him as brother-in-law. And should any scandal arise, it would be a disastrous situation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng replied, Ouyang Lingyu, I indeed have feelings for you. But I came here solely concerning the issue of Qinghe Lake. Where is your director? I wish to speak with him. Ouyang Lingyu's fury ignited. This man, with his wife lying ill in bed, dared to pursue other women. Lin Feng, she thought, was akin to a toad seeking to court a swan. Yet she swallowed her words, recognizing the necessity of maintaining peace, as they would inevitably encounter one another in the future. Very well, summon your director, and I shall not trouble you further. Otherwise, I will persist. Lin Feng realized that discussing this matter with Ouyang Lingyu was futile. Women often lacked foresight. This reminded him of the beautiful woman with whom he had once engaged in a drinking contest. Ouyang Lingyu gritted her teeth and said, Our director is attending a meeting at the district government, but I assure you, he will not support your proposal. If he does not support it, I shall seek out your father, Lin Feng mused, contemplating the possibility of approaching Ouyang Lei to have Ouyang's secretary intervene. Why would you seek my father? I assure you, he will not assist you, Ouyang Lingyu warned Lin Feng. I caution you, do not approach my father. She feared that should Lin Feng involve her father, it would jeopardize her impending marriage with Wang Yaozu. Lin Feng shook his head. Lingyu, what I am proposing would also benefit your father. I hope you can persuade him from a professional standpoint. Ouyang Lingyu, infuriated, found it outrageous that he would expect her to aid him. Just then, she noticed a group of individuals entering the Water Conservancy Bureau's courtyard, with none other than her father, Ouyang Weigua, at the forefront. Accompanied by several other leaders from the bureau, Ouyang Lingyu was taken aback to discover that her father had unexpectedly arrived at the Water Resources Bureau. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng hurried over, a smile gracing his face as he greeted Ouyang Weigua, saying, Brother, I didn't realize you were such a high-ranking official at the Water Resources Bureau. No wonder your insights on water management are so profound. At that moment, he was convinced that Ouyang Weiguo was indeed a significant figure within the Bureau, as only a high-ranking official would conduct evening inspections of Qinghe Lake and address the issue of sediment removal. Chapter 61. Encountering Ouyang Weiguo again. Ouyang Lingyu and her colleagues at the Water Resources Bureau were taken aback by Lin Feng's misjudgment. Thinking he had mistaken Ouyang Weiguo for a senior leader of the Bureau, one of the officials was about to step forward to correct Lin Feng's error when Ouyang Weiguo intervened, casting a glance at Ouyang Lingyu, signaling her to refrain from speaking out of turn. Approaching Lin Feng, Ouyang Weiguo greeted him. "Young man, what brings you to the Water Resources Bureau?" "Indeed, I am responsible for the affairs here." He surmised that Lin Feng had come regarding the issue of Qinghe Lake. Lin Feng, with a grin, responded, "So you truly are a high-ranking official. I must inform you that certain individuals in your bureau lack competence, particularly some of the female colleagues who are long-haired yet short-sighted." Ouyang Lingyu, incensed, realized that Lin Feng was indirectly insulting her. "Who are you calling long-haired and short-sighted?" she demanded, her stunning face betraying her displeasure as she glared at Lin Feng. Having never been spoken to in such a manner, especially in front of so many people, she was taken aback. The onlookers from the Water Resources Bureau stifled their laughter at Ouyang Lingyu's predicament. Lin Feng, with a hint of provocation, glanced at her, thinking she needed proper guidance. Ouyang Lingyu's frustration was palpable, and just as she was about to retort, she caught a warning glare from Ouyang Weiguo. Furrowing his brow, Ouyang Weiguo felt displeasure at Lin Feng's words about his daughter. Although Lin Feng was unaware of their relationship, such remarks were unacceptable. "Young man, did our female colleagues offend you in some way?" Ouyang Weiguo's expression turned serious as he regarded Lin Feng with authority. As a protective father, he felt compelled to defend his daughter, and to claim she was long-haired yet short-sighted was tantamount to implying he had failed to raise her properly. Lin Feng shook his head and replied, "Brother, I was discussing the matter of Qinghe Lake with her. I suggested that the sediment needs to be cleared, yet she insisted it was unnecessary now or in the coming years, even asserting that Qinghe Lake would not face flooding. Would you not agree that this reflects a lack of insight?" Ouyang Lingyu, seething with anger, glared at Lin Feng, feeling an overwhelming urge to retaliate against his remarks. Her frustration simmered as she considered her impressive figure. Ouyang Weiguo rubbed his forehead. He had convened the Bureau's colleagues to deliberate on the very issue of sediment removal at Qinghe Lake. His views aligned with Lin Feng's. Yet to dismiss Lin Feng's perspective would be to contradict himself. "High-ranking official, I believe it is unnecessary to clear the riverbed sediment. At least not for the next few years. Don't you agree?" Ouyang Lingyu stepped forward, casting a glance at Ouyang Weiguo, her eyes revealing a hint of defiance. "My dear brother, you must not let the beauty of Ouyang Lingyu sway your thoughts." Lin Feng teased Ouyang Weiguo with a chuckle. "You scoundrel." Ouyang Lingyu's face flushed with anger upon hearing Lin Feng's audacious words. The other officials from the Water Resources Bureau broke into a cold sweat. Realizing that the misunderstanding was escalating, they cast anxious glances at Ouyang Weiguo. With a darkened expression, Ouyang Weiguo pointed at Lin Feng and admonished, "Some jokes should not be made. You have crossed the line." Realizing his misstep from Ouyang Weiguo's change in demeanor, Lin Feng acknowledged his error. He noticed that since his rebirth, his speech had grown increasingly casual, and he resolved to be more cautious in future interactions. "It was merely a jest, dear brother. Do not take offense. I have come primarily to discuss the urgent matter of dredging the river and lake sediments, which requires robust governmental support in terms of policy." Without further preamble, Lin Feng laid bare his intentions. He needed various departments to grant him the green light. Otherwise, by the time the approval came through, it would be too late. "Big leader, do not heed him. He lacks the capacity to undertake such matters, especially given the current fiscal constraints." Ouyang Lingyu interjected, stepping forward with her counsel. Ouyang Weiguo paused in contemplation before addressing Lin Feng. "Young brother, I need to convene a brief meeting to deliberate on this matter. Please wait for me for 10 minutes. "Very well, I shall await your response. I hope you can make a decision swiftly, as the sooner it is resolved, the better it will be for both the government and the local populace," Lin Feng replied with a smile. This was equally advantageous for him. As soon the government would shut down all private sand pits nationwide, leading to a surge in sand prices, and undoubtedly, someone would seize the opportunity. Ouyang Weiguo nodded slightly, then turned to Ouyang Lingyu, instructing, Director Ouyang, please escort Lin Feng to your office and do not delay. Then join me in the conference room for the meeting. Ouyang Lingyu, with a frosty expression, nodded and gestured for Lin Feng to follow her. When did you become acquainted with the big leader? Ouyang Lingyu poured Lin Feng a cup of hot water, surprised to learn that he knew her father. However, Lin Feng only knew of him, not his name or position. Oh, I ran into him while out drinking one evening. He seemed to be enjoying himself with a woman surnamed Bai. I assumed there was some conflict between him and the woman due to the river and lake issues. Lin Feng recounted the events briefly. Surnamed Bai? Ouyang Lingyu retrieved her phone and handed it to Lin Feng. Is this her? Ah, you know this woman too. She is long-haired but short-sighted. I merely commented on her behavior, and she flew into a rage. Lin Feng recognized the woman in the photograph as the one he had encountered during the drinking session. Ouyang Lingyu's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Feng had a conflict with Director Bai of Jiang City, who was renowned as the city's foremost benefactor. I must apologize for my indiscreet remarks earlier, Lin Feng said, feeling it inappropriate to have publicly criticized Ouyang Lingyu. He decided to keep his head low, knowing he would have opportunities to settle the score later. Ouyang Lingyu replied coldly, Lin Feng, I advise you not to deceive the big leader, otherwise, your outcome will be dire. In light of Lin Feng's relationship with Wang Yaozu as his brother-in-law, she could not help but caution him that engaging in deceitful antics could lead to dire consequences. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon Ouyang Lingyu's exquisitely beautiful cheek, illuminated by a ray of sunlight, enhancing her allure to the point where he felt an overwhelming urge to savor her beauty. Noticing Lin Feng's stare, Ouyang Lingyu's expression turned frosty, realizing his intentions were far from innocent. Just as she prepared to rebuke him, Lin Feng interjected, Lingyu, might I inquire how Wang Yaozu perceives me? Ouyang Lingyu, with a cold smirk, retorted, Lin Feng, I believe it would be more prudent for you to concern yourself with your injured wife rather than engage in idle chatter with a young woman. With that, she turned and exited the office. Wait, Lin Feng called out, hastening towards her. Ouyang Lingyu turned back, her eyes cold as she asked, what else is there? I think you should have more conversations with your brother about Wang Yaozu's character, Lin Feng suggested, contemplating further discussions. Ouyang Lingyu, infuriated, glared at him, her chest rising and falling with indignation. Lin Feng, do you not find this absurd? I am your brother-in-law's fiancé. What are your intentions? Though Lin Feng yearned to express his true feelings, he restrained himself and replied with a smile. Ouyang Lingyu, how about a wager? A wager on what? She asked, puzzled. I bet your esteemed leader wishes to dredge the silt from Qinghe Lake. If I win, we shall go out for milk tea tonight. Lin Feng was intent on setting a small trap for her. Very well. Ouyang Lingyu agreed without hesitation, as she doubted her father would support such an endeavor. Chapter 62. A heart-to-heart between Ouyang Weigua and Ouyang Lingyu in the conference room of the Qinghe District Water Conservancy Bureau. Ouyang Weigua sat at the center, surveying the attendees. Only upon Ouyang Lingyu's entrance did he grasp the microphone. Today, we convene to discuss a matter of utmost importance, the dredging of Qinghe Lake's silt. With a mandate to complete this task within a month, Ouyang Weigua declared, cutting straight to the chase. His announcement left the leaders of the Water Conservancy Bureau stunned. They had not anticipated such a significant undertaking to be declared at the outset. Ouyang Lingyu was equally taken aback, recalling her wager with Lin Feng regarding her father's intentions. She had bet that he would never undertake this project due to the immense financial pressures and the Water Bureau's data, suggesting it was unnecessary. Yet here he was, directly announcing the initiative to dredge Qinghe Lake. Could it be that her father had divulged this information to Lin Feng? The head of the Water Bureau, Secretary Hao, was equally perplexed, caught off guard by the unexpected announcement. He turned to Ouyang Lingyu, recognizing that as Ouyang Weigua's daughter, it would be more appropriate for her to address the matter. Understanding the cue, Ouyang Lingyu looked at her father and said, Dad, this is a monumental project. Given the current financial constraints, it is virtually impossible to allocate funds for this endeavor. Ouyang Weigua furrowed his brow, gazing sternly at Ouyang Lingyu, and remarked, I have repeatedly instructed you to address me by my official title during work. Yes, Secretary Ouyang, she replied. However, Secretary Ouyang, given the current financial constraints, it is implausible to allocate funds for this matter. It would be more appropriate to undertake it in a few years. Ouyang Lingyu promptly expressed her dissent once more. Ouyang Weigua turned his attention to the head of the Water Resources Bureau, saying, Old Hao, what are your thoughts? Secretary Hao fell silent for a moment before responding. Secretary Ouyang, Although the riverbed of Qinghe Lake has risen in recent years, there is no immediate need to undertake sediment removal, as the rainfall has been insufficient to jeopardize the dam. Ouyang Weiguo jestingly remarked, "Old Hao, you didn't say that a short while ago. You mentioned that in the event of heavy rain, the dam of Qinghe Lake could indeed be at risk." Secretary Hao laughed awkwardly, stating, "Secretary Ouyang, I personally support the removal of sediment from Qinghe Lake, but the issue lies primarily with funding. If sufficient funds were available, we could undoubtedly resolve the sediment blockage within a month." Ouyang Lingyu concurred, "Secretary Ouyang, if you can address the funding issue, the sediment problem will be easily resolved. However, the required funds are substantial, at least 500 million. Other leaders from the Water Resources Bureau also voiced their support for the sediment removal at Qinghe Lake. Yet the funding conundrum remained unsolved. Observing the consensus among his colleagues, Ouyang Weiguo declared, "The primary purpose of this meeting is for you to devise a reasonable plan. As for the funding, it can be addressed through private investment." Upon hearing this, Hao, Ouyang Lingyu, and others expressed their skepticism regarding Ouyang Weiguo's assertion, questioning the existence of private capital willing to undertake such a project. After all, private investors are not fools. They would certainly investigate the financial situation of Qinghe District, and upon discovering any risks, they would refrain from proceeding. "Secretary Ouyang, I believe there is no fool willing to undertake this task, so I urge you to consider carefully." Ouyang Lingyu advised once more, "I have stated that private capital is indeed prepared to engage in this matter. I have convened you all to discuss collaboration methods." Ouyang Weiguo emphasized, tapping the table while looking at Ouyang Lingyu. It dawned on the others that Ouyang Weiguo was resolute in pursuing this endeavor and had already identified private investors, although they were left wondering which firm would be so audacious. Ouyang Lingyu suddenly recalled something and urgently interjected, "Secretary Ouyang, the private capital you refer to wouldn't happen to be Lin Feng, would it?" The others recalled the young man visiting the Water Resources Bureau, whose name indeed seemed to be Lin Feng. Correct. Presently, the only entity in Jiangxing capable and willing to undertake this project is Lin Feng. Ouyang Weiguo confirmed with a nod. "No, he is a fraud. I am aware of his family's circumstances, and he could not possibly provide the necessary funds for this endeavor." Ouyang Lingyu shook her head. "Secretary Ouyang, do not be deceived by this individual," she cautioned. "Indeed, Secretary Ouyang, this person is untrustworthy," echoed the others in support of Ouyang Lingyu's stance. Ouyang Weiguo shook his head and then turned to Ouyang Lingyu, saying, "Deputy Director Ouyang, your understanding of Lin Feng is exceedingly scant, and your knowledge of Wang Yaozu is even more limited. You must engage in some profound introspection regarding your personal matters." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lingyu furrowed her brow slightly. "Old Hao, you and the others should confer on this matter. I need to have a serious discussion with Deputy Director Ouyang regarding her personal issues." Ouyang Weiguo directed his gaze towards Secretary Hao and the others, urging, "Quickly devise a few proposals." Nodding in agreement, Secretary Hao and the others rose and departed. Ouyang Weiguo turned and walked toward the balcony of the conference room, with Ouyang Lingyu following closely behind. "Father, you must trust me. Lin Feng is undoubtedly a fraud, seeking to exploit your authority for personal gain. He lacks the capability to undertake this project," Ouyang Lingyu implored, attempting to dissuade Ouyang Weiguo from believing Lin Feng. Ouyang Weiguo shook his head, turning to Ouyang Lingyu and remarked, "Lingyu, it seems your brother and mother have not informed you about Wang Yaozu. What does Wang Yaozu have to do with this?" Ouyang Lingyu inquired, perplexed. Ouyang Weiguo gazed out the window in silence, then said, "Lingyu, were you not the one who asked me to assist you with the matter of Wang Yaozu's sister jumping into the well? I will now share some truths with you." "What truths?" Ouyang Lingyu questioned, still confused. "Wang Yaozu's sister is injured after jumping into the well. I find it hard to believe that the surveillance equipment conveniently malfunctioned." Ouyang Weiguo replied, "Let me ask you, why did Wang Yaozu's sister jump into the well? How did Wang Yaozu explain this incident to you?" "There are two reasons. First, Lin Feng's parents have usurped Wang Yaozu's house and refused to relinquish it. Second, Lin Feng has frequently assaulted Wang Yaozu's sister, resulting in several miscarriages. Consequently, she lost all hope in life, which led to her tragic decision." Ouyang Lingyu, filled with anger at the mention of Lin Feng, exclaimed, "Such a scoundrel is utterly untrustworthy. Father, please do not be deceived by him." Ouyang Weiguo shook his head and said, "However, my investigation reveals that Lin Feng's parents' house bears no connection to Wang Yaozu. They purchased that property over a decade ago, at a time when Wang Yaozu was merely a child. Moreover, Wang Yaozu's sister did not even know Lin Feng. Thus, it is impossible for Wang Yaozu to have bought a house for Lin Feng's parents. Ouyang Lingyu, shaking her head, insisted, that cannot be true. Wang Yaozu told me himself, and he would never deceive me. Ouyang Weigua handed his phone to Ouyang Lingyu with a cold smile, saying, call the real estate bureau right now. This matter can be easily clarified. Chapter 63. Tears of Ouyang Lingyu. Ouyang Lingyu took Ouyang Weigua's phone, which was already connected to the leader of the real estate bureau. The bureau leader promptly informed Ouyang Lingyu of the purchase date of the property under Lin Feng's parents' names. To assure her, Ouyang Lingyu even logged into the real estate bureau's official website to verify the information, confirming that the house had indeed been purchased by Lin Feng's parents many years ago. This revelation indicated that the property had absolutely no connection to Wang Yaozu. How could this be? Wang Yaozu would never deceive me. Ouyang Lingyu's voice trembled as she spoke, still unwilling to accept that Wang Yaozu had lied to her. After all, he had saved her life and had always treated others with kindness. You have been deceived by Wang Yaozu. Wang Yaozu was utterly devoid of the means to purchase a home, prompting him to pressure his sister into coercing his brother-in-law, Lin Feng, into making the purchase. However, Lin Feng too lacked the financial resources, ultimately setting his gaze upon the property owned by Lin Feng's parents. Ouyang Weigua succinctly elucidated the situation. Naturally, Lin Feng vehemently opposed this arrangement. Consequently, Wang Yaozu's sister resorted to the extreme act of jumping into a well, thus igniting a grotesque farce. This is impossible, utterly impossible, Ouyang Lingyu exclaimed, retreating 2 steps, her figure trembling uncontrollably. How could Wang Yaozu possibly be such a person? There is nothing impossible. This is the stark truth of the matter, Ouyang Weigua replied. The injuries sustained by Wang Yaozu's sister from her leap into the well were of her own making. Furthermore, I delved deeper into the family's affairs, discovering that Lin Feng was financially supporting Wang Yaozu and his entire family. The retirement pension cards of Lin Feng's parents were in the possession of Wang Yaozu's sister, and Lin Feng's salary was also managed by her. This young man is indeed a pitiable figure, Ouyang Weigua noted, as he had his secretary investigate those close to Lin Feng, uncovering details that evoked sympathy for Lin Feng. This cannot be true. Lin Feng is a scoundrel, having physically assaulted Wang Yaozu's sister multiple times, resulting in her numerous miscarriages, all of which are documented, Ouyang Lingyu countered. Shaking her head, Ouyang Weigua, disheartened, shook his head in disappointment. My dear daughter, many things can be fabricated, including false ultrasounds and fictitious miscarriage certificates. Even injuries can be staged. You ought to conduct an inquiry at the hospital regarding this matter. A single tear cascaded down Ouyang Lingyu's exquisite cheek. She felt no need to investigate further. Her father's character was such that he would not lie, and he had surely conducted a thorough investigation already. How could Wang Yaozu deceive her? He had saved her life when they first met, demonstrating a sense of propriety in his actions and showing her great care. The incident where Wang Yaozu's sister jumped into the well, resulting in severe injuries, was solely her responsibility. The well was covered with stones, marked with warnings of danger. If everyone were to leap into wells like her seeking compensation, would society not descend into chaos? Ouyang Weigua's countenance grew stern as he spoke. Ouyang Lingyu lowered her head, sobbing, Father, I am sorry. I did not consider the matter thoroughly. Moreover, Lin Feng indeed possesses the financial capacity to address the sedimentation issues at Qinghe Lake. You must strive to engage him. Ouyang Weigua cast a glance at Ouyang Lingyu, insisting, do not treat him with indifference any longer. Ouyang Lingyu shook her head in denial, stating, it is impossible. How could Lin Feng have the financial means to tackle the sediment problem at Qinghe Lake? This project requires at least 400 to 500 million. A faint smile graced Ouyang Weigua's face as he pointed at Ouyang Lingyu. You, my dear, tend to be careless in your endeavors when dealing with individuals. At the very least, you ought to investigate their background and capabilities. Have you thoroughly examined Lin Feng? Ouyang Lingyu bowed her head in silence, acknowledging her lack of investigation into Lin Feng. Your understanding of Lin Feng is filtered through Wang Yaozu, and Lin Feng is currently intent on concealing his true capabilities from you. Thus you remain uninformed about him, Ouyang Weigua continued. Father, I recognize my error. Henceforth, I shall not repeat such mistakes, Ouyang Lingyu replied with a nod. It is time to part ways with Wang Yaozu, Ouyang Weigua contemplated before stating. He is not your suitable match. We can offer him some assets as a token of gratitude for saving your life. As for the amount, that is for you to decide. Father, if Yaozu shows signs of reform, I would like to grant him another chance. Ouyang Lingyu hesitated upon hearing the news of her impending breakup with Wang Yaozu. After all, the two had been in a relationship for quite some time, and she still harbored a glimmer of hope for him. Ouyang Weigua, upon hearing this, was infuriated. He could not believe that his daughter was still so stubborn, still wishing to marry Wang Yaozu. Get out, he shouted, his finger trembling as he pointed at Ouyang Lingyu. Dad, I beg you to give Wang Yaozu another chance. I believe he can change. He saved my life, and I cannot forget him, Ouyang Lingyu pleaded, tears streaming down her face as memories of the one who cared for her in the hospital flooded her mind. Ouyang Weigua, seething with anger, raised his foot as if to kick the wall, but realizing he was not at home, he withdrew it. Ouyang Lingyu hurriedly approached to comfort him, gently massaging his back. Gasping for breath, Ouyang Weigua looked at her and said, Lingyu, since you are so resolute in your decision, I will not persuade you further. Choose your own path. But do not come to me when you find yourself in tears. Dad, I want to resign and go to Modu with Yaozu, Ouyang Lingyu replied, biting her lip. He will surely establish a career there. Upon hearing her resignation, Ouyang Weigua's anger boiled over, and he slapped Ouyang Lingyu across the face. In disbelief, she stared at him. She had grown up under the protection of her parents, and her father had never raised his voice or laid a hand on her until today. Tears streamed down her face as she turned and left the conference room without looking back. The farther you go, the better. I do not have a daughter like you, Ouyang Weigua shouted after her, his veins bulging and his face ashen. The situation with Ouyang Lingyu had completely unraveled him. He had worked tirelessly to nurture her, only to find that she wished to abandon her career for a worthless man. Secretary Ouyang, are you all right? Secretary Hao hurriedly entered, supporting Ouyang Weigua. I am fine. He waved off. Let's pause today's meeting. I need some time alone. He walked to a chair in the conference room and sat there, lost in thought. In Ouyang Lingyu's office, Lin Feng sat idly in a chair until his gaze fell upon a handbag behind her chair. It appeared to contain some clothing. Approaching for a closer look, he discovered it was a pair of black stockings. Suddenly, he noticed something moving within the stockings. Could it be a mouse? Alarmed, Lin Feng quickly grasped the stockings. The faint scent of her body wafted from the black stockings, causing him to sneeze involuntarily. Yet beneath the stockings lay a beautiful pink lingerie set, which was also vibrating. Such a bold little mouse, sneaking into Lingyu's lingerie, Lin Feng mused, contemplating whether to retrieve the pink lingerie as well. However, beneath the lingerie was only a mobile phone, which was buzzing. What are you doing? Ouyang Lingyu's cold voice suddenly pierced the air. Chapter 64. Confrontation with Ouyang Lingyu. Hearing her voice, Lin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he hastily placed her lingerie and stockings back into the bag. Ouyang Lingyu's fury ignited upon seeing him handling her intimate items, and it seemed he had been sniffing them. She recalled an online report that mentioned some men had a peculiar penchant for collecting women's intimate garments for purposes that were best left unspoken, and to her astonishment, Lin Feng appeared to be one of those individuals. Embarrassed beyond measure, Lin Feng rose to his feet and, with a disingenuous smile, remarked to the tear-streaked Ouyang Lingyu, I thought there was a mouse in your bag, so I tried to catch it, not realizing it was merely your phone vibrating. Ouyang Lingyu shot him a cold glare, her voice low and fierce. Lin Feng, you need to leave my office. Do you really think I would believe your words? At that moment, she was convinced that Lin Feng was indeed one of those lewd men, caught red-handed yet refusing to admit his misdeeds. Director Ouyang, you cannot expel Mr. Lin, came the voice of Secretary Hao. He was primarily concerned that Ouyang Lingyu might act impulsively, so he had come to check on the situation, only to find her attempting to eject Lin Feng. According to information disclosed by Ouyang Weigua, Lin Feng was a man of considerable means, an essential figure in the plan to clear the silt from the rivers and lakes that Secretary Ouyang had proposed. Ouyang Lingyu turned to suppress her anger, stating, Secretary Hao, Lin Feng's character is questionable. Secretary Hao stepped forward, his tone serious. Deputy Director Ouyang, your reaction is rather rash. We can discuss this matter calmly. Ouyang Lingyu glared fiercely at Lin Feng before returning to her chair. Thank you, Secretary Hao, Lin Feng said, smiling as he approached the secretary and extended his hand, recognizing the latter's significant role in the Water Resources Bureau. Young Lin, come to my office for tea, Secretary Hao said, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. I've heard of your remarkable achievements. You are quite an impressive individual. While Ouyang Weiguo and Ouyang Lingyu conversed, Secretary Hao had discreetly investigated Lin Feng's background and accomplishments with a single phone call, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. The revelation that Lin Feng had leveraged $5 million to capitalize on the Tianhe entertainment venture, applying a 33-fold leverage and reaping a staggering profit of $900 million in just a few days, was nothing short of mythical in its audacity. Secretary Hao, I was merely fortunate, Lin Feng replied modestly. I won't intrude on your office just yet. I have some personal matters to discuss with Director Ouyang. I shall visit you afterward. Secretary Hao nodded in understanding, gave Lin Feng's shoulder a reassuring pat, and departed. Lin Feng then turned to close the door to Ouyang Lingyu's office, only to notice a distinct handprint on her cheek. Undoubtedly, Ouyang Lingyu had been struck. But who in the Water Resources Bureau would dare to lay a hand on her? Even the highest-ranking official in the Bureau would likely think twice. If anyone was bold enough to strike Ouyang Lingyu, it could only be her parents. Moments earlier, Lin Feng had seen a group photo of the members of the Qinghe District Water Resources Bureau, with Secretary Hao prominently positioned at the center. This indicated that he was indeed the head of the Bureau. Yet, Secretary Hao appeared to be dutifully trailing behind the elder brother he had just mentioned, hinting at the immense power wielded by this elder brother. Given the incident involving Ouyang Lingyu being struck, this elder brother was likely none other than Ouyang Weiguo. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The fact that this Ouyang secretary referred to Ouyang Weiguo as elder brother suggested a potential upheaval in the hierarchy. Why did you close the door? Ouyang Lingyu said coldly. Lin Feng raised his gaze towards Ouyang Lingyu and observed her, surprisingly. She bore a resemblance to Ouyang Weiguo in certain aspects. What are you staring at? Ouyang Lingyu retorted angrily. I warn you, Lin Feng. Do not harbor any intentions towards me, or I shall make you regret it. Why are you keeping secrets from me? Lin Feng suddenly inquired with a smile. What am I hiding from you? We are complete strangers, Ouyang Lingyu replied, bewildered by Lin Feng's question. I mean, why does your father conceal his identity? That elder must be your father. The Secretary Ouyang from Qinghe District. Lin Feng expressed his confusion regarding Ouyang Weiguo's reasons for masking his identity during their interactions. Ask him yourself. I thought you were acquainted with him. Ouyang Lingyu replied coldly. By the way, who was the woman I was drinking with that night? Lin Feng suddenly recalled the stunning woman he had shared drinks with, realizing that she undoubtedly held significant influence. Given that even Ouyang Weiguo acknowledged her, one could only imagine her stature. Ouyang Lingyu smirked slightly and said, by Luoxue, the goddess of wealth in Jiangqing, oversees the city's finances. Even my father must show her respect. How dare you belittle her? Lin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing he had offended a powerful figure. He never could have imagined that Jiangqing's wealthiest individual could be so young and beautiful. Ouyang Lingyu looked at Lin Feng and stated, if you wish to discuss matters with my father, you may do so over there. I desire some solitude. Lin Feng approached her, poured her a cup of tea, and smiled. Lingyu, may I inquire about what transpired? After a moment of silence, Ouyang Lingyu asked, is it true that the house under your parents' name was not purchased by Wang Yaozu? It seemed her father had informed her about the house. Indeed, that was purchased by my parents. At that time, I was not acquainted with Wang Yaozu's sister. Thus, Wang Yaozu deceived you. His sister staged that dramatic scene of threatening to jump into the well to coerce my parents into relinquishing the house. Lin Feng succinctly recounted the situation. Ouyang Lingyu lay back in her chair, tears streaming down her face. Your father wishes for you to break up with Wang Yaozu, does he not? Lin Feng asked. Indeed. He considers Wang Yaozu to be of poor character, but I believe he saved my life, standing by my side during my most perilous moments. Moreover, Wang Yaozu has treated me well. I cannot let go of this relationship. Therefore, I intend to resign and strive alongside Wang Yaozu in the bustling city, allowing him to establish his career, thereby winning my parents' approval. Ouyang Lingyu sobbed softly. What wrong have I committed? Your brother is engrossed in writing novels, while your father hopes for you to uphold the family legacy. Yet, you abandon your responsibilities. If I were your father, I would be furious as well. Lin Feng remarked bluntly. As the esteemed leader of Qinghe District, Ouyang Weiguo had only one son and one daughter. His son was aimlessly pursuing leisure, while his daughter, having finally reached a respectable position, contemplated resignation. I have no interest in politics. I wish to pursue my own happiness. Have I erred? Ouyang Lingyu retorted defiantly. You are not in the wrong. I too believe that one should repay a life-saving grace with devotion, Lin Feng responded, giving Ouyang Lingyu a thumbs up. Lin Feng, spare me your mockery, she shot back. Ouyang Lingyu reclined in her chair, closing her beautiful eyes and softly uttering, please leave, I wish to be alone for a moment. I am prepared to accept the consequences of my wagers, and I shall treat you to a cup of milk tea. There is no need to treat me. Lin Feng replied earnestly, you never afforded me the opportunity to speak before, so let us engage in a private discussion now. He gazed intently at Ouyang Lingyu, realizing it was time to lay bare the truth. Why should he allow Wang Yaozu to reap the rewards of his good deeds? Speak your mind, Ouyang Lingyu urged, eager to discern Lin Feng's intentions. You faced death when you were struck by lightning during your trip to Huangshan, rendering you unconscious. Lin Feng reminded her. Moreover, the cable car down the mountain had malfunctioned, and it was someone who carried you to the hospital and saved your life. Indeed, it was Wang Yaozu who rescued me. She recalled, a gentle warmth gracing her exquisite features. I asked the doctor, and had no one carried me down, I would have likely perished. Chapter 65. Ouyang Lingyu's quest for the truth. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng smiled softly. Lingyu, the one who saved you was not Wang Yaozu at all. Ouyang Lingyu's eyes sparked with anger as she retorted, Lin Feng, I am aware of your desire to see me break up with Wang Yaozu. This tactic of yours is rather despicable. It was I who carried you down the mountain, not Wang Yaozu. Lin Feng asserted, rising and approaching her. You? Ouyang Lingyu exclaimed incredulously. Lin Feng, I believe you ought to consult a psychiatrist. I know the chief physician there. Undeterred, she stood her ground, pointing her delicate finger at Lin Feng's face. He replied calmly, I was seeking inspiration atop Huangshan when I witnessed a girl struck by lightning. I carried her down the mountain and into the hospital, where she was fortunate enough to survive. Busy with my writing, I later called upon Wang Yaozu, who was also visiting Huangshan, to look after the girl once she was out of danger. Clapping her hands, Ouyang Lingyu suddenly broke into a smile. Truly, you are the editor-in-chief of tomorrow's new media. Your storytelling is remarkably composed. At the time, I did not think much of it, he continued, but upon investigating your identity, I discovered you were that girl. I did not expect Wang Yaozu to exploit this incident to build his image and win your affection. I despise Wang Yaozu, and thus I intend to sabotage your marriage. Lin Feng candidly stated his intentions. Ouyang Lingyu rubbed her forehead, saying, I shall call Wang Yaozu right now to expose your lies. As she reached for her phone, Lin Feng interjected, there is no need. The surveillance system in Huangshan is quite advanced. You should investigate this matter yourself. After contemplating, Ouyang Lingyu conceded, setting her phone down and gazing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, should I discover that you have deceived me, I will ensure you regret it. But if it were I who saved you, would you then pledge yourself to me? Lin Feng suddenly looked at Ouyang Lingyu with a half-smile, unable to deny that her figure was remarkable, especially her snow-white, smooth skin radiating an air of nobility. Humph. I do not believe your words. I will investigate this matter at Huangshan immediately, Ouyang Lingyu retorted coldly. Moreover, the article that Wang Yaozu flaunted before you is merely my discarded draft, demanded by my wife, Wang Meiling. Wang Yaozu has slandered me and impersonated me to pursue you. And you, a woman of ample bosom but lacking in intellect, are merely a pretty face with limited understanding, Lin Feng exclaimed, pointing angrily at Ouyang Lingyu's chest. The thought of this incident igniting his ire. Ouyang Lingyu was taken aback by Lin Feng's scorn, her delicate face clouded with frost as she exclaimed, Lin Feng, you are the one who lacks sense, with your long hair and shallow knowledge. This is precisely why your father reprimands you. Even as an adult, you act so recklessly. Lin Feng continued to chastise Ouyang Lingyu. Tears welled up in her eyes as she pointed at him, declaring, you wait. I am going to Huangshan right now. She turned, grabbed her bag, and left the office, heading to the courtyard to prepare her car for the journey. Watching Ouyang Lingyu's retreating figure, Lin Feng revealed a faint smile. It would not be difficult for someone of her stature to uncover the truth. However, that was not enough. He needed to continue to undermine Wang Yaozu and completely obliterate the bond between him and Ouyang Lingyu. Ouyang, the voice of Secretary Hao rang out. Where do you think you are going? Who permitted you to leave work without authorization? Secretary Hao rushed out of the office and called after Ouyang Lingyu in the courtyard. Secretary Hao, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I request a 3-day leave, and I hope for your approval. Ouyang Lingyu halted her steps to respond. Secretary Hao furrowed his brow, then glanced upstairs where Ouyang Weiguo's voice echoed. Let her take a few days off for reflection. Hearing this, Secretary Hao turned to Ouyang Lingyu. Speaking sternly, Ouyang, I grant you 3 days to resolve your issues. Thank you, Secretary Hao. I was a bit impulsive just now. Ouyang Lingyu acknowledged her rashness and promptly apologized. Upon hearing her words, Secretary Hao's expression softened, and he gestured for her to greet Ouyang Weiguo upstairs. With a bite of her pink lip, Ouyang Lingyu looked up at the second floor and called, Dad, please make a call to Huangshan. I need to investigate something. I require the truth regarding the video of me being struck by lightning. Ouyang Weiguo, slightly taken aback, replied, I will have my secretary take you to the station. You can take the high-speed train to Huangshan. Although he did not fully understand what Ouyang Lingyu was investigating, he still expressed his support. Feeling a tinge of regret for reprimanding his daughter, Ouyang Lingyu nodded in agreement, and soon, Ouyang Weiguo's secretary drove her to the high-speed train station. Secretary Hao, may I have a word with the higher-ups? Lin Feng, having left Ouyang Lingyu's office, approached Secretary Hao with a smile. Upon hearing this, Secretary Hao prepared to consult Ouyang Weiguo, but the latter's voice had already called from upstairs, come up. Lin Feng clasped his hands in respect to Secretary Hao and turned to ascend to the second floor. He found Ouyang Weiguo reclining wearily on the sofa, and upon seeing Lin Feng, he gestured for him to find a seat. Lin Feng looked at Ouyang Weiguo and half-jokingly remarked, Brother, you are working hard to deceive me. How could the esteemed first in Qinghe district indulge in street food? Why shouldn't I enjoy street food? Ouyang Weiguo retorted with a laugh. How do you know my identity? In Qinghe district, only her father could rival Ouyang Lingyu, and even Secretary Hao obediently followed behind you. Your position must certainly be above Secretary Hao's. Furthermore, I have met your son, Ouyang Lei, Lin Feng explained with a smile. Come, let me toast you, after all. Young Lei ought to thank you. Ouyang Weiguo casually poured 2 glasses from a bottle of wine. I relayed the news to Director Luo, who then passed it on to Ouyang Lei. If anyone should be thanked, it should be Director Luo. Lin Feng shook his head. Cheers. He raised his glass in a toast to Ouyang Weiguo. Ouyang Weiguo set down his glass, his piercing gaze fixed on Lin Feng as if he could peer into his very soul. Brother, you've truly put me in a difficult position. I had no idea that woman was the goddess of fortune in Jiang City. Lin Feng felt somewhat guilty under Ouyang Weiguo's intense stare and decided to change the subject. Huh, are you afraid of her? Ouyang Weiguo chuckled at the memory. It was indeed Lin Feng, the naive youth, who dared to educate by Luoxue. Fear is not the issue. I need to collaborate with the government, which inevitably involves dealings with the finance department, Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. So, young people should avoid impulsive actions. You provoke others without understanding their identities. Ouyang Weiguo pointed at Lin Feng, laughing as he criticized him. You deserve it. I support your work too. For instance, the silt in Qinghe Lake must be cleared. I've checked the weather forecast, and there is a strong possibility of heavy rain this year. If the dikes around Qinghe Lake give way, the people will suffer, and you, my brother, will not escape responsibility. Lin Feng filled Ouyang Weiguo's glass with wine. Ouyang Weiguo fell silent, contemplating the truth in Lin Feng's words. This year, a flood was indeed likely, and if Qinghe Lake were to breach, it could lead to substantial losses. Moreover, the higher authorities required preparations for flood control, addressing the silt accumulation in Qinghe Lake. Brother, you know the finance department is short on funds. That night I sought money from the goddess of fortune, but only managed to request 100 million. If I were to give you 100 million, could you resolve the silt issue in Qinghe Lake within a month? Ouyang Weiguo chuckled as he looked at Lin Feng. Realizing that only Lin Feng's private capital could tackle the silt issue, Lin Feng wiped away a cold sweat upon hearing this. 100 million? I fear I would be left with nothing, and I would need to ask by Luoxue for that money. Brother, do you take me for a fool? I cannot agree to that. Lin Feng outright rejected Ouyang Weiguo's proposal. Ouyang Weiguo pondered for a moment, and then said, What are your terms? Quite simple. The cost for clearing the silt is 500 million, and all 900 million tons of sand excavated will belong to me, Lin Feng stated directly. Chapter 66, A Small Gamble. The beautiful section chief, Wang Meiling. Ouyang Weiguo spat out his drink upon hearing Lin Feng's words. The cost for clearing the silt at 500 million, along with the ownership of 900 million tons of sand, was outrageous. At the current market price, that sand would amount to 270 billion. Lin Feng's calculations were astoundingly ambitious, almost as if the abacus beads were bouncing back to hit him in the face. Brother, are you all right? Lin Feng feigned concern as he handed Ouyang Weiguo a tissue. Ouyang Weigua took a sip of tea and pointed at Lin Feng, saying, "You rascal. Are you here to negotiate? You're clearly trying to take advantage of the situation. Brother, it was you who asked me to present my conditions. I am merely expressing my thoughts. You are well aware of the immense risks involved. A slight misstep could lead to ruin," Lin Feng lamented. "The flood season is approaching, and if we do not clear the river sand in a timely manner, the economic losses could be catastrophic. The cost for the cleanup is 500 million yuan, and you would receive all 900 million tons of river sand. Do you understand the current market price for river sand? It is 30 yuan per ton, which means that 900 million tons would be valued at 27 billion yuan. Ouyang Weigua, fuming, pointed at Lin Feng and exclaimed, "Your appetite is insatiable. You might just burst." "Brother, the market price is indeed 30 yuan per ton, but that is for small-scale transactions. Should 900 million tons flood the market, the price would inevitably plummet. Moreover, the real estate market is increasingly faltering," Lin Feng explained with a bitter smile. "Selling the excavated sand for 10 yuan per ton is optimistic, not to mention the expenses for labor, site, transportation, and so forth. I would barely make a profit." Ouyang Weigua's expression fluctuated, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk as he scrutinized Lin Feng. Hastily, Lin Feng poured a drink for Ouyang Weigua and said, "Brother, let us discuss another matter about Ouyang Lingyu. Would you like to hear it?" "Go ahead," Ouyang Weigua replied, sensing that the current topic had reached an impasse and eager to shift the conversation. "Initially, when Ouyang Lingyu was struck by lightning on Mount Huangshan, I was the one who saved her. I took her to the hospital and did not leave until she was out of danger. Before I departed, I called Wang Yaozu to look after her," Lin Feng recounted with a smile, detailing the events as they transpired. Ouyang Weigua was taken aback, scanning Lin Feng from head to toe. "Are you saying you saved Lingyu, while Wang Yaozu claimed the credit for himself to build a good reputation and pursue her?" "Indeed. I did not foresee the situation escalating to this extent. Had I known, I would have waited until Lingyu was fully recovered before leaving. I sincerely apologize for the trouble this has caused her," Lin Feng said, rising to bow respectfully to Ouyang Weigua. Suddenly, Ouyang Weigua inquired, "Have you disclosed this matter to Lingyu? Is she going to Mount Huangshan to investigate?" "Yes. I cannot bear to watch her leap into the abyss, especially since I saved her. She has no right to speak harshly to me," Lin Feng replied, feeling a surge of anger at the thought. Lingyu's impulsive nature had indeed caused complications. Ouyang Weigua sighed. "It is not too late for you to reveal the truth. I believe she will make the right choice. Furthermore, I ought to express my gratitude for saving my daughter." "Brother, you are too gracious. I would have saved anyone in your position," Lin Feng nodded. "Regarding the clearing of the mud and sand from Qinghe Lake, we must follow the proper bidding process. You need to expedite obtaining the necessary qualifications in the next few days," Ouyang Weigua remarked, glancing at Lin Feng. "I will have Old Hao assist you, but you must ensure that this work is completed within a month. Otherwise, any flooding could lead to significant losses. Rest assured, Secretary Ouyang, I will do my utmost," Lin Feng assured, thumping his chest in promise. "As for the substantial cost of 500 million yuan for sediment removal, it poses a challenge. That evening, you also heard that the higher authorities could only allocate 100 million yuan. Ouyang Weigua sighed as he looked at Lin Feng. "This is not an issue," Lin Feng nodded, revealing that he had no intention of claiming the 400 million yuan. He merely made an audacious request, fearing Ouyang Weigua might negotiate down the price. The true treasure lies in the 900 million tons of sand. If managed properly, it could yield him wealth in the hundreds of billions in the future. At that moment, Ouyang Weigua summoned Secretary Hao, instructing him to assist Lin Feng in the task of clearing the sediment from Qinghe Lake. Secretary Hao assured Ouyang Weigua that he would expedite the approval of the mining permits. Following this, Ouyang Weigua contacted heads of various departments, including environmental protection, safety management, taxation, land resources, and industry and commerce, urging them to facilitate a green channel for Lin Feng. Given the importance of flood prevention and Ouyang Weigua's intervention, the officials readily agreed to process the matter swiftly. "Everything is arranged. Do not let me down," Ouyang Weigua stated, glancing at Lin Feng as he hung up the phone. "Rest assured, once all the permits are in order, I will commence work with full dedication to ensure the sediment in Qinghe Lake is thoroughly cleared. Additionally, I can offer to clear sediment from other rivers at no charge. Of course, the sediment will belong to me," Lin Feng said with a sly smile. Jiang City has numerous rivers and lakes. Aside from Qinghe Lake, there are many large rivers with abundant sand. I fear your appetite may not be able to handle it. Ouyang Weigua teased as he pointed at Lin Feng. Hurry and register a company with the Industry and Commerce Department. All right. Lin Feng laughed heartily and turned to leave. He promptly called Si Yunxiu, and soon her voice came through the line. What is it? Si Yunxiu inquired, puzzled. Go to the high-speed railway station and accompany Lingyu to Huangshan. It would be better for you to handle this. Ouyang Weigua succinctly explained Lin Feng's role in saving Ouyang Lingyu. What? It was Lin Feng who saved Lingyu? Si Yunxiu exclaimed. Furious at the thought of Wang Yaozu taking credit for Lin Feng's accomplishment while trying to build a reputation in pursuit of Lingyu. I suspect that Wang Yaozu has done no work at all. The article he claims to have written is actually penned by Lin Feng. I took the liberty to review Lin Feng's writings, and their styles are nearly identical, Ouyang Weigua elaborated. Si Yunxiu replied, I had my suspicions all along. Furthermore, Lin Feng plans to clear the 900 million tons of sediment from Qinghe Lake, with a cost of 100 million yuan, solving a significant hassle for me. Ouyang Weigua felt a sense of relief as he mentioned this. He cannot suffer losses. All the river sand extracted will belong to him, Ouyang Weigua revealed further. Be cautious. Others may exploit this situation, Si Yunxiu advised after a moment of silence. Rest assured, we are following the proper bidding process. Moreover, our government must treat private entrepreneurs well. Otherwise, who will work for the government in the future? In recent days, I reached out to various enterprises in Jiang City. They were all polite, but have since vanished. Ouyang Weigua's tone turned somewhat cold. Weigua, you need to manage this and prepare yourself mentally. I will head to the station to find Lingyu, Si Yunxiu concluded. After finishing the call, Si Yunxiu hung up. Following his departure from the Water Resources Bureau, Lin Feng, armed with his father's identification card, made his way directly to the Industrial and Commercial Department. There, he was greeted by a strikingly beautiful director named Wang Meiling, with her hair styled in a ponytail. She possessed a tall and slender figure, with skin as smooth and white as snow, an oval face, and a graceful neck adorned with a sky-blue crystal necklace. She wore a black coat on her upper body and a matching black skirt below, exuding an air of elegance. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Wang from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, she said, approaching with a gentle smile. The leadership has informed me that you were introduced by the head of the district committee. Given the urgency related to flood prevention work, we will expedite your matters through a green channel. Just call me Lin Feng, he replied with a smile, noting that Wang Meiling appeared quite youthful, her beauty rivaling that of a ripe peach, and her figure was only slightly less impressive. Moreover, her amiable demeanor endeared her to Lin Feng, making her a worthy friend. Wang Meiling's beautiful eyes sparkled as she remarked, Comrade Lin Feng, you are indeed quite accomplished at a young age. Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a yoga poster on her desk. During your break, are you exploring yoga, Comrade Lin Feng? She inquired, following his gaze and smiling as she explained. Indeed, I also have a fondness for yoga. It can transform one's physique and demeanor, Lin Feng replied, feeling a connection as if he had found a kindred spirit. Among the few women he had encountered, such as Song Qian and Su Ling, although they had fine figures, they were not particularly fond of yoga. As for the peach, she dabbled in it, but only at a superficial level. Practicing yoga is tremendously beneficial for women, enhancing flexibility and grace, and it helps prevent injuries in daily life. Wang Meiling chuckled at his words, playfully pointing at Lin Feng with her fair finger. He smiled awkwardly, aware of his slight paunch and the fullness of his face. Comrade Lin Feng, you really ought to engage in more physical exercise. Yoga can indeed reshape your physique, and it is commendable that you have this awareness. However, consistency is key, she advised, her gaze sweeping over him with a friendly smile. I recommend that you enroll in a yoga training class. While it may be a bit pricey, the results are undoubtedly worthwhile. That sounds great. I was just lamenting my inability to find a reliable yoga training class. You are truly wonderful, Director Wang. Encountering you today is my good fortune, Lin Feng exclaimed, elated at the prospect of delving into the world of yoga and engaging with others. You're too kind, Comrade Lin Feng. We can discuss yoga further after work. I will refer you to the owner of the yoga studio. For now, let us attend to the official matters. You have brought the identification card, I trust? Wang Meiling turned towards the printer. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng promptly handed over his father's identification card. Comrade Lin Feng, we will need a supervisor, she stated. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng decided to call son Wanyu, requesting her to send a photocopy of her ID, which he then forwarded to Wang Meiling. The company registration proceeded swiftly, and by that afternoon, it was completed, including the issuance of the official seal and business license. Afterward, Wang Meiling personally drove Lin Feng to several departments, including environmental protection, safety, water resources, and land to submit materials. By the time they finished, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Wang Meiling had never felt so exhausted. Her skin glistened with perspiration, her hair dampened, and a faint blush appeared on her exquisitely beautiful cheeks. "Comrade Wang, you've worked hard this time," Lin Feng remarked with a playful smile. "Let us go. Dinner is on me tonight. You may choose the place." "Perhaps not. It's all for flood prevention work," Wang Meiling gently declined, despite being weary and famished after a long afternoon. After all, she had a fiancé, and dining with a stranger could tarnish her reputation. "Let us find some time to practice yoga together. I could use a little weight loss." Lin Feng's invitation to dinner was merely a formality. He understood the complexity of Wang Meiling's background and realized he needed to engage her interests. "Great. I'll be at that yoga studio this Saturday evening. I'll send you the location, and it'll help you slim down too." Wang Meiling readily agreed to Lin Feng's suggestion. Lin Feng's spirits lifted. At last, he had an opportunity to discuss yoga with her. He then exited the vehicle, hailing a taxi to the Jinchai bar, where he intended to devise a plan concerning his brother-in-law, Wang Yaozu. He needed to praise Wang Yaozu to create a rift between him and Ouyang Lingyu. For this task, he would require assistance from Sister Yu. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at Sister Yu's office on the second floor, pushing the door open without knocking. Inside the office, Sister Yu appeared startled, hurriedly stashing her phone in a drawer while wearing headphones. "Why did you come in without knocking?" She chastised Lin Feng. "Hey, I have urgent matters to discuss." "Something seems off with you," Lin Feng observed with a grin, noticing her unusual demeanor. "Mind your own business," Sister Yu retorted, a cold huff escaping her lips. Lin Feng approached her, his gaze piercing, and glanced at her drawer, where the glow of her phone emanated. "What are you staring at?" Sister Yu leaned forward, blocking the drawer with her body. Lin Feng's eyes roamed over her delicate neck and alluring face, noticing her complexion reddening. His gaze then fell upon her long, fair legs and skirt. "Lin Feng, I warn you, if you keep looking at me like that, I will accuse you of harassment," Sister Yu said, tightening her legs with a hostile glare. "Sister Yu, there is no need for you to be this way. If you have any troubles, I can assist you," Lin Feng said with a mischievous smile, recognizing her evident distress, likely stemming from her indulgence in adult films for comfort. This was the second time he had discovered this. As the owner of the Jinchai bar, he felt responsible for Sister Yu's well-being. "Get out. Get out." Sister Yu's face flushed deeper as she insisted Lin Feng leave. "If you're unwilling, that is fine. I'm here for business. I need you to help me find a beautiful woman to entice my brother-in-law Wang Yaozu, and also arrange 10 African brothers for him." Lin Feng glanced at Sister Yu. Knowing full well he could not allow any genuine connection between the beauty and Wang Yaozu, as that would only benefit him. He intended to alter Wang Yaozu's sexual orientation, so he could only enlist the help of 10 African-American brothers. Upon hearing this, Sister Yu pondered for a moment and said, "This is a trivial matter. If you produce 2 million, I shall assist you. Moreover, these individuals are all HIV positive." "All right, the sooner, the better," Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully, appreciating the thoughtful arrangement for his brother-in-law. "However, even if you tarnish his reputation, what of it? Ouyang Lingyu may not abandon him, for it is said that Wang Yaozu descended from the heavens to save her when she was in peril. Likewise, Ouyang Lingyu possesses a formidable background. To toy with her fiancé would leave you vulnerable, as harming Wang Yaozu equates to slapping the Ouyang family in the face." Sister Yu rose and decisively switched off her phone. Lin Feng, with arms crossed, declared proudly, "Sister Yu, I have certainly considered the implications you mentioned. And let me inform you, it was I who saved Ouyang Lingyu, not him." Sister Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she reached out her delicate hand to touch Lin Feng's forehead, suspecting he might be intoxicated. Lin Feng brushed her hand away with a chuckle, stating, "I rescued Ouyang Lingyu from a lightning strike on Mount Huang. I awaited her recovery. But when I had to leave, I asked Wang Yaozu to look after her. Little did I know, he seized the opportunity to craft his image and woo her." Sister Yu, her expression one of incredulity, remarked, "You possess such awareness?" Lin Feng, with a sense of righteousness, replied, "My character remains unblemished. Whenever any woman is in danger, I shall undoubtedly place myself in front of her." Sister Yu shot him a disapproving look, saying, provided that the woman is young and beautiful, of course. If it were an old onion, you would surely flee. Lin Feng sighed. You truly do not understand me. If you, an old onion, were in peril, I would certainly shield you. Get lost. You are the old onion. Your entire family is old onions. Sister Yu retorted, infuriated by Lin Feng's jibe. At just over 20, she maintained an impressive appearance, rivaling that of any young star. Yet Lin Feng had the audacity to refer to her as an old onion. Lin Feng allowed Sister Yu to strike him, and in their playful tussle, he bent down and effortlessly lifted her. You scoundrel, put me down. Sister Yu exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and fury. My husband, Zhang Heilong, will kill you if he finds out. Him? Lin Feng scoffed. I could kick him away 20 times over. He tossed Sister Yu onto the sofa, and she glared at him, seething with the desire to retaliate. I offer you a lucrative opportunity, but you must follow me from now on, as my association with you could pose significant risks. Lin Feng settled on the sofa, his gaze fixating on Sister Yu's black lace dress. Below it lay her long, snow-white legs, adorned with half-length black stockings, a temptation few men could withstand. What opportunity to earn money? How much can be made? Sister Yu felt the intensity of Lin Feng's gaze and hastily draped an air-conditioning blanket over her legs. Let us get to work. Lin Feng reached out and snatched the blanket away, throwing it harshly onto the distant coat rack. Upon hearing this, Sister Yu chuckled softly, her laughter as vibrant as blooming flowers. She initially wondered what kind of business was being discussed, only to realize it was about a sand pit. What is so amusing? Do you perhaps have a sand business? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. Sister Yu retrieved a feminine cigarette from her drawer, lit it, and elegantly exhaled a puff of smoke while gazing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, the real estate market is in decline, sand is selling poorly, and many sand pits have shut down. Starting a sand business now would lead to devastating losses. Lin Feng, admiring Sister Yu's exquisite features, responded with a smile, in business, we advocate buying low and selling high. I have my own plans for starting a sand pit. Are you in or out? Sister Yu's captivating eyes scrutinized Lin Feng, seemingly seeking something within him, only to discover that his gaze was fixated on her figure. You think of such matters all day. Why don't you just perish in a womaness embrace? Sister Yu felt her temper flaring under Lin Feng's gaze. Men are drawn to this sort of thing. It merely indicates that you still possess some allure. In 10 years, should you still be around, I might not even spare you a glance. Lin Feng retorted without reservation. Sister Yu gritted her teeth in frustration, wishing to bite Lin Feng for his sharp tongue. Are we proceeding with the sand business or not? If you're not, I'll find someone else. Lin Feng pressed again, knowing that Sister Yu was well connected in the underworld. Running a sand pit requires not only managing government relationships, but also dealing with underworld matters to prevent trouble. Once the sand pit is operational, unsavory characters are bound to come seeking trouble. Lin Feng cannot be there to oversee everything. This was where Sister Yu's involvement would be crucial. Even if she struggled with the management, she could help Lin Feng uncover the backgrounds of potential threats, enabling him to dismantle them later. Apart from seeking Sister Yu's assistance with the sand pit, Lin Feng also aimed to seize this opportunity to fully bring her under his command. Sister Yu, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Feng, pondered for a moment. Have you received some insider information? She recalled Lin Feng's staggering profit of 900 million from an investment of 2.5 million and how he had facilitated immense gains for others like Kai Yu and Luo Ju. One could not deny the formidable nature of his information network. Do not ask what you ought not to. I shall ask you but one question. Are you in or out? If you choose to join, you will be mine. If not, remain content within your bar, Lin Feng stated, regarding Sister Yu intently. How much do I need to invest? Sister Yu contemplated before responding. 100 million. Lin Feng smiled at Sister Yu. I assure you a profit of 300 million. 100 million? Why don't you simply rob a bank? I lack such substantial funds. Sister Yu shook her head, explaining that her wealth was tied up in fixed assets, making it impossible to gather such cash in a short time. This is merely one condition. The other is to become mine. Both conditions are indispensable, Lin Feng declared, reclining in a chair with his legs crossed, casually lighting a cigarette. Sister Yu felt a strong urge to strike this man before her. He desired both her money and her loyalty. Such greed. How much are you planning to invest? Sister Yu questioned, intrigued. Currently, I plan to invest 400 million, Lin Feng replied after some thought. This project requires at least 500 million. I intend to consult with the wealthy ladies, Shui Mitao and Miao Ling, given our close connections. Sister Yu reclined on the sofa, her beautiful eyes gently closed. Before she raised her gaze to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I am investing 100 million. I do not care how much you earn. You only need to ensure that you make a profit of 100 million. As for how much more you make, that entirely depends on your own capabilities. Very well. Lin Feng responded with a smile, applauding her decisiveness. It appears you have some knowledge of the sand industry? Sister Yu nodded. I actually own a small sand operation, currently holding 200,000 tons. Given the current market prices, I have incurred significant losses. So, she is a magnate in the sand business. Impressive, Lin Feng thought, giving her a thumbs up. He only knew that the price of sand would rise in the future. Yet he was oblivious to many operational intricacies involved in running a sand business. I spent a fortune just to obtain the necessary permits back then. The cost was exorbitant. And now, with sand sales stagnating, those permits hold little value. Sister Yu elaborated. Does Zhang Heilong have any shares in it? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. Sister Yu shook her head. No, that sand operation was actually bequeathed to me by my father. He is currently imprisoned and may never return. Well, since it was left to you by your father, you should cherish it as a keepsake, Lin Feng offered, attempting to console her. Sister Yu shot him a disapproving glance. Is that how you comfort someone? Just then, Lin Feng leaned closer to her, his gaze lingering on her lace dress with a hint of desire. Sister Yu seemed to sense his gaze, turning her face crimson. Lin Feng, remember, do not deceive me. I need to earn another 100 million to conduct my business. Rest assured, I would never deceive you. Trust me, investing with me will definitely transform your bicycle into a motorcycle, Lin Feng replied, his eyes softening. The Sister Yu before him was undoubtedly a woman with a story. It seemed essential to delve deeper into her life, to enlist her aid. Sister Yu bit her pink lip, whispering, please close the office door. Lin Feng instantly understood, rising to close the office door. Sister Yu then switched off the lights. Why turn off the lights? Lin Feng asked with a mischievous grin, as he preferred to see her expressions clearly. Sister Yu, her face flushed, shot him an exasperated look. She picked up her phone from the table and hurled it at the ceiling light, shattering it. Are you worried that you are aging and might frighten me? Lin Feng chuckled. Lin, today I will teach you a lesson for your insolent remarks. Who is aging? I am just in my early 20s. You are the old man here. Sister Yu retorted fiercely. Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly. He sensed a gust as she attempted to strike him. He deftly dodged her kick. Laughing, Sister Yu, I was mistaken. You are even more radiant than an 18-year-old. Humph. Sister Yu huffed, finally relenting. At the Huangshan Scenic Area Management Office, a car pulled up at the entrance, carrying Si Yunxiu and Ouyang Lingyu. They had missed the high-speed train and thus had to drive to Huangshan. Ouyang Lingyu's delicate face bore an expression of complex emotions. Mom, did Dad notify the people here? She could not help but ask. Yes, he did. The supervising authorities here will come personally, Si Yunxiu affirmed. Just then, a hurried figure approached. It was Huang Yukai, the director of the scenic area. Madam Ouyang, Miss Ouyang. You have worked hard. I am Huang Yukai, the director of the scenic area management. Huang Yukai approached with a smile. Hello, Director Huang. Today, I must trouble you. Si Yunxiu greeted him warmly. It was my oversight that led to Miss Ouyang being struck by lightning. However, do not worry. I have retrieved the videos from the past few years and located the footage of the incident, Huang Yukai stated without further ado, informing them that they had found the video from 2 years prior. Si Yunxiu and Ouyang Lingyu were overjoyed at this news. They had planned to search for it themselves, but were pleasantly surprised that the scenic area had already gathered the footage. Madam Ouyang, Miss Ouyang, please come in. Huang Yukai gestured invitingly. Si Yunxiu and Ouyang Lingyu entered the scenic area management office. Chapter 69. Ouyang Lingyu. Brother Lin Feng, I am sorry for what I have done. At the Huangshan Scenic Management Office, Huang Yukai assembled all the footage of the moment Ouyang Lingyu was struck by lightning. Si Yunxiu watched as her daughter was suddenly struck by lightning and fell to the ground, surrounded by passers-by who merely pointed and did not offer assistance. At that moment, a man pushed through the crowd, crouching down to perform CPR on Ouyang Lingyu. After a brief period, the man lifted her and rushed towards the cable car, only to be informed that it was under maintenance. With no other choice, he carried her down the mountain, carefully guarding her all the way. Even when he stumbled, he continued to protect Ouyang Lingyu in his arms. This man was Lin Feng. Ouyang Lingyu's face flushed as she watched the footage, realizing that Lin Feng had indeed performed CPR on her. Although Si Yunxiu was aware of her daughter's lightning strike, Seeing her in danger brought tears to her eyes. She felt an immense gratitude towards Lin Feng. Had he not intervened, her daughter might have perished. Additionally, we have retrieved the hospital surveillance footage. Here it is. Huang Yukai opened another video. Si Yunxiu continued to watch as Lin Feng rushed Ouyang Lingyu into the emergency room, where she remained unconscious for 3 days. Throughout those 3 days, Lin Feng remained by her side. This individual appears to be a writer. The hospital staff mentioned that he has been writing continuously, and he has covered all of Miss Ouyang's hospital expenses, Huang Yukai explained with a smile. Miss Ouyang has encountered a benefactor. Upon seeing this, Ouyang Lingyu felt overwhelming guilt as she recalled her harsh words towards Lin Feng and the misunderstandings that led her to perceive him as a scoundrel. Lin Feng is a true man, but he has unfortunately encountered unworthy individuals. Si Yunxiu sighed, acknowledging Lin Feng's commendable character and sense of responsibility. Mother, I have spoken harshly to brother Lin Feng on multiple occasions, Ouyang Lingyu murmured. It is of no consequence. Lin Feng is a magnanimous man and will not hold it against you. However, you must show some gratitude, don't you think? Si Yunxiu gently touched Ouyang Lingyu's forehead with a smile. I understand. I will sincerely invite him to dinner when we return. And I hope father will support brother Lin Feng's endeavors. Ouyang Lingyu gazed at Si Yunxiu with a pleading expression. Lin Feng is prepared to invest 500 million to assist your father in addressing the flood control issues, but this matter necessitates collaboration from your water conservancy department. She implored. Si Yunxiu elucidated. If you wish to help him, you must hasten back to Jiang City. Indeed. Ouyang Lingyu nodded gently in agreement. At that moment, a video call from Ouyang Lei came through. Ouyang Lingyu answered, and the cheerful voice of Ouyang Lei resonated from the other end. Sister, how goes it? He inquired with a note of anticipation. It was brother Lin Feng who rescued me, Ouyang Lingyu replied. What a dramatic turn of events. I could weave your tale into a novel, and it would surely become a sensation. Misunderstandings between the protagonists, and now they are on the path to reconciliation. Ouyang Lei teased playfully. Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Feng is already married, Ouyang Lingyu retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Xiaolei, cease your frivolity. Since you know Lin Feng, invite him to dinner sometime. I shall cook for you both, Si Yunxiu interjected. Speaking of which, he has truly been a blessing for our family. Indeed, my sister was saved by him, and I managed to meet a small goal thanks to his assistance. Now, he is funding the dredging of the river and lake, and while his motives may be profit-driven, he has undeniably alleviated my father's current predicament, Ouyang Lei reflected. Let's arrange to meet him in a couple of days. He must be quite occupied at the moment, Si Yunxiu explained. Understood. Do not rush back. Take a restful night before returning to Jiang City. The fog is dense at night, and the truth has already been uncovered, Ouyang Lei advised. This is the perfect opportunity for Lingyu to accompany you and unwind. Si Yunxiu glanced at Ouyang Lingyu, who recalled her mother's concerns for her and promptly resolved to spend the day with her before heading back to Jiang City. After concluding the video call, Ouyang Lingyu discreetly composed a text to Lin Feng. In the depths of night in Jiang City, Lin Feng, drenched in sweat, reclined on the sofa in Sister Yu's office, clad only in shorts after a bath. His back bore scratches, but fortunately, his skin was resilient. Sister Yu emerged clad in a pale blue bathrobe, her skin alabaster, her figure elegantly contoured as she approached with her fair legs. Draped in the robe, she resembled a stunning mermaid. Her complexion was flushed, exuding a hint of allure. Sister Yu's beautiful gaze swept over Lin Feng, and she mused that this man was indeed extraordinary. No wonder Kai Yue was so enamored with him. Ding! At that moment, a notification chimed from the phone on the table. Sister Yu glanced at the message and a smirk crossed her face. Big boss, you truly are fortunate. Congratulations on winning Ouyang Lingyu's heart, she remarked, holding the phone while looking at Lin Feng. Winning her heart? Lin Feng questioned, perplexed. Lin Feng, I am truly sorry for my previous impulsiveness. Please forgive me. You are the epitome of a real man. Sister Yu read aloud from Ouyang Lingyu's message, a hint of jealousy flickering in her expression. Are you already feeling jealous? Lin Feng observed with a teasing smile. Jealous? You overthink it. I merely cannot bear to see a beautiful woman fall into your grasp, Sister Yu replied, sitting on the sofa as she picked up a banana. With a sharp crack, she forcefully broke it, peeled it, and then devoured it with vigor. Lin Feng felt a sudden twitch in his eyelids. This woman had served in the military and was akin to a rose with thorns, exceedingly difficult to tame. How did Uncle manage to get involved? Do you require my assistance? Lin Feng casually inquired. Yue, taken aback by his words, responded. One of the sand quarries he was involved with experienced a safety incident, resulting in the deaths of several workers. That quarry has since been shut down, and with its closure, his partners accused him of illegal fundraising, leading to multiple charges and a life sentence. As Lin Feng recalled, he suddenly asked, "Is your father nicknamed Old Cat?" In his previous life, while researching articles on the sand market, he had come across information suggesting that some quarry owners had been accused of illegal fundraising, one of whom was indeed called Old Cat, affectionately referred to as Brother Cat by many young people. A friend had mentioned that the safety incident at Old Cat's site was orchestrated by someone named Black Dog. How do you know about my father? Yue asked, puzzled. Lin Feng lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke as he said, "If you diligently assist me, I will investigate your father's situation. He appears to have been set up." What? Are you implying that my father was framed? So the safety incident wasn't his fault? Yue stood up abruptly, gripping Lin Feng's arm with excitement. I'm merely relaying what I have heard, but I cannot confirm it. Just wait for my updates. Lin Feng spoke gently. Since you are aligned with me, I will ensure this matter is resolved. Upon hearing this, Yue's cheeks glistened with tears as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Lin Feng. Having been married to Zhang Heilong for several years, Yue lamented that he had never shown concern for her father's plight, and his frequent outings had only deepened her sorrow. Ding dong. At that moment, a notification chimed on Lin Feng's phone. He glanced down to see a message from his brother-in-law, Wang Yaozu, urging him to pay for medical expenses at the hospital. Lin Feng promptly dialed Wang Yaozu's number. Yaozu, where are you? He had been looking for him. And now that Wang Yaozu had come to him, he would take care of the situation early. I'm at the hospital waiting for you. Hurry up and bring the money. Wang Yaozu urged without hesitation. All right, I'm on my way, Lin Feng replied before ending the call. He recalled that there were still over 100,000 in Wang Meiling's bank account, more than sufficient to cover the medical costs. It seemed Wang Yaozu was in need of funds. Let's go. I'll accompany you to the hospital, Yue said as she approached. Are you able to walk? And you want to involve yourself with Wang Yaozu? How could I possibly agree to that? Lin Feng remarked with a half-smile, observing Yue. Stop being ridiculous. Who is trying to involve him? I'm simply taking my sister along. I'm going to the hospital for other matters, Yue retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment. With a resigned sigh, Lin Feng ultimately acquiesced and assisted Yue down the stairs. Yue casually called out to a beautiful friend. Lin Feng recognized her as Miao Miao, the one who had previously aided him in outsmarting Liang Cohen. Hey, beautiful, Lin Feng greeted with a smile. Miao Miao heard you were in trouble and rushed over from the provincial capital by high-speed train, Yue explained with a grin. An extra 100,000, Lin Feng declared, tossing in an additional sum. Thank you, boss. Wishing you nights filled with revelry, Miao Miao beamed, her sweet smile lighting up her face. Make sure to call me when you visit the provincial capital. I'll arrange for you to be well entertained, or else I would feel guilty about taking this money. All right, you must make proper arrangements, Lin Feng said with a smile, sensing it was time to visit the provincial capital. Otherwise, he would be remiss in acknowledging Miao Miao's warm hospitality. I'll introduce a few golden-haired beauties who studied abroad to the boss. They can drink like fish. And you all can celebrate heartily, Miao Miao said with a flirtatious smile. Lin Feng's anticipation grew. You're exhausting. Sister Yu, who was driving, scolded, then pressed the accelerator hard, heading towards the third hospital. Chapter 70. Miao Miao's flirtation with Wang Yaozu at the Hotel Lin Feng, along with Sister Yu and Miao Miao, soon arrived at the third hospital. Sister Yu went to the outpatient department to fetch medication, while Miao Miao trailed Lin Feng from a distance, waiting for his signal. Upon entering the inpatient department, Lin Feng found his wife, Wang Meiling, lying in bed, with Wang Yaozu and his mother-in-law, Lu Yufan, seated beside her. What have you been doing? Lu Yufan approached, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng. Your wife is injured in the hospital, and you've been absent all day. Brother-in-law, you're truly not a man. I regret marrying my sister to you, Wang Yaozu chimed in, chastising Lin Feng. I was at the construction site moving bricks. The earnings are quicker there, Lin Feng feigned a pitiful demeanor. Were it not for his intention to send Wang Meiling to the crematorium, he would have slapped Wang Yaozu and Lu Yufan several times. Useless, you're utterly useless. Writing articles? How much can you earn moving bricks? What are you thinking? Wang Meiling, in her hospital bed, exploded with anger. Her body was in excruciating pain. possibly due to the waning effects of medication. She felt unbearably uncomfortable, wishing only to crash against the wall. Lin Feng turned away to apply eye drops, then faced Wang Meiling again, feigning concern. "My dear, I would gladly bear your suffering. I was contemplating my writing even as I moved bricks. It doesn't interfere," Lin Feng reiterated. "Moreover, I've spoken with the hospital. There's no need to pay the hospitalization fee for now. We can settle it all after your treatment." Wang Meiling looked at Lin Feng again. "Lin Feng, let me ask you once more. Can you transfer your parents' house to Yaozu? He truly intends to marry." Lin Feng hesitated before responding. "Wife, I will do everything in my power to assist Yaozu with his housing dilemma, but absolutely not at the expense of my parents' home. You truly wish to drive me to despair. Your heart is so cruel." Wang Meiling trembled with rage, pointing at Lin Feng. Lu Yufan and Wang Yaozu were incensed, ready to confront Lin Feng, but were halted by Wang Meiling's shout. "Mom, brother, please do not pressure Lin Feng any further. My heart is deadened. I no longer wish to see him." Wang Meiling feigned sorrow, weeping. Lu Yufan and Wang Yaozu cast Lin Feng a fierce glare before relenting. "Is this Mr. Wang Yaozu?" A melodious voice interjected. Everyone turned towards the door and saw Miao Miao standing there. Dressed in a sleek black dress, her figure was already striking, enhanced by her fair skin and exquisite features, complemented by an LV handbag, embodying the image of a beautiful heiress. "I am Wang Yaozu. May I ask who you are?" Wang Yaozu stammered upon seeing Miao Miao, his heart racing. "I'm a fan of Mr. Wang Yaozu. I heard your sister was hospitalized, so I came to check in." Miao Miao replied with a smile. "Mr. Wang Yaozu, your writing is exceptional. It turns out you are my reader." Wang Yaozu exclaimed with excitement as he rose to his feet, rubbing his hands together in disbelief, not expecting to have such a beautiful female reader. "My dear son, a true dragon among men," Lu Yufan added, equally exhilarated, as she stood to pour tea for Miao Miao. In contrast, Wang Meiling appeared somewhat skeptical. "How did you know Yaozu was in the hospital?" she inquired with suspicion. Miao Miao flashed a sweet smile and replied, "Sister, Mr. Wang Yaozu has his own fan group. He regularly shares updates about his life on his social media. Although I haven't added him as a friend, the sisters in the group discreetly informed me." This was a serendipitous encounter prearranged by Lin Feng. Wang Yaozu, having garnered thousands of followers through Lin Feng's articles posted online, had established a fan club. Lin Feng was aware of this group and had encouraged Miao Miao to join it secretly. Wang Meiling was instantly filled with joy upon hearing this. Her brother had achieved success. "Sister, please do not speak carelessly. I never imagined I would meet my reader," Wang Yaozu remarked, his gaze drawn to Miao Miao's alluring figure, his heart racing. "Mr. Wang Yaozu is even more handsome than I imagined. I would like to invite him for a drink. I wonder if I might have that honor. My primary desire is to discuss literature with Mr. Wang Yaozu, as I find his intellectual depth commendable," Miao Miao said with a charming smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Wang Yaozu. In response, Wang Yaozu laughed heartily. "Thank you for your kind words, beautiful lady," and then turned his attention to Wang Meiling, who was seated on the bed. "Yaozu, feel free to go. I support you in your endeavors and encourage you to engage deeply with your readers," she said, her face beaming with pride as she regarded her brother, finally recognizing his accomplishments. "Indeed, your sister-in-law and I shall remain here. Yaozu, do not disappoint the expectations of your readers," Lu Yufan joined in, stepping forward to appraise Miao Miao. Wang Yaozu's expression took on a serious tone as he addressed his mother and sister. "Since that is the case, I shall have an earnest conversation with this lovely lady and return shortly. Auntie, sister, I assure you I will not take up too much of Mr. Wang Yaozu's time," Miao Miao said cheerfully as she greeted Lu Yufan and Wang Meiling, presenting them with a red envelope. They graciously accepted it, indicating that Wang Yaozu had plenty of time in the evening for a meaningful discussion. Soon, Miao Miao and Wang Yaozu departed from the hospital. "Mother, wife, I must return to write. It's time to earn some money," Lin Feng remarked, observing Wang Meiling and Lu Yufan with a smile. "Good for nothing, leave." Lu Yufan retorted disdainfully at Lin Feng. "If you possessed even half of my son's talent, you wouldn't struggle to earn a living." Wang Meiling chose not to engage with Lin Feng at that moment. Just then, another figure entered the room, cigarette in mouth. It was Lin Feng's father-in-law, Wang Goxing. "Dad, you're back," Lin Feng greeted him. Wang Goxing, a man well-versed in vices, unable to keep money in his hands, was a bricklayer, often laboring at construction sites. It is your responsibility and duty as a brother-in-law to resolve Yaozu's housing situation, he sternly instructed Lin Feng, pointing at him. Dad, I will do my best to find a solution. I must take my leave now. Lin Feng thought about how he would like to deal with Wang Goshing upon seeing him. In his previous life, Lin Feng, burdened by guilt, dutifully served Wang Goshing, even attending to menial tasks such as carrying a chamber pot. Ultimately, he discovered that this family's actions were nothing but a facade. Only then did his father-in-law seem satisfied. Lin Feng turned away from the hospital room, contemplating when to feign death. Unless he pressured this scoundrel, he would not resolve the housing issue for Yaozu. The father-in-law approached Lu Yufan and Wang Meiling, whispering, "What is the rush? Our daughter is injured. Let her recover for a couple of days before we act." Lu Yufan responded, "What if she suffers lasting damage? It wouldn't be right to explain that to Meiling's ex-boyfriend." The father-in-law retorted angrily, "I have always found Lin Feng disagreeable. Once my daughter pretends to be incapacitated, I shall slap him several times, and I will not spare his parents either. Dad, please be gentle. I worry about damaging his brain and hindering his ability to earn for you," Wang Meiling cautioned her father. He grinned, "Rest assured, I will exercise restraint." In the surgical office of the hospital, Su Ling reported for duty, as Song Qian was preoccupied with real estate ventures, leaving her alone in the empty villa. Before her sat Lin Feng, who was playing back a recording of the conversation between his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and wife on his phone. His expression darkened progressively. Unable to suppress her laughter at the absurdity of the dialogue, Su Ling looked at Lin Feng with sympathy, reflecting on how such an exceptional man found himself entangled with such a peculiar family. "Su Ling, I see you reveling in my misfortune. Perhaps you need a lesson," Lin Feng remarked, displeased by her reaction. Su Ling, feeling a pang of empathy, gently caressed Lin Feng's cheek and smiled. "From now on, I shall care for you. This family is blind to your worth. How will you care for me? You are injured yourself," Lin Feng replied with a sardonic smile. "You're incorrigible," Su Ling playfully scolded in response. "I must take my leave to recruit some handsome men for my mother-in-law, to show her some respect," Lin Feng announced as he stood up. Suddenly, he recalled a repugnant request made by Lu Yufan during his previous life while he cared for her, prompting him to flee in disgust. This indicated a deep discord between Lu Yufan and his father-in-law. She craved some excitement in her life. As a son-in-law, he was bound to fulfill his filial duty. Recording some risque films for Wang Goshing would be nothing short of perfect. "Are you truly that benevolent?" Su Ling discerned the mischievous glint in Lin Feng's eyes. "Of course, I am," he replied as he exited her office. After leaving Su Ling's office, he found Sister Yu, who was already prepared with first aid supplies. "Has Miao Miao taken Wang Yaozu to the bar?" Lin Feng inquired. "They are currently drinking at the Golden Hairpin Bar. I have arranged for 10 gentlemen nearby, ready for action, and we have surveillance set up for live viewing," Sister Yu replied with a smile. Lin Feng nodded slightly and, together with Sister Yu, made his way to the Golden Hairpin Bar to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 71. The Withered Flower, Blood on the Ground. Wang Yaozu's new life inside a private room of the Golden Hairpin Bar. Miao Miao and Wang Yaozu were indulging in drinks. Miao Miao gazed at Wang Yaozu with a hint of admiration. Wang Yaozu reveled in the attention, boasting of his connections in Jiang City, claiming he could summon leaders from various departments with just a phone call. "Brother Yaozu, you are truly impressive, talented, and handsome, and your connections in Jiang City are formidable. I am particularly fond of men like you." Miao Miao gazed at Wang Yaozu with increasing admiration. Wang Yaozu patted his chest and assured her, "If you encounter any issues in Jiang City, mentioning my name will undoubtedly be effective. Then, Brother Yaozu, you must take care of me. I am all alone in Jiang City," Miao Miao said playfully. "Well, that will depend on your performance tonight. Let us drink," Wang Yaozu replied, his eyes glinting at the sight of Miao Miao's charming demeanor, wishing to whisk her away to a hotel immediately. "I don't want to drink anymore, Brother Yaozu. I'd like to find a place to rest," Miao Miao said, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. "Not a problem, sister. I'll take you to the hotel now," Wang Yaozu said, his spirits lifted at the prospect of a delightful evening. He had refrained from contacting other women for the sake of marrying Ouyang Lingyu, who insisted on sharing a room upon marriage. Having restrained himself for over 6 months, encountering someone as inviting as Miao Miao was irresistible. "All right, let us finish this last drink," Miao Miao said, stepping closer and whispering. "I want to share a cup of wine with you, brother." "Sure, I adore sharing a cup of wine," Wang Yaozu readily agreed. The two raised their glasses. intertwining their arms, with Wang Yaozu drinking from Miao Miao's glass while she sipped from his. Wang Yaozu sensed something was amiss with the drink, but dismissed it, eagerly pulling Miao Miao from the bar to the nearby hotel. However, upon entering the hotel, he felt an overwhelming heat and dizziness wash over him. Brother Yaozu, I'll step out to buy a small umbrella. You take a shower and wait for me, Miao Miao said, playfully pinching his thigh. Quickly go. I'll be waiting for you, he replied, excitement coursing through him as he headed to the bathroom to shower. The heat intensified, and he hastily stripped off his clothes, fantasizing about an intimate encounter with Miao Miao, eager to release the pent-up energy of the past 6 months. Just then, he heard the sound of the door opening. Miao Miao, I'm here, Wang Yaozu exclaimed, stepping out of the bathroom, ready for a wild night. Instead, he was met with a group of imposing men, their eyes wild with intent, some grinning maliciously as they scrutinized him. Who are you? You've entered the wrong room, Wang Yaozu shouted angrily, pointing at the men. Get out now. But they did not understand his words. 2 of the men, grinning wickedly, approached him, seizing his arms and tossing him onto the bed. What do you want? No, Wang Yaozu screamed in a frenzy. Moments later, his anguished cries echoed throughout the room. In a nearby office, Lin Feng, cigarette in mouth, watched the large screen displaying a video of Wang Yaozu in a fierce struggle with 10 men. Accompanying him was Miao Miao, who, after escorting Wang Yaozu to the hotel, had returned to the bar. In this poignant moment, I am inspired to compose a verse. The chrysanthemums wilt, blood stains the ground, and classmate Yaozu shall unlock the gates to a new world, transitioning from resistance to indulgence, his spirit elevated. Miao Miao, holding an ice cream, gazes at Lin Feng and smiles. Lin Feng, you did well. Lin Feng exhales deeply, finally releasing a pent-up frustration. Miao Miao, your performance deserves commendation. With a smile, he transfers 100,000 yuan to her, a previously agreed-upon bonus. Thank you, Brother Lin Feng. I'll head back to the provincial city. Remember to visit for drinks. My friends know some stunning blonde foreign students. They drink beautifully. Miao Miao laughs, playfully throwing a fist. Rest assured, I shall certainly come. Lin Feng reciprocates with a fist bump. As Miao Miao departs the hotel, Lin Feng immerses himself in the captivating scene on the large screen, where Wang Yaozu erupts in excitement. This moment deserves to be clipped and sent to Ouyang Lingyu, who, upon seeing it, would undoubtedly be appalled, severing ties with Wang Yaozu without a second thought. With this thought, Lin Feng eagerly anticipates Ouyang Lingyu's return to Jiang City. Stop watching. Comes the voice of Sister Yu from the restroom. Why not? The battle is so intense. Lin Feng laughs, glancing toward the restroom. I worry that if you watch for too long, your preferences might change, Sister Yu teases with a sultry smile. Lin Feng rises and approaches the restroom, suddenly commenting. Sister Yu, I've noticed a shift in your demeanor these past few days. You used to be so cool and aloof. Mind your own business, she retorts softly, a hint of anger in her tone. Lin Feng smirks. I understand. Your prolonged absence of male companionship has led to hormonal imbalances, hastening your approach to menopause. But fear not. I have balanced your hormones, restoring your state of mind. Get lost. It seems Lin Feng has struck a nerve, prompting Sister Yu to demand his departure. You dare tell me to leave? Clearly, you require further adjustments, he asserts, pushing open the restroom door and stepping inside. Scoundrel, get out. Sister Yu's voice, laced with embarrassment and anger, echoes from within. The following morning, Lin Feng lies nestled in his blanket, inhaling an inviting aroma. He swiftly dresses and makes his way to the living room. There, a large clay pot awaits, brimming with a milky broth, adorned with ginseng and lamb kidneys. Hurry and eat. After breakfast, settle the bill with Ao Dabong. Just 10,000 yuan will suffice. Sister Yu enters, clad in pale blue sleepwear. 10,000. That's quite reasonable, Lin Feng exclaims in astonishment, as he had intended to offer her 2 million. Humph, you are nothing but a nouveau riche. Tossing around 2 million like it's nothing. Such extravagance will surely lead to ruin, Sister Yu replies with a light scoff. Upon reflection, Lin Feng acknowledges the truth in her words. He has been excessively lavish recently and resolves to temper his spending, particularly regarding payments to Laoang. With this in mind, he finishes his meal and heads to the hotel across the street. Inside, Wang Yaozu lies on the bed, the sheets stained crimson, writhing in pain as cold sweat beads on his forehead. 10 or so Laoang stand around, with Ao Dabong at the forefront. In his homeland, Ao Dabong was an unemployed drifter, but he had since relocated here, becoming the proprietor of a fitness club. He is equally attractive to both genders, driven by a strong physical desire. Moreover, with Sister Yu offering a generous sum of 100,000 yuan, Ao Dabong immediately gathered a group of his companions to take action. The prospect of enjoyment coupled with profit was simply irresistible. Wang Yaozu? A fine name indeed, Ao Dabong remarked with a mischievous grin as he regarded Wang Yaozu. At that moment, Wang Yaozu felt a deep sense of despair, never having imagined he would find himself in such a predicament with a group of intimidating individuals. "I will report this," he shouted in fury. Ao Dabong and his companions exchanged sinister smiles as they looked at him. "You may do so. But know this, today's video will be disseminated far and wide," Ao Dabong replied with a cold smirk. Wang Yaozu trembled at the thought. If that were to happen, his reputation would be utterly shattered, and the Ouyang family would undoubtedly call off the engagement. His aspirations of climbing the social ladder would be irrevocably dashed. From now on, heed my words. When I call for you, you must come forth, Ao Dabong continued with a sly grin. Otherwise, I will send the photographs to those around you. Overwhelmed, Wang Yaozu begged desperately, "Please, let me go." "Perhaps," Ao Dabong replied, "but it will depend on your future conduct." He pointed at Wang Yaozu, instructing, "Hurry, put on your clothes and leave." Wang Yaozu hurriedly dressed and limped out, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Upon descending the stairs, he encountered Lin Feng, instinctively lowering his head. "Yaozu, what are you doing here? What happened to you? Why are you limping? Who hurt you?" Lin Feng rushed over to support Wang Yaozu. "I am not Wang Yaozu. You have mistaken me for someone else." Wang Yaozu recognized Lin Feng's voice and quickly averted his gaze, shaking off Lin Feng's grip. "Not Wang Yaozu. I wish I could lift your chin to confirm, but I fear that there may be unsightly marks on your neck," Lin Feng responded, hesitant. "I truly am not Wang Yaozu. You must have misidentified me. I need to go to the hospital," Wang Yaozu insisted, evading further contact. Concerned about potential illness, he urgently required medical attention to obtain emergency prophylactic medication, lest his life be irrevocably altered. "I must have indeed been mistaken. You resemble a brother of mine," Lin Feng said warmly. "Allow me to escort you to the hospital." "No need for that. I can manage on my own." "Please, step aside," Wang Yaozu retorted, exasperated. As he made his way towards the exit, Lin Feng observed Wang Yaozu's limping gait, noting the crimson stains on his legs and the swelling on his face. It was evident that Wang Yaozu had experienced quite a night. With this thought, Lin Feng snapped a close-up photo of him with his phone before heading upstairs to his room, where a group of around 10 individuals were engaged in halting discussions in Mandarin. The man initially resisted, but his cries became quite pleasurable, one remarked. "He even begged me. This time it's profitable, and I've found a companion. Worth it. However, I heard the employer is stunning. When she comes to pay, we must have our way with her." She's the owner of the bar, fair, beautiful, and enticing, with a quintessentially luscious figure. I, Ao Dabong, have an affinity for such enticing forms. A group of shadowy figures engaged in a sinister discussion, their faces adorned with lewd smiles, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their employer, the infamous Sister Yu. They deliberated on who would make the first move and the manner in which they would proceed. Lin Feng, standing at the threshold, overheard their vile conversation, his countenance darkening with fury. How dare these scoundrels target Sister Yu? "Who, pray tell, is Mr. Odabang?" Lin Feng knocked on the door and inquired with a feigned smile. Upon hearing his voice, the group turned their attention to him. "I am he. Who might you be?" Odabang approached, a malicious grin plastered across his face. "I am one of Sister Yu's associates. She has sent me to deliver funds," Lin Feng replied coolly. At this revelation, the expressions of the nefarious group soured dramatically. They had intended to exploit Sister Yu, only to be met with her subordinate, a situation that thwarted their plans. The men exchanged hurried whispers in a foreign tongue for a brief moment, and then an evil smirk crossed Odabang's face. He beckoned Lin Feng forward, saying, "Come inside. We have matters to discuss." Lin Feng entered with a smile, and the group encircled him. "Attack," Odabang commanded. "Once we are done, we shall have our fun with him, and then send him to fetch Sister Yu." One of the attackers lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed at Lin Feng's nose. In response, Lin Feng delivered a swift kick to the assailant's groin, eliciting a pained scream as the man was sent crashing into the coffee table. Simultaneously, Lin Feng struck another assailant squarely on the head. The sound echoed like a watermelon colliding with a wall, followed by a cry of agony and a cascade of blood. The sudden ferocity of Lin Feng's counterattack startled Oda Bang and the others, causing them to retreat a few steps. They had not anticipated that Lin Feng would dare to resist. In a flash, Lin Feng positioned himself beside a wooden wardrobe from which a steel rod hung. With a powerful kick, he severed the connection between the rod and the wood, then kicked again to dislodge the rod entirely. Everyone, attack together and finish him. Oda Bang shouted to his accomplices as they charged forward. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy as he seized the steel rod and advanced. With a swift swing, he struck one of the attackers on the leg, the sound of bones breaking resonating through the air. The man let out a wretched cry, clutching his leg as he collapsed to the floor. Lin Feng's strikes were merciless, since mastering the art of joyful yoga. His reflexes and speed had soared beyond that of an ordinary person. More alarmingly, his strength had significantly increased, especially after forming a bond with Sun Wanyu, which further augmented his physical prowess. The steel rod, empowered by his might, became a fearsome weapon. Lin Feng unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the men. Each blow met with cries of despair as bones shattered. Some arms, some hands, and some legs were broken. "Spare me. I will never dare again." Oda Bang, overwhelmed by terror, fell to his knees and bowed in supplication. Lin Feng finally ceased his assault, gazing at the bloodied steel rod in his hand. "The bar owner is my woman. You possess quite the audacity to plot against her." He sneered down at Oda Bang. Upon hearing the words, Oda Bang's face contorted with terror. This fearsome man was, astonishingly, the partner of the bar owner. Had he overheard their clandestine discussions about the bar owner's wife? We dare not. We dare not." Ao Dabong and his companions pleaded for mercy. "Very well, here is the money," Lin Feng said, producing a bag containing 100,000 yuan in cash. "No, no, boss. This time we shall offer our services free of charge," Ao Dabong humbly implored. "I beg you to spare our lives." Only then did Lin Feng nod in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Do you know why I refrained from crippling you?" Ao Dabong forced a sycophantic grin, replying, "It is indeed a testament to your magnanimity, boss. Last night, the man who accompanied you was Wang Yaozu, my adversary. Thus, you must find an opportunity to deal with him," Lin Feng continued. "Furthermore, I require your assistance in courting a certain individual. This person was none other than his mother-in-law, Lu Yufan, who had long harbored dissatisfaction with her husband's frail condition. If Ao Dabong could win over Lu Yufan, it would indeed provide a delightful spectacle, a true feast for the senses. Who? I can certainly charm her," Ao Dabong exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as long as Lin Feng refrained from striking him. "Visit Wang Yaozu's home. The woman's name is Lu Yufan." As Lin Feng spoke, he retrieved his phone, displaying a photograph of his mother-in-law. Upon seeing Lu Yufan, Ao Dabang's eyes gleamed with interest. "Such a woman, and you were drawn to her?" Lin Feng shook his head in exasperation. "Remember, be swift. If you fail to accomplish the task, I shall toss you into Qinghe Lake to feed the fish." "Yes, yes," Ao Dabong replied with a fawning smile. "I will complete the task at the earliest opportunity." Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, standing up and striding towards the door. With a resounding crash, he kicked the door of the standard room, sending it flying and crashing onto an elderly man's face, who let out a pained cry. The other men trembled in fear, realizing that this man was truly inhuman and not to be trifled with. Ao Dabong prostrated himself in terror once more. After leaving the hotel, Lin Feng returned to the Golden Hairpin Bar and tossed a bag of money to Sister Yu. "What happened? How did you get the money back?" Sister Yu inquired, her eyes widening at the sight of the 100,000 yuan. "Fortunately, you didn't go. Those brutes were plotting against you," Lin Feng remarked, smiling at Sister Yu. Her expression darkened as she grabbed a steel rod and prepared to head out. "No need to go. 9 out of 10 of them will end up with broken bones," Lin Feng replied, discarding his blood-stained clothing directly into the trash, feeling sullied by the encounter. Upon hearing this, Sister Yu set down the rod and noticed the blood on Lin Feng's clothes. "Are you all right?" she asked. "They are merely a bunch of useless fools. How could they injure me?" Lin Feng assured her, "Go and buy me a new outfit." "Thank you. I'll get right on it," Sister Yu replied, a sweet smile illuminating her face as she turned to leave. After washing up in the restroom, Lin Feng emerged to find that Sister Yu had procured a jacket, shoes, and undergarments for him, all of high quality. After changing into the new attire, Lin Feng's demeanor transformed, emanating an air of nobility and commanding presence. It is not immediately apparent, yet your presentation is rather commendable, justifying the considerable sum I have expended. Sister Yu gazed at Lin Feng with a look of satisfaction. Rest assured, I shall devote more time to you. Additionally, I have a penchant for strawberry-flavored little umbrellas. Lin Feng, with a mischievous grin, gently lifted Sister Yu's fair chin with his hand. How shameless. Who invited you to accompany me? Sister Yu retorted playfully, her beautiful eyes narrowing at Lin Feng. Go attend to your lady, Ouyang. She has sent you messages, urging you to visit her residence. Lin Feng chuckled heartily upon hearing this. He picked up his phone, discovering several missed calls from Ouyang Lei, along with messages from Ouyang Lingyu requesting his presence at the Ouyang household. Chapter 73, Lin Feng, Lingyu. Wang Yaozu has been reckless and contracted an illness. Without delay, Lin Feng returned Ouyang Lei's call, asking him to send his location. Subsequently, Sister Yu prepared a box of Matai liquor and 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes for Lin Feng. 10 minutes later, Sister Yu drove Lin Feng to the entrance of the district committee's residential complex. Do not be too eager to inquire about my father's affairs. First, solidify the sand mining project. Moreover, do not acknowledge any associations with other women, as revealing this to Secretary Ouyang could lead to complications. Sister Yu advised Lin Feng earnestly. I have yet to decide on a relationship with Secretary Ouyang's daughter, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. However, Ouyang Lingyu is already aware of the situation. I sense she may develop feelings for you, and you require a formidable ally. Becoming Secretary Ouyang's son-in-law would be most advantageous, Sister Yu stated, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Feng with seriousness. Understood, Lin Feng responded with a soft chuckle, adding, Sister Yu, do remember to purchase some strawberry-flavored items from the supermarket. In response, Sister Yu rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and playfully pushed him out of the car. Lin Feng retrieved the gifts from the trunk and proceeded towards the district committee's residential area. Before long, Ouyang Lei emerged from the entrance, smoking a cigarette and casting a sharp glance at Lin Feng. You seem to be quite popular with the ladies. The one driving you here must be Sister Yu, the owner of the Golden Hairpin Bar. Is there something more than friendship between you two? Ouyang Lei teased, his tone laced with innuendo. Absolutely not, Lin Feng asserted, shaking his head. This matter must not be acknowledged. Worry not. We men all appreciate beauty, even if you end up with my sister. I wouldn't mind if you sought the company of other women, Ouyang Lei stated with sincerity. Lin Feng was skeptical of Ouyang Lei's words and clapped him on the shoulder, saying, Brother, I have never considered pursuing your sister. She is already engaged. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lei pointed at Lin Feng accusingly. Hypocritical. You are truly hypocritical. The moment you laid eyes on my sister, your gaze suggested you could devour her whole. You were the one who took her first kiss, and you were also her savior. Besides, your marriage is clearly at an end. Lin Feng, feeling disinclined to converse further, tossed the gifts at Ouyang Lei's feet and turned to leave. Don't go. I merely wish to have a heart-to-heart conversation, Ouyang Lei interjected, blocking Lin Feng's path with a smile. All right, let us not discuss your relationship with my sister any further. Only then did Lin Feng stop, smiling as he regarded Ouyang Lei. Would you consider investing in my company? If I could bring Ouyang Lei into my business, it would undoubtedly alleviate numerous troubles and potentially secure more favorable policies. Don't even think about it. If my father finds out, he will certainly break my legs. Ouyang Lei shook his head, declining Lin Feng's offer. What a pity, however. If I come across any promising stocks in the future, I shall recommend them to you, Lin Feng pondered, recalling that certain stocks were poised for a significant rise in the following 2 months. These pertained to the real estate sector, which, due to the continuous rollout of national policies, had entered an upward trajectory. Yet, these stocks were confined to the domestic market, lacking leverage, and subject to a 10% fluctuation limit, resulting in modest profit potential. Lin Feng held little regard for these and considered recommending them to Ouyang Lei later, allowing him to achieve a few minor financial goals. That sounds good, Ouyang Lei, having tasted the sweetness of success, readily agreed. The two then entered the small courtyard of Ouyang Lei's home. In the courtyard, Ouyang Weiguo was watering the flowers. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he set down the watering can and smiled. Welcome, our esteemed entrepreneur from Qinghe District. Come on, don't tease me. I merely got lucky and made a bit of money. Lin Feng replied with a hearty laugh, humbly brushing off the compliment. Thump. As his words faded, Ouyang Lei playfully slapped him on the head. Lin Feng shot an annoyed glance at Ouyang Lei, pondering why his future brother-in-law was so hands-on. Calling my father old brother? Does that not make me your nephew? Ouyang Lei retorted, equally displeased. Does that not also make my sister your niece? And my mother your sister-in-law? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly, nearly forgetting this familial connection. Uncle, I was thoughtless. He hurriedly apologized to Ouyang Weigua, realizing he needed to adjust his address appropriately. Haha, no worries. Let us just keep calling each other as we wish. Ouyang Weigua chuckled, giving Lin Feng a friendly pat on the shoulder. Lin Feng, our entire family is grateful to you. You saved Lingyu, helped Xiao Lei earn money, and assisted me with flood prevention. Uncle, you are too kind. Saving Lingyu was merely a small effort on my part, and Ouyang Lei's success is due to Luoju's efforts. As for assisting you with flood prevention, it was also to earn a living, Lin Feng replied modestly. That was no small feat. I watched the video and saw you fall twice. Carrying Lingyu down the mountain for over 1,000 meters, Ouyang Weigua sighed, recalling the distress he felt upon viewing the footage. Grateful that Lin Feng had been present during that time. Otherwise, he would have never seen his daughter again. Dad, Lin Feng saved my life too, Ouyang Lei suddenly spoke, his voice trembling as he took a few steps back, nearly dropping his phone. Lin Feng glanced at the device, noting that it was the 15th. The date of the Mermaid No. 3 incident en route to South Korea. What do you mean? Ouyang Weigua, noticing his son's trembling, rushed to support him. Ouyang Lei handed his phone to Ouyang Weigua, saying, Dad, the Mermaid No. 3 has encountered trouble. It has been caught in a whirlpool. I recall you had booked a trip on the Mermaid No. 3 for today, intending to travel to South Korea. Ouyang Weigua stated as he examined the screen before looking up at his son. Indeed, that is the cruise ship I booked. Had I been aboard today, I would have been swallowed by the sea. Ouyang Lei's forehead broke into a cold sweat. Ouyang Weigua firmly clasped his son's shoulder. At that moment, Lin Feng cautioned me against boarding this vessel, asserting that it was highly susceptible to mishaps. Consequently, Ouyang Lei conveyed the reason for the ticket cancellation to Ouyang Weigua. Ouyang Weigua gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment, pondering how Lin Feng had foreseen that Mermaid No. 3 would encounter trouble today. Lin Feng, thank you, Ouyang Lei said as he approached Lin Feng with a respectful gesture. You are too courteous, Lin Feng replied, supporting Ouyang Lei with a smile. I merely guessed, and I never anticipated it would come to pass. Ouyang Lei's expression was one of disbelief. Could such a thing truly be mere happenstance? It seemed implausible. Ouyang Weigua also regarded Lin Feng, perplexed by how he had known of the impending disaster involving Mermaid No. 3. Lin Feng chuckled and elucidated. It's quite simple. I have a friend employed at the Meteorological Bureau in a coastal city who informed me that that area is prone to whirlpools, making the route rather perilous. Thus, I advised Ouyang Lei. Ouyang Weigua and Ouyang Lei exchanged glances, clearly sensing that Lin Feng was not being entirely forthright. However, everyone harbors their own secrets, and they refrained from further inquiries. Brother Lin Feng, a melodious voice resonated from the living room. A figure emerged. It was Ouyang Lingyu. She donned a black lace dress that accentuated her alluring figure, her hair tied in a ponytail, and her delicate features adorned with subtle makeup, rendering her flawless. Her legs, shapely and fair, were clad in sheer black stockings, and she wore black boots, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Lingyu, Lin Feng greeted with a smile. Ouyang Lingyu approached Lin Feng, a hint of guilt gracing her stunning visage. Brother Lin Feng, thank you for saving me. I spoke harshly to you before, yet you continued to converse with me with a smile. Ouyang Lingyu slightly bowed her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Feng. I spoke to your father. It was merely a trivial effort. I do not hold your misunderstandings against you. There were those who spoke ill of me, and you were overly sheltered at home, naturally leading to your deception. Lin Feng regarded Ouyang Lingyu's exquisite face, his heart racing. Upon hearing his words, Ouyang Lingyu bit her pink lip and declared, Brother Lin Feng, I will surely seek justice for you. Lin Feng hesitated before responding. Lingyu, it would be best if you refrained from confronting Wang Yaozu. I mean no offense. He is not suitable for you, and he may have contracted HIV. Chapter 74. Si Yunxiu wishes to adopt Lin Feng as her godson? Ouyang Lingyu's countenance changed at this revelation. How do you know Wang Yaozu may have contracted HIV? Ouyang Lei inquired with keen interest as he approached. I have a friend who specializes in adult content websites. He sent me a video yesterday. You can take a look for yourself. Lin Feng promptly shared the edited video with Ouyang Lei. Ouyang Lei opened the video and, after a brief moment, His eyes widened in shock. Wang Yaozu was evidently engaging with older men, exhibiting considerable excitement, and he was involved with 10 of them in succession. Such a revelation was utterly mind-boggling. If my sister were to marry someone like that, it would be a ruinous fate for her. Ouyang Lingyu stepped closer, eager to view the video. But Ouyang Lei swiftly obstructed her. Let me see. Ouyang Lingyu, observing her brother's changing expression, sensed that Wang Yaozu had undoubtedly done something shocking and was curious to witness it. Lingyu, you'll be dining soon. It would be better to wait until after your meal to watch. Ouyang Lei chuckled mischievously. Hand it over. Ouyang Lingyu extended her fair, delicate hand and swiftly snatched the phone from Ouyang Lei's grasp. With a sense of resignation, Ouyang Lei allowed his sister to view the contents, hoping that this would illuminate the true nature of Wang Yaozu for her. Lingyu glanced at the video, quickly shutting her beautiful eyes, for the images were utterly shocking and subverted her worldview. She never anticipated that Wang Yaozu was a homosexual, frolicking with a group of older men of color. What do you think? Is your fiancé truly a man? Ouyang Lei remarked, laced with a hint of mockery as he gazed at his sister. You dare to mock me? I was deceived by Wang Yaozu. Ouyang Lingyu hastily returned the phone to Ouyang Lei. He then passed it to Lin Feng with a smile, saying, Lin Feng, thank you for rescuing my sister once more. Otherwise, her life would have been a tragedy. Lin Feng pocketed the phone and smiled. If Lingyu were to end up with Wang Yaozu, it would be a grave misfortune, for Wang Yaozu relies on me to craft his persona and ensnare Lingyu. He continued, regardless, if you wish to pursue my sister, I wholeheartedly support it. I fully endorse your union. Ouyang Lei stepped forward and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. His words were sincere. Lin Feng had been instrumental in saving his sister and him, preventing a tragedy that would have left their parents mourning their child. Ouyang Lei, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Feng wouldn't even glance my way, Ouyang Lingyu exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she turned and fled. Oh, the poor girl is shy, Ouyang Lei chuckled, glancing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng maintained a composed demeanor and replied, such matters of fate must unfold naturally. One cannot force them. Lingyu will grow from this experience, and I am no paragon. At that moment, Lin Feng longed to comfort Ouyang Lingyu in her chamber and discuss life with her, but he restrained himself from showing too much emotion. How hypocritical. Ouyang Lei regarded Lin Feng with disdain, having noticed the latter's furtive glances at his sister's fair thighs, all the while feigning disinterest. What has transpired with Wang Yaozu? Ouyang Weigua, not far away, could not help but inquire. Father, Wang Yaozu is a homosexual, entangled with a group of older men of color in a chaotic scene. He is surely ill, Ouyang Lei succinctly explained the situation. Ouyang Weigua's worldview shattered upon hearing this. Wang Yaozu was even more depraved than he had imagined, and he felt relieved that his daughter had not progressed further with him. Lin Feng, Si Yunxiu emerged wrapped in an apron, and upon learning that her son Ouyang Lei had narrowly escaped a calamity thanks to Lin Feng, her gratitude towards him deepened. Aunt, you've worked hard in the kitchen. Lin Feng approached her to greet her. Si Yunxiu surveyed Lin Feng with admiration and sighed. What a wonderful young man you are, kind-hearted, talented, and brimming with a sense of justice, a true gentleman. Lin Feng felt a bit bashful at the compliment, awkwardly chuckling. Aunt, I have many shortcomings. You are far too modest. Today, I will take it upon myself to adopt you as my godson. From now on, you shall be regarded as my and Weigua's own son, just like Xiao Lei. Si Yunxiu stated earnestly as she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was left speechless, astounded that Si Yunxiu would choose to adopt him as her godson. I have seen your identity information. You are 3 years my senior, so from this day forward, you shall be my elder brother. Ouyang Lei approached Lin Feng and bowed in respect. Ouyang Weigua also stepped forward, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder with a smile, saying, Lin Feng, if you look down upon us, then so be it. Lin Feng listened as the three spoke increasingly absurdly, yet he discerned the sincerity in their words. You needn't worry. If you pursue my sister, you can always change your mind later, Ouyang Lei said with a mischievous grin directed at Lin Feng. Not at all, Secretary Ouyang. This matter is far too sudden. Besides, I am not yet divorced, and I truly haven't considered any other woman, Lin Feng hastily clarified. Ah, Yunxiu. The young man is worth billions. How could he possibly look our way? Ouyang Weigua sighed as he glanced at Si Yunxiu. Si Yunxiu was about to respond when Lin Feng made a move. Thank you, aunt and uncle, for valuing me, Lin Feng. Please allow me to bow as your godson. With that, Lin Feng stepped forward and knelt to express his gratitude. To acknowledge a district committee secretary as a godfather was certainly a wise choice. A satisfied smile spread across Ouyang Weiguo's face as he patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng, I truly cannot fathom how to repay you. I can only offer you more support and care. When do you plan to divorce Wang Meiling? Si Yunxiu inquired, looking at Lin Feng with a smile. What are you saying? They are a married couple. How can you suggest breaking them apart? Ouyang Weiguo gently reproached Si Yunxiu. Si Yunxiu retorted with a light scoff. The marriage between Lin Feng and Wang Meiling has already reached its end. If Lin Feng does not divorce, he can forget about living well in this lifetime. Ouyang Weiguo turned to Lin Feng with a smile. Your godmother has a point. You are still young and have many options ahead. Dad, Mom, this grand performance is not over yet. I need to continue playing my part for a few more days, Lin Feng succinctly explained. Good, as long as you understand. But let me remind you, do not engage in any illegal activities. If you are caught, it will lead to considerable trouble, Ouyang Weiguo advised with a smile. Understood. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Haha, I am in a good mood today. Let us enjoy a hearty meal together. Ouyang Weiguo laughed heartily. Xiaolei, bring out the Maotai I have been saving for 20 years. All right, I will search for it under your bed. Ouyang Lei chuckled as he turned to leave. At the dining table, when Ouyang Lingyu learned that Lin Feng had become the godson of her parents, delight illuminated her face. Big brother Lin, I raise a toast to you, Ouyang Lingyu said, lifting her glass with a smile. If anyone bullies you, just let me know, Lin Feng responded, also raising his glass with a grin. The two downed their drinks together. By mid-afternoon, Si Yunxiu, Ouyang Lei, and Ouyang Lingyu had all succumbed to intoxication, utterly disbelieving that Lin Feng could consume over 10 jin of liquor. Only Ouyang Weiguo believed him. Thus he covered his glass after drinking half a jin. After leaving the Ouyang residence, Lin Feng sent a message to Luo Minghai, and they met at a hot pot restaurant. Congratulations, congratulations, Luo Minghai exclaimed, approaching Lin Feng and shaking his hand with excitement. Congratulations for what? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Ouyang Lei told me that you are now the godson of Secretary Ouyang. Luo Minghai chuckled, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Your future is boundless. It is said that Secretary Ouyang will be advancing further this autumn. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. In his previous life, Ouyang Weiguo faced significant losses due to a failed flood prevention effort, which led to his dismissal. This time, with Lin Feng's assistance, he wondered if things could improve. Do you know about the situation with Old Cat, the veteran of the battlefield? Lin Feng had invited Luo Minghai to discuss matters concerning Old Cat. Old Cat was the father of Yu Jie and owned a large sand mining operation that had been sealed. Within the operation lay a staggering 10 million tons of sand, valued at nearly 300 million yuan at the current market price. The sand had yet to be auctioned, and Lin Feng naturally wanted to help Yu Jie reclaim it. Chapter 75. The Officialdom of Qinghe. Wang Man invites to the yoga studio Old Cat. Kong Yu Sand Operation. Luo Minghai lit a cigarette and looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Is this about Yu Jie from the Golden Hairpin Bar? Haha. You can't hide anything from Director Luo, Lin Feng chuckled, indicating the close camaraderie he shared with Yu Jie. Luo Minghai, after a brief silence, remarked. Old Cat was convicted of raising funds through fraudulent means, amounting to 200 million yuan. Moreover, 9 workers perished at Kong Yu Sand Operation, leading to a life sentence. All of his assets were seized and auctioned off to compensate those who were defrauded, while Kong Yu Sand Operation remained sealed due to safety violations. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and stated, firstly, I believe Old Cat's situation cannot merely be categorized as fraud. The funds he raised were indeed utilized for real estate development. Old Cat was not solely involved in sand mining. He also ventured into real estate, raising 200 million yuan for that purpose. Following the incident at the sand operation, the investors accused Old Cat of fraudulent fundraising, claiming the money was intended for the sand operation rather than the real estate project. Luo Minghai looked at Lin Feng and explained. The investors did not invest in real estate, but rather in the sand mining operation, which led the court to rule it as fraudulent fundraising. Engaging in real estate necessitates a substantial amount of sand. I believe running a small sand operation to supply real estate companies with sand falls within the realm of real estate investment. Lin Feng raised his glass in a toast to Luo Minghai. Old Cat's lawyer had argued similarly, yet the investors remained adamant that he had not invested in real estate. Coupled with the formidable opposition Old Cat faced, he was ultimately convicted of fraud. Luo Minghai elaborated on the circumstances. Who is his adversary? Black Dog? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Black Dog also operates a sand mine and is involved in real estate, wielding considerable influence in Qinghe District. His uncle is the head of the Criminal Investigation Bureau in Qinghe District, which makes him my direct superior, Luo Minghai continued. Moreover, the second-in-command in Qinghe District is his brother-in-law. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Although in many areas, the first-in-command can suppress the second, that is not the case in Qinghe District, where the second-in-command is exceptionally powerful. He and the first-in-command hold differing political views, giving the impression that he might overshadow the first. Luo Minghai chuckled. The second is no ordinary individual. Lin Feng's expression fluctuated between concern and contemplation. Despite not being a local, the second-in-command had taught at the local law university's Qinghe campus in his early years, and many of his students had infiltrated various departments within the Qinghe District, particularly in the judiciary and criminal investigation systems. As Luo Minghai spoke, a sense of frustration washed over him, and he downed his drink in one gulp. Lin Feng sensed the gravity of the situation, realizing it was exceedingly complicated. He reclined in the chair, closing his eyes as he reminisced about his past life. Following the incident involving Ouyang Weigua, the political landscape of Qinghe District experienced a profound upheaval, prompting the appointment of an outsider as the new secretary. Simultaneously, the criminal investigation system in Qinghe District encountered turmoil as well. The director, found guilty of embezzlement and bribery, was incarcerated. This director, whose surname was Shan, had 10 tons of gold and $100 million uncovered in his secluded villa, a sum that sent shockwaves throughout Jiang City. This villa was located at number 45, Qinghe Bay North District. After Lin Feng embarked on his study of joyful yoga, his memory improved remarkably, bringing forth increasingly vivid recollections of his previous existence. Furthermore, the court had rendered its verdict, rendering any hope for a retrial nearly impossible. However, if Secretary Ouyang were to intervene, perhaps medical parole could be arranged. Luo Minghai continued. I will speak with Secretary Ouyang regarding this matter. Lao Mao is a talented individual. I require his assistance in clearing the silt from Qinghe Lake. Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could arrange for me to visit the prison with Sister Yu to see Lao Mao. That is certainly feasible. Tomorrow noon coincides with mealtime. I can facilitate your meeting. It would be best if Lao Mao's daughter could prepare a few dishes to bring along. Luo Minghai nodded in agreement. The two then parted ways after an evening of drinks. Upon returning to the Golden Hairpin Bar, Lin Feng shared the day's revelations with Sister Yu. Upon hearing the news, she was overcome with emotion, tears welling in her eyes as she remarked, "No wonder I have been ignored despite exhausting all my connections." Thank you, Lin Feng. While a retrial appears improbable, securing medical parole still seems attainable, Lin Feng mused. Tomorrow at noon, accompany me to the prison. Luo Minghai has arranged for us to meet Lao Mao. Please communicate well with him and prepare some food. Certainly, Sister Yu replied, her excitement palpable. I have sought help far and wide today to assist you. How will you thank me? Lin Feng observed Sister Yu's exquisite cherry lips from the sofa. Her face flushed crimson at his words, and with a playful glare, she retorted, One day, you will exhaust yourself to death. Your thoughts are truly vulgar. I merely suggested you cook a couple of dishes. Lin Feng regarded her with a disdainful expression. Impudent Lin Feng. I will kick you, Sister Yu exclaimed, charging at him to kick his thigh. Lin Feng evaded with a smirk, teasing, Of course, if you need me, I would willingly sacrifice my body. Get lost. You reek of alcohol. Go take a shower. Sister Yu chided. Lin Feng turned and hurried to the bathroom to wash. Sister Yu proceeded to brush her teeth and wash her face, subsequently applying a delicate touch of makeup before donning a maid's outfit that accentuated her voluptuous figure. She then entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. A few minutes later, Lin Feng emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe. Upon seeing Sister Yu in the kitchen, his gaze reflected a hint of greed. I bought some items at the supermarket today. Sister Yu's shy voice floated from the kitchen. Lin Feng glanced at the table and discovered several boxes of strawberry-flavored candies. He realized Sister Yu was quite considerate, indicating her growing affection for him. The following morning, Lin Feng awoke with aches and pains, while Sister Yu had already risen early to visit the market, preparing a sumptuous meal for Lao Mao. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a call from Shui Mitao. Hey, Shui Mitao. He answered. Lin Feng answered the phone with a smile. Why haven't you called me? Where are you nestling now? A discontented voice from the other end, belonging to Shui Mitao, echoed back. What do you mean by that? I'm resting alone. exhausted from hustling to make a living these past few days. Lin Feng expressed his longing. My darling, I miss you dearly. Get lost. Shui Mitao retorted playfully. You shameless Lin Feng, speak sensibly. I am being serious. I am preparing to venture into the sand business. Lin Feng responded thoughtfully. If everything goes smoothly, it will accumulate wealth for our children that could last several lifetimes. The sand business? With the real estate market in decline, many sand pits are struggling to sell their sand, and you're diving into the industry? Shui Mitao questioned, puzzled. Trust me, Lin Feng gently assured her. Even if the price of sand doesn't rise, I won't incur losses. I may just earn a little less. According to the agreement with Ouyang Weigua, he was assured of not suffering any loss. He then elaborated on the circumstances surrounding his plans, including the mud and sand removal project at Qinghe Lake. I'll give you all the money, Shui Mitao contemplated. That won't be necessary, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Where are you now? I'll come find you. I've returned to the provincial capital. I'll call you when I'm back in Jiangxing, Shui Mitao concluded before hanging up. Lin Feng set down the phone and reclined on his bed. Moments later, another message arrived. It was from Wang Meiling, the head of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Mr. Lin, I'm off this morning. Are you coming to the yoga studio? Lin Feng responded eagerly. I would love to. Please send me your location. I am determined to lose weight and trim my belly. Wang Meiling replied. Sure. I'm at the first floor of Yunwu Grand Hotel. I'll send you my location. Let's meet at the entrance. Lin Feng was astonished to hear about the Yunwu Grand Hotel, the only 5-star hotel in Qinghe District. He recalled that there was an upscale yoga studio inside, frequented by affluent ladies. Ding. Wang Meiling sent her location. Lin Feng quickly changed his clothes and headed downstairs to hail a taxi to meet Wang Meiling at the hotel entrance. Chapter 76. The Yoga Studio. A test from a beauty at the entrance of Yunwu Grand Hotel, Wang Meiling donned a white short-sleeve top, revealing her porcelain-like arms. And her neck was as fair as snow. Her exquisite face was adorned with delicate makeup. She wore a black lace skirt that accentuated her curvy figure, complemented by purple lace stockings and black boots. She radiated youthful exuberance, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings. Hey, Lin Feng rode up on his bicycle, swiftly stopping before Wang Meiling. He gazed at her graceful silhouette, finally resting his eyes on her cheeks. Why aren't you driving such a big boss? Wang Meiling inquired with a smile in her captivating eyes. I'm exercising to lose weight, Lin Feng replied with a grin. A man's health is paramount. If he is unfit, he won't even find a girlfriend. Don't you agree? How would I know? Wang Meiling responded shyly. Let's hurry to the Yunwu Yoga Studio. But there's one rule. You mustn't stare at any women inside, no matter how beautiful they are, or you'll be asked to leave. Understood. I am merely observing you closely. After all, I am the one who brought you here. Lin Feng naturally comprehends these principles. However, one cannot merely focus on me. Your thoughts should be directed towards your weight loss journey for it to be effective. Wang Meiling shot Lin Feng a disapproving glance, feeling that bringing him here was a grave mistake. This man is nothing short of a rogue, and she hoped the exorbitant prices at the Yunwu Yoga Studio would dissuade him from staying. I am indeed focused on losing weight, as my thoughts are centered on improving myself. Moreover, dear Wang Meiling, I find you breathtakingly beautiful, Lin Feng teased as he leaned closer to her. In this world, there are two things one cannot rely upon, among which is a man's word. Wang Meiling turned and headed towards the Yunwu Grand Hotel. Lin Feng followed her inside, and together they ascended to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was resplendent and opulent, with imported wool carpets adorning the ground, making each step feel luxuriously soft. What astonished one the most was the sight of stunning women, clad in form-fitting yoga attire that accentuated their voluptuous figures to perfection. Lin Feng could not help but marvel. All the beautiful women seemed to have found their way into affluent households. The women here possessed unparalleled grace, physique, and beauty. Even some older ladies maintained themselves exquisitely, exuding an allure that could captivate men. Wang Meiling noticed Lin Feng's casual glance around, which eased her concerns. She feared he might fixate on a woman's sensitive areas. Previously, there had been men here who engaged in such distasteful behavior, even making lewd gestures towards women from a distance. Just then, a melodious voice interrupted their thoughts. Lin Feng and Wang Meiling looked up to see a woman in yoga attire approaching. She had a striking figure, her hair elegantly styled, her neck alabaster, and her face reminiscent of an angel, with eyes like sapphires, imbued with a hint of allure. Hey, Paulina, Wang Meiling greeted her with a smile. Is this your friend? Paulina inquired, pointing at Lin Feng beside Wang Meiling. Lin Feng, my friend. He wishes to lose weight and reshape his figure, and he has an interest in yoga. Wang Meiling introduced him. Hello, madam. I would like to come here to shed the excess weight around my abdomen and achieve a more perfect physique. Lin Feng said with a smile as he approached Paulina. Indeed, Paulina was stunning. She appeared to be a mixed-race beauty, her figure rivaling that of a ripe peach. Paulina appraised Lin Feng with a smile, saying, Mr. Lin, I must inform you that our Yunwu Yoga Studio is primarily for women, so we have stringent requirements for men. May I boldly inquire whether you have any foundational knowledge of yoga? Foundational knowledge of yoga? Lin Feng was taken aback and looked towards Wang Meiling, who had not mentioned this aspect before. His yoga practice was rooted in ancient India, not for public discourse, and as for modern yoga techniques, he was entirely unfamiliar, thus lacking any foundational knowledge. It truly depends on whether you genuinely wish to practice yoga. Wang Meiling smiled, her lips pursed. Paulina had not mentioned these details to me either. Mr. Lin, due to our rigorous standards for men, it is quite rare for them to attend. So Xiaomin may not be aware of the regulations, Paulina patiently explained. Master Bao, which aspect does this foundation refer to? If you speak of the theories of yoga, I must confess my ignorance. However, I have often engaged in self-study, exploring various video resources from films and television. Lin Feng, with a blend of sincerity and jest, mentioned that he has only observed a few men practicing yoga in cinematic portrayals. Baolina furrowed her brows slightly, clearly perceiving Lin Feng as a novice, likely harboring ulterior motives for being here. Lin Feng, how effective has your training been? Wang Meiling inquired hurriedly. Effectiveness? There has indeed been some progress, Lin Feng pondered. Ancient Indian yoga should share some commonalities with contemporary practices. For instance, both forms of yoga enhance physical fitness, coordination, and flexibility. I can now perform a split. The split is exceedingly challenging, achievable only by those dancers at esteemed academies. Some progress? Wang Meiling chuckled, covering her mouth. Just how proficient have you become? Mr. Lin, if you could demonstrate your achievements, I might consider making an exception to welcome you in, Baolina contemplated, acknowledging that Lin Feng had been introduced by Wang Meiling, thus granting her some leeway. Lin Feng glanced at his attire, realizing it was hardly suitable for showcasing his flexibility, fearing it might lead to complications. Mr. Lin, is there an issue? Perhaps you should first review our pricing. If it suits you, we can proceed. In fact, I would recommend a gym instead. Baolina observed Lin Feng's discomfort and offered him an escape. Master Bao, you misunderstand. My clothing is not conducive to demonstrating flexibility, Lin Feng explained with a smile. Could you assist me in obtaining a pair of yoga pants? Oh, I see. I shall retrieve a set of male yoga attire from the storeroom for you. Baolina replied before turning to leave. Once Baolina departed, Wang Meiling quickly grasped Lin Feng's arm and whispered, Lin Feng, let us first examine the prices. Lin Feng nodded slightly in agreement, and the two proceeded to the lounge area. Wang Meiling presented Lin Feng with a pricing sheet. The male yoga half-year package was priced at 999 yuan, featuring an average personal trainer. If one desired a gold-level trainer, the cost would escalate to 999 yuan. And for a diamond-level trainer, it would amount to 999 yuan. Thus, the minimum price was set at 999 yuan. Wang Meiling gazed at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes, saying, though I wish to earn this commission, I believe it is best to be transparent. You should make your own choice, especially since this is merely a half-year course. Lin Feng tossed the quotation into the waste bin, smiling, Director Wang. You are utterly unaware of my financial capabilities. Ah, I was mistaken, Wang Meiling responded, touching her forehead. I simply did not wish for you to squander your money. You needn't overthink it. We shall wait for Master Bao to bring the yoga attire, Lin Feng remarked, suddenly grinning at Wang Meiling. Director Wang, can you achieve a split with your current yoga skills? Wang Meiling shook her head. At present, I can only reach 160 degrees. My work schedule is quite demanding, leaving little time for practice. No worries. I shall teach you in the future, Lin Feng asserted. I doubt that, Wang Meiling replied, shaking her head. Soon, Baolina returned. But she had not brought the yoga attire. The men's yoga attire is currently out of stock, but arrangements are being made for delivery. Mr. Lin, you may wish to showcase your flexibility in the meantime. Should your clothing happen to tear, fret not, for we have a seamstress on hand. However, given your physique, such an occurrence is unlikely. Bolina's enchanting gaze lingered momentarily on Lin Feng's abdomen. Please proceed, Lin Feng, urged Wang Meiling, gesturing for him to begin. Chapter 77. The splits astonished the two ladies. A reunion with Bailuoxua. Allow me to embarrass myself, Lin Feng said lightly, adjusting his trousers to prevent any mishaps. Mr. Lin, please. Bolina gestured once more, and Lin Feng promptly extended his legs. Due to the slickness of the floor, his feet slid apart rapidly. The sound of tearing fabric echoed. His newly purchased Armani trousers had ripped, but fortunately, his stretchy autumn leggings beneath had spared him from any unwelcome exposure. With both legs firmly planted on the ground, he executed a flawless split. Bolina's eyes widened in astonishment, and Wang Meiling gazed in disbelief as Lin Feng truly accomplished the split. Realizing Lin Feng's trousers had been ruined, Bolina felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having previously assured him that his pants would remain intact, only to be proven wrong in an instant. Mr. Lin, I did not anticipate that your self-taught yoga from watching television would yield such results. It seems I underestimated you, Bolina remarked with a charming smile, affirming Lin Feng's status as a genuine yoga enthusiast. How surprising. I thought Lin Feng was merely jesting, Wang Meiling said with a playful glint in her eyes. You are wearing elastic leggings underneath, correct? Indeed, but I kindly ask both of you to move to another area. Also, please find me an unoccupied room so I can change and have the seamstress repair my trousers, Lin Feng replied, casting a glance at Bolina and Wang Meiling. Not to worry. After all, you are clad in stretchy leggings, Bolina reassured him with a smile. I am eager to witness your leg strength. In yoga, leg strength refers to the power of one's feet. A person with significant leg strength can rise swiftly from the splits, while a person lacking it may struggle to lift their legs slowly using their hands. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng anchored his feet to the ground and exerted force, rising effortlessly to his feet. Bolina's eyes widened even further, and she exclaimed, Mr. Lin, you are truly impressive. Although you have not formally studied yoga, your leg strength rivals that of seasoned practitioners. Little man, you could train for a year and still not match his strength. Surely not, Lilina. Do not speak of me so poorly, Wang Meiling pouted, displeased with Bolina's comparison. Bolina chuckled and turned to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, which package do you prefer? I believe little man has already briefed you. The diamond package, I presume, Lin Feng contemplated. I imagine the instructors at the diamond level are of the highest caliber. You are correct. The diamond instructor is none other than Bolina, Wang Meiling pointed out. Mr. Lin, do not heed little man's exaggerations. I have merely been practicing yoga for a longer duration and hope for a pleasant collaboration in the coming 6 months. Bolina extended her delicate hand. To a fruitful partnership. Lin Feng gently caressed Balina's delicate hand, so tender and smooth, devoid of any rigidity. At that moment, Balina handed Lin Feng an agreement. He casually glanced through its contents before inscribing his name and subsequently transferring 299,999 yuan to her. After completing the transaction, Lin Feng entered a male changing room, awaiting the arrival of his male yoga attire, as his pants were being mended by the seamstress at the Yunwu Yoga Studio. Meanwhile, Balina and Wang Meiling sat in the cafe area, sipping coffee and sharing laughter. Xiao Man, is that man pursuing you? Balina suddenly whispered with a chuckle. I sense he possesses considerable stamina. He should be to your liking. Stop it. Wang Meiling retorted playfully. What do you mean by to my liking? I'm still an innocent old virgin. You're not old. You're only 25, Balina remarked, rolling her eyes at Wang Meiling. I believe that man finds you intriguing. What is his background? Not quite sure. He seems to have some connections. He is preparing to open a sand pit, and the secretary has instructed various departments to assist him. This isn't a violation of regulations. As it pertains to flood prevention work, special arrangements have been made. My role is merely to assist him. Wang Meiling briefly explained Lin Feng's situation. That's quite a background. Even Secretary Ouyang has intervened. Opening a sand pit now? It's bound to incur losses. Given the real estate slump, Balina shook her head. I'm not certain. Wealthy individuals seldom engage in unprofitable ventures. Since it involves flood prevention, the government will likely provide some subsidies, Wang Meiling clarified. Bailuoxua is coming over. Let us inquire with her, Balina suggested. Gazing into the distance, Bailuoxua approached, donned in a light blue yoga outfit that accentuated her flawless figure. Beads of perspiration adorned her exquisitely sculpted cheeks, revealing the exertion from her yoga practice. President Bai, you're going to personally guide me? Bai Luoxue smiled as she approached. White Bureau, I intended to come over and guide you, but a man arrived to practice yoga, which delayed my arrival, Balina replied, patting Bai Luoxue on the shoulder. Please don't call me by my title. Xiao Man is here as well. Bai Luoxue greeted Wang Manman warmly. Hello, Sister Luoxue, Wang Manman responded with a smile. By the way, I recently heard that someone is collaborating with the government to clear the silt from rivers and lakes. Do you know anything about it? Balina inquired. Bai Luoxue looked puzzled. Clearing the rivers and lakes? That pertains to the Qinghe district government. Secretary Ouyang discussed this with me. He hopes for municipal financial support. But the city is lacking funds. I can only allocate 1 billion, which is far from sufficient. That is strange. The government should have initiated this project, involving private capital. Xiao Man is precisely assisting that private investor with this matter, Balina explained, gesturing towards Wang Manman. Who is it? Bai Luoxue asked, her gaze shifting to Wang Manman with curiosity. This individual isn't well known in Jiangxing. You probably haven't heard of him. His name is Lin Feng, Wang Manman clarified. Lin Feng. Bai Luoxue mused, the name sounding somewhat familiar. Suddenly, she pulled out her phone and checked her chat history with Ouyang Weigua, quickly discovering that Lin Feng's name appeared in their correspondence. Due to Bai Luoxue's inebriation, she sought out Ouyang Weigua the following day to inquire about the dubious man. Ouyang merely revealed that the individual was named Lin Feng. So it is you. Bai Luoxue seethed, her teeth gritted. Memories of the man who had called her a woman of long hair and short insight flooded her mind, recalling the wild drinking contest that had left her retching through the night. Do you know Lin Feng? Wang Manman and Balina exchanged glances. Recognizing that Lin Feng had evidently angered Bai Luoxue, Bai Luoxue turned to Wang Manman and asked, do you have a photo of him? I would like to see. Unfortunately not, but he is currently in the men's changing room, preparing to practice yoga, Wang Manman explained. Yoga practice, you say? Let me think, Bai Luoxue pondered. Suddenly gazing up at Balina with a gentle smile. I beseech you for a favor, Lina. What is it? Balina inquired, smiling. I wish to temporarily come to your home to serve as a yoga instructor for a couple of hours, Bai Luoxue said, extending her fair hand to wrap around Balina's waist, whispering, I won't charge any fees. I will help you train Lin Feng. That may just be a coincidence, Luoxue. Balina replied, shaking her head. It cannot be mere coincidence. With ties to Ouyang Weigua and sharing the same name, it must be the same person. I shall take my revenge, Bai Luoxue declared, biting her pink lip and gazing toward the men's changing room. Balina, left with little choice, acquiesced to Bai Luoxue's request. Moreover, please bring a mask. I must not let him discover my identity, or he will be terrified. Very well, I happen to have a fox mask for you, Balina nodded. Soon, the yoga attire was delivered to the men's changing room. Lin Feng donned a set of stretchy yoga clothing, snug on top and loose below. Lin Feng, please come to room 201, came Wang Manman's voice from outside. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng turned and exited with a smile. Where's Balina? She had an urgent matter but arranged for a diamond-level personal trainer to teach you. This trainer is truly one of a kind in all of Jiangxing. You are fortunate, Wang Manman said, her eyes sparkling with mischief before she dashed away. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, contemplated requesting a refund. Just after he had paid, Balina had vanished, and he had been eager to discuss the wonders of yoga with her. Reluctantly, he made his way to room 201. Upon entering, Lin Feng's eyes widened at the sight before him. A stunning woman stood at the center, her figure captivating, hair cascading like waves, and her neck alabaster, adorned with a white fox mask that revealed piercing, cold eyes fixed upon him. Her aura rivaled that of Balina, infused with an added air of aloofness and nobility. The woman was, of course, Bai Luoxue. Seeing the avaricious gaze of the man before her, she gritted her teeth. It was indeed this wretched man. May I inquire your esteemed name, teacher? And why the mask? Lin Feng approached, smiling as he greeted her. Chapter 78. Bai Luoxue sat upon Lin Feng's back, exacting a stern punishment upon him. With her white fox mask in place, she surveyed Lin Feng with her cold gaze and declared, my alias is White Fox. You may address me as Teacher White Fox. Hearing her voice, Lin Feng felt a strange familiarity wash over him as he scrutinized her exquisite form, his gaze laden with a hint of aggression. Bai Luoxue furrowed her delicate brows, finding the man before her not only exceedingly irksome, but also distinctly enamored with the fairer sex. His presence in this fitness center was undoubtedly aimed at the beautiful women frequenting the establishment. She could hardly fathom why Bolina had consented to Lin Feng's admission into the Yunwu yoga studio. Have you had enough? Bai Luoxue regarded Lin Feng with a cold stare. Lin Feng, feeling awkward, averted his gaze and replied with a forced smile. Ah, it is you, teacher Bai Hu. Thank you for your hard work today, though masked. Bai Hu's noble and aloof demeanor was undeniably alluring to men. A cold smirk graced Bai Luoxue's lips as she declared, Very well, I shall commence your physical fitness assessment. As yoga demands prolonged physical exertion, necessitating a thorough evaluation of your stamina. Now, assume a prone position and perform 100 push-ups. She was determined to administer a fitting punishment to Lin Feng. What? A fitness test? 100 push-ups? Lin Feng was taken aback, sensing that this instructor lacked professionalism and should be imparting theoretical knowledge instead. What? Are you unable? Bai Luoxue's tone dripped with sarcasm. I can absolutely do it. Lin Feng retorted, unwilling to concede defeat. He promptly lay on the ground and began executing push-ups. Completing 100 was a trivial task for him, and he finished in one breath without breaking a sweat. Have you served in the military? Bai Luoxue was equally astonished, not expecting him to finish so effortlessly. Not at all. I simply prioritize physical training in my daily routine. Lin Feng stood up, smiling. Teacher Bai, am I fit enough? Marginally adequate, yet far from exemplary. Bai Luoxue shook her head, noting that Lin Feng's standard was merely on par with that of retired soldiers and some athletes. What constitutes an exemplary standard? Lin Feng was curious to see how far his fitness could surpass the benchmark of excellence. For example, someone performed 546 one-handed push-ups in 10 minutes. Bai Luoxue replied with a smile, so you have quite a distance to cover. In truth, she was uncertain of the precise standard for excellence. Having casually referenced a statistic she found online. This is a world record set by a Canadian athlete, 546 one-handed push-ups in 10 minutes. 546 in 10 minutes, and that's one-handed? Impressive. Lin Feng was astonished, realizing that such extraordinary fitness levels existed among men globally. At that moment, a voice from the doorway interrupted, belonging to Wang Meiling, who had come to observe Bai Luoxue's antics with Lin Feng. Bai Luoxue shot a glare at Wang Meiling, prompting her to obediently close her mouth. Thus, you fall short, you are far from excellent. A man must recognize his own limitations and acknowledge his shortcomings, Bai Luoxue stated. Arms crossed, delivering a blunt critique to Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a surge of displeasure at her words. He sensed the instructor's barbed remarks, recalling that he had not provoked the yoga teacher. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was not one to shy away from a challenge. He promptly lay back down and said, Teacher Bai, please record my data. I will allow you to assess my fitness in 10 minutes. Bai Luoxue, filled with delight, replied, Very well, I shall record your data. But let me remind you, do not overexert yourself. It is not shameful for a man to admit his limitations, especially since you seem to carry a bit of extra weight. Teacher Bai, there is no need for psychological tactics. I shall prove my capabilities, Lin Feng asserted confidently. Lin Feng lay on the ground, chuckling softly. Bai Luoxue picked up her phone to set an alarm, then turned to Lin Feng and said, Begin. With one hand pressing against the floor, Lin Feng commenced an intense series of push-ups, executing each one with remarkable speed and precision. Men often possess a competitive spirit, especially in the presence of an attractive woman, and Lin Feng was no exception. He seemed to be invigorated, as if he had consumed a stimulant. Bai Luoxue's beautiful eyes fixated on Lin Feng's form as she began to record his performance. Not only Bai Luoxue, but Wang Meiling also watched intently, counting each rise and fall of Lin Feng's body. In the blink of an eye, a minute had passed, and Lin Feng astonishingly completed 199 one-handed push-ups without any sign of slowing down. On the contrary, his pace quickened. Bai Luoxue's eyes widened in astonishment as she observed the man on the ground, for the record for two-handed push-ups was 199. Yet Lin Feng was executing them with one hand. Regaining her composure, Bai Luoxue continued to watch Lin Feng. Soon, at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, Lin Feng had completed 546 push-ups, sweat streaming down his body, his chest feeling slightly aflame. Only then did he ease his pace. At 6 minutes, he surpassed 1,000. At 7 minutes, 1,200, and 10 minutes later, the alarm finally rang. A total of 396 push-ups. Wang Meiling stood at the door, momentarily entranced by the sight of the drenched Lin Feng. Bai Luoxue was deeply impressed, yet she maintained a playful tone, remarking, you're somewhat better than those competitors. But not top tier. Internally, she had to acknowledge Lin Feng's formidable stamina, but she downplayed it verbally. She believed that men should never be overly praised, but rather kept in check. What exactly qualifies as top tier, teacher Bai? Lin Feng inquired, lifting his head to look at Bai Luoxue. What constitutes top tier? You must have seen on television some men with beautiful women perched on their backs. Completing 200 in 3 minutes, Bai Luoxue replied, a playful smirk gracing her lips. Do you still want to challenge the top tier? If not, perhaps you should take a shower and head home to rest. She realized that whenever she suggested Lin Feng couldn't do something, he felt compelled to prove her wrong. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, Wang Man, please bring me a bottle of mineral water. All right, Wang Man replied with a smile, but Lin Feng, you should really consider taking a shower and resting. You've done remarkably well. She handed him the bottle of water she had prepared in advance. Lin Feng remained silent, accepting the bottle and gulping it down quickly. Find someone to sit on my back, he declared, gritting his teeth. For the sake of his dignity. He felt he had to endure. He despised it when beautiful women doubted his capabilities. Hearing this, Bai Luoxue stepped forward and perched herself on Lin Feng's back. Instantly, he felt a wave of softness wash over him, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance that further ignited his determination. Wang Man, don't just stand there. Come sit as well, Bai Luoxue said with a smile. I believe Lin Feng can absolutely manage this. Oh, Wang Man gasped, covering her alluring lips, combined. She and Bai Luoxue weighed over 220 pounds. Lin Feng, are you up for this? Bai Luoxue lowered her head, gazing at Lin Feng with a smile. Observing the tension in his arms, she felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction. All right, Lin Feng gritted his teeth, coming to the realization that this woman was genuinely intent on testing him. However, he was not one to be easily intimidated. Mr. Lin Feng, if it becomes too difficult, just call out to me, and I will come down immediately. Do not push yourself too hard, Wang Man whispered. Do hurry up. Lin Feng retorted with a hint of irritation, aware that any delay would only disadvantage him. Wang Man positioned herself beneath Lin Feng's back, near his hips, while she and Bai Luoxue sat back to back. With a countdown of 3 minutes commencing, Bai Luoxue cheerfully remarked, given that we are both seated atop you, if you manage 100 push-ups in a minute, that would be quite extraordinary. Chapter 79. Flirting with Wang Man. Wang Man's fiancée creates trouble. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and declared, Teacher Bai, I need not 3 minutes. 1 minute is sufficient. A fierce competitive spirit surged within him, and he resolved to demonstrate his strength to Bai Luoxue. Less boasting, let us begin, Bai Luoxue retorted lightly, noting that this man remained obstinate and evidently required some discipline. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng commenced an intense series of push-ups, his speed escalating rapidly, nearly propelling Bai Luoxue and Wang Man off him. Fortunately, the two women were firmly positioned back to back, clutching each other's hands, preventing their fall. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Feng's physical prowess was indeed astonishing. Before long, the minute bell rang. 111. Lin Feng shouted, his body surging upward. This time, Bai Luoxue and Wang Man could no longer maintain their balance. Bai Luoxue's long, beautiful legs found solid ground, and she gracefully leaped over Lin Feng's head. It was evident that she possessed commendable stamina and adaptability. However, Wang Man was less fortunate. In her flustered attempt to rise, she lost her balance and fell once more. Having just completed his push-ups, Lin Feng turned and, in a flash, extended his arms to catch her. In an instant, Wang Man's delicate form collapsed into his embrace. Wang Man, with her curvaceous figure and fair skin, emanated a subtle fragrance that stirred Lin Feng's senses. Unable to resist, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. Wang Man felt the potent masculinity radiating from Lin Feng. Her cheeks flushed, and a hint of enchantment flickered in her gaze. Wang Man, what are you doing? A furious voice erupted from the doorway. At the sound, Wang Man quickly extricated herself from Lin Feng's grasp. As Lin Feng lay on the ground and looked up, he saw a man clad in a dark trench coat standing at the entrance, his face ashen and his cold gaze fixed on Lin Feng. The man's visage struck Lin Feng as vaguely familiar. Shan Long, I fell when I stood up just now, and Lin Feng caught me, Wang Man explained. Her head lowered in response to the newcomer. Breathing heavily, Lin Feng rose to his feet and addressed Shan Long apologetically, my apologies. I did not intend to offend your girlfriend. It dawned on him that Shan Long was presumably Wang Manman's fiancée, dispelling any notions he had entertained about her being deceitful. Indeed, she had a fiancé. Shan Long glared at Lin Feng, his expression dark. Keep your distance from Manman. If I see you again, I will break your legs. Lin Feng felt a surge of displeasure upon hearing those words, and with a cold smirk, he retorted, What audacity! Who have you crippled? Who do you think you are? Despite having already apologized, the mountain dragon continued to exhibit such arrogance. The mountain dragon, upon hearing this, laughed in fury as he regarded Lin Feng, as if he were gazing at a corpse. Mountain dragon, step out for a moment. I wish to clarify the situation, Wang Manman insisted, pulling him aside. Are you aware of Mountain Dragon's background? Bai Luoxue approached and inquired of Lin Feng. No, he replied, shaking his head, unaware of his lineage. And yet you refuse to concede? Bai Luoxue elaborated, Mountain Dragon's father is a real estate developer in Jiangxing. His uncle is the second in command in Qinghe District, and his great-uncle heads the Criminal Investigation Bureau there. Mountain Dragon is essentially the prince of Qinghe District. Ah, so he is the son of the infamous Black Dog. That explains his arrogance, Lin Feng mused, suddenly recalling why Mountain Dragon seemed so familiar. Luo Minghai had previously shown him a photograph of Mountain Dragon, warning him to be cautious of such individuals. What is this? Do you have a grudge against Black Dog? Bai Luoxue queried, puzzled. No direct conflict. But a confrontation is inevitable. Moreover, a friend of mine was wrongfully imprisoned due to a scheme orchestrated by Black Dog. I require his father's assistance, which will inevitably lead to a clash with that family, Lin Feng stated as he retrieved a cigarette. No smoking. Bai Luoxue admonished coldly. My apologies. Lin Feng extinguished the cigarette and disposed of it in the trash bin. Your friend's father was framed by Black Dog? Could it be Old Cat from the sandpit? Bai Luoxue asked, perplexed. Indeed, Old Cat was the one wronged. Additionally, I have invested a significant sum in hiring a lawyer. He was not guilty of collective fraud, and the money has been returned, Lin Feng replied with a cold smile. The court's ruling back then was flawed. Bai Luoxue sneered slightly. Are you attempting to overturn the verdict? That's impossible. You likely wish to negotiate for his medical parole. Lin Feng turned, his gaze fixed on Bai Luoxue's white fox mask as he chuckled. How does a mere yoga instructor possess such profound knowledge? Every affluent lady who comes here for yoga. I have encountered a myriad of individuals. Bai Luoxue explained. In any case, I advise against engaging in conflict with Mountain Dragon. I harbor no desire for conflict. Yet some individuals come with ill intentions, seeking to trample me underfoot, Lin Feng asserted with a piercing gaze. He glanced at his phone, which displayed a message from Luo Minghai detailing Mountain Dragon's profile. Mountain Dragon had once studied in Japan, where he trained in karate for 4 years, becoming exceptionally formidable. Upon returning, he mingled in the underworld, known for his ruthless methods. Furthermore, Mountain Dragon avenges any grievances without delay, settling scores on the same day. He is a fiercely competitive and combative individual. Bai Luoxue pondered this and concluded that Mountain Dragon would not easily let the matter rest. Just as they were conversing, Mountain Dragon and Wang Manman re-entered the scene. Wang Manman bore a visible handprint on her face, evidently having been struck by Mountain Dragon. Meanwhile, Mountain Dragon, cigarette in mouth and sunglasses perched on his nose, exuded the aura of a notorious gangster. Please extinguish that cigarette, Bai Luoxue, who despised smoking, remarked. Mountain Dragon cast a greedy glance at her, but Bai Luoxue's gaze remained icy. Is this all you're capable of, Mountain Dragon? Assaulting women? Lin Feng mocked as he regarded him. Shan Long pointed at Lin Feng and said, You are Lin Feng, aren't you? I heard you have recognized Ouyang Weiguo as your godfather. Lin Feng frowned slightly, not wishing to involve Ouyang Weiguo in this matter. Beside him, Bai Luoxue gasped in surprise. Covering her delicate lips, Ouyang Weiguo had actually taken Lin Feng as a foster son? Humph, it seems you are unaware of who truly reigns supreme in Qinghe District. Very well. Today I shall thoroughly disgrace him, Shan Long remarked coldly while gazing at Lin Feng. With a dismissive look, Lin Feng retorted, Shan Long, what are you? Come on. Draw a line and let me see what you are made of. Shan Long spat the smoke from his mouth onto the ground and said, Fine. Since you dare to accept my challenge, I shall oblige. There is a boxing ring here. Let us ascend the stage and spar. I will beat you until you kneel. A boxing ring? Very well. I fear it will be you who kneels, Lin Feng thought to himself, pleased that Shan Long had proposed a one-on-one confrontation. Shan Long turned to Bai Luoxue and said, Teacher, please notify all the yoga practitioners to come watch the match. I, Shanlong, am about to unleash a massacre. As he spoke, Shanlong pulled 5 red bills from his pocket and tossed them at Bai Luoxue's feet. Bai Luoxue trembled with anger. How could the goddess of wealth in Jiangqing be treated in such a manner? Yet, she managed to contain her fury. Thank you. I will inform all members to attend, she declared, turning away and leaving the yoga studio without picking up the money. Shanlong's greedy gaze swept over Bai Luoxue's figure before he turned back to Lin Feng and said, Don't be cowardly. I will be waiting for you in the ring. Lin Feng chose to ignore Shanlong, his peripheral vision catching sight of Wang Meiling, who had been affected by this incident. A trace of tears marred her exquisite cheeks as she turned to follow Shanlong out. In the adjacent office, Bai Luoxue found Balina and recounted the clash between Shanlong and Lin Feng. Balina frowned slightly, surprised to learn that Lin Feng was actually Ouyang Weigua's godson and that Shanlong had suddenly appeared there. You should not have organized a boxing ring, Bai Luoxue remarked. Glancing at Balina, Balina smiled and said, You know that many men enjoy competing over beautiful women. If a fight were to break out, it could be fatal. However, the boxing ring has protective measures to prevent injuries. Bai Luoxue scoffed. Balina, do you think I am foolish? This boxing ring is merely a guise for legal brawling. Those protective measures are of little effectiveness. Better than nothing. All right, let us go take a look. It will provide some entertainment for the sisters in the yoga studio. Balina smiled alluringly. Bai Luoxue shot her a disapproving glance, thinking how this woman truly relished in creating chaos. Thus, Bai Luoxue and Balina made their way to the boxing ring located deep within the Yunwu Yoga Studio. Not only Bai Luoxue and Balina ventured towards the boxing ring area, several practitioners from the yoga studio also joined to witness the spectacle. The boxing ring area was situated deep within the Yunwu Yoga Studio, covering an area of 300 square meters, with a ring in the center. The southern side of the ring featured over 100 tiered seats, already filled with women, many of whom were exceptionally beautiful. Paulina and Bai Luoxue occupied the third row of the tiered seating. Shanlong ascended the arena, clad only in a pair of loose shorts. His chiseled abs prominently displayed, and his towering stature elicited gasps of admiration from numerous women. He then executed a flawless backflip onto the stage, followed by a whistle that drew cheers from the audience. How handsome Shanlong is! His robust physique and commanding presence are complemented by his wealth. Indeed, Shanlong hails from a prosperous lineage. His father owns a sand business and is one of the largest real estate magnates in Jiangqing. Shanlong's uncle is the second in command of our Qinghe district, and his grandfather heads the Criminal Investigation Bureau there. Shanlong possesses power, influence, and wealth, along with striking good looks, making him the quintessential ideal partner. Moreover, it is rumored that Shanlong excels in karate and is quite formidable in combat. One wonders who today's unfortunate opponent is. Regardless of their identity, they are destined for misfortune. The women present buzzed with speculation, some affluent ladies gazing at Shanlong with admiration. Sensing their awe, a smug expression spread across Shanlong's face. 3 primary motivations drove him to the arena today. Firstly, to teach Lin Feng a lesson, as he would not permit any man to approach his woman. Secondly, to showcase his prowess, especially in the presence of numerous attractive ladies from the yoga studio. And thirdly, to assert his uncle's prestige, given that Lin Feng is the godson of Ouyang Weigua, whose rivalry with Shanlong's uncle is well known. Teacher Paulina, may I inquire as to Lin Feng's whereabouts? Shanlong called down to Paulina with a smile. Please inform him that if he does not come to the arena, I shall pay him a visit for an education. Paulina was about to respond with a smile when laughter echoed from the doorway. Lin Feng had arrived. Shanlong, are you so eager to be struck? Lin Feng had taken a moment to change, adhering to arena rules that required him to wear only loose shorts. Moreover, he was meticulous about his appearance. Having just washed off the sweat, he now approached barefoot. Many women turned to Lin Feng, curious to see who dared challenge Shanlong. However, upon seeing him, their disappointment was palpable. Lin Feng lacked any muscular definition and sported a slight paunch, a stark contrast to Shanlong's physique, clearly indicative of someone who does not engage in regular exercise. This man is bound to be defeated, declared a wealthy lady adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, observing Lin Feng's trembling legs from her aisle seat. Surely not. This is not an underground fighting arena. Another affluent woman voiced her skepticism. You are new here and do not grasp the rules of this boxing gym. The gloves are exceedingly thin, with minimal padding. And some individuals disregard the rules and strike vital areas, the bespectacled lady elucidated. Her comments gained the consensus of several yoga studio attendees, as they had witnessed fatalities in the ring before. Wang Meiling, seated beside Paulina, lowered her voice and said, "Sister Lina, can this be averted?" She could not afford to offend Shanlong, yet she also could not disregard the formidable forces behind Lin Feng. Should anything happen to either party, she would undoubtedly bear the responsibility. Paulina shook her head, saying, "The arrow is on the string and must be released." Wang Meiling lay feebly on the chair. Lin Feng's silhouette ascended the arena, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, where he noticed numerous women mocking him. "With that bulk, no woman would ever fancy you." Shanlong jeered at Lin Feng. "They pity you, for soon I shall leave you bloodied and kneeling in supplication." Lin Feng, regarding Shanlong with a smirk, replied, "Shanlong, I implore you once more, do you truly intend to strike? I genuinely fear for your safety." Shanlong erupted in laughter, pointing at Lin Feng. "You jester! Utterly deluded. You think you can injure me?" The women in the audience joined in derision, declaring Lin Feng a fool for his arrogance. "Indeed, in my eyes, you are but a fragile chick. I fear I might unintentionally harm you, leaving you to weep in your elder's embrace." Lin Feng continued, gazing at Shanlong unperturbed. Shanlong retorted coldly, "Lin Feng, I have no desire for idle chatter. I declare the match begins now." He lunged towards Lin Feng, executing a splendid sidekick aimed at Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng stood resolutely, a hint of admiration crossing his features as he observed Shanlong's graceful movement, though he discerned the superficiality behind it. To the noble women below, Shanlong appeared dashing, and many gazed at him with admiration. As Shanlong's foot neared Lin Feng's face, Lin Feng's left hand shot out like lightning, fingers splayed, seizing Shanlong's ankle. Shanlong found himself unable to advance even a millimeter. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. Paulina and Bai Luoxue stood up in shock, particularly Bai Luoxue, who was astounded by the fact that Shanlong's kick, a devastating karate sidekick, was so effortlessly caught. Typically, such moves are avoided. Never had anyone caught a kick midair like this. Shanlong's expression changed. He had not anticipated his foot being seized. He attempted to break free, but Lin Feng's grip was like a vice. "Shanlong, you are merely a decorative pillow, resplendent on the outside, yet hollow within. How could you possibly contend with me?" Lin Feng taunted. In the midst of his words, he surged forward, delivering a kick that struck with the ferocity of lightning, landing squarely in Shanlong's abdomen. This blow was immensely powerful, far surpassing the one he had previously delivered to David. It was worth noting that David was larger than Shanlong, yet Lin Feng had sent him flying several meters. Shanlong was destined for an even harsher fate. With a resounding thud, Shanlong's body was propelled like a sandbag, crashing into the arena's railing and rebounding back. Lin Feng, observing Shanlong's return, chuckled softly and delivered another kick to his abdomen. Shanlong collided once more with the railing before being sent flying again. Lin Feng deftly evaded, and Shanlong's body crashed onto the arena floor. Given that the arena was a concrete platform, Shanlong's fall was anything but gentle, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for some time. The noble women below widened their eyes in awe, marveling at Lin Feng's strength to send a man flying with a single kick. What incredible power! Paulina gazed at Lin Feng, captivated by his prowess. The man certainly knew how to impress. Bai Luoxue gazed upon the scene with admiration, compelled to acknowledge the formidable prowess of Lin Feng. Wang Meiling, with her enchanting eyes, regarded Lin Feng with a hint of reverence, standing confidently on the arena. Lin Feng smiled and proclaimed, "Shanlong, a facade of gold and jade, yet rotten within. Ladies, do not be deceived, he is incapable." Applause erupted, initiated by an unknown hand, as the female yoga practitioners joined in. Lin Feng looked down at Shanlong, who lay on the ground, mocking, "Shanlong, the women now scorn you, declaring your inability, labeling you as gilded on the outside but hollow within." Shanlong's veins bulged with rage as he lifted his head, his gaze fixed ferociously on Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you impoverished fool, what use is brute strength alone? I possess wealth, and I can easily subdue you." Lin Feng retorted with derision, "Shanlong, if your father, Hego, were to compare assets with me, I might fall short. However, you are not worthy of such a comparison." According to Luo Minghai, Hego's assets amounted to several billion, predominantly in fixed assets, with liquid funds estimated at 5 to 600 million. Moreover, with 5 sons, Shanlong's share of wealth, while unimaginable to the average person, paled in comparison to Lin Feng's standing. With a disdainful glance, Shanlong challenged, "Let us wager and see whose account holds more wealth." In Chapter 81, the stakes of wealth ignite the resonance of high-caliber women. "Oh, wager on whose account holds more," Lin Feng replied with intrigue. "But what are your terms?" "If my account exceeds yours, you shall kneel and apologize, presenting me with 50 million. Shanlong's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness. "If I lose, I too shall kneel and apologize, and I shall give you 50 million. This declaration left the affluent ladies of the yoga studio wide-eyed, eagerly watching to see if Lin Feng would accept the gamble. "Lin Feng, do not wager." Bai Luoxue, adorned in a white fox mask, rose to caution him. For Lin Feng was the godson of Ouyang Weigua. Their families shared a favorable relationship, and she wished to prevent Lin Feng from falling prey to Shanlong's trap. Shanlong, though merely one of He Go's sons, boasted substantial capital and managed the family finances, conservatively holding 3 to 4 million in liquid assets. Wang Meiling and Balina were astonished, never expecting Bai Luoxue to advise Lin Feng. "Mind your own business, you meddlesome fool," Shanlong shouted, pointing at Bai Luoxue, determined not to let her ruin his plans. Bai Luoxue trembled with indignation. She had never been insulted in such a manner. She yearned to unveil her mask and confront Shanlong, but Balina restrained her. "You shall regret this. Your fate is sealed," Bai Luoxue threatened, pointing at Shanlong. "Who do you think you are to threaten me?" Shanlong vented his fury, previously directed at Lin Feng, onto Bai Luoxue. Bai Luoxue scoffed, "You are a worthless creature, kicked about like a punching bag, without the strength to resist, resembling a defeated dog. If you have courage, continue your duel with Lin Feng. If not, silence yourself." Bai Luoxue mercilessly exposed Shanlong's weaknesses. Enraged, Shanlong erupted, bellowing at Bai Luoxue, "I will make you pay, you wretched woman." In the midst of his rage, he bore the pain in his abdomen and rushed off the stage, intent on teaching Bai Luoxue a lesson. Crash! Once again, Lin Feng delivered a forceful kick to Shanlong, sending him hurtling through the air to collide with the ropes of the railing. Thud! Shanlong's body rebounded, crashing onto the ground. "Damn it!" He groaned in agony, blood oozing from his mouth, consumed by a desire for vengeance against Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Shanlong and mocked, "How dare you strike my teacher? You must possess the audacity of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Remember this. Women are to be cherished, not used as an outlet for frustration. Indeed, women are meant to be cherished." Bai Luoxue chimed in with a laugh, clapping her hands in approval. The hall erupted with a thunderous applause, as Lin Feng's words resonated deeply with the affluent women present. "Women are to be cherished, not used for venting anger," they echoed. Lin Feng, a true man. Lin Feng, you are the epitome of masculinity." Several noble women called out, their voices filled with admiration, as they had endured domestic violence themselves and found solace in Lin Feng's declaration. Wang Meiling gazed at Lin Feng on stage with a complex expression. "What a masterful display. A true veteran," Balina remarked, noticing how the glances of many beautiful women in the audience shifted towards Lin Feng. On the arena, Shanlong's eyes blazed with madness as he stared at Lin Feng. "Lin, do you dare to raise the stakes?" he challenged, consumed by a desire to see Lin Feng suffer. "Oh, what stakes do you propose?" Lin Feng replied, looking down at Shanlong with a mocking grin. "The loser must not only kneel and bow, but also castrate himself on the spot." Shanlong's gaze was fierce as he fixated on Lin Feng. Lin Feng lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke into Shanlong's face. "Very well, Shanlong. I shall grant your wish in its entirety." Shanlong's eyes were icy as he glanced at Bai Luoxue with a hint of madness before turning to Balina. "Miss Bao, I would appreciate your cooperation in our wager." "What are the rules?" Balina inquired. "Quite simple. Let us bring out our POS machines and input our passwords to reveal our respective balances," Shanlong stated gravely. "That is acceptable. Moreover, our POS machines are the latest smart models, capable of connecting to a projector on the wall, ensuring that the customer's password input remains confidential." Balina promptly agreed to Shanlong's request. "Excellent." Shanlong's eyes glinted with malice as he faced Lin Feng. "We each have 1 hour to prepare." "Oh, are you implying we can seek assistance?" Lin Feng regarded Shanlong with a playful curiosity. "Indeed, we can seek help, It demonstrates our financial mobilization capabilities. I trust you. One T back down. Shan Long trembled as he stood, blood on his face, his expression a twisted mask of madness. Haha, no problem at all. Lin Feng chuckled, looking at Shan Long. I am eager to see how much capital you can mobilize in 5 minutes. Ignoring Lin Feng, Shan Long immediately made a phone call to secure funds. Without hesitation, Lin Feng called Shui Mi Tao, informing her of his predicament, and she promptly headed to the nearby bank. Due to the nature of the substantial transfer, it required counter-service to verify the legitimacy and destination of the funds. He then called Miao Ling to inform her about the wager he had made with Shan Long Sr. When will we register our marriage? Miao Ling's melodious laughter resonated through the phone. You must wait for my divorce. There are some grievances between my original partner and me that have yet to be resolved. Lin Feng chuckled. Miao Ling is undoubtedly a little heiress. All right, I trust you. I will transfer 10 small goals to you. But I need half an hour to handle the banking procedures, Miao Ling replied with a smile. My beautiful and invincible young heiress. Thank you, Lin Feng exclaimed. Overwhelmed with delight at the surprises Miao Ling had bestowed upon him. It appeared that Miao Ling was indeed unfathomable, even more affluent than he had imagined. He wondered who her father could possibly be. Subsequently, Lin Feng reached out to Sister Yu, who agreed to gather $1 billion in funds, and then he contacted Ouyang Lei. Brother, what about your gambling match with Shan Long? Why wasn't I invited? Ouyang Lei expressed his dissatisfaction. He unexpectedly challenged me, Lin Feng chuckled. I didn't intend to ask for your assistance, but the situation is urgent. All right, I will contact Director Luo's family right away. Your previous assistance to them was quite profitable. Send me the account details immediately, Ouyang Lei replied, emphasizing that this conflict involved not only him and Shan Long, but also his father's reputation in relation to number 2. With that, Ouyang Lei hung up the phone. Ding dong. A message notification chimed on Lin Feng's phone. Bai Luoxue also picked up her phone to send a message. At that moment, Lin Feng was left speechless. As the balance in his bank account was rapidly increasing, including a staggering transfer of 2 billion, noted with the name Su Yunshan, presumably a woman. He pondered who this wealthy benefactor could be. As the hour approached, Lin Feng's account balance soared to 8 billion, igniting an impulse to abscond with the money. Just kidding. I cannot betray my friends. Lin, the time has come. I will crush you today. Shan Long's icy voice rang out. At this moment, the blood on Shan Long's face had been washed away, yet his swelling was quite severe, especially his lips, which resembled sausages. Shan Long, have you gained weight? Lin Feng couldn't help but tease. Enough with the chatter, Lin. Shan Long retorted coldly. Do not waste time. It is futile, even if you are Ouyang Weigua's godson. Many onlookers turned their attention to the arena. Balina stepped onto the stage, holding a POS machine, and a screen projected the interface of the device onto the arena wall. Now who will go first? Balina inquired, glancing between Lin Feng and Shan Long. I will go first, Shan Long declared, promptly producing his bank card and handing it to Balina. She inserted the card into the POS machine, while Shan Long swiftly entered his password. Soon, the large screen displayed the balance of his bank account. 3,684,250,000. 3,68 billion. Balina gasped, astonished by the sum Shan Long had mobilized in such a short time. The crowd erupted in awe. Shan Long was truly impressive, managing to conjure up 425 billion in mere moments. Indeed, the crown prince of Qinghe district, with wealth, power, and influence at his disposal. Although Lin Feng was formidable in combat, his background paled in comparison to Shan Long's. Skill alone was of little use. In this world, it was all about the connections one held. Although Lin Feng is the adopted son of Ouyang Weigua, he lacks any blood connection. In contrast, Shan Long is different. His uncle is the second-in-command, who appears to be overshadowing the first-in-command in Qinghe district. The influence of the second-in-command surpasses that of the first. Many distinguished women, with illustrious backgrounds, quickly deduced the reasons behind Shan Long's substantial financial resources, and they did not hold Lin Feng in high regard. Bai Luoxue furrowed her brow, uncertain of the extent of Lin Feng's resources. With a smirk, Shan Long jeered at Lin Feng, saying, Lin Feng, just admit defeat and kneel. Perhaps you should find a pair of scissors to cut yourself. In Chapter 82, the radiance of beautiful women and the arrival of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, Lin Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked at Shan Long and chuckled. Shan Long, do you truly believe you can win? Shan Long approached Lin Feng mockingly. Lin Feng, you still pretend to be calm? Your mental fortitude is commendable. Lin Feng shook his head, stating, my mental fortitude is indeed solid. Yet I am not pretending to be calm. I possess an unwavering confidence in my victory, and thus your dignity shall be trampled once more. Let us see how long he can keep up this facade. Shan Long turned to Balina with a sneer. Start checking Lin Feng's bank balance. Balina retrieved Shan Long's bank card and approached Lin Feng with a smile. Mr. Lin, may I have your bank card, please? Lin Feng handed over his bank card without hesitation. Balina inserted the card into the POS machine and requested Lin Feng to enter his password. As he did so, the balance was projected onto the large screen. 854,660,000 yuan. The moment Lin Feng's balance appeared, it left the women in the audience speechless, their eyes widening in disbelief at the screen. 85,466 billion yuan. Lin Feng had mobilized such a staggering amount of funds. Heavens, who exactly is Lin Feng? Merely the adopted son of Ouyang Weigua? That cannot be. It is implausible for someone with such an identity to gather such wealth in a short span. Lin Feng is truly remarkable. I wish to join him at a hotel for a deeper conversation. I too desire that. He is so affluent. And his physical prowess is astonishing. Indeed, Shan Long, who is a formidable figure, appears as a mere child in Lin Feng's presence. Is Lin Feng even human? He resembles a ferocious beast. I am utterly captivated by such a man. If only he were a tad slimmer, he would be even more handsome. At that moment, many women beneath the arena gazed at Lin Feng with admiration and fervor, eager to rush forward and share a passionate kiss with him. 85,466 billion yuan. Wang Meiling stared in a daze at the figure displayed on the wall, astonished that Lin Feng could mobilize such vast resources. No wonder Ouyang Weigua accepted him as a son. Bai Luoxiu amused to herself as she observed Lin Feng's bank balance. She sensed that Ouyang Weigua's acceptance of Lin Feng as a son was undoubtedly driven by financial motives. Given Ouyang Weigua's influence, managing to mobilize several billion in a short time would be impressive. Even with her covert assistance, the maximum would be just over 30 billion. This figure could only rival Shan Long's resources. Lin Feng's bank balance reached an astonishing 885,466 billion yuan, an increase of over 5 billion, signifying that this wealth was amassed through his own endeavors. Bolina gazed at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes, astounded by the man before her. Meanwhile, Shan Long's complexion turned pale as he took a few steps back, his gaze fixed on the numbers displayed on the screen. Lin Feng approached Shan Long, exhaling smoke directly into his face, and declared, Shan Long, you should not dare to compare wealth with me, for you stand no chance in my presence. Lin. Shan Long glared at Lin Feng with a dark expression. Lin Feng scoffed, in terms of wealth, you are vastly inferior to me. In terms of strength, you are as feeble as a chick before me, utterly incapable of resistance. Even a kick from me would soil my foot. Infuriated, Shan Long attempted a side kick aimed at Lin Feng's groin. However, Lin Feng was already prepared, retaliating with a swift kick to Shan Long's abdomen. Shan Long was propelled backward, crashing into a large trash bin against the wall, landing several meters away. The women present gasped in shock at the sight of a living person being sent flying. At that moment, a group of armed men burst in. Freeze! Resonated their commanding voices. A few women at the ring were startled by the sudden commotion, emitting shrill cries, but were quickly calmed by others. Bolina furrowed her brow. While Lin Feng's expression darkened, it was evident that Shan Long had summoned these men. Sir, you are suspected of illegal gambling and involvement in a brawl. You are under arrest, the leader stated coldly as he approached Lin Feng. Show me your identification. Bolina stepped forward, blocking the intruders. This incident occurred in her boxing gym. She had to intervene, or else no one would come to train there again, especially since her gym operated legally. The leader chuckled, presenting his credentials. I am Shan Heihu, Deputy Director of the Criminal Investigation Bureau of Qinghe District. He handed his identification to Bolina. I will call your director, Bolina replied icily, pulling out her phone to dial, but found herself unable to connect. This is precisely the order from our director. He received reports from the public about fighting and illegal gambling taking place here. Shan Heihu stated coldly. No one will be of assistance. Bolina's exquisite face was etched with frost as she prepared to speak, but Lin Feng interrupted her. Bolina, I will accompany them, he said with a smile, unperturbed by the prospect of imprisonment, confident that Ouyang Lei would soon learn of the situation. Bolina nodded slightly in response. Shan Heihu addressed his team. Take the other victim to the hospital, quickly. Several team members rushed to the trash bin, pulling Shan Long out, who was covered in refuse, even sporting a small umbrella on his face. Shan Long lay on the ground, retching violently, before rushing to the sink to wash his face frantically. After cleaning up, he glared at Lin Feng as though he were a ghost. Then, approaching Lin Feng, he whispered, Lin Feng, you will never escape this life. I will ensure you perish in prison. Lin Feng, with a chilling tone, replied, Shan Long, you are quite clever and devious. I shall personally fulfill our wager. Just wait. Oh, I await your emergence, Shan Long replied with a sinister chuckle. But alas, you shall never see the outside world again. No one can rescue you. After uttering these words, Shan Long staggered forward and collapsed onto the ground. Medical personnel, come quickly to assist. Shan Heihu shouted. Soon, several medical staff rushed in and carried Shan Long away. Shan Heihu turned, his expression icy as he glared at Lin Feng. Take him away. Two members of the Criminal Investigation Bureau rushed forward, seizing Lin Feng by the arms. Lin Feng cast a glance at Shan Heihu. With a sudden thud, Shan Heihu approached and struck Lin Feng fiercely on the back, inflicting excruciating pain. Although Lin Feng's physical endurance had significantly increased after practicing joyful yoga, his tolerance for pain had not improved. You dare to ambush me? You possess quite the audacity, Shan Heihu coldly remarked. Lin Feng, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, fixed his gaze on Shan Heihu and said, Deputy Chief Shan, when did I ever attempt to ambush you? Deputy Chief, who grants you the audacity to act unlawfully? At that moment, Bai Luoshue's figure approached. She was taken aback by Shan Heihu's public display of brutality towards Lin Feng. Chapter 83. The dominant Bai Luoshue subdues the deputy chief. Who are you? Hiding behind a mask, have you engaged in some nefarious deeds? Shan Heihu sneered. Looking up at Bai Luoshue, she retorted coldly, Deputy Chief Shan, I shall not reason with someone of your low caliber. Prepare to face the consequences. Shan Heihu scoffed derisively, pointing at Lin Feng. This individual has been involved in illegal gambling and brawling. Just now, he attempted to ambush me, which I foresaw. I acted in self-defense to prevent harm. Bai Luoshue pointed at Shan Heihu, stating, Shan Heihu, with a single phone call, I can have you stripped of that uniform. You? Based on what? I shall observe your ability to compel me to remove my clothing. Go ahead. I am eager to see whom you will contact. Bai Luoshue ignored Shan Heihu and directly dialed a number. Do not disclose my identity, she instructed as soon as the call connected. Haha, have you encountered some trouble? A cheerful voice responded from the other end. Shan Heihu recognized the voice. Feeling a sense of familiarity, I am filing a complaint against the Deputy Chief of the Criminal Investigation Bureau of Qinghe District for unlawful arrest and for his arbitrary assault on others. Bai Luoshue explained. Is that so? Who has he detained? Inquired the voice on the other end. He has arrested Lin Feng, claiming his involvement in gambling. However, the gambling was initiated by Shan Long, and the bet was never fulfilled, thus not constituting gambling. Bai Luoshue clarified. He alleges that Lin Feng engaged in fighting. Yet it was Shan Long who initiated the assault against Lin Feng, forcing him to retaliate in self-defense. Shan Heihu accuses Lin Feng of attempting to ambush him. Yet Lin Feng made no such move. Bai Luoshue meticulously elucidated the matters at hand, stating, additionally, all evidence has been sent to your mobile device. Upon hearing this, Shan Heihu's expression shifted dramatically. It was evident that this woman was in contact with his superior, quite possibly the head of the Criminal Investigation Bureau of Jiang City. Have Shan Heihu take my call. The voice on the phone was unmistakably irate. Bai Luoshue promptly handed the phone to Shan Heihu, saying, Shan Heihu, the person on the line is Director Ma from the Criminal Investigation Bureau of Jiang City. Beads of cold sweat formed on Shan Heihu's forehead as he trembled. Taking the phone and forcing a smile. Hello, I am Shan Heihu. I am Director Ma. You may verify my identity. I shall grant you 3 minutes. Director Ma's voice was frosty. Who gave you the audacity to abuse your power to detain individuals? Who granted you the boldness to assault others? Shan Heihu's voice quavered. Release him at once. Director Ma's tone remained icy. Effective immediately, you are suspended. Suspended? Bai Luoshue's voice carried a hint of chill. Director Ma, I must inform you that his situation is grave. He must remove his clothing. Should he fail to do so, he will bear the consequences. Director Ma chuckled on the line. Is it truly that severe? Supporting such individuals is a waste of national resources. I've heard your bureau is struggling to pay salaries. I believe termination would be more prudent. Bai Luoxue suddenly laughed. Upon hearing this, Director Ma hurriedly replied, You make a valid point. Thank you for your suggestion. I shall proceed with the termination of Shan Heihu. You are most welcome. As a citizen, it is my responsibility to propose and supervise, Bai Luoxue expressed with a smile. With a thud, Shan Heihu, trembling uncontrollably, collapsed to the ground. Lin Feng gave Bai Luoxue a thumbs up. Astonished by her influence in summoning the director of the Criminal Investigation Bureau of Jiang City, she appeared to be quite the formidable figure. Quickly, let us go to the hospital for an injury assessment. You should be only lightly injured. Bai Luoxue glanced at Lin Feng, reminding him, and remember to return the money. We cannot afford to be implicated in any allegations of investment fraud concerning our yoga studio. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Even if borrowing money constituted investment fraud, it wouldn't be detrimental to the yoga studio. However, he dismissed such thoughts and promptly headed to the hospital for an injury assessment, intending to use the results as evidence against Shan Heihu. Lin Feng, I will take you. Wang Meiling hurriedly approached, supporting him. All right. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Having Wang Meiling drive was indeed advantageous. The two immediately turned and departed. Please, I beg you. Shan Heihu implored Bai Luoxue. I beseech you not to allow Director Ma to revoke my position. Bai Luoxue ignored him entirely, turning to leave with Balina. Director Bai is truly formidable. Bringing Director Ma to his knees. Balina praised, giving Bai Luoxue a thumbs up. That was merely a consequence of Shan Heihu's prior abuse of power. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to deal with him. Bai Luoxue replied with a smile. That cannot be the sole factor. Primarily, you wish to assist Lin Feng. Did you not? Balina remarked with a teasing smile. Bai Luoxue nodded. When Shan Long insulted me, Lin Feng immediately confronted him. That was his only instance of proactively striking Shan Long. And besides, he is also my student. With a laugh, Balina looked at Bai Luoxue and said, Luoxue, you have remained single for so long. How about finding someone who can contend with you, like this man? She and Bai Luoxue share a deep friendship. Bai Luoxue, hailing from a military background, had once led a team on overseas missions, enduring numerous life and death situations. Eventually, she transitioned back to the Jiangxing City Finance Bureau. Many suitors were introduced to her, yet none captured her interest, leaving her single to this day. Bai Luoxue shook her head and remarked, he possesses mere brute strength. However, his reflexes are remarkably sharp. Suddenly, Balina leaned closer to Bai Luoxue, whispering, for men, strength is paramount. If you do not take the initiative, I might just entertain this young gentleman myself. Be cautious. You might find yourself left with nothing but bones. Moreover, that scoundrel Lin Feng, with a bit of wealth and strength, will surely attract countless admirers. If you are not afraid of getting entangled, go ahead and indulge. Bai Luoxue removed her mask and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Wang Meiling arrived at the entrance of the third hospital, their phones ringing incessantly, particularly with calls from Shan Heihu. By the way, we cannot go to the third hospital. The director of the Forensic Identification Center there is Ding Meiru, who happens to be Shan Heihu's wife. If she conducts the assessment, it certainly will not meet the criteria for minor injuries. You should have Secretary Ouyang call the leaders of the third hospital to oversee this matter, Wang Meiling suddenly suggested. Lin Feng frowned, surprised to learn that Shan Heihu's wife was the director of the Forensic Center. At that moment, a vehicle sped by, running a red light, and coming to a halt before Lin Feng. The door swung open, revealing the ominous figure of Shan Heihu, who approached with a dark expression. He rapped on the car window forcefully. Lin Feng instructed Wang Meiling to lower the window and cast a cold gaze at Shan Heihu. Lin Feng, let's step out and talk, Shan Heihu stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. Lin Feng exited the vehicle, following Shan Heihu to a secluded corner. What do you wish to discuss? Lin Feng asked, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Lin Feng, let us reconcile. There is no need for a life and death struggle. You have gained the upper hand in your conflict with Shan Long, and even if I struck you once, you would not suffer, Shan Heihu threatened, pointing at Lin Feng. If I were to shed this attire, I would employ every means possible to bring ruin upon your family. Hearing this, Lin Feng's lips curled into a sardonic smirk. Shan Heihu, are you threatening me? I am not threatening you. Rather, I am negotiating, Shan Heihu replied ominously. I know you have parents and a wife, whom you cherish deeply. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. Indeed, his parents were his Achilles heel. At that moment, a call from Sister Yu came through. Lin Feng answered, and her voice echoed from the other end. Are you all right? I'm fine. Is dinner ready? He suddenly inquired. Not yet. Still a bit to go, Sister Yu replied, shaking her head. No need to prepare. Just welcome him upon his release. Lin Feng concluded before hanging up. He then produced a cigarette, ignited it, and exhaled smoke directly into Shan Heihu's face. Shan Heihu's expression darkened further, seething with rage. If we are to settle this, allow me to strike you once. Then, I will require a family member to receive medical treatment outside of prison. Lin Feng cast a glance at Shan Heihu, recalling that the incident leading to Lao Mao's imprisonment was orchestrated by Shan Heihu and his associates. Herein lies the tale. Shan Heihu is the uncle of Shan Long, while Shan Long's father, known by the moniker Haigu, bears the true name Shan Go. Due to his dark complexion, he was aptly named Haigu. In Chapter 84, manipulating the beautiful director of the hospital, upon hearing the conditions proposed by Lin Feng, Shan Heihu's expression darkened as he retorted, Who seeks medical parole? Old cat. Lin Feng replied with a smile directed at Shan Heihu. What? Old cat? You intend to secure medical parole for old cat? What is your relationship with him? Shan Heihu's countenance grew even more somber. Old cat is a mortal enemy of his elder brother, Haigu. For years, they had been embroiled in an intense rivalry, culminating in old cat's imprisonment, where he received a life sentence. Nonetheless, Haigu remained wary and was currently devising a plan to have his subordinates orchestrate Old Cat's demise within the prison walls. Old Cat harbored animosity not only towards Haigu but also towards Shan Heihu, who had once led the operation to capture him, causing him considerable suffering. Old Cat is my kin. His health is deteriorating rapidly, and he must be granted medical parole, ideally today, Lin Feng declared with a cold smirk directed at Shan Heihu. Shan Heihu responded gravely, That is impossible. Obtaining medical parole is not as simple as you envision. First, it requires a proposal from the Crime Investigation Bureau. Second, the court and the tribunal must assess it. Third, a judicial appraisal is necessary. And fourth, the opinion of the prosecutor's office must be sought. It will take at least half a month. This matter is best delayed, ideally allowing Old Cat to perish in prison. However, should he be brought out today, it will complicate any plans to eliminate him. Lin Feng chuckled. Such is indeed the case for ordinary folk, but for your esteemed Shan family, it can be resolved in a single day. Shan Heihu was about to retort when Lin Feng interjected, Of course, I am willing to make a concession. Since you inexplicably struck me with an iron rod, I shall refrain from using such a weapon against you. Instead, I will strike you with my hand, thus sparing you from corporeal suffering. Lin Feng smiled at Shan Heihu, primarily concerned that he might lose control and inadvertently deal a fatal blow. As Shan Heihu had yet to be dismissed from his position, leaving Lin Feng unprepared to bear the consequences of such an act. Shan Heihu regarded Lin Feng with a tumultuous expression. Very well, my time is exceedingly precious. I must ascend to conduct the judicial appraisal, Lin Feng announced as he turned to leave. Wang Meiling followed suit, accompanying Lin Feng to the office of the Judicial Appraisal Director, Ding Meru, at the 3rd Hospital. In Ding Meru's office stood a throng of individuals, including the president and vice president of the hospital, alongside several figures clad in Crime Investigation Bureau attire. Greetings, Comrade Lin Feng. I am Miao Qing Shan, the deputy director of the Jiangxin Crime Investigation Bureau. A robust man introduced himself. I am responsible for overseeing this judicial appraisal and will ensure absolute fairness. Lin Feng was taken aback, not by the man's position but by the fact that he bore the surname Miao, reminiscent of Miao Ling, leading him to ponder the connection between them. Comrade Lin Feng, I am the president of the 3rd Hospital. Rest assured, this appraisal will be entirely just and transparent, with no allowances for malpractice. The president assured Lin Feng with a smile. My sincerest gratitude to Deputy Director Miao and the president, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Comrade Lin Feng, please, come in. At that moment, the small door to the identification room swung open, revealing a stunning woman clad in a white lab coat. With a voluptuous figure and an air of elegance, she possessed short hair that framed her exquisitely delicate face, particularly her bright, captivating eyes. A nameplate hung prominently on her chest, inscribed with the words Director Ding Meru of the Judicial Appraisal Center. Thank you for your hard work, Director Ding. Shall we commence? Lin Feng approached her with a smile. Ding Meru furrowed her brows slightly before responding with a soft smile. Comrade Lin Feng, You must be weary from your ascent. Please, sit down and enjoy a cup of tea to soothe your nerves." As she spoke, she personally poured a cup of tea and handed it to Lin Feng. "Thank you, Director Ding. I must admit, I am quite parched," Lin Feng replied with a grin. Ding Meru sighed in relief, taking out her phone to check the time. "Esteemed leaders, I kindly ask you to wait in the lounge. I will notify you when it is time for the judicial appraisal." Comrade Lin Feng has exerted himself quite a bit, and the accuracy of the appraisal results may be compromised. To ensure the impartiality of the assessment, Comrade Lin Feng requires a rest of 1 to 3 hours. She addressed the dean, Miao Qingshan, and others with a smile. "Very well, Comrade Ding. Your consideration is commendable. Let us enjoy a cup of tea before proceeding with the appraisal," the dean chuckled. He turned to Miao Qingshan and gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. "All right, we shall take a brief respite, but we must be present during the judicial appraisal, as instructed from above," Miao Qingshan stated with a serious expression. "Rest assured, Director Miao, we will be thoroughly diligent," Ding Meru replied, her demeanor now serious. Miao Qingshan nodded slightly, and he, along with the dean and others, exited Ding Meru's office. Once they departed, Ding Meru's smile faded as she approached Lin Feng. "Comrade Lin Feng, your demands are rather excessive." She cast a cold glance at him and continued. "It is simply impossible to resolve the matter regarding Old Cat within a single day. There are numerous procedures to follow." "Impossible? By the time you resolve Old Cat's situation, my wounds will have healed. Therefore, I insist that you conduct the judicial appraisal for me now. Provide me with the report, and I shall return it to you once Old Cat is granted medical parole," Lin Feng countered, stepping back to articulate his terms. Ding Meru bit her lip as she regarded Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you are being unrealistic. The judicial report will be entered into the system, and when the time comes, you cannot evade responsibility. Then let us complete this matter within a day. It will merely require some sacrifices on your part," Lin Feng urged, drawing closer to Ding Meru, his gaze fervently sweeping over her figure. Indeed, she rivaled Su Ling, embodying the essence of an exquisite woman. "What do you intend to do?" Ding Meru glared at Lin Feng, anger flickering in her eyes. No man had ever dared to be so brazen with her. "Inform Shan Heihu to expedite this matter." "My patience is limited," Lin Feng declared, turning to rest in a chair. After a night of exhaustion and a chaotic morning at the hands of his mentor, Bai Hu, followed by a bout against Shan Long, he felt quite fatigued. Ding Meru watched the man before her, her frustration boiling. She knew Shan Heihu could indeed resolve Old Cat's situation within a day, perhaps even in just a morning. However, the Black Tiger of the Mountain must pay a heavy price, as many are already aware that his official robes will soon be stripped away. Seizing the opportunity, they are eager to take advantage of his predicament. Ding Meru, as the wife of the Black Tiger, stands to suffer significantly as well. "Lin Feng, your actions are ruthless. This will yield no benefit for anyone. If you relinquish this matter, we can all remain friends," Ding Meru continued to persuade Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened his eyes and smirked coldly. "Director Ding, were it not for the intervention of the Municipal Bureau in this affair, I would be the one enduring the suffering in prison. As for being friends with you, I have no interest." Ding Meru's brow furrowed deeper. This man was resolute in his intention to send her husband to prison. "Furthermore, you are not blameless either." Lin Feng suddenly raised his head, gazing at Ding Meru with a smile. He recalled that in his previous life, when the head of the Criminal Investigation Bureau of Qinghe District faced his downfall, those around him also encountered misfortune. At that time, rumors circulated that the director's relative served as the head of the Judicial Appraisal Center, where a mini safe was discovered in the director's office, containing a substantial amount of shopping cards and bank cards, totaling over 7 million. It seems that this director must be none other than Ding Meru before him. Qinghe District has only one judicial appraisal center, considering the influence that judicial appraisal commands. Such an amount is hardly insignificant. Colleagues mentioned that the safe was hidden within a small wardrobe in the office, which housed Ding Meru's undergarments among other items. It appears that today, this beautiful director can be easily manipulated. "Lin, what do you mean by that? Do you dare to insult me? Believe it or not, I will accuse you of defaming my character." Ding Meru glared at Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes glinting with a trace of coldness.